Chapter 1, While others have knives, guns, and sticks, you have a desert eagle? The cramped room, the dim light. From the old television set, the anxious voice of the host was heard. The National Luck Survival will begin in 1 hour. Currently, all the chosen ones from Dragon Nation have mostly arrived, except for a young man named Cheng Yao, who is yet to report. The screen displayed Cheng Yao's photo, his face stern, his posture straight, like a sword drawn from its scabbard. Cheng Yao stared at the unfamiliar surroundings, frozen for a long time. Was this a different world? No, it shouldn't be like this. Cheng Yao became a little anxious, desperately grabbing his head with both hands, trying to remember what had happened before. He vaguely remembered, back in the day country, watching the Prime Minister, who had gone to worship at the sacred shrine of the Kingdom of the Dead, and feeling furious. So, he used his own methods to make a lot of explosives, blowing up the entire shrine along with the Prime Minister. Of course, he didn't survive either. After that huge explosion, when he woke up again, he found himself in this strange place. So, did that mean he died? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain suddenly struck his head. It felt as though something was growing wildly in his brain. As the intense pain hit, the memories of the original person began to piece together. This world was nearly out of resources, and people could only barely survive on the remaining few resources. Freshwater, food, and various mineral resources were almost exhausted. The land could no longer sustain plants, and people had to rely on synthetic protein bars just to stay alive. Then, a week ago, an unknown entity suddenly announced to the world that the National Luck Survival would begin. Each country would randomly select 200 chosen ones and transport them to the National Luck Forbidden Zone. Once inside the Forbidden Zone, these chosen ones would lose all contact with the outside world, and whether they lived or died would depend entirely on themselves. If they managed well, they could bring back national luck points for their country, increasing the nation's total resources. The Forbidden Zone was full of dangers, including vicious beasts and strange monsters. The original person was selected but, terrified by the horrors of the Forbidden Zone, chose to end their own life. The original person thought that by dying this way, at least it wouldn't be too painful. If this opportunity to bring glory to the country was in my past life, who knows how many people would have scrambled to seize it. Didn't expect this guy to be so cowardly, disgusting. Cheng Yao couldn't help but complain, pressing his temples with both hands to relieve the intense dizziness in his head. So, that means I'm about to be transported to the National Luck Forbidden Zone, and start the difficult journey of survival, right? Sigh, if only I were still in the original world, how wonderful that would be. Cheng Yao sighed lightly, feeling a bit regretful about his current situation. If he were still in his old world, even if it meant carrying explosives to blow up the sacred shrine of the Kingdom of the Dead for his country, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. But now, his country, Dragon Nation, though similar to his former China, didn't really feel like home. Forget it, for now, I'll just focus on surviving in the Forbidden Zone. Just as Cheng Yao finished speaking, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing him whole. A moment later, Cheng Yao's figure appeared in a simple thatched hut. With the chosen ones in place, the National Luck Live broadcast officially began. Look, it's the Dragon Nation's chosen team leader, Zhou Yan. Even in the special forces, he's one of the best. Wow, it's Ziling. I heard she's the intellectual peak of our Dragon Nation, and she's also so beautiful. TCH, so this is the guy who didn't show up, Cheng Yao? It's a miracle that he's even alive for a day in there. Oh, Cheng Yao isn't dead yet? I thought he would have killed himself out of fear. What a waste of a good body. In the live broadcast room, everyone mocked Cheng Yao coldly, not having much hope for the young man who hadn't even checked in yet. Ding, welcome all chosen ones to the National Destiny Forbidden Zone. Please select your divine weapon. Each chosen one can choose one from the 3 randomly selected divine weapons. If you're unsatisfied with the randomly selected divine weapons, each chosen one has 2 chances to refresh. We hope everyone draws a weapon they like. Just after the teleportation, before he could even take a look at his surroundings, Cheng Yao heard this notification sound. After the sound ended, a virtual interface appeared before his eyes. The interface was very simple, with only 3 different divine weapon phantoms. Below the phantoms was a refresh button, with a small note that read, 2. Ruined wooden sword, grade F, quality lowest. Ruined wooden knife, grade F, quality lowest. Ruined wooden shield, grade F, quality lowest. Damn it. What kind of junk is this? I'm not asking for an SSS grade weapon, but not even a B grade? Isn't that a bit too much? I'm a transmigrator, for God's sake. No special treatment? Cheng Yao grabbed a bundle of straw and threw it on the ground, grinding his teeth as he clicked refresh. I have to refresh. In a dangerous environment like this, having a decent weapon is a top priority to survive. Ruined bow and arrow, grade F, quality lowest. Damaged firearm, grade F, quality lowest. Strange wooden stick, grade F, quality lowest. This time, the three options made Cheng Yao hesitate a little. Based on the result of the refresh, it seemed all divine weapons were F grade, the lowest level. This refresh result, whether bow and arrow or firearm, both belonged to ranged weapons, so they were still somewhat useful to him. Should I refresh again? For an ordinary person, they might just choose the bow or firearm since they seem decent. After all, if all three refresh options are useless weapons, they would have no more chances to turn things around. But Cheng Yao was clearly not an ordinary person. Anyone who could make homemade explosives to blow up the Jingwa temple was no ordinary person. Cheng Yao didn't hesitate at all, and decisively clicked refresh. Anyway, this life was saved by luck. What use is a broken bow and arrow? Give me a refresh. The three divine weapon phantoms changed again, and Cheng Yao bit his lip tightly, his hands slightly trembling, even his breathing becoming cautious. Ruined long staff, grade, F, quality, lowest. Sharpened broken stick, grade, F, quality, lowest. Old ammunition depot, grade, F, quality, lowest. Looking at these three options, Cheng Yao finally let out a slow sigh of relief. An ammunition depot, even if it's old, looked much better than those broken sticks. Cheng Yao didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the ammunition depot. At this moment, the viewers from Dragon Country were discussing the divine weapons of the Chosen Ones enthusiastically. Look! Zhao Gang got a firearm. It's actually a gun. Goddess Ziling got a folding fan? Can this even be used as a weapon? Look, Cheng Yao, that coward, just got a broken shovel. Someone like him getting a good weapon would be a miracle. Wait, why is he pulling out another weapon? This is, no way. Under the astonished eyes of the national audience, Cheng Yao, after a broken engineer's shovel, pulled out from the ammunition depot. A desert eagle. Chapter 2, a coward? This is clearly a berserker. Seeing the desert eagle in Cheng Yao's hand, the audience in the live broadcast room went wild. After all, most of the chosen ones had chosen things like wooden swords or wooden knives. Zhao Gang getting a firearm was already enough to amaze the viewers. Where is Cheng Yao? This guy is sneaky, he even took out two weapons? Is it still the desert eagle? Is this guy hacking? Damn! How did a coward like him get such a strong weapon? Sigh, whatever, I hope his luck stays good and he finds the national fortune reward. At least he's contributing something to the country. At this moment, the people of Dragon Country did not have much hope for Cheng Yao. For a coward like Cheng Yao, who didn't even dare to show his face, even if he had a divine weapon, what could he do to help the country? So, while the people were amazed by him getting a decent divine weapon, their words were filled with helplessness. In the restricted area, Cheng Yao stared intently at the desert eagle in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. These two weapons will be my support as I walk through the restricted area from now on. After selecting the weapons, a menu appeared in front of Cheng Yao. The menu had 4 options: status, equipment, backpack, chat. There was also a small line of text beside it. To close the panel, just think of closing it. To open it again, swipe 2 fingers vertically in front of you to reopen the panel. High tech. Cheng Yao, like a child who had just gotten a new toy, couldn't wait to click the first button, status. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Health, 50/50ths. Mana, 50/50ths. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 5. Stamina, 5. Cheng Yao looked at the attribute panel in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly, feeling like he had crossed into a poor-quality online game. Let's take a look at the other interfaces. He clicked on Equipment again. In the equipment column, there was only a lonely arsenal. Old Firearms Depot. Grade, F. Quality, lowest level. After equipping it, the Firearms Depot backpack will be unlocked, allowing you to equip various weapons produced by the depot. Materials required for upgrading, wood *5, copper or *1. Desert Eagle. Grade, F. Quality, lowest level. Strength +5. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 mana, and each attack can deal up to 10 times the strength value in damage. Wooden Engineer Shovel. Grade, F. Quality, lowest level. Strength +3. Agility +2. Each attack can deal up to 10 times the strength value in damage. In addition, on the far right of the equipment column, there was a separate item slot. Dilapidated Straw Hut. Grade, F. Health, 2000/2000. Effect, within the hut's range, it restores 10 health and 10 mana to the house owner every minute. Materials required for upgrading, wood *50, stone *10. After reading these system descriptions, Cheng Yao had a rough understanding of this national fortune survival thing. Whether it's the hut or his own divine weapon, both can be upgraded. Cheng Yao looked around. This straw hut should be where he would live. This broken hut doesn't even have a door, let alone facilities like tables, chairs, or a bed. A pile of straw was laid in one corner of the hut, and that was Cheng Yao's bed. A gust of wind blew, and the straw hut creaked with a sound that made one's teeth itch. Can people really live here? For a moment, Cheng Yao doubted it. But he also knew very well that where he lived wasn't the key right now. The most important thing was food and fresh water. So, what he needed to do now was find food and water as soon as possible to survive. Only after that could he think of ways to collect materials and upgrade his hut. As he was thinking, he casually clicked on the backpack. At this moment, the backpack was empty, and the description was very simple. In simple terms, this was like an alternate space where, after collecting resources, he could directly put them into this virtual backpack. This way, when exploring outside, he could gather more items without worrying about whether he could carry them. Cheng Yao was quite satisfied with this feature. As for the last option, chat, when he clicked on it, there was only a lonely little line of text. You have not added any friends yet. So, this so-called chat function is for contacting people after adding friends? This interface, it's a bit like that goose. If I have to return to my own world, the designer of this survival game will definitely get that goose to take me to court. Cheng Yao muttered in his heart as he closed his system panel. Since this survival game has started, there's no time to waste. Let's go. Cheng Yao took a step forward and left his straw hut. However, Cheng Yao immediately pulled his foot back halfway. Not for any other reason, but because there was a lone wolf less than 10 meters from the straw hut, staring intently at Cheng Yao as he stepped out. Pulling back halfway was a sign of respect for the lone wolf. At this moment, in Cheng Yao's live stream, the audience was already in an uproar, seeing him encounter an enemy the moment he stepped out. Oh my god, he just stepped out and ran into a lone wolf. How is he going to fight this? This coward wouldn't dare use the gun even if he has one. It's a miracle if he doesn't get scared to death. What a shame. How did such a coward even get a gun? Such a powerful weapon wasted on him. If Cheng Yao actually dares to attack, I'll give him a kowtow. The viewers in the live stream sent out wails. In their eyes, Cheng Yao was a weakling, someone who didn't even dare to report to the authorities. Someone like him could never have the guts to face a lone wolf alone. However, in the live stream, Cheng Yao, after pulling his foot back halfway, stepped forward again. He decisively pulled out the Desert Eagle, aimed, and shot in one smooth motion. Bang! Unfortunately, this shot was a bit off and only pierced the lone wolf's front leg, causing it to stumble. Cheng Yao's actions made the Dragon Country viewers surprised. Holy shit! This guy actually dared to attack. Wasn't he supposed to be a coward? I don't think he looks like one, look how decisive he is. Right, didn't someone earlier say they'd give him a kowtow? Let's see it. The person who had just claimed he would kowtow to Cheng Yao now felt awkward after seeing Cheng Yao's decisive actions. Just a moment ago, they had insisted Cheng Yao wouldn't dare to fight back, and now, Cheng Yao had shot with swift precision. That shot completely slapped them in the face, sounding like a loud smack. So what if he attacked? One shot didn't kill it. If the lone wolf retaliates, Cheng Yao will still die. If Cheng Yao manages to kill this lone wolf, I'll give him 3 kowtows. The viewers from Dragon Country felt their hearts race as they watched the new barrage of comments flying across the screen. It's true, the lone wolf wasn't dead yet, and the final outcome of this battle was still uncertain. But at least, they had witnessed Cheng Yao's courage. Their impression of him had changed somewhat. However, just a few minutes later, the live stream was flooded with comments like this. Holy shit? This is the coward you guys were talking about? This guy is clearly a reckless maniac. Chapter 3, National Luck Value Increases, Old Tree Brings Forth New Sprouts. Back to the live stream view. The lone wolf charged at Cheng Yao, who frantically dodged, but still had his left shoulder torn open by the lone wolf's sharp claws. This attack caused Cheng Yao to lose 20 health points. Moreover, due to the bleeding effect from the wound, Cheng Yao's health continued to decrease slowly. Cheng Yao's mouth twitched slightly, and the intense pain almost made him lose his balance. His health had dropped by half in an instant, and his eyes turned slightly red. Damn it! You want to play with my life, huh? I got this life by chance, who do you think you are to play with me? The lone wolf's attack directly triggered Cheng Yao's ferocity. Even though he was still bleeding, Cheng Yao didn't care about his injury at all. Instead, he immediately turned around, pulled out his Desert Eagle, and began unloading bullets at the lone wolf, madly venting his fury. Magic bullets poured down on the lone wolf like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, countless bullet holes began to appear on the lone wolf's body. Blood stained the lone wolf's fur, and under this fierce attack, the lone wolf crashed to the ground, barely breathing. Even at this moment, the lone wolf couldn't understand. Why was this human in front of it even more brutal than itself? At this point, Cheng Yao had completely exhausted his magical power, but even so, Cheng Yao had no intention of stopping. The desert eagle in his hand was quickly replaced by an engineer shovel, and Cheng Yao leapt at the lone wolf, his shovel striking like a meteor, crazily hitting the lone wolf's forehead. After a few shovels, the lone wolf let out a miserable howl and disappeared. At the same time, a message appeared simultaneously on the live broadcast screens of all the chosen players. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Cheng Yao for completing his first kill achievement, rewarding Dragon Kingdom with 100 points of national luck. Seeing this message, the audience in Dragon Kingdom was initially stunned, and after a while, they finally reacted. Dragon Kingdom actually gained national luck. And the one who earned national luck was Cheng Yao, whom they least expected. For a moment, countless bullet comments in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room seemed to burst out as if they had agreed upon it. What the hell? Isn't Cheng Yao the coward? How did he complete the first kill? What do you mean coward? Didn't you see just now? This guy is really reckless. Did you all see that? Those last few shovels to the lone wolf, I was so nervous watching. This guy must have killed people before. What about the one who said he would kneel 3 times? Come and kneel. Countless viewers from Dragon Kingdom saw the system's message and flooded into Cheng Yao's live broadcast room. The number of viewers in Cheng Yao's live room began to increase explosively. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The live room, which had fewer than 1,000 viewers, instantly broke 100 million viewers. The audience, looking at Cheng Yao who was hiding inside the straw hut, holding his wound with one hand and wearing a cold expression, couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? With such a serious injury, Cheng Yao didn't even frown. The other chosen ones haven't even left their homes yet, and Cheng Yao has already killed a beast? Is he that strong? Look, he's going out again. With such a serious injury, isn't he going to rest a little? Amidst the confused questions from the audience, Cheng Yao once again stepped out of his straw hut and began slowly advancing towards the depths of the forest. The chosen ones couldn't see the national luck message in the live room, so Cheng Yao didn't know that he had unintentionally earned the first national luck reward for Dragon Kingdom. The bleeding effect had disappeared, and both his health and magic points were fully restored. Except for a bit of fatigue, Cheng Yao's body wasn't seriously injured. Since that was the case, there was no point in continuing to rest. After killing the lone wolf, Cheng Yao gained 10 experience points and a piece of wolf meat. Although he had gained meat, the issue of drinking water was still unresolved. In this unfamiliar environment, survival depended heavily on food and water. If he couldn't find a water source, he wouldn't be able to survive here. Therefore, Cheng Yao resolutely stepped out of the door again and plunged headlong into the unknown forest. However, what Cheng Yao didn't know was that at this moment, his national luck live room was already in chaos. What the hell? The old tree at my door, which has been dead for years, is starting to sprout. Doesn't that mean we can plant crops in the field again? Cheng Yao, forever the god. We no longer have to eat those nasty synthetic protein bars. Countless viewers were sharing their new discoveries in the bullet comments. Due to the lack of resources, Blue Star's land had become so barren that it was hard to grow plants. But now, with the rise of national luck, the old tree sprouting new buds meant that Dragon Kingdom's soil had regained its ability to nurture plants. This discovery made the entire Dragon Kingdom erupt in excitement. The viewers from Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed, but the foreign viewers, seeing Dragon Kingdom's gains, couldn't help but feel jealous. Because their chosen ones still hadn't even left their straw huts. Let alone rewards from the national fortune, even food for the night was a problem. So, these foreign viewers couldn't help but start mocking with bullet comments. It's just 100 points of national fortune, look how happy you all are. Yeah, our foot basin country's chosen one hasn't even made a move yet, when they do, they will quickly surpass you. Killing a wolf and still getting hurt. People like that won't survive long in the forbidden zone. Let's see how long you can stay so cocky. And just as these foreign viewers were mocking madly, another message popped up in all the chosen one's live streams. Foot Basin Country's chosen one, Oda Fenyan, has died, achieving the first blood achievement, rewarding Foot Basin Country with 1 point of national fortune. The viewers from Foot Basin Country, looking at this 1 point of national fortune reward, immediately turned dark with anger. The words they had just said moments ago instantly turned into a boomerang, smashing hard against the back of their heads. Such a scene, to the viewers of Dragon Kingdom, could only be described in 4 words. Delightful to watch. The viewers of Dragon Kingdom absolutely loved kicking a person when they were down. Ha ha. Your chosen one did indeed make a move, and also surpassed us in the death count. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to the viewers of Foot Basin Country, you can start eating now. Hurry back to your own live stream and check. Don't let your chosen one die off without you noticing. Watching the death notification, the viewers from Foot Basin Country no longer had the mood to keep shouting, and began leaving Cheng Yao's live stream. They had to hurry back to their own country's live stream to see what their chosen ones had gone through. With the foreign viewers leaving, the atmosphere in Cheng Yao's live stream gradually returned to normal. The remaining viewers were now fully focused on Cheng Yao's figure, moving through the dense forest. Cheng Yao was carefully observing the animal tracks, steadily heading deeper into the forest. These animals must be heading for water, and by following their tracks, there was definitely a chance to find where they drink. During his search for water, Cheng Yao casually killed a small squirrel. Unfortunately, after the squirrel died, it only left a corpse behind. It didn't provide him with any experience points, nor did it give him any meat to replenish his supplies. It seemed that only killing dangerous wild beasts could provide experience and items. Realizing this, Cheng Yao no longer shot small animals but continued following the animal tracks, heading deeper into the forest. Along the way, Cheng Yao also made marks on the ground to avoid getting lost. Not long after, the sound of trickling water reached Cheng Yao's ears. Water! Cheng Yao was incredibly excited, as water was the one thing he desperately needed right now. Chapter 4, General Cheng Yao, Private First Class. The sound of trickling water grew closer, and the clear river water sparkled with flashes of sunlight. A spotted deer walked to the riverbank, looked around for a long time, and then lowered its head to drink. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A vicious-looking monster fish suddenly shot out from the water, biting down on the deer's neck. The spotted deer, in pain, immediately turned and began running back in the direction it had come from. Unfortunately, the monster fish's strike was too fierce, and the deer barely took a few steps before it collapsed to the ground. Cheng Yao watched everything unfold in front of him, and his heart immediately filled with a deep sense of vigilance towards this beautiful river. He knew very well that the threat of this monster fish might be just as dangerous as the lone wolf he encountered earlier. This monster fish is also a fierce beast in the forbidden area of the national fortune. However, even though this monster fish poses a significant threat, Cheng Yao still walks unhesitatingly towards the corpse of the roe deer. This is Cheng Yao's character, decisive to the point of recklessness. At this moment, the monster fish, after being brought to land by the roe deer, did not immediately die. Instead, it kept slapping its body and slowly hopped towards the river, moving slowly. But Cheng Yao would not give the monster fish this opportunity. He immediately raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger directly at the monster fish. Bang! 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 The monster fish seemed to have low defense. After Cheng Yao fired just 3 shots, the monster fish disappeared right there. A piece of fish meat and 10 points of experience were added to Cheng Yao's account, but he felt no joy at all. Because he finally realized that this river was more dangerous than he had imagined. Looking at the river, he saw that groups of monster fish were swimming around, their sharp teeth looking extraordinarily terrifying. And the number of these monster fish, roughly estimated, was no less than 50. Cheng Yao looked at the dense schools of fish in the river, feeling a bit frustrated. There were simply too many monster fish. His current mana could only support 6 more shots. Moreover, he couldn't use all his mana to deal with these monster fish. He still needed to reserve some mana to handle any dangers that might come up on the way back. Cheng Yao was instantly troubled. The water was right in front of him, but he couldn't drink it. This feeling left Cheng Yao incredibly frustrated. Just as he was silently thinking about a solution, he suddenly saw something strange. Several monster fish started jumping from the river to the shore, slowly hopping towards the roe deer's corpse, seemingly trying to drag the roe deer back into the river. Cheng Yao's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw this scene. After the monster fish reached the land, they had completely lost the agility they had in the water. At this moment, they were nothing more than monster fish that could only hop. Thus, Cheng Yao decided to make an attempt. The desert eagle in his hand suddenly disappeared, replaced by a wooden entrenching tool. Cheng Yao aimed at a hopping monster fish, and just as the fish jumped, he struck hard with the entrenching tool. With a thud, the monster fish was knocked to the ground by Cheng Yao's powerful strike. Hiss! After being attacked, the monster fish immediately let out a sharp screech, then leapt again, flying toward Cheng Yao. This monster fish, even on the ground, showed no fear of Cheng Yao. Wow, this fish can even screech? Cheng Yao was a bit surprised. But facing the monster fish jumping toward him, Cheng Yao's entrenching tool showed no hesitation, striking again. Thud! Cheng Yao's previous guess was correct. On land, this monster fish's speed was completely slow. After one strike, the monster fish instantly disappeared, leaving Cheng Yao with 10 experience points and a piece of fish meat. Easily solving another monster fish, Cheng Yao felt overjoyed. Now, this river was no longer just a water source, but also his leveling holy land. By continuously killing fish by this river, he could not only level up but also replenish food and water. It's a shame that the grass hut is fixed in place, otherwise, Cheng Yao really thought about moving his grass hut here. Oh well, let's kill more fish first. Otherwise, with so many monster fish in the water, he wouldn't be able to gather any water. With that thought, Cheng Yao immediately grabbed his entrenching tool and slowly walked towards the other few monster fish that had jumped ashore. Experience plus 10. Experience plus 10. Not long after, a crisp electronic sound rang in Cheng Yao's ears. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. All attributes increased by 5 points, and you have earned 5 points of freely assignable attributes. Reward skill, detect. Detect, after use. Hearing the prompt, Cheng Yao eagerly opened his system panel. At this moment, his attributes had already doubled, and the experience required to level up to the next level was 200 points. Feeling the surging power within his body, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to find another strange fish and struck it with a shovel. The strange fish, which originally required 2 attacks to defeat, vanished instantly with just 1 strike after Cheng Yao leveled up. Wow, what a huge leap in power. If my strength increases again, could I possibly defeat a powerful beast even at a higher level? With that thought, Cheng Yao wasted no time and allocated all 5 of his free attribute points into strength. At that point, no matter who the opponent was, I'll just kill them with 1 shot. What good is their strength if I can do that? Cheng Yao imagined the future scene, and his smile grew even brighter. Oh right, there's that skill too. Cheng Yao suddenly remembered the skill rewarded when he leveled up and eagerly cast it towards the remaining strange fish in the river. Sharp-toothed fish, level 1 beast, health 140. A beast good at ambushing and biting, usually appearing in groups. The basic information of the sharp-toothed fish appeared before Cheng Yao's eyes, and a familiar feeling arose in his heart. This place is really starting to feel like a game. They even have a monster encyclopedia. And just as Cheng Yao lowered his head in contemplation, the viewers outside the National Forbidden Zone also saw a prompt. Congratulations to Longwa's chosen one Cheng Yao for reaching level 2 first, rewarding Longwa 100 national fortune points. Upon seeing this prompt, the entire world's livestream chat went silent. At this time, most of the chosen ones had only just barely killed 1 beast. Some of the more timid chosen ones hadn't even left their straw huts yet. But Cheng Yao, this reckless guy, really has no sense of martial ethics. They haven't even left the house, and you've already got a first kill. Others are just completing their first kill, and here you are, already at level 2. How can we even play properly like this? On the Longwa side, Cheng Yao had earned 200 national fortune points for Longwa in just 1 day, which greatly boosted the spirits of the entire country. Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao. Longwa's pride. Is this the coward you were talking about? This guy is incredibly fierce. Anyone who dares to say anything bad about Cheng Yao, beware of my keyboard. It seems like my old tree is growing faster. Meanwhile, the Longwa government, after Cheng Yao received the 2nd national fortune reward, issued an official announcement. They awarded Cheng Yao the rank of private. The people of Longwa looked at the official announcement and all felt proud of Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao is so strong, I feel like this rank is too low for him. That's true, I think it should be changed to 5-star General Cheng Yao. How can he be a general and still a private? Well, to get to the general rank, the private has to come down first, otherwise it's blocking the way. Wow, are you playing chess? But while everyone was praising Cheng Yao, he was staring at a larger strange fish in the river, his brows slowly furrowing. Sharp-toothed fish king, level 2 boss level beast, health 400. The leader of the sharp-toothed fish, commanding the actions of the others. If it is killed, the remaining sharp-toothed fish will be easy to defeat. On the clear riverbank, Cheng Yao stared intently at the sharp-toothed fish king, and the fish king glared back with its 2 fish eyes, locking eyes with Cheng Yao. At this moment, the sharp-toothed fish no longer bounced towards the shore but had gathered around the fish king, like well-trained soldiers. This immediately shattered Cheng Yao's plan of safely leveling up. This fish king is clearly going against me. With that thought, Cheng Yao's eyes burned with determination. So you don't want me to level up or drink water, right? Fine. Let me show you. My skills. The engineer shovel in my hand instantly disappeared, replaced by the desert eagle. The king of the fongfish warily watched the desert eagle in Cheng Yao's hand, but having never experienced the power of firearms, it didn't make any move to dodge. Cheng Yao held his breath and focused. His aim wasn't the best, so his first shot had to hit the king of the fongfish to secure the victory of this hunt. Bang! A light blue bullet rapidly shot out of the gun's chamber, piercing straight towards the king of the fangfish's head. But unfortunately, the shot was slightly off. In the end, the magical bullet pierced into the king of the fangfish's left eye, but it couldn't penetrate its tough skull, slowly dissipating. Perhaps because of the 2nd level unlocking of the scout ability, after taking this hit, a string of bright red numbers floated above the king of the fangfish's head. -120, critical hit. Goodness, the damage numbers are showing up. This is starting to look more and more like a game, huh? Cheng Yao secretly mocked in his heart, but his hands didn't stop. He aimed at the thrashing king of the fongfish and fired 2 more shots. -100. -100. These 2 shots hit the king of the fongfish in the abdomen, leaving 2 deep blood holes, nearly piercing it through. The king of the fongfish had a total of 400 health points, meaning that if he hit it 1 more time, this fish king would become a piece of meat in his mouth. Cheng Yao continued to shoot frantically, but by now, the king of the fangfish had realized the power of the desert eagle and started desperately dodging in the water. The other fangfish had formed a protective barrier in front of the king, creating a fish wall to block the bullets Cheng Yao fired. Although Cheng Yao had regained full health after leveling up, his shots no longer caused any damage to the king of the fangfish. But facing such a dense school of fish, Cheng Yao couldn't think of any other way to break the deadlock. Cheng Yao slowly lowered his gun, feeling somewhat helpless in his heart. Was he really going to give up on hunting the fish king like this? Just then, a series of small red numbers began floating above the king of the fangfish's head. -5, bleeding. -5, bleeding. Cheng Yao focused on the king of the fangfish and saw that its back and eyes were continuously bleeding. Wasn't this exactly what bleeding looked like? And as the blood kept flowing out, the king of the fangfish's speed gradually weakened. This was the surprise. Cheng Yao's eyes brightened as he stared at the numbers floating above the king of the fangfish's head. With the final damage number appearing, the king of the fangfish finally met its demise and suddenly disappeared from the river. Congratulations! You have successfully hunted the Lord Beast, rewarded with 25 experience points. Iron chest *1. Looking at the prompt before him, Cheng Yao was overjoyed and immediately opened the chest. Congratulations! You have received flint *1, water purification device blueprint *1. Goodness, this was like having a pillow scent when you were just about to fall asleep. Cheng Yao looked at the two rewards, extremely satisfied. He had already prepared to start a fire by friction, but didn't expect to get flint at just the right moment. As for the water purification device blueprint, Cheng Yao glanced at it and saw that to make the device, 10 wood pieces were needed, and it looked easy enough to craft. But the immediate priority was still to clear the monsters in the river, or he wouldn't be able to collect water smoothly. Without the king of the fangfish's control, the other fangfish began hopping towards the shore again, slowly bouncing towards the carcass of the spotted deer. These were all experience points. Cheng Yao immediately grabbed his engineer shovel, his face full of excitement as he rushed towards the hopping monsters. Just as Cheng Yao killed the king of the fangfish, another prompt appeared in the live broadcast room. Congratulations, Cheng Yao, the chosen one of Longwa. The first to kill the Forbidden Land Lord level fierce beast, reward Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune 100. Outside the Forbidden Land of National Fortune, the viewers from Dragon Kingdom watched as Cheng Yao wildly killed the shark-tooth fish like whack-a-mole, and they all felt a sense of numbness. The numbness wasn't felt only by the Dragon Kingdom's viewers, but also by the foreign audience, who felt their scalps go numb. Before the National Fortune Forbidden Land opened, people were worried and afraid that the rewards of the National Fortune Forbidden Land would be extremely difficult to obtain. But now, two pieces of news, one good and one bad, were in front of the foreign audience. The good news was that the difficulty of obtaining National Fortune rewards inside the Forbidden Land wasn't too high. In just one morning, there had already been 3 National Fortune rewards. The bad news was that all the rewards from the National Fortune Forbidden Land had been taken by Dragon Kingdom. And all of them were taken by Cheng Yao. How could the chosen ones from other countries play like this? Please, be a person. Couldn't you give the chosen ones from other countries a little bit of hope? Audiences from various countries wailed and cursed their own chosen ones for not being strong enough, and criticized Cheng Yao for being too overbearing. As for the small bit of National Fortune rewards from the Foot Basin Kingdom, it was completely ignored by all the viewers. Laughable, can that even be called a reward? That's clearly just an insult, right? However, in Cheng Yao's livestream, the viewers from Dragon Kingdom were unusually calm. They were already somewhat numb to Cheng Yao's performance. Come, no prize guessing, I bet the next National Fortune reward is still going to Cheng Yao. What's there to guess? Isn't this obvious? Boring. Exactly, even if Brother Yao took out a nuclear bomb and blasted the Forbidden Land flat, I feel like I'd stay calm about it. Sure enough, as soon as this person finished speaking, another notification popped up in the livestream. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Cheng Yao, for being the first to reach level 3, rewarding Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune 100. See? I told you, if the National Fortune reward isn't going to Brother Yao, that'd be strange. Can you guys stop being so calm? At least it's 100 points of National Fortune. The crops in the fields should grow faster now, right? Oh, right. Long live Cheng Yao. Stop shouting, there's no emotion in it, it's boring. At this moment, Cheng Yao was sitting under a large tree, panting heavily. After slapping fish for so long, Cheng Yao only felt his waist and back aching. Fortunately, there were only a few stray monster fish left in the river now, which didn't interfere with Cheng Yao collecting water. Moreover, after reaching level 3, it would take 400 experience points to level up again. After level 3, killing these first-level shark-tooth fish would only grant half the experience. So, Cheng Yao gave up on the idea of continuing to hunt the shark-tooth fish. Cheng Yao sat on a stone by the river, resting. After slapping fish for so long, Cheng Yao felt like all the muscles in his body were screaming in pain. But after resting for only a moment, Cheng Yao forced himself to stand up again. Now, whether it was making a water purification device or transporting water sources, both required wood. Facing this unknown forest, Cheng Yao decided to first gather enough wood. And looking at the blueprint for the water purification device, Cheng Yao was also quite curious. How effective would this water purification device be? Chapter 6, Ambushed. Time to work. Cheng Yao took out his engineer's shovel and without hesitation, walked towards a tree. The water source he had found with great difficulty. If he could make a few wooden buckets to take back, it would also be a good thing. Although the engineer's shovel was also made of wood, at this moment, Cheng Yao had no other tools to chop trees. He stood before a tree, looking at the wooden shovel in his hand, and then at the solid-looking tree in front of him, feeling a bit uneasy. This thing, won't it snap directly? But I'm not Steve, I don't have the skill to chop trees with my bare hands. Now, I can only hope this wooden shovel works. Let's go. Cheng Yao grabbed the wooden shovel in his hand, and he struck the tree with the shovel. R. 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 The hardness of the wooden entrenching tool far exceeded Cheng Yao's expectations. After several strikes, deep grooves were carved into the tree. Thanks to Cheng Yao's current strength of 25 points, in less than 5 minutes, the tree fell to the ground. Ding, wood acquisition detected. Do you want to store it in your backpack? A prompt appeared before Cheng Yao. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Congratulations, you've obtained 5 units of wood. Cheng Yao looked at the 5 units of wood that appeared in his inventory and couldn't help but click his tongue. This tree wasn't exactly thin, a tree with a diameter of about 30 centimeters only provided 5 units of wood. The demand for wood really is huge. Cheng Yao took the wood out of his inventory, only to find that the wood had already transformed into neatly cut logs. Well, that works. No need for me to cut them. Cheng Yao currently didn't have any rope, so he could only carve out a portion of the center of the logs with his shovel, making a simple wooden barrel. Looking at the freshly made wooden barrel, Cheng Yao was quite satisfied. Since I have 5 units of wood, might as well make a few more. That way, I won't have to run for water every day. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao continued making more barrels. At the same time, a message suddenly appeared in Cheng Yao's livestream. The chosen one from the Foot Basin Nation, Turtle Island Mian Xian, has already found Cheng Yao. Looks like he's preparing to attack him. When the Dragon Country viewers saw this message, their hearts immediately tightened. The Foot Basin Nation and Dragon Country were mortal enemies, so it made sense that their chosen one would do such a thing. But now, Cheng Yao was in danger. Viewers quickly rushed to Turtle Island's livestream. They wanted to see what this bastard was really up to. In the livestream, Turtle Island had quietly drawn his bow and arrow, hiding behind a large tree, his eyes fixed on the busy Cheng Yao. The meaning behind this was already very clear. Watching this scene, the Dragon Country viewers angrily started questioning in the livestream. Everyone is fighting for survival, and your chosen one still wants to attack our Dragon Country's chosen one? However, the Foot Basin Nation viewers responded arrogantly. It doesn't matter if you're anxious. Watch. The chosen one who brought you multiple national fortune rewards, Cheng Yao, will die at the hands of our chosen one today. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You can only blame your chosen one for being too reckless. Dragon Country should thank our mercy, because our chosen one will make sure they die quickly and decisively. The Dragon Country viewers were furious, and soon, a fierce argument broke out in the livestream. Meanwhile, in the National Fortune Forbidden Zone, Turtle Island had already drawn the bow to its full tension, the arrow aimed directly at Cheng Yao, who had just filled 5 barrels of water and was resting in place. This Dragon Country guy is so friendly. After killing him, I can also get a few barrels of fresh water. It's like the heavens are helping me. Turtle Island's lips curled into a cold smile. Before the National Fortune Survival event began, the Foot Basin Nation had gathered all their chosen ones and issued them a secret mission. If they could kill the Dragon Country chosen ones in the Forbidden Zone, their families would receive more government resources. The purpose of this was to reduce the resource accumulation of Dragon Country as much as possible in preparation for future attacks on Dragon Country. Turtle Island felt that he was no longer facing a Dragon Country person, but a big prize that would elevate him to greatness. Especially after seeing that Cheng Yao's divine weapon was just a wooden shovel, Turtle Island became even more confident in his hunt. This fool actually chose a wooden shovel as his divine weapon. It's divine blessing. How lucky I am to come across such a fortune as soon as I step out the door. Inside Turtle Island, excitement surged in his heart as he aimed at Cheng Yao's head and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew swiftly towards Cheng Yao, and in that moment, time seemed to slow down. All the Dragon Kingdom viewers anxiously stared as the arrow traveled through dozens of meters, piercing directly into Cheng Yao's left arm. Cheng Yao, who was resting, was suddenly struck and let out a painful cry. Is it a monster? Or another chosen one? The intense pain in his shoulder didn't affect Cheng Yao's movement. He quickly rolled behind a tree, his eyes searching the direction the arrow had come from. This arrow caused a total of 40 points of damage. If Cheng Yao hadn't reached level 3, with his health now at 150 points, this arrow would have been enough to completely incapacitate him. After a brief search, Cheng Yao finally spotted Turtle Island, who was drawing another bow. Scan. Turtle Island Mianxian, level 1 Foot Basin Kingdom's chosen one, health 50/50ths. Damn it, Foot Basin Kingdom people, meaning those little Japanese, right? If I don't kill you, I swear I'll share your last name. Cheng Yao's heart filled with ruthless resolve. As for Turtle Island, seeing that his first arrow hadn't killed Cheng Yao instantly, he remained very calm. After all, before entering here, Turtle Island had never touched a bow. So, missing was within expectations. But even if he missed, so what? You, a close combat fighter with just a shovel, what can you do against me? As long as I stand in the open, you won't be able to close the distance. Also, I can reduce tree cover to improve my accuracy. With this, I'll be in an unbeatable position. Thinking this, Turtle Island no longer hid his movements and slowly walked toward the open area by the riverbank. Unfortunately, Turtle Island had no idea that this very move was driving the viewers from Foot Basin Kingdom to the brink of panic. Run, Turtle Island Kuan. You're no match for him. He's got a real weapon. Baka. Why can't the chosen ones in the Forbidden Zone communicate? Turtle Island doesn't even know that he has a gun. And Cheng Yao is already level 3. One shot, and Turtle Island Kuan might die. As the viewers from Foot Basin Kingdom shouted anxiously, the viewers from Dragon Kingdom let out a collective sigh of relief when they saw the arrow miss. Cheng Yao wasn't dead, and that eased their minds a great deal. Moreover, the viewers from Dragon Kingdom could hardly wait to see the expression on Turtle Island's face when Cheng Yao drew his Desert Eagle. An unprovoked sneak attack on our Dragon Kingdom's chosen one. It's time to show the Foot Basin Kingdoms trash the fury of our Dragon Kingdom. Kill him. He doesn't deserve to live. Let him experience the power of firearms. At that moment, Cheng Yao had already replaced his engineer shovel with the Desert Eagle. The silver-white gun gleamed coldly under the sunlight as Cheng Yao gripped it tightly with his right hand, his eyes fixed firmly on Turtle Island. At this point, an arrow was still lodged in his left arm, and the intense pain made Cheng Yao's focus sharper than ever. Little Japan, are you ready to face the wrath of Grandpa? Chapter 7, A Showdown at the Center. Watching Cheng Yao raise his Desert Eagle, the viewers from Foot Basin Kingdom were in an uproar. In Turtle Island's livestream, the screen was filled with frantic shouting. You're no match for him. Run, Turtle Island. It's over. Cheng Yao has drawn his gun. Don't go further into the open. He'll shoot you dead with one shot. The Foot Basin viewers were frantic, but Turtle Island, like a character in a play, continued to act according to his own plan. Worse, Turtle Island had completely exposed himself to Cheng Yao's line of sight. You're from the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you? I suggest you come out yourself. That way, I can make your death quicker. If you're willing to submit to me, I might spare your life and make you my slave. In your dragon country, there is an ancient saying, those who understand the times are true heroes. In our Foot Basin country, we speak with our word. Don't be ungrateful. I will count to 3. If you don't come out by then, when I find you, you will experience what it means to wish you were never born. 3. 2. Although Gue Island was speaking Foot Basin language, Cheng Yao clearly understood every word. Perhaps there are rules for language translation in this forbidden land of national fortune. But you, a worthless Foot Basin man, still dare to act tough in front of my grandfather? His left arm hurt unbearably, unable to support his shooting. But when facing someone from Foot Basin, Cheng Yao had only one thought in his heart. Whoever backs down is a son of AB*********. Humph, a petty skill dares to show off here. Great Dragon Buddha. Bang. Earthly King Ksitigarbha. Bang. Bodhisattva Prajna. Bang. Prajna Brahma. Bang bang bang. Afraid of missing, Cheng Yao kept firing without stopping, the Desert Eagle unloading multiple shots. Countless magical bullets poured towards Gue Island, and in the blink of an eye, his body was turned into a sieve by the barrage. Gue Island's eyes widened, and until his death, he couldn't understand why this dragon country chosen one suddenly pulled out a gun. Unlike the monsters in the Forbidden Land, Gue Island's body did not disappear, but the longbow in his hand turned into starlight, scattering away. Cheng Yao cautiously used his detection skill, looking far at Gue Island. In an instant, the body's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Gue Island Mianxian, deceased. Level, 1. Health, 0/50. A corpse, of no value, unless you have some special preference. Looks like he's really dead. Cheng Yao spat when he saw Gue Island, who had been confirmed dead. Pa. A level 1 little bastard, daring to mess with me. As for the arrow lodged in his left arm, Cheng Yao didn't hurry to pull it out, instead enduring the pain as he packed all 5 barrels of water into his backpack and added them to his inventory before heading toward his thatched house. Now Cheng Yao didn't even have a bandage, and pulling out the arrow might cause unforeseen bleeding effects. At this time, in Gue Island's livestream, the Dragon Country audience was delighted to see his death. Ha ha ha. Well done. This kind of little bastard should not be left alive. What a relief. This is the result of attacking our Dragon Country chosen one. The Foot Basin Country audience, watching the Dragon Country viewers mocking, retorted without hesitation. How dare you slaughter our chosen one? Are you even human? You say Dragon Country loves peace? Pah! I think the people of Dragon Country are all murderers. Oh? The dogs from Foot Basin still dare to bark? Which dog said this? It's a world of the strong preying on the weak, blame it on our recklessness? I'm sending that back to you now, you should thank us, so your chosen one can die quickly and decisively. The bullet screen exploded into a new round of arguing. In one day, Cheng Yao secured 4 national fortune rewards for the Dragon Country, which raised his status among the people to a new height. Even the Dragon Country officials, after seeing Cheng Yao's performance, immediately issued a statement. Cheng Yao, as our Dragon Country chosen one, has responded with legitimate retaliation after being attacked by a foreign chosen one. We advise all nations, we Dragon Country do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. If actions against our Dragon Country continue, the consequences will be yours to bear. The Dragon Country statement was full of dominance. Thanks to the 400 points of national fortune Cheng Yao gained, Dragon Country's resource reserves had now firmly suppressed the other nations. The Foot Basin Country officials, seeing Dragon Country's statement, had darkened faces. They had wanted to take this opportunity to retaliate, but alas, they were so short on resources that they couldn't even supply enough protein bars for their residents. Not to mention waging war against Dragon Country. Facing the gradually resourceful Dragon Country, the officials of Foot Basin Country could only silently swallow their pride. Thus, the officials of Foot Basin Country could only hastily release a statement. It looked very tough, but the meaning behind it was extremely weak. Summed up in one sentence. Our chosen one lost in a fair duel, it's not embarrassing. You, Dragon Country, wait for it. Looking at this official statement, the people of Dragon Country couldn't help but cheer. Ha ha. Foot Basin has softened. Foot Basin Country looks just like a thug who lost a fight, talking big before running away. Stop, I can totally picture it. Ha ha ha. Foot Basin Chicken, I'll be back. The livestream chat was full of excitement, while at that moment, Cheng Yao had already returned to his thatched hut, broke the arrowhead, and then yanked the arrow out forcefully. The intense pain made Cheng Yao take a sharp breath, but his expression remained firm, not even a single wrinkle appeared on his face. Seeing Cheng Yao's actions, the viewers in Dragon Country couldn't help but gasp. Damn. This guy is tough. Who exactly is Cheng Yao? He looks so manly, so cool. I think I've fallen in love with him. Oomph, Foot Basin Country, ha! Dare to hurt our chosen one? When Dragon Country's resources are abundant, it'll be the day Foot Basin Country gets destroyed. Brother Yao, rest up. You're the hero of Dragon Country, you need to take care of your wounds. It's known that even soldiers who've been to the battlefield wouldn't dare to say they can calmly pull an arrow out without flinching. At this moment, Cheng Yao was undeniably a tough, iron-willed man in the eyes of all the people of Dragon Country. And just as the viewers were still in deep shock, Cheng Yao's next move once again made them exclaim. Damn! He's so badly hurt, why is he still going out? Yao bro, can you just rest and heal before going out? Cheng Yao. Don't you know how to rest? The viewers in the livestream were extremely anxious, but in the livestream video, Cheng Yao was once again carrying his engineering shovel, slowly walking out the door. Chapter 8, People who are compared to others must die, goods that are compared must be thrown away. At this moment, Cheng Yao's health hadn't fully recovered, but the bleeding effect from pulling out the arrow had already stopped. In order to survive as long as possible in this dangerous national fate-forbidden land, Cheng Yao had no choice but to force himself to quickly solve the problem of food and water. The river water he brought back, although the animals here drank it without issue, who could guarantee that the water was completely safe? So, what Cheng Yao needed to do now was to make his water purification device as quickly as possible to ensure that he could drink clean water. At this point, it had been 10 hours since Cheng Yao was teleported here. The sky was gradually getting darker, and Cheng Yao couldn't be sure if there would be any danger in the night here. So, what he had to do was to finish making his water purifier before it got dark. Only then could he not worry about food and water. In the livestream, the viewers from Dragon Country watched Cheng Yao, who was still chopping wood despite his serious injuries, and then looked at other chosen ones, unable to say a word. It wasn't until this moment that the viewers from Dragon Country began to truly understand why Cheng Yao could bring them so many rewards in such a short period. The Desert Eagle was just an assist, the most important thing was Cheng Yao's indomitable spirit. Unknowingly, the sky grew darker. A chosen one from Dragon Country was quietly sitting in his thatched hut. There was no light in the hut, and as night gradually descended, the small hut had already turned completely dark. This chosen one from Dragon Country furrowed his brow, ate the meat in his hand without cooking, and then sat alertly on the straw mat, staring fixedly at the door of the grass hut. This chosen one is named Zhou Yan, the captain selected from Long Country's exceptional candidates. To say Zhou Yan's abilities are weak is untrue. With only a wooden sword, he advanced to level 2 within a day and collected a lot of food. He even found a fellow chosen one from Long Country. Unfortunately, he couldn't find dry firewood or a water source. Even if he wanted to create fire by drilling wood, he had no materials. So, he could only lick his dry lips while relying on the flesh he hunted for a little moisture to survive. But with such a survival quality, Zhou Yan was already among the best compared to all chosen ones. Looking at other countries' chosen ones, the audience from Long Country felt that their chosen ones truly stood out. For example, at this moment, a chosen one from Bamboo Country was huddled in his straw hut. On this day, because of fear, this contestant dared not step out of his house for even a moment. Thus, this chosen one from Bamboo Country could only suffer from hunger, unable to even eat a piece of raw meat. The howling wind outside the black door made this chosen one shiver like dry chaff. "I want to go home, so terrifying, Simida." This chosen one curled up on his straw mat, trembling. His precious weapon, a straight wooden stick, was tossed far away. With the protection of the small hut, this chosen one could have easily hunted a fierce beast to get enough food. But he did not do so, as he succumbed to his own fear. Now, let's look at the highly anticipated chosen one from Foot Basin Country, Meichuan Naiku. At this moment, he had just managed to start a fire by drilling wood, expressionless as he roasted a piece of beast meat. Compared to Zhou Yan, the captain of Long Country's chosen ones, Meichuan Naiku could eat roasted meat, but his level was only 1. He could make fire only because he was in a better position. But look at Cheng Yao, it's truly infuriating how some are better than others. Right now, Cheng Yao was leisurely fiddling with his clean water device inside his grass hut. The wood crackled, and a piece of wolf meat and a piece of fish meat were giving off an enticing aroma under the intense flame. The firelight reflected on Cheng Yao's face, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his determined features. Clean water device. Grade, F. Function, inject water into the clean water device to obtain clean drinking water. Materials needed for upgrade, wood *50, copper or *6. With such a device, he no longer had to worry about the safety of water. When Cheng Yao cut trees earlier, he intentionally left a piece of decent wood to make 3 cups for himself. After all, drinking with bare hands wasn't very elegant. So, Cheng Yao took a bucket of water from his system backpack and poured some into the clean water device. Moments later, he received a cup of purified water. Clean drinking water. Effect, after drinking, restores 1 point of mana per second, lasting for 1 minute. Cheng Yao used his skill to inspect the water, and the result delighted him immensely. This water can actually restore mana? If I can stock up on more of this water, doesn't that mean I no longer need to worry about mana issues? Cheng Yao recalled everything that happened today. If his mana were sufficient, he wouldn't have needed to use a shovel to kill the toothy fish that jumped ashore. He could have stood far from the shore and swept those toothy fish away in one go. Now, the mana bar was truly the bottleneck restricting his exploration and experience gain. But even so, Cheng Yao didn't allocate his skill points to intelligence. Intelligence could increase Cheng Yao's mana pool, but it didn't help much with his strength. So, Cheng Yao still decided to put all his attributes into strength. Opening Cheng Yao's attribute panel, at this moment, his power was several times stronger than when he first arrived in the National Fortune Forbidden Land. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 3. Experience points, 15/400. Health points, 150/150. Magic points, 150/150. Strength, 25. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 15. Stamina, 15. This was still because Cheng Yao was not equipped with a weapon at this time. If he took out his Desert Eagle, his strength would reach 30 points. Compared to when he had just entered the Forbidden Land, even with the Desert Eagle, he only had 10 points of strength, and now Cheng Yao could be considered to have upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Cheng Yao happily tasted a sip of clean drinking water. This water had a slight sweetness that made Cheng Yao feel intoxicated. The meat of the fierce beasts, after being roasted, although no spices were sprinkled, tasted no less than the grilled meat he had in his past life. Watching Cheng Yao eat with grease all over his mouth, the viewers in his livestream began to mock him in the bullet comments. Damn it! I can only nibble on protein bars and drink that choking water. Why does it feel like this guy went to the Forbidden Land not to fight for his life, but to go on vacation? Exactly, just looking at this meat makes my stomach growl. But all I have next to me are nasty protein bars. Bro up there, just go check out other live streams, this treatment can only be handled by Brother Yao. How many other chosen ones can't even get a bite of raw meat? The viewers in Cheng Yao's livestream gradually dispersed, while the viewers from the Foot Basin Kingdom watched Cheng Yao eat and drink, looking satisfied and intoxicated. Then looking at their own chosen one, who had nothing to drink and was gnawing on grilled meat. Instantly broken. Damn it! Is there anyone who can take care of him? After Cheng Yao had eaten and drunk enough, he lazily lay on his grass mat, looking at the dark door outside, but felt a bit worried in his heart. This thatched house didn't even have a door. At night, wouldn't some dirty things come in? Chapter 9 Cheng Yao? That guy is a monster. That night, Cheng Yao leaned against a corner of the thatched house, sleeping uneasily. Not only Cheng Yao, but all the chosen ones had a restless night. After all, the forest was full of various fierce beasts, and resting in a thatched house without a door was truly hard to feel secure. But luckily, although the outside sometimes echoed with the roars of wild beasts, these fierce beasts did not launch a night raid on the thatched house. As day broke, Cheng Yao chose not to continue resting but directly walked out of the small house. No, he needed to upgrade this shabby house quickly. Otherwise, sleeping like this every day with worries was not a good thing. Fortunately, upgrading the small house only required wood and stone, which were relatively easy to obtain. He just needed to spend some effort. The forest had an abundance of wood, and Cheng Yao also had a clue about obtaining stones. There were plenty of stones by the river where he fetched water yesterday. It was also a good opportunity to explore farther places. If he could find the copper ore needed to upgrade his destined weapon, his chances of survival would increase a lot. With that in mind, Cheng Yao carried his engineer shovel and returned to the riverbank again. At the riverbank, the corpse of the turtle island that had lain down was gone, and there were only dragging marks left at the original corpse location. It was probably taken away by the fierce beasts from the river. Cheng Yao didn't think much about it, found a comparatively larger stone, and started his collecting work with the engineer's shovel in hand. Congratulations, obtained stone materials times 2. Congratulations, obtained stone materials times 1. An hour passed, and Cheng Yao wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. He finally gathered the stones needed to upgrade the small house. Cheng Yao sat by the riverbank, planning to take a moment's rest. The work of mining consumes so much physical energy. But just as he was about to rest, he faintly heard a series of strange sounds. Suddenly, a prompt box popped up before his eyes. Detected that the hut is under attack, please respond immediately. Hut Life 1980/2000. Damn. Cheng Yao didn't dare to be careless and immediately sprinted towards the thatched cottage. This thatched hut was his refuge. If it got destroyed, who knows what would happen. Fortunately, the speed at which the hut was losing life was not too fast, and Cheng Yao quickly spotted the monsters attacking his hut. That's right, this time the ones attacking the hut were not fierce beasts, but monsters. These monsters had red skin, stood about 1 meter tall, and had 2 horns on their heads, looking just like little demons. They were currently raising the wooden sticks in their hands, repeatedly making strange noises, viciously striking Cheng Yao's thatched hut. On the thatched hut, with each attack from the monsters, bright red numbers jumped out. -2. -2. There were a total of 8 of them. Faced with such a large number of monsters, Cheng Yao did not rush to show himself. Instead, he first used his inspection skill. Low-level sinking demon, level 1 monster, life, 80 out of 80. Typically appears in groups, sometimes a leader may appear. If a leader is found, prioritize killing it. Looking at the prompt, Cheng Yao felt a lot more at ease. Level 1 monsters were nothing to be afraid of. After all, he was now level 3, wielding a desert eagle with a power of up to 30 points. As long as he wasn't terrible with his aim or positioning, facing these little monsters would be no problem at all. Cheng Yao glanced around and confirmed that he didn't see any suspected leaders among the monsters before conveniently climbing up a nearby tree, taking out his desert eagle. Bang! He aimed, pulled the trigger, and executed it all in one go. This shot hit a monster squarely in the back of the head, and a bright red number floated above the monster's head. -200, critical hit. This strike dealt a staggering 200 points of damage to the monster. After being attacked, the monster immediately vanished into thin air. Cheng Yao then gained 5 experience points and 1 copper grain as a reward. Copper grain? Cheng Yao couldn't wait to open his backpack and check the copper grain's attributes. Copper grain, collect 10 copper grains to synthesize 1 copper ore. Wow, he had been struggling with where to find copper ore, and here it was. Cheng Yao felt overjoyed and immediately aimed his gun again, starting to shoot wildly at the sinking demons below. With the 30 points of power boost, even just hitting their arms was enough for a one-shot kill. After a few shots, Cheng Yao collected 8 more copper grains and a small amount of experience points. His hut was finally saved. He still needed 2 more copper grains. Oh right. When he was by the river, he had vaguely heard those strange sounds. At that time, He was too eager to return to his hut to pay much attention. But weren't the lower-level sinking demons that attacked his hut making the same sounds? And combined with the attack from the Turtle Island yesterday, it also originated from the direction of that sound. Could it be that was Turtle Island's hut? Were these monsters refreshing just to attack all Chosen One's huts? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately rushed towards the river again. This time, he ran even faster than when he was rushing to defend his hut. After all, if Turtle Island's hut was destroyed by them, where would he find the remaining copper grains? As Cheng Yao suspected, all Chosen One's huts were under attack by the lower-level sinking demons at this moment. And the viewers watching the live broadcast were all nervously sweating for their Chosen Ones. The timid Chosen One from the Stick Nation was now huddled in his thatched hut, trembling with fear. His thatched hut had already cracked. It looked like it was about to collapse. But even so, this Chosen One still did not dare to step outside to face the enemy. His destined weapon lay quietly on the ground, he didn't even have the courage to pick it up. So, a moment later, the thatched cottage suddenly crashed down, and he was finally exposed to the gaze of the Abyss Demon. Ah! This Chosen One from the Bang Bang Nation screamed in agony before becoming a lifeless corpse. The people of Bang Bang Nation looked at their Chosen One dying so disgracefully and began to spit in contempt. Shiba! What garbage! So cowardly! Yesterday, other Chosen Ones were hunting fierce beasts, but he hid in a thatched cottage all day. Useless! On the other side, the Chosen One captain of Long Nation, Zhou Yan, was currently wielding a wooden sword, killing the last Abyss Demon. At this moment, Zhou Yan had already sustained some injuries and was gasping heavily, hurriedly returning to his thatched cottage to heal. However, the barrage in Zhou Yan's livestream appeared somewhat strange. Ha! Is this monster really that hard to kill? Do you think Zhou Yan is weak? Zhou Yan is already level 2, facing so many monsters at once, it's normal to get injured. I didn't mean that. I was just saying Cheng Yao took one shot for each monster and solved them all in under a minute, so... Talking about Zhou Yan, why are you bringing up Cheng Yao? That guy is a monster. Oh, right. Chapter 10, no, I'm still too weak. In the live streams of Chosen Ones from various countries, the audiences were filled with anxious cries. After all, Chosen Ones like Zhou Yan, who had reached level 2, were extremely rare. Many more Chosen Ones were still only at level 1. Though level 1 and level 2 only differed by 1 level, the attribute points differed by a factor of 2. More level 1 Chosen Ones struggled even more when facing the Abyss Demons. This event of the Abyss Demons destroying homes resulted in heavy losses for Chosen Ones across various countries. The most unfortunate was Bang Bang Nation, where a full 50 Chosen Ones died under the Abyss Demons. Even Long Nation lost 6 Chosen Ones in this home-wrecking incident. Looking at such results, deep sorrow surged in the hearts of every Long Nation audience. Those heroes who bravely fought for them, 6 would never return. And they could only helplessly watch, unable to do anything. But at that moment, a prompt appeared in all the live streams. Congratulations to Long Nation Chosen One Cheng Yao for successfully upgrading his destined weapon, rewarding Long Nation with 100 points of national luck. What? So fast? The audience of Long Nation looked at this sudden prompt, immediately forgetting their sadness, pouring into Cheng Yao's livestream. In the livestream screen, Cheng Yao was admiring his desert eagle, and in front of him stood a crumbling thatched cottage. Fortunately, he made it in time. If he had been any later, once these lower-level Abyss Demons completed their task and left, he would have lost his copper coins. Upon reaching the riverbank, he immediately followed the sound and found the small house on Turtle Island and a horde of lower-level Abyss Demons. After taking them down one by one with his gun, Cheng Yao once again earned 8 copper coins, merging them into a copper ore. Relying on the copper ore and the remaining wood in his backpack, he finally upgraded his destined weapon. At that moment, Cheng Yao's weapon panel changed. Old Military Arsenal. Grade, F. Quality, lower level. After equipping, it can open the arsenal backpack and equip various weapons produced by the arsenal. Materials needed for upgrading, wood *10, copper or *2. Desert Eagle. Grade, F. Quality, lower level. Strength +8. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 mana. Each attack can cause up to 10 times strength damage. Wooden Engineer Shovel. Grade, F. Quality, lower level. Strength +5. Agility +3. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to stun the target for 1 second. Each attack can cause up to 13 times strength damage. The enhancement of the Desert Eagle was mediocre. But at this moment, the Engineer's Shovel gained a dizzying ability, which made Cheng Yao nod in satisfaction. Although he rarely used close combat attacks, isn't there always a chance, right? I wonder what progress everyone else is making now. I've been mining and chopping trees every day, my level might have fallen behind. I can't let this happen. I need to hurry and level up. Otherwise, if I encounter an enemy with a higher level, it will be very dangerous. Cheng Yao sat on the ground, muttering to himself. The chosen ones could not see the live broadcasts outside, so they had no idea about the situation of the other candidates. In the past, when playing games, even if he practiced hard to level up, there would always be some leveling fanatics crushing him in levels. Based on that experience, in his heart, there would always be an illusion that other chosen ones had levels higher than his. But at this moment, the audience in his live stream erupted after hearing Cheng Yao's mumbling. Damn! You're the only level 3 monster in the entire forbidden area, and you still say you're too weak? Oh no, Brother Yao has gone crazy. I'm so worried. While the spectators from other countries looked at Cheng Yao, who was concerned about being too low in level, then glanced at their own country's chosen ones who were pleased with themselves for just reaching level 2. Baka! How long do you plan to rest? Get up and level up. Ba. Don't sleep like that. Why sleep long in life when you will sleep forever in death? God! Those stronger than you are still working hard. Why are you so lazy? Oh no! Someone stop Cheng Yao from continuing to level up. Otherwise, how will we improve our national luck? At this moment, in the live streams of players from various countries, the screen was completely taken over by various urging comments. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious these viewers were, the chosen ones who entered the forbidden area could not see their calls. Cheng Yao was like this. At this moment, amidst the enthusiastic comments, he took out his desert eagle and cautiously began to explore toward the other side of the forest. Soon, a silver-white lone wolf appeared before Cheng Yao. The lone wolf did not notice Cheng Yao, allowing him to take this opportunity to start his exploration. Swift Strike Wolf, Level 4 Beast, Health, 600/600. A fast beast with thick health, usually acts alone. If you see it in the wild, it means you are very lucky. After walking for so long, he finally saw a Level 4 beast. Since Cheng Yao reached Level 3, killing a Level 1 monster would only yield half the experience points he used to get. Therefore, he did not intend to let this Level 4 beast get away. With all his power points invested in his Desert Eagle, he should be able to kill this Swift Strike Wolf. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao took out his Desert Eagle, quietly aimed at the Swift Strike Wolf's forehead, and fired a shot. Bang! This shot directly dealt 280 points of damage to the magical wolf. In pain, the Swift Strike Wolf quickly turned its body and pounced violently toward Cheng Yao. Holy crap! Cheng Yao looked at the speed of the Swift Strike Wolf and couldn't help but exclaim. This wolf's speed was simply outrageous. He saw the Swift Strike Wolf's movements, which looked like a white afterimage in Cheng Yao's eyes. Even though there was nearly a 50-meter distance between them, in just 2 seconds, this magical wolf was already at Cheng Yao's side. At this speed, Cheng Yao completely lost the ability to aim. The Swift Strike Wolf slammed down a paw at Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao instinctively wanted to dodge, but as soon as he thought of dodging, the wolf's attack already dealt damage to him. Not good, can't dodge. Cheng Yao looked at his health. The Swift Strike Wolf's attack just now dealt 10 points of damage to him. The damage wasn't high, but it was relentless with its fast attack speed. In just a moment, Cheng Yao's health dropped by half. Cheng Yao raised his gun to fight back, but his bullets all missed the target. Every shot was precisely dodged by the demon wolf. No way! If this goes on, I will die. Cheng Yao was caught in a bitter battle, and at the same time, the audience in Long Country was getting anxious. Isn't this speed too fast? Is this really the beast from the Forbidden Land? What level is this beast? Oh no! This beast just happens to counter Cheng Yao. Yeah, the speed is too fast, the Desert Eagle is completely useless. And even if Cheng Yao wanted to run, he couldn't escape. Oh no! Cheng Yao is in danger. Indeed, such a fast assassin would give all ranged classes a serious headache. He was completely countered. But Cheng Yao is not just a ranged class. So, under the astonished gazes of the audience in the livestream, Cheng Yao took out his engineer shovel. Chapter 11, Run Fast? One shovel to smash. Watching Cheng Yao decisively switch his weapon to a shovel, the viewers in the livestream all looked confused. What is he doing pulling out a shovel? Isn't that for digging? Some viewers said with relief. Pulling out the shovel is the right move. Although the shovel has a short attack range, it has a wide swing, so he can hit that wolf. I just wonder if this shovel can really save him. After all, the damage caused by a shovel is limited. The audience in Long Country was really worried about Cheng Yao's situation. But what happened next on the screen left all the viewers gaping. Cheng Yao held the engineer shovel and swung it toward the white shadow. This swing was extremely fast. The rushing wolf was just about to pounce on Cheng Yao and was caught off guard, directly smashed into the ground by Cheng Yao's shovel. Minus 120. Then, a 50% chance of stunning was triggered by the shovel, and the rushing wolf laid in the ground, unresponsive for a moment. Seeing this, Cheng Yao didn't dare to be careless and immediately swung the engineer shovel again toward the wolf's head. Minus 260. With the boost of 30 points of strength, Cheng Yao's attack power was terrifying. As long as he hit a critical point, the damage would be explosive. With one blow, the rushing wolf's health bar was instantly depleted and disappeared before Cheng Yao's eyes. For a moment, the live stream room became silent with the viewers. They truly couldn't understand why this fierce-looking white wolf was killed by that one shovel. Oh my god. Did Cheng Yao cheat? This isn't cheating. Clearly, he just didn't set it up properly. Even if we cheat, we shouldn't be so blatant, at least act a bit. The viewers couldn't help but discuss how Cheng Yao had so smoothly dealt with the white wolf. At that moment, a notification popped up in all the Chosen One's live streams. Congratulations to Long Country's Chosen One Cheng Yao for defeating the rare monster, Rushing Wolf. Reward, 100 points of national luck for Long Country. Wow, this monster turned out to be a rare one? I thought so. With Yao Ji's current skills, if he couldn't eliminate it with one shot, there must be something special going on. How many times has Yao Go brought luck for Long Country now? This is the 6th time. All the national luck we have now is brought by Yao Gu. Indeed, not only can we now grow crops in the soil, but some springs are starting to flow as well. When the audience in Long Country reached this point, they suddenly fell silent again. They mourned for a second for the chosen ones from other countries. Meanwhile, other countries' audiences, upon seeing the familiar notification, started spamming the chat in their chosen ones' live streams. My chosen ones from the Foot Basin country. You better get your act together. Hey you. Have you had enough sleep? Cheng Yao has already got 600 points of national luck, and you are still sleeping? How can you be so unconcerned? Damn it! Jemzen, can't you speed up your hunting? The time you take to deal with one beast, Cheng Yao could handle a whole nest. They seemed very frustrated and eager for improvement. Except for the Foot Basin country, which has received 1 point of national luck rewards, no other country's chosen ones have obtained any national luck rewards for now. Now, in these countries, not to mention farming, even cheap protein bars are in short supply, and countless residents are on the verge of starvation. Cheng Yao, it's always this Cheng Yao. Is it only Cheng Yao who can receive national luck rewards? Countless foreign viewers yelled in anger, unable to understand why what seemed like a fair struggle for national luck would evolve into this situation. At this moment, as if to respond to everyone's confusion, another notification appeared in the Chosen One's livestream. Congratulations to Dragon Nation Chosen One Zhou Yan for first discovering a wild treasure chest. Reward, 100 points of national luck for Dragon Nation. Good news, this time the person who received national luck rewards was not Cheng Yao. Bad news, this time the national luck reward was still for Dragon Nation. Foreign viewers looked at this result and helplessly typed in the bullet screen, I'm tired, let it all end, hurry up. Cheng Yao was unaware of everything happening outside, he only knew that after the swift wolf died, a prompt popped up in front of him. Congratulations, you successfully hunted a rare ferocious beast. Reward, 50 experience points, quick boots *1. Goodness, no wonder it was so hard to kill, it turned out to be a rare ferocious beast. Cheng Yao eagerly opened his inventory. Quick boots. Quality, F level. Agility +5. Stamina +2. This equipment's attributes are decent, and for a player like Cheng Yao, who only boosts strength, it increased quite a few extra attributes. Cheng Yao was impatient to equip the quick boots. The moment he put on the shoes, he felt as if his body became much lighter. What a great item! Cheng Yao happily tossed his original shoes into the inventory and set off again, sprinting deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in another Chosen One's livestream from Dragon Nation, Ziling was hiding in a huge cave. Her long hair was slightly messy, and her light purple garment, though flowing, was now stained with quite a bit of dirt. Cautiously peeking outside the cave, she saw 3 Chosen Ones from the Foot Basin country slowly approaching the cave entrance. Ziling carefully examined the arrangement inside the cave, pondering a way to break the deadlock. She was currently only level 2. After defeating the sinking demon outside her house in the morning, she moved deeper into the forest to hunt some fierce beasts and level up. Unfortunately, just after she killed a level 2 lone wolf, she keenly sensed that someone seemed to be watching her from afar. Out of caution, Ziling did not act recklessly but continued moving away from her hiding place. As the saying goes, not afraid of thieves stealing, just afraid of thieves remembering. Ziling knew very well that since they were monitoring her, it meant they had ill intentions. Unsure if she could defeat them, Ziling chose not to engage hastily but to keep moving forward, searching for a way to escape. The cave was dimly lit, and Ziling walked straight inside, intending to use the environment to shake off her pursuers. However, she did not expect that this time her opponents would be 3 of them. In Dragon Nation's livestream, when viewers saw their goddess surrounded by chosen ones from the Foot Basin country, they began to shout curses. Damn Foot Basin people! Why wasn't I the chosen one? I don't want my goddess to get hurt. Foot Basin people deserve to die. You corner a beautiful girl like this, are you even human? On the other hand, in the Foot Basin Country's livestream, viewers cheered. Ha ha. This figure. I am so envious of those three. Kishida Chukyu, Oda Saibun, Kinoshita Saki, the three join forces, I don't believe she can survive. In Cheng Yao's livestream, a bullet comment appeared. Brother Yao, it seems like he's about to walk towards Xiling's side? Brother Yao saw it. He saw those 3 Foot Basin people. Chapter 12. You can't handle both of them alone. Outside the cave, the 3 chosen ones from the Foot Basin Nation stood with sinister expressions, quietly outside the dark cave. The 3 Foot Basin people felt that this action was almost certain to succeed as they faced a lone girl from Dragon Nation. Being able to find a chosen one from Dragon Nation, this trip is worth it. Fortunately, our 3 starting points are close together. This girl was quick in killing fierce beasts. If it weren't for your help, I would have struggled to subdue her. I checked already, this girl is only level 2, just like us. Together we can easily take her down. By the way, you guys be careful later, don't use deadly force. How could I? Such a beautiful girl, I wouldn't want to kill her directly. The 3 discussed loudly. In their eyes, Xiling already had no chance of survival. Meanwhile, hiding in the cave, Xiling listened to their loud boasting. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down her cheek. I was too careless. Xiling felt regret in her heart. She originally thought there were only 2 of them. Now, she could have swiftly killed one of them as soon as they entered the cave, their eyes unaccustomed to the light and darkness. As for the other one, she could handle it calmly. But if there were 3 of them, Xiling's plan would be completely ruined. Xiling bit her lip tightly. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Xiling was incredibly beautiful yet tragic. She had made up her mind, even if it cost her life, she would not let these Foot Basin people have it easy. The 3 Foot Basin people had already begun to step into the cave. Xiling tightened the folding fan in her hand, waiting for the moment they entered to strike. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps grew closer, and Xiling's hand holding the fan began to tremble slightly. Adrenaline began to secrete rapidly. Her trembling was not from fear, but from the preparation for this fierce battle. The 3 chosen ones from Foot Basin Nation walked side by side, each alert to 3 directions, front and both sides. Xiling held her breath. In the next moment, the 3 chosen ones from Foot Basin Nation entered the cave together. At this moment, Xiling's eyes met Kinoshita Saki's, but due to the sudden dim light, Kinoshita Saki did not notice that their target was crouched in front of her like a nimble bobcat. It was at this moment. Xiling's folding fan swiftly swept across Kinoshita Saki's neck. The edge of the fan is sharp as a steel knife, almost slicing Saki's head off. Struck by this fatal blow, Kinoshita did not die but had lost more than half of her life and now bled profusely. Enemy attack. Over here. Kinoshita bore the intense pain, tightly covering her bleeding neck, quickly retreating behind her 2 companions. The other 2 chosen ones from Foot Basin Nation, hearing the warning, instantly pulled out their weapons and aimed at Xiling. Kishida Chukya's long knife tore through Xiling's dress, creating a terrifying wound on her long, snow-white thigh. Meanwhile, Oda Saibun wildly swung the dagger in his hand, madly hacking towards Xiling. In an instant, several deep wounds appeared on Xiling's body, her health dropping rapidly to less than 60 points. Are you going to die here? Xiling's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, she only regretted not putting all her attribute points into strength. If she had, at least she could have gotten rid of one of the Foot Basin Country's scum. Try again. Even if it's only once. Xiling made up her mind. The folding fan in her hand suddenly stopped defending and was fiercely thrown at the severely injured Mu Xia. The fan flew through the air and quickly erupted in blazing flames, like a huge fireball, directly hitting Mu Xia's chest. Mu Xia, already on the brink of death, was struck by this blow and instantly collapsed, lying stiffly on the ground without any breath left. After this strike, Xiling also lost her last means of defense, becoming a lamb ready to be slaughtered. Baka. You're looking for death. Kashida Chuju and Oda's dagger were temporarily repelled by the furious flames on the fan. Looking at Mu Xia, now a corpse, they both immediately yelled angrily. At this moment, Kashida's long sword and Oda's dagger sped up and came down fiercely toward Xiling's delicate face. Thankfully, at least one of them is gone. Xiling, unable to avoid, looked at the weapons coming at her and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. I guess this is dying in a way that's worth it. Even if my fellow countrymen see this, it won't be too shameful. But, how will they evaluate me? In an instant, it seemed like Xiling saw the anger of her fellow countrymen in her closed eyes. It seemed like she saw endless praises for her on the screen. It seemed like a tall, majestic chosen one from Dragon Country, like a world-shaking hero, would come to save her from here. A tear slowly fell down Xiling's cheek. Clang. Boom. The sounds rang out, but the pain she expected didn't come. Instead, there was a deep voice. looks like you guys picked a good spot? Well, my shovel is just right to bury you all here. Ziling slowly opened her eyes in surprise and found that standing in front of her was no longer the 2-foot basin people with twisted expressions, but a tall, majestic figure. The person stood straight like an iron tower, with sharp features on the side of his face. The wooden shovel in his hand was pointing straight at the 2-foot basin people, and the domineering aura emanating from him was almost tangible. It was Cheng Yao. However, his arrival was not for the heroic rescue of a beauty. It was because all three of them came from the foot basin country. Whether it was the former days of the country or the current foot basin country, in Cheng Yao's heart, they were the same. He only wanted to send these foot basin people to where they belonged. After Cheng Yao helped Ziling block a blow, he kicked out, and the 2-foot basin people were sent to the ground. They slowly got up after a while. Cheng Yao's strength was a full 30 points. Even a single kick made the 2-foot basin people groan in pain. But this kick also sent the 2-foot basin people into a fit of rage. Baka! Another damn dragon country person. Oda! That little girl is already useless. Let's join forces and tear this damn dragon country person to pieces. Kashida Chuja called to Oda, and the 2-foot basin people once again grabbed their weapons, shouting loudly, and charged toward Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao looked at the two charging toward him like mad dogs, his face showing even more disdain. 2 level 2 Japanese dogs, and you dare to bark like this? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? With a flash in Cheng Yao's hand, the engineer's shovel was instantly replaced by a desert eagle gleaming with cold silver light. And Ziling, lying behind him, saw the 2-foot basin people coming at them again. She couldn't help but endure the intense pain in her body and yelled at Cheng Yao, "You can't handle both of them alone. Don't talk nonsense. Just run your own way. Don't mind me." Hearing the shouting behind him, Cheng Yao nearly fired his desert eagle by accident. Well, still a girl from Jin City. Chapter 13. It's time to bow out. The cave was so dark that it felt like the end of the world, and the blood flowed like a river down Ziling's snow-white thigh, making the gloom of the cave even more desolate. 2 chosen ones from the foot basin country charged forward with knives, but the tall figure in front showed no sign of escaping. Ziling looked at Cheng Yao's back, feeling incredibly bleak in her heart. How could he be a match for 2 level 2 chosen ones alone? Furthermore, his destined weapon was just an ordinary shovel. A shovel? Where did the shovel go? What is he holding? Did I see it wrong? That thing looks like a gun? At this moment, Ziling finally realized that Cheng Yao had changed his weapon to a handgun. Is this thing his destined weapon? Ziling's big apricot eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, she forgot the pain from her wound, unable to say a word in surprise. Meanwhile, in Ziling's livestream, the audience from Dragon Country had already started cheering excitedly. Great! It's Cheng Yao. Ziling is saved. Little fools attacking our Dragon Country chosen ones time and again, Brother Yao. Let's hit them hard. I want to see if these fools know what pain feels like. Let's go. Let's check out the Foot Basin Country's livestream and see how they wail. The audience from Dragon Country echoed in agreement, rushing into the livestream of the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country. At this moment, in the Foot Basin Country's livestream, the audience had gone from excitement to sheer frustration. Fools! Cheng Yao! It's that Cheng Yao again. Why is he everywhere? We're doomed. Cheng Yao is already level 3, with an absurd attack power. Run! Oda! Kishida! You're no match for him. Why can't we communicate with the chosen ones? At least warn them to be careful of Cheng Yao. In the Foot Basin Country's livestream, the wails filled the air, as they couldn't understand why what seemed like a sure thing had turned into this. To them, Cheng Yao seemed like a world-destroying demon, causing irreparable damage wherever he went. As for the Foot Basin Country's officials, they were filled with regret. In the National Destiny Office of the Foot Basin Country, a senior official slammed his fist on the table in anger. Fools! Why does Dragon Country have such a powerful chosen one? We shouldn't have given them the mission to hunt our chosen ones before they set off. Now, other countries' chosen ones are leveling up, while our chosen ones are wasting more energy trying to find the Dragon Country chosen ones. Even if they find them, what can they do? They're just sending themselves to death. In the National Destiny Office, everyone fell silent. They would ultimately have to bear the bitter fruit of this command themselves. In the livestream, Cheng Yao looked at the 2 charging Foot Basin people. His movements were swift and decisive. It's time to bow out. Bang! Bang! The Desert Eagle's muzzle flared with intense light, and the bullets flew like vengeful spirits straight toward the 2 little fools. There's an old saying, outside 10 steps, the gun is fast. Within 10 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. The bullets shot straight into the foreheads of the 2 chosen ones from the Foot Basin, and in an instant, their destined weapons raised in the air vanished into thin air. One-hit kill. Another one-hit kill. Thus, all three chosen ones from the Foot Basin country were buried in this dark cave. Xiling looked at Cheng Yao, who effortlessly killed the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country with a disdainful expression. Her shock was immeasurable. They were level 2 chosen ones. Just like that, so easily, he took them down with a single shot? This man, who on earth is he? Why is he so amazing? Xiling stood still, even forgetting the wounds that were pressing on her. Suddenly, a strong wave of dizziness began to envelop Xiling. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. At this moment, Xiling's life value was below 30, if she continued to bleed like this, she would die in this dark cave. Cheng Yao finished off the two people from the Basin country, looking at the dazed Xiling, and sighed deeply. His main goal now was to level up quickly, he didn't want to get involved in these troubles. Dealing with people from the Basin country was his hobby, but seeing such a beautiful woman die here, Cheng Yao couldn't bear it. Quickly, put pressure on your leg wound, that way, the damage from the blood loss can be reduced a bit. Also, while you're still somewhat conscious, tell me the location of your cottage, and I'll take you back. Listening to Cheng Yao's calm voice, Xiling finally came to her senses and decisively tore off a few strips from her skirt to tightly bind all her wounds. As the skirt was torn, Xiling's long, white legs were fully exposed to the air. It seemed that Cheng Yao caught a glimpse of a fleeting spring sight. Cheng Yao coughed lightly and turned his gaze away to hide his embarrassment. Black. Pfft, what am I thinking? After a moment, Xiling had already bandaged her wounds. Without hesitation, Cheng Yao carried Xiling on his back and dashed towards the direction she pointed, like a gust of wind heading to her thatched cottage. With the boost from his swift boots, Cheng Yao's agility reached 20 points. Even a level 2 chosen one full of agility would be overrun by Cheng Yao in terms of speed. Even while carrying Xiling, Cheng Yao's speed was incredibly fast. This was something Xiling, who was lying on Cheng Yao's back, felt most directly. For a moment, Xiling even felt she was not on Cheng Yao's back but riding in an ambulance instead. Cheng Yao's speed now was hardly different from that of a car. Do not doubt, although this world is extremely lacking in resources, emergency vehicles like ambulances still exist. Xiling's heart was already stirred up, driven by curiosity, she used her detection ability on Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao, level 3 chosen one from the Dragon Country, life 60/150. What? He's already level 3? And he's a chosen one from the Dragon Country? Why haven't I seen him before? Wait. I think I've seen his photo in documents before. He didn't report before the Forbidden Land started. Xiling suddenly understood everything, her pretty face flushed a bit. Back then, when she learned Cheng Yao hadn't reported, she thought he was a timid person, wasting his handsome and tough appearance. But now? The timid person in her mind had decisively rescued her from the tiger's mouth and even swiftly killed 2 malicious enemies. Xiling's pretty face turned a bit red, and she couldn't help but bury her face tightly into Cheng Yao's back. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao, who was running, had no idea what Xiling was thinking about behind him. Feeling the sensation from his back, he only had one thought in his mind. That was, wow, so big. Chapter 14, Brother Yao, show me your powers. After running for a while, Cheng Yao finally arrived at Xiling's thatched cottage in time. But at the moment he stepped into the cottage, Cheng Yao suddenly froze. He saw a prompt box pop up in front of him. This cottage belongs to another chosen one, please wait for the cottage owner's confirmation. Although this cottage had no door, it felt like there was a thick wall of air in front of him, preventing him from stepping into the cottage half a step. Looking at this prompt, Cheng Yao seemed to finally understand why the fallen monsters attacking the cottage in the morning didn't enter his cottage. It seems this broken house, though looking shabby, is indeed a real safe zone. At the same time Cheng Yao received a notification, a prompt appeared in front of Xiling. Detected that other chosen ones want to enter the hut, do you agree? Fortunately, Xiling still had a slight consciousness at this moment and immediately chose to agree. Otherwise, Cheng Yao would have to throw her in from the outside. Now, Xiling's health points were only left with 10. If thrown like that, with bad luck, she might just fall to her death. Thank goodness she held on and didn't faint. Xiling thought gratefully. Fortunately, the healing effect of the thatched house was still very strong. Just returning to the hut, the wounds on Xiling's body began to heal gradually. Cheng Yao watched Xiling getting better and gently nodded, then turned to leave the thatched hut. His time was very precious, and he needed to level up as quickly as possible. He didn't want to be left too far behind by the other chosen ones. Xiling's head was still a bit hazy. Seeing Cheng Yao getting ready to leave, she couldn't help but call out to stop him. Don't hurry away, I haven't even thanked you yet. Hearing her charming words, Cheng Yao felt a black line appear on his forehead. He had to say, the dialect from Jin City was simply too obstinate. Every time such a pretty girl spoke, it made Cheng Yao feel a bit out of place. You should focus on healing, no need to thank me, just think of me as a helping hand. Cheng Yao didn't plan to stay too long and continued to step towards the door. Hey, wait a minute, let's at least add each other as friends. Ziling called out anxiously as she sent a friend request to Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao looked at this friend request and quickly clicked agree before turning to leave without looking back. Ziling stared blankly at Cheng Yao's stylish departing figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. She was quite confident in her looks and figure. But this Cheng Yao didn't seem to have any intention to please her, even appearing to avoid her a little. This was the first time Ziling had ever experienced such treatment in her life. Was it because she was injured? Or because she hadn't showered? Ziling couldn't help but sniffed her body, a light fragrance entering her delicate nostrils. Not smelly, right? For a moment, Ziling began to doubt life. Could it be that he already has someone he likes? Is his crush prettier than me? Thinking of this, Ziling immediately opened her friend list and sent a message to Cheng Yao. Thank you very much for saving me. May I ask, is Liang Jingru your wife? Also, what is Lei Feng? Fortunately, when editing the message, Ziling did not have an accent, which was a good thing for the numerous readers. At this moment, Cheng Yao was walking in the forest, moving swiftly. Just after entering Ziling's thatched house, Cheng Yao keenly discovered that the damage he took while battling the swift wolves couldn't be recovered in someone else's hut. However, even though his health points were low, he wasn't worried about his safety at all. As long as he didn't encounter a lord-level or rare fierce beast, Cheng Yao was completely confident in killing his way in and out. This was the confidence brought to him by fully investing in strength. Just at this moment, a message from Ziling suddenly came to Cheng Yao's view. Looking at Ziling's puzzled inquiry, Cheng Yao almost stumbled in his steps. He momentarily forgot that in this world, there was no Liang Jingru, and there was no Lei Feng. He truly did not expect that his earlier casual words would cause such a huge misunderstanding. It's okay, just think of them as fictional characters. We have plenty of stories where I'm from, so it's normal if you don't understand. Casually brushing it off, Cheng Yao continued to hurry towards the location of his own thatched house. Ziling looked at Cheng Yao's reply. A sense of safety inexplicably filled their hearts. The life force continued to slowly recover, and at this moment, Ziling was completely able to move freely. No way, meeting a level 3 chosen one so early. Other chosen ones probably have many who have leveled up to level 3 or even higher. We can't afford to take our time, we have to hurry. We can walk slowly, but we can't let others get too far ahead. If we run into a troublemaker on the way back, I'll truly be in trouble. Ziling was talking to herself, and the weakness in her beautiful eyes was swept away, leaving only strong determination. At this moment, in the live room, as they listened to Ziling's self-talk, the audience in the Dragon Country let out wails. Sister, don't rush. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Once you meet Yao Gu, it's a lifetime of regret. Can anyone compare to Yao Ji's leveling speed? He's a leveling madman. It's over, as the first chosen one to encounter Yao Gu and survive, Ziling Goddess has already been driven mad. Sister, listen to your brother Chun. Your level is already not low. Really? You have to believe me. But Ziling clearly couldn't hear the audience's shouts. She simply rearranged her long hair into a high ponytail and then stepped out of her small house. Watching Ziling decisively start searching for fierce beasts, the audience in the Dragon Country felt quite helpless. Stop talking, she can't hear us. It's all your fault, crazy fans of Cheng Yao, look what you've done to a good girl. Damn, what you said makes so much sense. Just then, another prompt appeared in the live rooms of the chosen ones from various countries. Congratulations to Dragon Country Chosen One Cheng Yao for being the first to reach level 4, granting 100 points of national luck. What the heck, he's already level 4? Before, I thought Yao Gu was the big boss in the National Luck Forbidden Zone, turns out I was too conservative. You guys quickly look at Yao Ji's live room. To level up, he didn't even cook meat for lunch, just ate raw. Oh my. Yao Gu, please take a break. With you looking like this, other chosen ones will feel so much pressure. But unfortunately, Cheng Yao was completely unaware of the audience's thoughts outside the Forbidden Zone. He still felt his leveling speed was a bit slow. At this moment, Cheng Yao had just taken down a level 4 firetail tiger with one shot, and his steps continued toward his small house. All the fierce beasts he encountered along the way became experience points for Cheng Yao. After reaching 43 points of strength, Cheng Yao's confidence was swelling more and more. Almost home. I'll chop some trees to upgrade the small house, then continue leveling. Cheng Yao secretly made a decision in his heart. Chapter 15, Upgrading the Thatched House. The first house in the entire Forbidden Zone. By the time Cheng Yao returned to the front of the thatched house, it was already afternoon. To be honest, if it wasn't for his health and mana being too low, Cheng Yao wouldn't have planned to come back. Sitting in the shabby thatched house, for the first time, Cheng Yao felt a sense of safety with this tattered house. Although there was no door, if a fierce beast really attacked, there was no way to enter his thatched house. The thatched house was a bit weak, but at least it was a reassuring shelter. But what kind of broken house is this? There's not even a bed. After trekking all morning, Cheng Yao was extremely tired, but at this moment, he could only lazily lie on the straw mat, barely recovering his stamina. The audience in the Dragon Country watched Cheng Yao finally start to rest, feeling a sense of relief. Sigh, Yao Gu is not made of iron, he gets tired too. Take a good rest, Yao Gu did way too much this morning. Exactly, if Yao Gu rests well, at least it will ease some of the pressure on Goddess Xiling. Brother Yao, what are you going to do? In the live broadcast, Cheng Yao did not rest for too long. Just 10 minutes later, Cheng Yao once again picked up his shovel and walked towards the door. Yes, this time, Cheng Yao surprised all the viewers in Lone Country once more. He gave up the idea of continuing to rest and walked straight out the door to chop wood. Although he still felt a bit sore, thinking about upgrading his cottage later, he might recover faster, so Cheng Yao could not help but start working again. With 40 points of strength, cutting down trees, which originally took a lot of effort, began to seem trivial in Cheng Yao's hands. After a few chops, a tree with a diameter of 20 centimeters fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Trees kept falling, and the wood in Cheng Yao's backpack began to slowly increase. Congratulations, you gained wood *5. Congratulations, you gained wood *8. Upgrading the cottage required 50 units of wood, and an hour later, Cheng Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead, leaning on his shovel in front of the dilapidated thatched cottage. Detected that the host has obtained enough upgrade materials. Do you want to upgrade the thatched cottage? Yes. Cheng Yao confirmed with his voice. In an instant, the thatched cottage in front of him was enveloped in a dazzling light. The materials in his backpack began to be consumed rapidly, and in an instant, the wood and stones that Cheng Yao had worked so hard to collect returned to their pre-collection state. Looking at the pitiful amount of materials in his backpack, Cheng Yao felt heartbroken. I've put everything I have into this, please don't let me down. Cheng Yao silently made a wish in his heart. At this moment, he had already closed his eyes, and he seemed to hear his own heartbeat thumping in his ears. After a moment, a line of prompts finally appeared before Cheng Yao's tightly closed eyes. Congratulations, your house upgrade is complete. Seeing the prompt, Cheng Yao finally opened his eyes again. In front of him, the originally dilapidated thatched cottage had vanished, replaced by a wooden small house. The small house did not look very advanced, but compared to the previous broken thatched cottage, it was vastly better. The entire small wooden house occupied about 20 square meters, with a fence forming a small courtyard outside. The wooden house not only had a door but also a small window. Through the window, looking inside, the house was clean and tidy, with a somewhat worn bed by the window, and in the center of the small house, there was even a small fire pit for cooking. Looking at the transformation of the house, Cheng Yao was filled with joy. At last, he had barely established a foothold in this perilous land of national destiny. It was only now that he finally had a home. At this moment, the attributes of Cheng Yao's cottage also underwent a tremendous change. Ordinary wooden house. Level, E. Health, 10,000/10,000. Effect, within the range of the wooden house, the house owner recovers 50 health points and 50 mana points per minute. After being damaged, the wooden house recovers 2% of its maximum health every hour. The host can also use wood for emergency repairs. When setting off, the host gains the Guardian of the Home effect, significantly increasing movement speed for 30 minutes. If the host enters combat, this effect will be cancelled. Materials required for upgrade, wood *50, emerald *1. Cheng Yao looked at the wooden house's description with overjoyed excitement. This upgrade made the house's recovery capability much more efficient, and it even had a self-healing effect. With this, Cheng Yao didn't have to worry about his house becoming fragmented under constant attacks. As for the newly added Guardian of the Home effect, Cheng Yao was not very concerned. The speed boost that disappeared once he entered combat seemed only helpful for his travels at the moment, and Cheng Yao could not think of much else it could do. Cheng Yao happily walked into his small wooden house, curiously surveying everything inside. This is home, no matter where you go. In my heart, I clearly know that I still have a place to belong. Now, I can barely say I have stabilized my footing here. Sigh. It's just a bit small, but it's still not too bad. Cheng Yao lazily lay on his bed, helplessly sighing. As Cheng Yao's little house completed its upgrade, alerts reappeared in the live streams of the Chosen Ones from various countries. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Chosen One Cheng Yao for being the first to upgrade his house, earning 100 points of national fortune for the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to Cheng Yao's complaints in the live stream, the foreign viewers were about to explode. Fuck. You already have a little house, are you still not satisfied? Is this showing off? It must be showing off. How long will he keep going? The place he lives in is already better than all the other Chosen Ones. Damn. Our Chosen One just barely got 100 points of national fortune, and I was pretty happy about it, but now, the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be soaring like a rocket, far ahead of other countries. While people from other countries were still fighting over a cheap protein bar, the people of the Dragon Kingdom had already planted crops and were drinking clean water. And all of this was just because of one Cheng Yao. Someone come and take care of him. The foreign crowds cried out in despair. But faced with the wails from foreign audiences, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom rarely made any comments this time. There was no way, when facing a competitor like Cheng Yao, even the audiences from the Dragon Kingdom felt powerless to complain. Clearly having the strongest power, yet Cheng Yao was completely unaware, always thinking someone was much stronger than him. Watching Cheng Yao like this, the audiences from the Dragon Kingdom felt a mix of helplessness and pity. Cheng Yao lay in bed, and after a while, he felt the soreness in his body gradually dissipate. This time, Cheng Yao didn't rush to leave. Instead, he began to think about his future plans. Upgrading his divine weapon requires copper ore, while upgrading the little house again requires emeralds. He had already found a way to obtain copper ore, but he didn't know where to get emeralds. Then, let's level up while accumulating copper ore. Cheng Yao made up his mind. Chapter 16. You want to come live here? My house is quite big. Copper ore. I wonder if the submerged demons will appear again tomorrow. Cheng Yao lay on his bed, feeling a bit bored. He recalled the morning when he killed the submerged demons near the Turtle Island house and got 8 more copper particles, and suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right. Although there aren't many submerged demons at my door, now that my little house is upgraded, those submerged demons should have a hard time breaking into my place. So, I can just take this time to stay near the Turtle Island house and guard it well. This way, I can gather more copper particles and upgrade my divine weapon sooner. Wonderful. How come I didn't think of this sooner? Right, and there's that Xiling I saved today. Since she was ambushed, is there a possibility that there are 3 little houses nearby? If I can get rid of the submerged demons at all 4 houses, wouldn't that mean I can collect 4 copper ores in a day? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel excited. Now, the urgent task is to find the hiding places of those 3 demons in time. This way, I might be able to kill all the submerged demons before their little house is breached. With this thought, Cheng Yao immediately jumped up from his bed and ran wildly toward Xiling's little house. While sprinting wildly, Cheng Yao truly experienced the benefits of the Guardian of the Homeland for the first time. Although he wasn't very close to Xiling's little house, under the terrifying speed boost of the Guardian of the Homeland, Cheng Yao arrived in front of Xiling's cabin in just half an hour. Inside the cabin, it was empty and desolate. Apart from a few remnants of blood, there was no sight of Xiling. Sure enough, all the chosen ones are desperately leveling up. Even if they are injured, they just replenish their health and set off again. Looks like I need to work harder and try to level up as soon as possible. I hope my level won't fall too far behind them. Cheng Yao murmured to himself, not planning to contact Xiling, as he saw finding the enemy's cabin is just a way for him to gather materials. Although he had saved Xiling, he never expected her to repay him. After all, saving people was just a casual act for Cheng Yao. He rushed over just to kill a few lesser beasts. It's better for me to search. With that in mind, Cheng Yao began to sprint again, expanding his wide search around Xiling's cabin. Meanwhile, the audience in the Dragon Country, listening to Cheng Yao's mutterings, couldn't help but feel a sense of wanting to spit blood. Damn! If it weren't for you provoking the goddess Xiling, would she be leveling up like this? It's over. I feel like this plot is getting more and more off track. A bold guess, the goddess Xiling might feel too weak because of Yao Ji's fast leveling, and then Yao Gu will look at her leveling up and feel anxious, pushing him to level up even crazier. Is this a vicious cycle? Oh, or maybe a virtuous one? The audience in the Dragon Country could no longer endure it and began to complain in the bullet comments. And those foreign audiences also voiced their opinions. I've seen this behavior in a book. It's called internal competition. But isn't this just too much? Competing to the point where lunch is only raw meat? Even if injured, still insisting on leveling up? Oh my god. Compared to them, our chosen ones are simply pigs. At this point, foreign audiences felt utterly desperate. Thus, in the live stream room of the Bang Bang Country, a man had just killed a level 2 beast and was now sitting under a big tree, calming his breath. The audience in Bang Bang Country was happily discussing. Zishan Appa is really too handsome. Look, he effortlessly took down a beast. Appa is already level 2 now, which means even if he encounters chosen ones from other countries, he can fight back. Long live Zishan Appa. We will always support you. The bullet comments in the livestream were extraordinarily harmonious, everyone cheering for the man. But just then, a heated comment slowly floated out. You useless piece of trash. You need to rest after killing one level 2 beast? Can't you try a little harder? Looking at this comment, the audience in the live stream exchanged puzzled glances. What on earth has this guy been through? Cheng Yao's footsteps were swift, soaring through the dense forest. By now, the sky was starting to dim. If he couldn't find the hiding spots of the 3 lesser beasts before dark, he'd likely lose 24 copper coins tomorrow. At first, Cheng Yao would shoot any beasts he encountered on the road. But as the time grew late, Cheng Yao completely gave up on leveling up and made searching for the hiding spots of the three lesser bastards his top priority. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Just before the sun completely set, a shabby thatched house finally appeared in front of Cheng Yao. After finding the first thatched house, Cheng Yao didn't waste much time and quickly found the thatched houses of the other two lesser bastards. Cheng Yao silently memorized the locations of several thatched cottages, then hurriedly started to sprint towards his own small cottage. When he finally returned to his small cottage, Cheng Yao was able to let go of his fatigue, lazily lying on his small bed, feeling incredibly comfortable. The sky outside began to drizzle, and as the raindrops grew heavier, the sound of the pouring rain brought a sense of calm to Cheng Yao's heart. Lighting a pile of firewood, the crackling of the flames combined with the sound of the rain outside, filled the room with the aroma of roasted meat, making Cheng Yao feel utterly satisfied. He had no idea that the audience outside the forbidden zone was already in an uproar. How can this broken house even keep out the rain? Look at how soaked Goddess Xiling is. It's only the second day, and it's raining this much. This national fortune forbidden zone is simply against the chosen ones. The house is almost flooded. How can we sleep like this? Countless audience members shouted, their anxious comments flooding the screen. After all, at this moment, aside from Cheng Yao upgrading his small cottage, the other chosen ones were still pitifully stuck in their F-level thatched cottages. Usually, it was fine, but whenever such rainy days arrived, these thatched houses would start leaking, causing the chosen ones inside to complain endlessly. As Cheng Yao lay comfortably on his bed, he unexpectedly received a message from Xiling. "Hello, how's the leak situation over there?" Cheng Yao looked up at his solid wooden roof, understanding the situation in his heart, feeling a bit relieved. Good thing he upgraded his cottage in time, otherwise, he would have gotten soaked as well. However, it seemed a bit inappropriate for him, as a man, not to do anything if a pretty girl's house was leaking. So, Cheng Yao casually replied to Xiling. "Is it leaking a lot over there? If it's serious, you could consider coming over to my place, my house is quite big." Chapter 17, like a demon lord descending from heaven, truly a god of earthly prosperity. As a result, perhaps out of modesty, Xiling did not accept Cheng Yao's kind offer. Cheng Yao, of course, didn't mind, after all, he wasn't a teddy who would act on looks. The night quickly passed, and the heavy rain from the night had stopped at some point, leaving the air filled with the scent of damp earth. Cheng Yao got up early from bed and sped towards the thatched cottage of the three little troublemakers. Although he didn't know if the cursed demons would come again, it was necessary to prepare in advance. This was the result of his careful consideration. Although the thatched cottages on Turtle Island were already on the verge of collapse, if he went to the small cottage on Turtle Island first, he would be too far from the other 3 Foot Basin people. This way, he wasn't sure if he could arrive before the 3 thatched cottages fell down. Cheng Yao wouldn't make the foolish mistake of giving up a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Relying on the speed bonus from his home guardian, Cheng Yao arrived near the destination in half an hour. Fortunately, he made it in time. Gasping for breath, Cheng Yao stared hard at the thatched cottage in front of him. He hoped those cursed demons would show up today, otherwise, today would be a wasted trip. Not knowing how long he had to wait, Cheng Yao's patience was slowly wearing thin. Anyway, since he was waiting, after upgrading his cottage yesterday, the materials in his backpack were already running low. Why not take this time to replenish the materials? Without hesitation, Cheng Yao immediately took out his engineer's shovel and began chopping down trees in the forest. After who knows how long, Cheng Yao's arms were already sore. But the cursed demons he eagerly anticipated still had not appeared. Still not here? Don't these monsters refresh every day? Cheng Yao began to doubt, because at this time yesterday, the fallen demons are already starting to attack their small hut. At that moment, a system prompt appeared in Cheng Yao's sight. Detection of the hut being attacked, please defend promptly. 9999/10,000. Looking at the prompt, Cheng Yao's heart was filled with excitement. Finally, it has come. Cheng Yao scanned his surroundings, and indeed, in the distance, he could faintly see a group of red-skinned fallen demons waving their large sticks, rushing from the direction of his hut. These monsters did not appear out of nowhere, they were running from somewhere. This group of fallen demons flowed like a river, with each nearby hut drawing out a squad of fallen demons, launching an attack toward the chosen one's hut. With this discovery, Cheng Yao's heart raced with excitement. If he could cut off this river of fallen demons, then he would no longer have to worry about the problem of copper ore. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately became thrilled. Without further thought, he dashed toward the river of fallen demons. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out continuously, and one fallen demon after another disappeared under Cheng Yao's gunfire. Copper particles started pouring in, and the corners of Cheng Yao's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Unfortunately, even though Cheng Yao was already level 4, killing these level 1 fallen demons yielded no experience points for him anymore. He could only purely collect some copper particles. Such a waste of time. Cheng Yao was somewhat dissatisfied with his monster-killing speed. The Desert Eagle could kill monsters in an instant, but each shot only earned him 1 copper particle. Moreover, with only 200 points of mana, if he continued to use the Desert Eagle, he could at most earn 4 pieces of copper ore. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao unhesitatingly put away the Desert Eagle, grabbed a combat shovel, and smashed into the group of fallen demons. In the live streaming room, viewers from various countries watched nervously as the Chosen Ones battled the fallen demons. Even though the Chosen Ones had almost all leveled up to level 2, facing 8 fallen demons at the same time was still somewhat challenging for them. At that moment, a Chosen One from the beautiful country, brandishing his long-handled battle axe, yelled loudly as he fought with the fallen demons. His moves were powerful, and soon, 5 fallen demons had perished under his giant axe. Well done, Jameson. Simply amazing. Keep it up. Eliminate all these demons. The viewers in the livestream cheered with excitement at Jameson's outstanding performance. But Jameson did not continue to attack as they wished. Instead, he quickly rolled back into his straw hut. It was not that he didn't want to keep fighting, but he was too badly injured. If he didn't recover, he might just die. The viewers in the livestream felt a bit awkward watching Jameson. Jameson is just injured and recovering. Other Chosen Ones are the same, this is normal. The viewers began to defend Jameson. But just then, an untimely comment floated up. No, I see the Dragon Country Chosen One killing very smoothly. The viewers in the beautiful country's livestream turned dark. If you can speak, say more. In the live stream room of Long was Xiling. At this moment, Xiling was a bit damp and looked somewhat disheveled. But after a day of crazy leveling, Xiling had already reached level 3. Facing these level 1 low-level fallen demons, the fan in Xiling's hand was like a sharp steel blade. Every swing would effortlessly eliminate 1 fallen demon. Xiling's figure flickered among the monsters, like a graceful fairy dancing, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Ha, Goddess Xiling is indeed extraordinary. Even in battle, she is so delightful to behold. Tisk, TSK, Goddess Xiling is now so powerful, she might not be much different from Brother Yao. Now that you mention it, Brother Yao must have already dealt with it, right? After all, he cleared it in a second yesterday. The audience of Dragon Country admired Xiling's graceful figure while discussing Cheng Yao. At this moment, a barrage slowly floated out. I just came from Brother Yao's livestream, he hasn't solved it yet. Brother Yao is going crazy. Aren't there just 8 little monsters? How is he going crazy? Curious, countless viewers started pouring into Cheng Yao's livestream. Soon after, these viewers were left dumbfounded by Cheng Yao's chaotic slaughter. Cheng Yao was surrounded by countless seduced demons, wielding his engineer shovel with incredible precision. With every swing, several seduced demons would meet their end under the shovel, only to have new seduced demons take their place. At this moment, Cheng Yao was like a rock in a river, unyielding as monsters rushed in. Damn! Is he even human? While other Chosen Ones are still struggling, Brother Yao has cleared it in seconds. When other Chosen Ones can clear it, Brother Yao is unbeatable. Like a demon lord descending from the heavens, truly a god among men. I am convinced. As Cheng Yao was slaughtering everywhere, the Chosen Ones downriver faced a puzzled expression. They were still on guard against the attack of the seduced demons in their small house, but outside, it appeared calm and peaceful. What's going on? Is it a holiday for the seduced demons today? These Chosen Ones stood dumbfounded at the door, beginning to question life. Chapter 18, a single force suppresses the Dragon Country officials. At this moment, Cheng Yao stood in the middle of the seduced demons, swinging his engineer shovel with great momentum. Copper particles continuously flowed into Cheng Yao's backpack, reaching a total of 50 copper ores. In other words, after this whole operation, Cheng Yao had already killed 500 seduced demons. This way of killing monsters was enjoyable, but it had one drawback: it was too tiring on the arms. At this point, the speed of Cheng Yao's shovel swings was slowing down, and he started to be attacked continuously. Let's end it here for today. Cheng Yao shook his head helplessly and began to swing his shovel, slowly retreating from the encirclement of the seduced demons. Fortunately, the main target of these seduced demons was to attack the Chosen One's small house, and after Cheng Yao retreated, they did not pursue. Phew! Cheng Yao casually found a rock and started gasping for breath. After intense activity, Cheng Yao's arms felt as heavy as lead, unable to lift even a little. Detection shows the small house is under attack, please return to defend in time. 9999/10,000. This reminder still floated in front of Cheng Yao's eyes. The seduced demon's attack on the house was even slower than the house's own recovery speed. Thus, Cheng Yao didn't need to rush back to defend. He could rest a bit to restore his condition. Anyway, being idle also felt idle. Let's upgrade my destiny weapon first. Thinking this, Cheng Yao opened his panel. Upgrade destiny weapon. Old armory. Grade, F. Quality, intermediate. After equipping, you can open the armory backpack to equip various weapons produced by the armory. Materials needed for upgrade: wood *20, copper or *4. Upgrade destiny weapon again. Old armory. Grade F. Quality Advanced. After equipping, you can open the armory backpack to equip various weapons produced by the armory. Materials needed for upgrade: wood *40, copper or *8. Upgrade my destiny weapon once more. Old armory. Grade F. Quality Top. After equipping, you can open the armory backpack to equip various weapons produced by the armory. Materials needed for upgrade: wood *80, copper or *16, F-level evolution stone *1. Desert Eagle. Grade F. Quality Top. Power +20. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 mana points, causing up to 10 times damage based on strength. Equipped with a silencer, producing minimal noise when attacking. The bullet has a slight tracking ability. Wooden engineer shovel. Grade F. Quality top-notch. Strength +13. Agility +7. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to stun the target for 1 second. Cheng Yao looked at his top-grade innate divine weapon and nodded in satisfaction. After 3 consecutive upgrades, the attribute bonuses of the 2 weapons have doubled. If he equipped the Desert Eagle, Cheng Yao's strength would reach a terrifying 55 points. The suppressor can reduce the chance of being detected, and the bullet's slight tracking ability compensates for Cheng Yao's shooting inaccuracies. It can be said that each boost is a qualitative upgrade to Cheng Yao's strength. Not bad at all. Cheng Yao happily hummed a little tune, leisurely heading back to his small house. What Cheng Yao did not know was that all the viewers still watching the livestream had exploded. In the live room, 3 consecutive notifications left the viewers from various countries in disbelief. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his innate divine weapon to F-level intermediate, rewarded with 100 luck points for Dragon Country. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his innate divine weapon to F-level advanced, rewarded with 100 luck points for Dragon Country. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his innate divine weapon to F-level top-notch, rewarded with 100 luck points for Dragon Country. The viewers rubbed their eyes forcefully, and after a while, they were shocked to find they were not seeing things. F***K. What the hell is this? Why is he upgrading so fast? Oh my god. How could this happen? This isn't real. This is impossible. Isn't there anyone who can put Cheng Yao in check? He is ruining the fairness of the country's luck. At that moment, in the live room of beautiful country's Gemzin. Gemzin had finally defeated all the abyss demons and combined 10 copper particles into a copper ore, upgrading his innate divine weapon. Looking at his newly upgraded innate divine weapon, Gemzin laughed heartily. Ha ha. My weapon has upgraded. I feel I am terrifyingly strong now. However, the viewers in his live room did not think the same way. Damn. You only upgraded once, what are you so happy about? Hurry up and upgrade again. There's no hope, Gemzin doesn't even know how far behind he is. Meanwhile, the viewers from Dragon Country, watching Cheng Yao's 3-level upgrade within a day, all expressed their feelings. I was really foolish. I thought I had a good grasp of Brother Yao's strength, I wouldn't be surprised by anything he did. But now I see, I was ridiculously wrong, I have no clear understanding of Brother Yao's strength. To upgrade a weapon 3 levels, this must not be Brother Yao's limit, given Brother Yao's ability, I think he could directly break through the whole national luck forbidden ground. The viewers from Dragon Country looked at the rapidly rising national luck and felt their excitement rising. And faced with such a situation, even the officials of Dragon Country were shocked for a long time and couldn't regain their senses. Until that night, the officials of Dragon Country seemed to barely regain their senses and quickly released a notice, awarding Cheng Yao the rank of sergeant. The viewers from Dragon Country looked at the delayed announcement and couldn't help but start to mock. Brother Yao is so awesome, he has stunned our Dragon Country officials. With his own strength shaking the officials, Brother Yao did it. Officials, take it easy, at this speed of granting ranks, I fear the ranks won't last long before reaching the top. Of course, these are all just afterthoughts. Just as Cheng Yao was casually strolling back to his small house, he unexpectedly ran into Ziling, who was out upgrading. Seeing Cheng Yao's relaxed appearance, Ziling couldn't help but smile. Look, our fan has upgraded. Now when I throw it, it can fly back by itself. Ziling waved the fan in front of Cheng Yao, just like a child showing off a new toy. Cheng Yao looked at the happy Ziling in front of him, gently patting her head like he was soothing a child. That's good. By the way, remember to upgrade your little house early, look at how soaked you are. Faced with Cheng Yao's gentle touch, Ziling wanted to dodge, but the fluttering in her heart made her stand there in a daze, a blush slowly creeping up her cheeks. Oh right, have you upgraded your internal weapon? Is it at a high enough level now? As if to ease her own embarrassment, Ziling spoke up again, asking about Cheng Yao's gains. Oh, mine is at F-class top level now. No more to say, my house is still under siege, I have to go back. Cheng Yao finished speaking, patted Ziling's shoulder, and turned to sprint back toward his little house. Boom, Cheng Yao's calm answer struck Ziling like a thunderclap, freezing her in place. She didn't even notice that Cheng Yao had left, simply standing there like a stunning sculpture. Chapter 19, What's going on? Is someone seeking death? After returning to his little house, Cheng Yao replenished his supplies and continued to hurry toward the thatched hut on Turtle Island. Although copper ore was no longer a problem at this moment, Cheng Yao still had another thing he wanted to confirm. He wanted to see how these fallen demons would act after tearing down the thatched hut. Fortunately, he made it just in time. When Cheng Yao arrived at the thatched hut on Turtle Island, the fallen demons destroying the hut had not yet left. They were just standing there dumbly, as if their connection had been severed. Cheng Yao didn't disturb the fallen demons, he wanted to see how they would leave and where they would go in the end. Time passed slowly, and after a long while, the fallen demons finally began to move again. He watched as these fallen demons started to dash in one direction. Cheng Yao followed closely behind them from a distance, running for a long time. Gradually, a large group of fallen demons appeared in Cheng Yao's view. However, this group of fallen demons was much smaller than in the morning. Small groups of fallen demons kept joining the team, and this group gradually grew stronger. Cheng Yao hung back, continuously following the pace of the fallen demons as they ran farther away. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the National Fortune Forbidden Land, Zhou Yan, the captain of the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones, was quietly crouched behind a large rock, his eyes fixed on the gathered fallen demons. This was a huge valley with a vast plain within it. He had followed a group of fallen demons, enduring a long journey, to finally arrive at this place. He needed to figure out what was going on with these fallen demons so that he could bring enough information back to his fellow Dragon Kingdom citizens. The leaders trust me, they made me the captain of the chosen ones, and I must live up to their trust. Zhou Yan thought silently, his sharp gaze filled with determination. The number of fallen demons before him was still increasing. There were still many fallen demons returning to this large valley from different directions. Not far from Zhou Yan, several other chosen ones from different countries were also hiding their figures, just like Zhou Yan. However, their purpose was merely to see if they could gain any benefits from here. After all, such monsters, which are almost like rules in the National Fortune Forbidden Land, could not be simple. Zhou Yan was cautiously observing the fallen demons in the valley, his brows gradually furrowing tighter. The fallen demons here were not just the small ones that attacked the thatched hut. Some of the fallen demons were holding tall banners in one hand. He shook a copper bell in his hand, leisurely inspecting the depths of the bewilderment demon. Zhou Yan used his detection skills from a distance on the bewilderment demon, but the information he received made him break out in a cold sweat. Lower-ranked bewilderment demon leader? Rank monster, health? His detection skill couldn't uncover specific details about these monsters. All he knew was that these bewilderment demons, waving their flags and shaking their bells, were the leaders among them. Such monsters must be of a high rank, right? Zhou Yan's rough hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. In this unknown environment, only the sword in his hand could give him a sense of security. At the same time, the chosen ones from other countries, arriving one after another, also used their detection skills on the bewilderment demon leaders. Confirming with their eyes, these were not the ones to mess with. They just wanted to grab some benefits, not worth risking their lives. So, after detecting a bunch of question marks, these foreign chosen ones began to slowly back away, preparing to leave this haunted place. They couldn't win a fight, and staying here was just a waste of time. But just as these chosen ones were retreating, they suddenly witnessed an unbelievable scene. A bewilderment demon leader suddenly burst forth with a spray of blood from its chest. Following that, the bewilderment demon leader waved its large flag. As the flag waved, countless lower-ranked bewilderment demons quickly gathered around their leader. What the heck? What's going on? Is someone asking for death? Who is it? Who dares to attack the leaders of these bewilderment demons? Damn it! Why choose to attack at this moment? Countless chosen ones began to curse silently in their hearts. They could have safely evacuated this haunted place, but who would have thought someone would dare to recklessly attack the bewilderment demon leader? After this attack, whether the attacker was exposed or not was unknown, but they themselves had definitely revealed their presence. Because, getting ready to leave, these chosen ones had already left their cover. And now, these chosen ones, having left their cover, were blatantly exposed to the vigilant gazes of the bewilderment demons. Eek! Countless bewilderment demons began to chase after the exposed chosen ones. Zhou Yan looked at the rampaging bewilderment demons and felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Which country's chosen one did this? So reckless. It shouldn't be a chosen one from our dragon country, right? After all, I have interacted with all of them except for the absent Cheng Yao. In the dragon country's team of chosen ones, there weren't any reckless individuals. As for the absent Cheng Yao, Zhou Yan felt even less likely it was him. Zhou Yan had no intention of looking down on Cheng Yao. On the contrary, he thought it was natural to feel fear in such a terrifying environment. He just felt that the timid Cheng Yao wouldn't risk running out here. Yet, the timid Cheng Yao was now hiding behind a large rock some distance away, holding a desert eagle, intently staring at the injured bewilderment demon leader. If it were before, Cheng Yao would have had no way to deal with the distant bewilderment demon leader. After all, the distance was too far, and the sound of gunfire would expose his position. Plus, with such a distance, it would be very difficult for Cheng Yao to hit the target with his marksmanship. But now, Cheng Yao's desert eagle was no longer what it used to be. Not only did it have a silencer feature, but even if he aimed poorly, the bullet would make minor corrections, greatly improving his accuracy. He raised his gun and aimed. PFF. Cheng Yao pulled the trigger again. The power of the silencer was astonishing, as the loud gunshot, suppressed by the silencer, was even quieter than a fart. A magical bullet was launched once more, tracing a graceful arc. Once again, it precisely hit the forehead of the underworld demon leader. -100. Cheng Yao looked far away at the number floating above the underworld demon leader's forehead and satisfiedly lifted the corner of his mouth. There's hope. This underworld demon leader's information, Zhou Yan and others could not see, but Cheng Yao could see it clearly. Low-level underworld demon leader, level 7 monster, health points, 1080/1200. The low-level underworld demon leader must be prioritized for elimination, or else there will be endless attacks. As for why Cheng Yao could see this leader's information, there's no other reason, only a higher level. Chapter 20, Brother Yao, don't shoot. It's me. Zhou Yan stared fixedly at the injured underworld demon leader, with a ghostly expression on his face. Earlier, he chose a closer cover to observe the situation of these underworld demons more clearly. Who knew, as soon as Cheng Yao attacked, he got stuck here? Whose subordinate is this? What kind of weapon is this? To provoke such a monster, isn't that too bold? Zhou Yan searched in the direction of the monster's injury but could only see layers of stacked stones, completely unable to see the attacker's appearance. This is a big deal. A daredevil chosen one, with such powerful strength. If this person has hostility toward the Dragon Kingdom, he will become a great enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan eagerly opened his friend panel and warned all the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom he encountered. I discovered a powerful chosen one in the valley. I will investigate him further, stay alert. Once the message was sent, Zhou Yan continued to carefully look for the attacker's position. This attacker was very cunning, firing a shot and then changing places, continuously chipping away at the underworld demon leader's health. Zhou Yan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. His position was not very good. If he stood up to find the attacker, he would be exposed to the sight of the underworld demons below. From the looks of it now, he could only hold back and watch the change. Zhou Yan sighed deeply. I must figure out who is the one conducting the attack. If he is an enemy, this person will definitely be a great threat to our Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Yan mumbled to himself, but little did he know, at this moment, in his live broadcast room, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was already frantic. Captain! Don't shoot! It's me! It's over, Brother Yao has become Captain's big threat. What should we do? Do you think our captain might not know Brother Yao and secretly kill him? Some citizens of the Dragon Kingdom expressed their concerns. But soon, these worries were dispelled by some rational souls. Don't worry, Captain Zhou, as the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, has memorized all the chosen one's information thoroughly before setting off. Moreover, Captain Zhou comes from Special Forces. Our Dragon Kingdom's army would never harm civilians. Looking at such comments, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom finally let out a slow breath. But soon after, more viewers began to worry. Well, doesn't this mean Brother Yao has put our Captain Zhou in a bind? Yes, and now those demons are in an uproar. If Captain Zhou's whereabouts are exposed, it will also be dangerous. Brother Yao! Don't shoot! It's me! Your captain! Looking at the worries of the Dragon Kingdom citizens, those rational folks also felt a bit helpless. Indeed, because of Cheng Yao's reckless actions, their chosen one Captain Zhou Yan was brutally put in a tough spot by Cheng Yao. Are you a reckless hero? No matter how strong the monster is, you wanna fight it. And at this moment, in the live broadcast room of the Foot Basin country, they couldn't help but start cursing Cheng Yao. Baka! We know you're really strong, but why do this? Crazy! This is just a pure madman. It's this Cheng Yao again. What does he want to turn our national fortune into? In the live broadcast room of the Foot Basin country, their chosen one, Murakami, is frantically running away. Behind him, there are groups of sinking demons, now shouting at him with wild cries, desperately chasing after him. Murakami grabs the boomerang in his hand and throws it forcefully towards the crowd of sinking demons. A swath of sinking demons howl as they fall to the ground, but unlike before, they do not disappear after death. Moments later, a sinking demon leader shakes a copper bell in its hand. Upon hearing the sound of the bell, the sinking demons get back up from where they fell, and continue to crazily pursue Murakami. Baka! Not dead after being hit, how can we even fight? Murakami lets out a wail, firmly catching the returning boomerang, and once again uses all his strength to start running wildly. The chosen ones from other countries also, like Murakami, run frantically toward the distance. They still can't comprehend why, after just coming to see if they could win some rewards, things have turned out like this. As for Zhou Yan, at this moment, he feels like a war correspondent, constantly sending messages to other chosen ones of Dragon Country. When a sinking demon leader is present, low-level sinking demons do not die, they will continuously be revived by the leader. The level of the low-level sinking demon leader is unknown, but after encountering it, we need to escape quickly. With our strength right now, we can't fight it. That unknown chosen one just now, judging by the attack, his destined weapon might be a gun. After sending this message, Zhou Yan looks at the wooden sword in his hand, feeling a bit bitter inside. Although he can't be 100% sure yet, based on the monster's injuries, the trajectory of the bullets, and other comprehensive judgments, Zhou Yan now has a 99.82% certainty that the weapon used by the opponent is indeed a gun. It's a gun. What kind of luck does this guy have? How could he choose a gun as his destined weapon? Although this is a bit hard to believe, Zhou Yan had used this thing many times when he was in special forces. He could even tell, just from the sound of the gunfire, what kind of firearm the opponent was using. But unfortunately, Cheng Yao's silencer effect is too extraordinary. Zhou Yan can only see the results of the monster being hit, but can't hear the slightest sound of gunfire. The chosen ones of Dragon Country, seeing the message sent by Zhou Yan, couldn't help but frown. Okay, we understand. Team Zhou, you must escape safely. Zhou Yan looks at the reply message, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. If he wanted to run, he could have done so long ago. Based on his previous training intensity, shaking off these low-level sinking demons wouldn't be a problem at all. But he can't just walk away. If he doesn't find this person who fired a shot at him, it will remain a thorn in Zhou Yan's heart. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan begins to pay more attention to the movements of the sinking demon leader. Moments later, a splash of blood bursts forth from the head of the sinking demon leader again. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the fact that all the sinking demons are looking toward the direction of the attack, Zhou Yan immediately leaps back. As still as a rock, as quick as a rabbit. Zhou Yan's actions are clean and neat, without any hesitation, and soon he hides behind a cover much farther away. Every time the demon leader is injured, Zhou Yan uses the opportunity when the sinking demons are looking at the attack direction to adjust his position. Finally, after half an hour, Zhou Yan has barely managed to leave the sight of the sinking demons. Next, he must search for this attacker with all his strength. Zhou Yan grips the sword tightly in his hand and slowly heads toward the direction where Cheng Yao is. Chapter 21, What? Zhou Yan wants to kill Cheng Yao? Zhou Yan's figure moves like a nimble cat, constantly shifting on the towering rocky walls. Below, the sinking demon leader is still suffering from continuous attacks. But this monster leader seems to have a low intelligence. Having taken so many hits, it still doesn't know who the attacker is. Zhou Yan cautiously moved forward, not making a sound at all. If he finds the opponent, and the opponent is his enemy, what should he do? This question lingered in Zhou Yan's mind, refusing to go away. Facing an enemy stronger than himself, Zhou Yan would have fought without hesitation before. After all, this is the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom's army. As a soldier, he naturally had the courage to face strong enemies. However, now his identity was the captain of the elects of the Dragon Kingdom. If he fought with the opponent and died, it could greatly impact the elects team of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Yan's heart was in turmoil, slowing his pace as well. Puff! A light sound entered Zhou Yan's ears, pulling him back from his tangled thoughts. This sound was somewhat familiar. Zhou Yan immediately concealed himself, carefully analyzing the sound he just heard. It was likely a desert eagle, and this gun had a silencer. This meant that the distance between him and the opponent was probably within 50 meters. Zhou Yan cautiously peered out, scanning everything around him. In the distance, countless rocks on the mountainside formed many natural cover points. Zhou Yan looked around but still didn't find any trace of the opponent. Yet, based on the direction the monster was attacked from, he roughly deduced the opponent's possible position. Was it from behind? Zhou Yan's eyes fixed on the towering rocks behind him, squeezing his body into the crevice to reduce exposure. But suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps sounded in his ears. No! Not behind. In front of me. Zhou Yan quickly turned his head, and not far in front of him stood a man with a resolute face, quickly adjusting his position. This man had short black hair and stood tall, just like a well-trained soldier. The desert eagle in his hand reflected a chilling light under the sun. Moreover, this person moved extremely quickly, a speed that even Zhou Yan found surprising. Which country's elect is this? Zhou Yan's heart raced. He didn't see the man's face clearly, so he didn't recognize who he was at first. Cheng Yao moved with great agility, quickly finding excellent cover again, raising his gun and aiming. Zhou Yan quietly observed Cheng Yao's every move, and he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, from the way the opponent shot, it seemed he was a newcomer who had never handled firearms before. His arm was too straight, and his grip on the gun was not very standard. Shooting like this, his accuracy definitely wouldn't be high. If I face him, this could be a weakness I could exploit. Zhou Yan analyzed secretly in his heart. He silently watched Cheng Yao lift his gun, aim, and then shoot. Puff! The gun's muzzle emitted a cold blue light, and yet another bullet was fired. Zhou Yan looked at the direction of this shot and silently sighed. This shot missed. As expected, a rookie is a rookie. What the heck? Zhou Yan's mind was still processing when he was shocked into silence by this shot. He saw the bullet fly out and steadily hit the forehead of the fallen demon leader, causing it to bleed again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is not scientific. As a soldier who often handles guns, Zhou Yan was certain that Cheng Yao's aim was off. But why did this bullet hit the enemy? Zhou Yan's heart sank in astonishment. Could it be that the opponent's bullets could curve? After all, in this land of national misfortune, bizarre things were simply too many. Not only can you directly improve your physical qualities with points, but the cabin can also make your wounds heal quickly. On top of that, even my broken wooden sword can unleash sword energy, and the opponent's bullets can seemingly curve. It doesn't seem too hard to accept. But why is it that all of our weapons are cold weapons, and yours is a desert eagle? Remote is one thing, but it can even fire continuously? Isn't this cheating? Zhou Yan was frantically complaining inside. Although he had already confirmed that the weapon the opponent used was a gun, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he truly realized his guess. Moreover, Zhou Yan also noticed something else. That is, when Cheng Yao fired the gun, the effect of the silencer seemed a bit outrageous. A normal silencer, even if installed, would still produce a tremendous noise. But Cheng Yao's silencer seemed to suppress all sound out of thin air, making even less noise than a loud fart. This damn it! Isn't this too exaggerated? Zhou Yan was incredibly surprised, and for a moment, he even forgot to scan Cheng Yao. After finishing a shot, Cheng Yao quickly and cleanly moved to the next shooting point. On his way, Cheng Yao unexpectedly discovered a chosen one hiding in the crevice of the rocks. A scan was thrown over, and the information of this chosen one instantly appeared before Cheng Yao's eyes. Gene Yesher, Level 3 Basin Chosen 1, Health Points, 210/210. Little Baka? Cheng Yao was slightly surprised. Forget it, I'll deal with the boss below first, then take him out. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao's steps did not stop, and he quickly reached the next shooting point. Zhou Yan did not rush to chase. He still didn't know Cheng Yao's identity, and at this moment, he needed to hide himself carefully. Watching Cheng Yao raise his gun again, Zhou Yan's heart began to pound even more fiercely. Just now, Cheng Yao's little Baka finally confirmed Zhou Yan's suspicion about his opponent's identity. Unfortunately, due to Cheng Yao's soft voice, what reached Zhou Yan's ears had turned into Baka. It turns out that he is a chosen one from Basin Country? And his strength is so overwhelming? This person cannot be matched. Now he is in the light, and I am in the dark. I can only attempt a surprise attack. Zhou Yan kept analyzing in his heart, and as he continued to analyze, the idea of killing the opponent gradually took the upper hand. However, before taking action, there is one more thing I need to do. Opening the chat interface, Zhou Yan sent messages to the Dragon Country chosen ones he had encountered. The opponent is a chosen one from Basin Country, wielding a desert eagle. The bullets can curve, and it has a silencer that nearly completely muffles sound. I will attempt to kill him through a surprise attack, and if I die, you must immediately elect a new captain. The threat he poses to us is just too great. I must take action. Everyone, please be sure to survive and fight for the resurgence of our Dragon Country. Zhou Yan's eyes were filled with determination. After sending a message, he turned off his information panel. He didn't dare to look at the replies from the other chosen ones. He feared that after reading them, he would lose the courage to kill the enemy. At this moment, the audiences from Dragon Country watching the livestream could no longer sit still upon seeing Zhou Yan's wooden sword ready to strike. What? Zhou Yan is going to kill Cheng Yao? Their chosen captain was actually preparing to kill their strongest soldier? This is unacceptable. Zhou Yan's actions were like a sharp knife, mercilessly stabbing into the hearts of the Dragon Country audience. In an instant, the entire live chat room in Dragon Country turned into chaos. Chapter 22, Your grandfather will always be your grandfather. At this moment, in the Dragon Country live room, the audience began to shout anxiously. Don't! Captain Joe! That's one of us! It's over! Oh no! This is all Cheng Yao's fault. Why didn't he report in at that time? Didn't Captain Joe say he had read all the information on Dragon Country's chosen ones? Why is this happening again? Those who had confidently promised that Zhou Yan would recognize Cheng Yao now felt a bitter helplessness in their hearts. How could they have known that Zhou Yan couldn't see Cheng Yao's face at all? After all, documents are just documents. Zhou Yan had only seen Cheng Yao's photo. How could he possibly recognize Cheng Yao just by his back? At this moment, all they could do was silently pray in their hearts, hoping no one would die. At this moment, it felt like the whole of Longwei was covered by dark clouds, a strong oppressive feeling lingering in the hearts of all Longwei viewers. Meanwhile, the viewers from enemy countries, especially those from the Pottery Basin country, started shouting. Ha ha! Good! 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 Look at you dogs biting each other, so enjoyable! Fight harder! It'd be best if both of you die on the spot. At the very least, kill Cheng Yao. Yes. As long as Cheng Yao is alive, we will never have a chance. A special forces soldier, if he can't even kill a Cheng Yao, it's laughable. The viewers from Longwo looked at the enemies shouting but didn't respond. They were all focused on the movements of the two, with no time to waste on retorting these clowns. At this moment, Zhou Yan's movements were light and quick, rapidly closing in on Cheng Yao. And Cheng Yao? His attention was still firmly fixed on the demon lord below, completely unaware that someone was approaching him. Zhou Yan and Cheng Yao's distance was quickly shrinking. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At this moment, the viewers from Longwa seemed to have forgotten to breathe, as the entire country fell into an eerie silence. A faint, almost imperceptible ripple began to form on Zhou Yan's wooden sword. The next moment, Zhou Yan's figure suddenly appeared next to Cheng Yao. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Just as Zhou Yan was about to attack, Cheng Yao, with a surprised expression, finally appeared in front of Zhou Yan. And Cheng Yao, startled by Zhou Yan suddenly appearing beside him, broke into a cold sweat. Zhou Yan instantly put away his sword, feeling deeply regretful inside. Damn it! It's Cheng Yao? How could it possibly be Cheng Yao? Isn't he a coward? Who would send a coward to a place like this to die? And besides, you're from Longwa, don't you speak any damn Japanese? At this moment, Cheng Yao's heart was also filled with terror. He had never seen Zhou Yan before, and at first, he thought the other person was from the Pottery Basin country, here to ambush him. He had been careless, another Pottery Basin trash? Don't think that just because you're up close, I can't do anything about you. Even if your level is higher than mine, I'll still bite off a few pieces of your flesh. Cheng Yao's heart was filled with determination, his desert eagle disappearing in an instant, replaced by the shiny, metal-glinting combat shovel. Now, with the distance between them, the desert eagle was no longer useful. Only the combat shovel was the best choice for close-quarters fighting. Cheng Yao? How is it you? Bang! Just as Cheng Yao struck him, Zhou Yan said this. Then, in the stunned eyes of all Longwa viewers, their chosen captain Zhou Yan was sent flying by Cheng Yao's shovel. This blow hit Zhou Yan in the abdomen, and Zhou Yan felt as though he had crashed into a big truck, the intense impact making him spit out blood. Zhou Yan collapsed to the ground, looking at his health bar, his face darkening. This blow had made his health drop by 3/4. This was still to his abdomen, if it had hit his head. Zhou Yan dared not think further. After knocking Zhou Yan away with a shovel, Cheng Yao listened to the words Zhou Yan had just said and was also stunned. What's going on? An acquaintance? Looking at Zhou Yan, who was unarmed. Damn it! Don't tell me I've hit the wrong person? Cheng Yao immediately checked on Zhou Yan with a probing glance. Zhou Yan, level 3 chosen one of Dragon Country, health, 60/240. Goodness, he really is one of us. A cold sweat slowly dripped down Cheng Yao's forehead. Fortunately, I hit his stomach. Good thing he should have quite a bit of stamina. Otherwise, I would have really gotten into big trouble. Thinking this, Cheng Yao quickly put away his shovel and rushed towards Zhou Yan. The audience from Dragon Country let out a long sigh of relief when they saw Cheng Yao put away his shovel. Many viewers from Dragon Country were fiercely slapping their own chests, trying to calm their rapid heartbeats. Damn, today's show is simply too thrilling. Such programs better not appear again in the future. It's scarier than horror movies. Cheng Yao quickly reached Zhou Yan's side and helped the panting Zhou Yan up. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you at first, I thought you were from the wash basin side. Cheng Yao kept apologizing, his hands feeling a bit flustered. After all, he had hit his own person, and Cheng Yao felt a little panicked inside. It's fine, my sudden appearance next to you makes your reaction understandable, cough cough. A violent coughing fit erupted, and Zhou Yan spat out a mouthful of blood again. As this blood was coughed out, Zhou Yan's condition finally improved quite a bit. At the same time, Zhou Yan's heart was roaring wildly. Damn, one hit took away so much health. Is this guy's damage really that high? Moreover, isn't your main weapon a gun? Why do you also have a shovel? However, what Zhou Yan didn't know was that if Cheng Yao had used the Desert Eagle to attack him, the Desert Eagle has a higher power boost, plus it comes with a small area ballistic correction. A shot would have left Zhou Yan with a 99.14% chance of being instantly killed. Cheng Yao, level 4 chosen one of Dragon Country, health, 200/200. Zhou Yan looked at the results returned from the scan and couldn't help but smile wryly inside. Unexpectedly, his captain was actually weaker than an ordinary chosen one member. Cheng Yao, hearing Zhou Yan's gracious response, couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Although he had accidentally hurt the other party, Zhou Yan's attitude made Cheng Yao quite respect him. In the live broadcast of Dragon Country, some viewers from the Wash Basin country started cursing disdainfully now that the misunderstanding was cleared. Baka! The chosen ones of Dragon Country are indeed useless, they didn't even kill the opponent. Go home, it's boring. Dragon Country? Ha! Just change the name to Maggot Country. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the Wash Basin chosen one, who had been targeted by Cheng Yao, was quietly trying to slip away. Seeing this, Cheng Yao's anger flared up. You think you can run after I've seen you? If it weren't for you, would I have acted so rashly? The Desert Eagle instantly appeared in Cheng Yao's hand, and he pulled the trigger aimed at the fleeing Jin Yesher. Instant kill. One shot to death. Watching this scene, the audience from Dragon Country erupted in cheers. We killed that Wash Basin bastard. How about that? You animals better remember this, your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Chapter 23, An Extreme Patriot. After catching his breath, Zhou Yan looked at Cheng Yao's swift and clean kill of a chosen one and couldn't help but be shocked. Don't worry, Wash Basin person, I didn't hit the wrong target this time. Cheng Yao hurriedly explained. He was really afraid that the man in. Hello, my name is Zhou Yan, and I am currently the temporary captain of our Dragon Country's chosen ones. You didn't report to headquarters, but seeing you safe, I can feel relieved. Zhou Yan slowly told Cheng Yao everything that had happened during this time. It turned out that after Zhou Yan entered the National Fortune Forbidden Area, he first found another chosen one from Dragon Country. In just 2 days, Zhou Yan had been leveling up while searching for his fellow countrymen. He hadn't even returned to his small room much, just to have more time to find his lost teammates. Now, Zhou Yan had already contacted 8 chosen ones from Dragon Country. I believe we must prioritize finding our compatriots, so that when one side is in trouble, we can provide support from all sides, minimizing our casualties. You must have come from the west, right? I came from the east, and I have an idea. I hope you can be the person in charge of the eastern region of Dragon Country, helping to find more lost compatriots from our country, is that okay? Zhou Yan spoke earnestly. In his view, there was truly no one more suitable for this task than Cheng Yao. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed such a terrifying innate divine weapon. Someone like him was truly rare. Unfortunately, the Cheng Yao in front of him was no longer the Cheng Yao he once was. If this were Huaxia, Cheng Yao would definitely agree to Zhou Yan's request without hesitation. But this was not Huaxia, it was Dragon Country. For Cheng Yao, although he also hated the Foot Basin people here, he still didn't feel much sense of belonging to Dragon Country. He kept leveling up and increasing his strength, merely to survive. He had no intention of doing anything for Dragon Country. Even though the people here were no different from the compatriots in his memories, for Cheng Yao, Dragon Country was still just Dragon Country. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't help but shake his head slowly. Sorry, I have no plans in this regard. I am risking my life just to survive. Zhou Yan listened to Cheng Yao's answer and couldn't help but lower his brows. He didn't blame Cheng Yao for his choice. After all, Cheng Yao was just an ordinary person, and he couldn't demand much. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart, Zhou Yan could only shake his head helplessly. Well, since that's the case, I won't force you. Once the problem with the sinking demons is resolved, I will personally go to the west to find the chosen ones. Cheng Yao, although your strength is good, your vigilance is still a bit lacking. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, please contact me as soon as possible. After Zhou Yan said this, he sent Cheng Yao a friend request. No matter what difficulties you encounter, always remember, behind you, there are countless compatriots from Dragon Country supporting you. Keep it up. Once Zhou Yan finished what he wanted to say, he turned and left without any reluctance. The information he needed to investigate had been gathered, and Zhou Yan had no reason to stay here any longer. Cheng Yao stared blankly at the friend request in front of him, his expression momentarily dazed. It seemed he was transported back to his childhood. Years ago, a flood submerged Cheng Yao's village. Many soldiers rushed to participate in the disaster relief. The entire village, along with the nearby lowlands, was completely engulfed by the flood. The only person familiar with the village's location that the soldiers could find was Cheng Yao. Since he was not very clear about the village's specific location, a soldier asked little Cheng Yao if he could lead them to the village. Unfortunately, little Cheng Yao was too small at that time, and faced with such a natural disaster, he was too scared. As a result, little Cheng Yao refused the soldier's request. At that time, that soldier also said something similar to him. "It's okay, little friend, you go over to the safe area to hide for a while. Don't worry, no matter what dangers you encounter, behind you, there is always countless sons and daughters of Huaxia are backing you up." That disaster relief operation cost many soldiers their lives. Little Cheng Yao watched as the soldiers' bodies were carried back to shore, including the gentle big brother who had comforted him. If I were braver, these honorable soldiers would have had a smoother time. His small hands clenched into tight fists, tears flowing endlessly from his fiery red eyes. He smashed his fist against the tree trunk beside him, and in that instant, his delicate hand was stained red with blood. This flood caused heavy casualties in the village. His parents also perished in this disaster. After that day, little Cheng Yao seemed to have become a different person. When faced with danger and difficulties, he always charged straight ahead, even if it meant getting hurt all over. He didn't think about whether he could complete the task, he only knew that he needed to become stronger. And so, Cheng Yao gradually became somewhat extreme. Slowly, he transformed into the person he is today. Thinking back to the words Zhou Yan had left him, Cheng Yao suddenly felt that if he could help others, it wouldn't be bad. Cheng Yao clicked to accept the friend request. "I've seen Xiling over here. I refuse you because I know I'm not suited for this kind of work. I have a rough idea of that girl Xiling, she is meticulous and quick-witted. I think, if she is willing, she would be more suitable for this job than I am." After Cheng Yao finished speaking, he shared Xiling's friend card with Zhou Yan. On the other side, Zhou Yan was walking on the way back to his thatched cottage. At this moment, it was getting late, the sunlight stretched Zhou Yan's shadow long, making him appear particularly lonely on the gravel road. Cheng Yao's unwillingness to help left Zhou Yan feeling a bit dejected. Just then, Cheng Yao's message came into Zhou Yan's view. Looking at Cheng Yao's response, the disappointment on Zhou Yan's face vanished instantly. Under the setting sun, Zhou Yan suddenly turned around and gave a standard military salute in the direction of Cheng Yao. The sunset shone on Zhou Yan's face, making it appear even more vibrant. Meanwhile, deep in the valley, Cheng Yao also felt something at the same time. He stood up and saluted in response to the direction Zhou Yan was leaving. "Well, since I can't return to Huaxia, I might as well help the Dragon Kingdom for now. At least, the soldiers here, the history here, and the trajectory of development here are not too different from Huaxia." Suddenly, a series of cries broke Cheng Yao's thoughts. "Damn it! That leader from earlier hasn't been killed yet. I need to hurry." With that thought, Cheng Yao immediately entered a battle state once again. Chapter 24, A Battle of Public Opinion? Our Dragon Kingdom is not afraid. Lower level sinking demon leader, level 7 monster, health, 880/1200. The lower level sinking demon leader must be killed first, or else there will be endless attacks. Cheng Yao looked at the information before him, and his face contorted with discomfort like he was constipated. Earlier, he had clearly reduced the enemy's health to 600 points. Now it seemed that the sinking demon leader could actually regenerate health? Cheng Yao looked up at the sky, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. At first, his idea was simple, to kill as many sinking demon leaders as possible to level up. Since the enemy's level was much higher than his, defeating them would surely provide a lot of experience, right? But unfortunately, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. His powerful shot, which seemed to pierce the heavens and earth, only dealt a scratching amount of damage to the sinking demon leader. "Forget it, let's kill one first. We've been fighting all afternoon." In the valley, Cheng Yao began to engage in guerrilla tactics once more. Meanwhile, outside the screen, ordinary viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were intensely discussing Cheng Yao's refusal of Zhou Yan's invitation. Sigh. Why won't Brother Yao help Team Zhou share some burdens after bringing so much national fortune to our Dragon Kingdom? Pa! Did he bring that national fortune for us? He's just trying to survive himself, casually helping us earn some national fortune along the way. I used to like Brother Yao, but now he's done this. I've made my decision. From now on, I'm changing from a fan to a hater. Cheng Yao's actions are simply embarrassing for our Dragon Kingdom. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom stared at these comments, momentarily at a loss for words. They couldn't see the message Cheng Yao sent to Zhou Yan, so they didn't know why he was acting this way. But gradually, the bullet comments in the Dragon Kingdom livestream began to turn strange. The insults directed at Cheng Yao started increasing, and these comments were no longer just about the issue, they became outright abuse. Cheng Yao is a villain. He's not human. He is a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. I suggest revoking his nationality. This is treason. He is the public enemy of all Dragon Kingdom people. We must unite to resist him. I suggest the officials immediately step in to revoke Cheng Yao's nationality. Cancel his military rank. We must resist Cheng Yao. By this point, even the most foolish viewers in the livestream sensed a hint of conspiracy from these bullet comments, but they just couldn't confirm it. At this moment, in a high-level meeting of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune leaders, a stern-looking middle-aged man pointed at the screen filled with flying bullet comments and said coldly, "What do you all think?" His icy voice echoed in the office, but the people in the office were silent for a while, unable to reply. They could see the problems, but they simply couldn't find a solution. Suddenly, a somewhat laid-back young officer, digging in his ear, casually answered, "Isn't it simple? It must be foreign scum trying to stir up trouble. This isn't the first time. They guide opposition through public opinion, incite public anger, and try to shake our foundation." The middle-aged man nodded slowly at the young officer's comments. "Zhou Yang, what do you think we should do about this?" The laid-back man named Zhou Yang took his finger out of his ear and blew on it hard. Then, unhurriedly said, "Zhou Yan is my son. That kid can give a military salute back, it means he must have gained the opponent's recognition. After all, that little rascal has never saluted me. Since it's a misunderstanding, isn't it simple to handle?" After saying this, Zhou Yang casually sent out a bullet comment, "Where did you black-hearted ones come from?" Once Zhou Yang's comment appeared, those who were aggressively insulting Cheng Yao began to shout out, "We are authentic Dragon Kingdom people. What's the matter? Are you Cheng Yao's dog? Can't wait to jump out and defend your master? Ha, this person is in cahoots with Cheng Yao. Everyone, let's roast him." The senior leaders in the meeting room looked at Zhou Yang in confusion, not knowing what he planned to do. "Ha, everyone don't worry, the next line is the killer." Zhou Yang, seeing the puzzled expressions of his comrades, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then, another bullet comment began to emerge. "Palace Jade liquid wine? What the hell with the wine? This guy still dares to send comments, brothers, hit him. You are Cheng Yao's dog. Scoundrel." Seeing such replies in the bullet comments, the vast audience of the Dragon Kingdom finally confirmed. Those insulting Cheng Yao weren't their compatriots at all. Some of the Dragon Kingdom viewers who had originally followed the trend to insult Cheng Yao now felt as if they had been slapped hard in the face, aching horribly. Indeed, although this world does not have Lei Feng or Zhao Lirong, these works still genuinely exist. The bullet comments in Dragon Country's livestream finally began to shift direction. "How much is a big hammer plus a small hammer? Hammer, what nonsense? We're talking about Cheng Yao, not this stuff you're posting. With drums beating loudly and fireworks exploding, what's the next line? What are you even talking about? I'm talking about Cheng Yao." At that moment, a bullet comment slowly revealed the truth. "See? This is a foreign bastard deliberately slandering our Dragon Country. If I'm guessing right, most of them are from the beautiful country and Foot Basin Country." At this point, the audience in Dragon Country's live stream exploded. "Well, now they're causing trouble on our turf, huh? If we don't send both big and small hammers flying into your faces today, then we're not Dragon Country people." In an instant, all the viewers began fiercely fighting back. Not just in Dragon Country's livestream, even the live streams of the chosen ones from Beautiful Country and Foot Basin Country erupted into a fierce shouting match. What's worse, the viewers from Dragon Country, even when fighting on enemy turf, managed to get overwhelming victory in the number of people participating. "Foot Basin bastards, haven't we killed enough of you? Don't make my brother Yao call you grandpa anymore. Beautiful Country trash, so it's you causing trouble, huh? Do you believe that my brother Yao will treat you like Foot Basin people? Still not killed enough. I think Yao did the right thing. With his strength, if he doesn't kill all you dog bastards, then he's wasting his martial skills." In the meeting room, Zhou Yang calmly nodded at the screen in front of him and gave a gentle smile. "See? It's that simple." The commanders in Dragon Country's meeting room watched Zhou Yang's cheeky move, all standing stunned in place. And just as the viewers in Dragon Country were fiercely fighting in the bullet comments, a prompt also appeared in every livestream. "Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one Cheng Yao, who was the first to kill the fallen demon leader, earning Dragon Country 100 national luck points." The Dragon Country viewers, who had already gained the upper hand in the bullet comment battle, looked at this prompt and became as energized as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Their fighting spirit surged even more. "See that? This is our brother Yao. Your country's chosen ones combined couldn't even get as much national luck as just one of Yao's. Instead of wasting time, you should think about what to eat tomorrow. Forget it, the lettuce grown at home is ready, I'll eat it now. We have vegetables to eat, water to drink, what about you? Keep drinking your nuclear wastewater." That day, the national luck livestreams of Beautiful Country and Foot Basin Country were almost completely paralyzed. Chapter 25, The Birth of the True Weapon. 98K, Magnum Revolver makes its appearance. After finally killing a fallen demon leader, Cheng Yao leaned back against a large stone, drinking pure water in large gulps. After killing this monster, Cheng Yao's blue bar could no longer hold up. Weapons, can they finally be upgraded again? Cheng Yao looked at the loot this time and felt secretly pleased. After killing the fallen demon leader, Cheng Yao only got an F-grade evolution stone. Although he didn't get any experience, if he could upgrade his weapon, that would still be pretty good. But after seeing that there was no experience gained, Cheng Yao had roughly figured out the upgrade rules here. Killing monsters within one level of your own will give full experience. But if the monster is 2 levels away, you will only get half the experience. For example, after Cheng Yao reached level 3, killing a level 1 fallen demon only gave him 5 experience. After reaching level 4, killing a level 1 fallen demon or a level 7 fallen demon leader would be completely thankless work. But since the evolution stone was already in hand, the true weapon could now begin upgrading. Opening his system panel, Cheng Yao eagerly upgraded his true weapon once again. Do you want to upgrade your true weapon? Yes. Cheng Yao eagerly confirmed. In an instant, the desert eagle in Cheng Yao's hand shone with a strong light. After a while, the light gradually faded, and the desert eagle in Cheng Yao's hand had completely changed. At this moment, the desert eagle had transformed into a magnum revolver. Opening his personal weapon panel and looking at this upgrade, Cheng Yao couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. Old Weapons Depot. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. After equipping, you can open the Weapons Depot backpack and equip various weapons produced by the depot. Materials needed for upgrade, wood *160, iron or *1. M1895 Nagant. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. Strength plus 20. The weapon upgraded from the Desert Eagle can deal up to 13 times the strength damage. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 mana points. Metal Engineering Shovel. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. Strength plus 13. Agility plus 7. The weapon upgraded from the wooden shovel can deal up to 15 times the strength damage. 98K Sniper Rifle. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. Strength plus 20. High precision, long attack range, can deal up to 50 times the strength damage. No need to reload, each attack consumes 10 mana points. This upgrade gave Cheng Yao another kind of weapon. A sniper rifle. Cheng Yao couldn't wait to pull out his 98K and admired it excitedly. The long barrel gleamed with a cold, hard steel blue light, tightly connected with the smoothly polished peachwood stock below. The whole gun exuded a sense of simple yet deadly power. However, Cheng Yao felt a bit regretful that after the upgrade of the weapons depot, his pistol had lost its tracking and silencing effects. It was like losing precision and stealth in exchange for stronger attack power. But with a big killer like the 98K, Cheng Yao didn't feel sad about it. After all, weapons can be upgraded again. Eagerly pulling out the 98K again, Cheng Yao aimed the gun at the fallen demon leader below. Even without a scope, at such a close range, Cheng Yao had no reason to miss. Bang! The huge gunshot echoed in the valley, and with the sound of the gun, blood-red big letters floated above the fallen demon leader's head. Minus 630. Though it was stated that it could deal up to 50 times the strength damage, Cheng Yao's shot dealt significantly more than 5 times what the Desert Eagle had done. The fallen demon leader was heavily injured, and guided by the sound of the gunshot, countless low-level fallen demons began to stir, screeching and raising their big sticks, rushing towards Cheng Yao again. Cheng Yao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and aimed the gun at the fallen demon leader again. Bang! This shot instantly turned the fallen demon leader into nothingness. This 98K rifle was unimaginably powerful. Another F-grade evolution stone entered the backpack, and observing the low-level fallen demons that had surrounded him, Cheng Yao decided not to linger. So, Cheng Yao decisively put away his weapon and sprinted back to his little cabin. Meanwhile, all the viewers in the National Luck Live broadcast room saw this message. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his personal weapon to Grade E reward, National Luck value of 100 points. Seeing this message, the viewers from Dragon Country were all immensely shocked. Wow! Brother Yao is amazing. Upgraded his personal weapon 4 times in one day. Look at what he's holding. That's definitely a sniper. It has to be a sniper. He even has a sniper. What kind of weapon is Brother Yao's personal weapon? How can it have so many new weapons? I think Brother Yao's personal weapon probably moved an entire arms depot. Now that he has the 98K, how far can the RPG be? Brother Yao will be powerful. When he sees those weaklings, he can wipe them out in one shot. The viewers from Dragon Country looked at Cheng Yao, who had received new weapons, and like it was New Year's, deafening cheers erupted. The spectators from the Foot Basin Nation could only silently exit Long Nation's livestream. Watching Cheng Yao grow stronger was harder for them to accept than seeing their own nation's chosen one die. The stronger Cheng Yao became, the stronger Long Nation's fortune would be. Now, Cheng Yao alone had claimed almost all the national fortune rewards for Long Nation. Other nations' chosen ones had to rely on killing special monsters just to earn a meager reward for their countries. As for the Foot Basin Nation? Up to now, they had only received 301 points of national fortune reward. They had even gained less today than Cheng Yao did in a single day. The spectators from the Foot Basin Nation had now placed all their hopes of gaining national fortune on their chosen leader. In the live stream of the chosen leader from the Foot Basin Nation, Yuan Shiro, he sat in his thatched hut, looking at the messages with an extremely cold expression. The message came from the chosen one of the Foot Basin Nation, Genius C, who had been killed by Cheng Yao. Although Genius C was dead, he still managed to send all the information about Cheng Yao and Zhou Yan to Yuan Shiro. A level 4 chosen one, armed with a gun and a shovel. A level 3 chosen one, the team captain of Long Nation, armed with a wooden sword? Humph, what a useless fool, a chosen one with only one weapon, this is common sense. He can't even convey intel properly, he died without being wronged. But, I will soon be leveling up to level 5. By then, what good will your gun do? Yuan Shiro muttered to himself, while the livestream audience from the Foot Basin Nation began to boil over. Ha ha! Our captain is amazing. As long as we can suppress Cheng Yao in level, our Foot Basin Nation will claim all the national fortune upgrade rewards. Great! It would be best to take Cheng Yao down. I've observed that he has not leveled up at all today. It serves him right to be surpassed by our captain. Fortune is turning. Tomorrow, I must go to Long Nation's livestream and ruthlessly mock them as soon as our captain levels up. Exactly. Let Long Nation also taste the bitterness of not getting national fortune rewards. Chapter 26, Swarm of Spiders. Cheng Yao in a desperate situation. In the small wooden house, Cheng Yao lay quietly on his bed. Today, although he had upgraded his life weapon by hunting the fallen demon leader in the valley, it had consumed his entire day. Now, all the chosen ones were desperately leveling up, but he had not leveled up all day, and even Xiling had caught up to him. At this moment, a strong sense of urgency rose within Cheng Yao. No, this can't continue. If he wanted to survive here, there was no shortcut other than to improve his strength. And level was crucial in this forbidden land. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao no longer rested but directly walked out of the small house. He planned to use the night to increase his level. The forest at night was terrifyingly quiet. Cheng Yao walked for a long time without finding a single ferocious beast. It was no wonder, even ferocious beasts would mostly return to their nests to rest at night. But Cheng Yao was not the least bit flustered by this situation. There should be plenty of nocturnal beasts. Cheng Yao continued onward, and soon, a sound that resembled oo-oo had reached his ears. From behind? He had found no signs of anything unusual when he came here. Cheng Yao felt a chill run down his back and quickly turned around to look. There, a spider half his height was staring fiercely at Cheng Yao with its 8 blood-red eyes. The spider was entirely green, its 8 spiny legs moving quickly across the ground in the forest clearing. Straight towards Cheng Yao it charged. A strong stench pierced Cheng Yao's nostrils, then sharply stung his nose. Soon, thick black blood flowed from Cheng Yao's nose. Damn it! This thing is poisonous. Without thinking much, Cheng Yao quickly pulled out his magnum revolver and crazily shot at the spider's head. At such a close distance, using a 98K was no longer suitable. At the same time, Cheng Yao didn't forget to use his scan. Venomous Spider, Level 4 Beast, Health, 600. A beast good at ambushing and biting, it emits deadly poison and usually appears in groups. Looking at the scan result, Cheng Yao felt a moment of numbness on his scalp. What the heck, what kind of beast is this? Usually, a level 4 beast has health between 300 and 400, and with Cheng Yao's full power add-ons, combined with the Magnum Revolver's stronger capabilities, he could easily kill it in one shot. But this venomous spider had a full 600 health points, plus deadly poison. What does this mean? Remember, the previous rare beast, the Swift Wolf, barely had 600 health points. Is this the stat of a nocturnal beast? Moreover, that last line usually appears in groups, made Cheng Yao's heart race in fear. Bang bang bang. 3 magic bullets carved beautiful arcs as they flew toward the venomous spider's eyes. Minus 180. Minus 200. Minus 240. Cheng Yao watched the damage numbers pop up above the venomous spider and felt a chill in his heart. You see, Cheng Yao's strength had now reached 35 points. With the bonus from the Magnum Revolver, Cheng Yao's strength was a solid 55 points. If attacking an unprotected monster, Cheng Yao could deal a maximum of 715 damage with one shot. But against this monster's terrifying defense, Cheng Yao barely managed to kill the venomous spider after using 3 bullets. After the venomous spider died, it vanished into thin air, and Cheng Yao gained 30 experience points and a venom sac from the spider. Isn't this beast too strong? Cheng Yao began to doubt whether his decision to level up late at night was a bit hasty. However, before Cheng Yao could think much, another round of "oh-oh-at-it" sounds entered his ears. This time, the sound was even more intense. Damn! This is trouble. After discovering Cheng Yao's presence, a swarm of spiders began crawling towards him. Moreover, Cheng Yao noticed that among these spiders, there were not only green venomous spiders, but also some with crimson or earthy yellow colors. Looking at the numbers, there were a total of 26 of them. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight this? These spiders blocked Cheng Yao's way back, and now he could no longer return to his cabin. Cheng Yao began to desperately run while not forgetting to scan the other colored spiders. Crimson Blood Spider, Level 4 Beast, Health, 600. A beast good at ambushes and bites, extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, its attacks cause stronger bleeding effects, and it usually appears in groups. Sandstone Spider, Level 4 Beast, Health, 600. A beast good at defense, dealing low damage, usually appears in groups. Upon seeing the returned information, Cheng Yao couldn't help but take a deep breath. A strong sense of danger pricked his muscles and bones like hundreds of sharp needles. His muscles and bones started to tremble uncontrollably as Cheng Yao looked at the dense forest around him, unable to think of any chance to break free. Each attack from the Magnum revolver consumed 5 mana points, and with his current maximum of 200 mana, after firing 40 shots, his mana would be exhausted. Even if he depleted all his mana, even if it took 3 shots to kill one spider, he could only take down a maximum of 13 spiders. Not to mention, at this moment, Cheng Yao's Magnum revolver had lost its ability to track in a small range. Unless every shot hit the vital points, the mana consumed would be even higher. Pure water for mana recovery could restore 60 mana points. His backpack contained only 3 cups of pure water. Even with these, Cheng Yao was absolutely incapable of killing all 26 spiders. Moreover, those sandstone spiders had high defense, and Cheng Yao was uncertain how much mana it would take to kill them. This was a desperate situation. Cheng Yao ran for his life, creating distance, then pulled out his revolver and prioritized shooting at the green spiders. After all, the green spiders emitted deadly poison, and when his mana ran out, these poisonous spiders would pose the greatest threat to him in close combat. Bang! 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 Bullets flew like crazy towards the swarm of spiders, and with each shot, one after another, the green spiders began to disappear. Soon after, Cheng Yao stopped shooting and took out a cup of pure water, drinking it down in one go. In the livestream, the viewers watched Cheng Yao's desperate escape and couldn't help but cry out in distress. It's over, I think Yao Go has run out of mana. What mana? Do they still have mana left? I saw it in another livestream. A chosen one mentioned that ranged attacks consume mana, probably just like in games. Huh? Isn't that very dangerous? Yeah, Yao Go is currently being followed by 9 yellow-brown spiders and 6 red spiders. The green spiders are poisonous, but luckily Yao Go has cleared them out. The viewers in the livestream, watching this scene, couldn't help but clench their fists, even their breaths became slow. At this moment, these viewers seemed to be the ones being chased by the swarm of spiders, and beads of sweat began to form on each of their foreheads. Yao Gu, don't die. Countless viewers from the Dragon Country sent messages in the live chat, filled with concern for Cheng Yao. Meanwhile, the viewers from the Foot Basin Country looked on as Cheng Yao fell into despair, feeling utterly delighted, cheering in the Dragon Country's livestream. Ha ha! Cheng Yao, go die. This forest will be your tomb. Yesterday, our chosen one was killed just by encountering a monster that was at a lower level. Now you face so many, even if you are strong, you'll still die on the spot. You Dragon Country trash, once Cheng Yao dies, let's see what you have left to challenge our Foot Basin Country. Chapter 27, The Courage of This Boy Surpasses All. Seeing Cheng Yao, who was out of mana, the viewers from the Dragon Country no longer cared to insult the Foot Basin Country viewers and were all nervously sweating for Cheng Yao. At this point, Cheng Yao had indeed exhausted all his mana, but fortunately, the pure water in his backpack finally started to take effect. Cheng Yao's mana began to slowly recover, and without hesitation, he drank down 2 more cups of pure water. At this time, the speed of his mana recovery finally increased quite a bit. Sigh, after I go back, I must upgrade my water purification device as soon as possible. Cheng Yao sighed inwardly. Although he had collected enough copper ore that morning, he had rarely encountered situations where his blue mana bar ran dry, so he hadn't upgraded his water purification device right away. And this was also one of the reasons he couldn't resolve the crisis in front of him. However, Cheng Yao had no time to think more about it. He was desperately running while waiting for his mana to slowly recover. Finally, a minute later, Cheng Yao turned around again, took out his Magnum revolver, and pulled the trigger at the spiders chasing behind him. Bang! 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 This time, the mana he recovered was not much, only a total of 180 points, enough for him to kill 12 ordinary spiders. As for the yellow-brown sandstone spiders, Cheng Yao hadn't attempted to attack them so far. That's a joke, bullets are so precious, how could he waste them on the more defensive sandstone spiders? Because he was very aware of his own shooting skills, he wisely did not shoot at the sandstone spiders. And at this moment, in Cheng Yao's live streaming room, the audience from Foot Basin Country watched as Cheng Yao pulled out his gun and shot again, all gaping with their mouths open, not uttering a single message for a long time. After a while, these Foot Basin viewers slowly reacted. Impossible. Didn't his magic power run out? How can he still shoot? I don't believe it. He must not have completely exhausted his magic power. Could he really solve such a crisis? No. It's impossible. No way. His magic power must also be running low. Let's watch. Cheng Yao cannot survive against so many spiders. At this time, in the Dragon Country's National Fate office, Zhou Yan's father, Zhou Yang, watched this scene on the livestream without much panic. His colleagues, seeing Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, curiously asked him, "Zhou Yang, aren't you worried that Cheng Yao won't be able to hold on? He is the pillar of our Dragon Country." Zhou Yang shrugged helplessly at his questioning colleagues. What's the use of worrying? For things that can be solved, there's no need to worry, and for things that can't be solved, worrying is also useless. Zhou Yang slowly turned the pen in his hand, looking indifferent and lazy. His colleagues glanced at each other, confused by Zhou Yang's attitude. Seeing the pained expressions on their faces, Zhou Yang couldn't help but explain further. Cheng Yao has only two possibilities in what he is doing now. Either he is reckless, not knowing to take a big detour back to his small house for safety. Or he wants to kill these spiders to gain experience points. In the first case, we cannot convey information to him, so his life or death is up to fate. In the second case, we need not worry, he will naturally return safely to his small house. These spiders are a bit slower than his speed, going around them is no problem. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, the colleagues suddenly understood what he meant. Moreover, they indeed hadn't thought that in a chase through the forest, as long as the circle is large enough, turning around would be very easy. As for whether Cheng Yao himself knew. The colleagues in the Dragon Country National Fate office looked at Cheng Yao's performance and sighed, holding their heads. It seems he doesn't really know. Indeed, Cheng Yao hadn't thought of this method. So, after exhausting his magic power, Cheng Yao kept running in one direction without any intention to change course. Fortunately, the red and green spiders behind him had been completely wiped out by his successful shots. Now, only 9 yellow sandstone spiders remained behind Cheng Yao. After eliminating the red spiders, Cheng Yao even tried to shoot at the sandstone spiders a couple of times. However, the damage he caused made him wince. -45. -51. Given the health points of the sandstone spiders, at least 10 shots were needed to barely take down one spider. Now that he had lost all means of supplies, the only way to escape was just one. Cheng Yao silently made a decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately stopped his frenzied running and abruptly turned around, charging straight at the pursuing sandstone spiders. Damn it! You think it's fun to chase me, huh? I'll run straight back, let's see if you can really kill me. Cheng Yao's fierce determination erupted again. At this moment, in the Dragon Country live room, as they watched Cheng Yao with his iron engineer shovel rushing straight at the spider swarm, the viewers from Foot Basin Country all cheered with delight. Die, Cheng Yao. Today is your day to die. Ha ha. Tired from running, huh? He must want to stop being tormented. Suicidal thoughts? Haha, is this the spirit of the Dragon Country people? Today I finally witnessed it. Many of the Dragon Country audience had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the bloody scenes on the live broadcast. Could it be that Cheng Yao was going to die here? Countless Dragon Country viewers thought in despair. Just like that, Cheng Yao's figure moved closer to the spiders. At this moment, Cheng Yao could even see the cold glimmer reflected on the spider's legs. But there was not a hint of fear on Cheng Yao's face. His eyes gradually turned red, and the violent aura around him made the spiders pause in their movements. At this moment, Cheng Yao's eyes were wide open like copper bells, filled with a heart-stopping blood color, his roar like thunder, as if it would shatter heaven and earth. The shovel in his hand seemed to turn into a mighty spear in the hands of a legendary warrior. Every swing of the shovel produced a chilling sound of breaking through the air, making people shiver. Cheng Yao charged straight towards the spider swarm, fighting his way through. The sand spiders, seeing such a fierce Cheng Yao, seemed to tremble slightly with their 8 sharp, long legs. In just a single encounter, these sand spiders were forced to create a path by Cheng Yao's overwhelming power. In the Dragon Country's National Fortune office, Zhou Yang watched Cheng Yao's fearless bravery and couldn't help but secretly admire him. He didn't expect Cheng Yao to choose the most dangerous option of fighting head-on instead of his original plan. However, despite this, Zhou Yang did not feel embarrassed, instead, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Good. This child's bravery surpasses all. With a fierce general like Cheng Yao, this is our Dragon Country's blessing. Chapter 28, Men Need to Fight. After breaking through the sand spider swarm, Cheng Yao's health was nearly depleted. Although the attack power of these sand spiders was not high, Cheng Yao had not upgraded his stamina at all despite leveling up many times. With a mere 200 points of health, after being hit a few times by the sand spiders, it had already dropped to 30. However, as Cheng Yao swung his shovel past the sand spiders, he discovered some clues. That is, the damage caused by his shovel hitting these sand spiders was actually much higher than that of a purely strength-enhanced magnum pistol. Moreover, Cheng Yao's experience points had now reached 730. As long as he killed 3 more sand spiders, he could accumulate 800 experience points and smoothly reach level 5. Even though he had been chased for a long time, Cheng Yao's speed of leveling up that night was much faster than when he wandered around looking for beasts during the day. Cheng Yao began to rush towards his small cabin. He needed to recover his health quickly. The sand spiders behind him were now only a few meters away, and could strike him again at any moment, threatening his life. In this sense of urgency, Cheng Yao erupted with a speed even swifter than usual. Soon, Cheng Yao finally pounced back into his small cabin, lying on the small bed, gasping for breath. The Dragon Country audience watched as Cheng Yao finally escaped danger, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Brother Yao is finally safe. Brother Yao, please don't do that again, our little hearts can't handle such excitement. Where are those loudmouths from the Dog Bowl country? Just a moment ago, we ignored you, come out now. The audience from the Dog Bowl country watched as Cheng Yao had escaped danger, and no longer dared to say anything. At that moment, the shot Cheng Yao brought them had robbed them of any courage to act tough. After all, just last night, their chosen one had fallen at the hands of a beast that was even of a lower level than him. Now, Cheng Yao faced a large group of equally powerful ferocious beasts, yet he still escaped safely with such a domineering posture, which left the spectators of the Foot Basin Kingdom incredibly shocked. Could it be that our Foot Basin Kingdom really has no chance? That night, Cheng Yao's performance filled all the spectators of the Foot Basin Kingdom with despair. Only at this moment did these spectators deeply realize how terrifying Cheng Yao's strength truly was. In the live streaming room, Cheng Yao lay on his small bed gasping for breath, gradually recovering a little after a long while. Outside the small house, those sandstone spiders could not enter the cabin and had begun to launch fierce attacks on Cheng Yao's little wooden house. The booming sounds kept ringing out, but fortunately, the house had a high life value. Besides the roof continually dropping a lot of dust, there was no real danger. However, Cheng Yao did not intend to rest for too long. After all, standing at the door were experience gift bags. If he did not respond immediately, what if these experience gift bags escaped? Where would he go to level up? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao looked at his fully restored state and once again picked up the engineer shovel, resolutely walking towards the door. Suddenly, a message popped up before Cheng Yao's eyes. Zhou Yan has already contacted me. I am now the temporary leader of our Dragon Kingdom on the west side of the valley. These are the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones who have already made contact. You can add them as friends. Looking at the message that popped up, Cheng Yao understood. Zhou Yan was indeed quick and efficient, handling this matter so swiftly. Seeing the string of chosen ones business cards sent by Ziling, Cheng Yao added them one by one. After all, these people could be considered half fellow countrymen. Although he was not very familiar with them, having one more contact was no burden to Cheng Yao. At that moment, Ziling sent another message. After adding friends, remember to keep an eye out. Although these people are indeed chosen ones from our Dragon Kingdom, there is a possibility they may have turned traitor after the forbidden area opened for so long. The people of the Foot Basin Kingdom are extreme in character and act ruthlessly. The likelihood that they control our chosen ones to spy on our intelligence is very high. Cheng Yao was taken aback by the message from Ziling. It seemed that Ziling's thoughts were even more meticulous than he had initially considered. Don't worry, I understand. After Cheng Yao replied, he did not think too much longer and stepped out of the door with the engineer shovel in hand. Thus, a hand-to-hand battle outside Cheng Yao's little wooden house began again. Now, we can see that both sides of the match have entered the arena. Hello everyone, I am your commentator for this match, Azwa. The red side is the protagonist of this story, Cheng Yao, while the blue side consists of 9 tough and thick-skinned sandstone spiders. This is an unequal contest, but Cheng Yao from the red side accepted this challenge. So, how will this seemingly unreasonable match proceed? Let's wait and see. Alright. We can see that as soon as the red side competitor enters the arena, he bursts forth with full momentum, striking the sandstone spider directly on the head with his engineer shovel. Beautiful. A stunning slash. It directly dealt 100 points of life value damage to the sandstone spider. But the other sandstone spiders are not to be outdone. Their legs are like swords, a jab would surely hurt a lot. Will Cheng Yao get hurt? Fantastic. Cheng Yao performed a brilliant role, dodging this attack from the sandstone spider. However, alas. Cheng Yao's dodging position was not good enough. He was struck by another sandstone spider, causing his health to drop by 60 points. It's important to know that Cheng Yao only has 200 points of health. Oh dear, that was just too painful. The red side competitor, Cheng Yao, got back up again. Amazing. It was a triple strike. Cheng Yao actually chose to fight with his life for another's. He faced the injured sandstone spider with 3 more strikes. But with this kind of fighting style, the red team is still at a disadvantage. After all, the blue team has a full 9 spiders. Ha! The red team player? Cheng Yao actually ran away. He returned to the cabin to heal. But the referee did not blow the whistle, which means Cheng Yao's actions are not against the rules. Alright, we can see that the red team player has replenished his supplies and charged back into the battlefield. By the way, facing this scene, everyone please play the background music Real Men Fight. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, Cheng Yao, under the protection of the cabin, made the audience no longer worry about his safety. However, watching Cheng Yao fight fiercely, countless people in the Dragon Kingdom felt their blood boil. Brother Yao is a real man. A man of iron and blood. This is the courage and bravery that our Dragon Kingdom men should have. Go, Brother Yao. Other than that somewhat undignified moment hiding in the cabin, Brother Yao, you are my idol. In the live room, watching Cheng Yao frantically kill, countless young girls had stars in their eyes. As one sandstone spider after another fell, Cheng Yao's experience points finally reached the requirement. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom Cheng Yao for being the first to reach level 5. Reward, 100 Dragon Kingdom luck points. While crazily chopping the sandstone spiders, Cheng Yao saw the level up prompt and no longer hesitated, directly putting all the newly obtained attribute points into strength. If it weren't for having previously allocated all his points to strength, he would never have been able to kill one spider with 3 strikes against the previous group. If his mana were exhausted and there were still red or green spiders in the field, it would be impossible for Cheng Yao to return to his cabin. Thus, this experience further encouraged Cheng Yao to walk further down the path of pure strength allocation. And with the enhancement of his strength, Cheng Yao's speed in chopping spiders also increased significantly. Much later, Cheng Yao collapsed onto his small wooden bed, dragging his exhausted body. During this time, Ziling sent Cheng Yao another message, but he was too busy fighting to check it for a moment. This level up not only gave Cheng Yao attributes but also a map skill and a consumable item. The map is easy to understand. With this function, Cheng Yao can avoid many detours while exploring the forest. As for the consumable, Cheng Yao looked at the items in his backpack and felt a bit puzzled. One-time relocation voucher. After use, you can move your cabin to your front. How do you use this thing? Cheng Yao frowned and began to ponder. Chapter 29, The Siege of Foot Basin Country. Cheng Yao lay on his small bed and tried to use his map skill. The map opened, and Cheng Yao saw that his current location was a place called Silent Forest. The valley where the submerging demon is located is in the central area of the Silent Forest. All the Chosen One's cabins scattered around the forest like stars around the moon. By zooming out the map of Silent Forest, the whole picture of the luck-restricted area appeared before Cheng Yao. What stunned Cheng Yao was that there were actually 20 land plots like the one with the submerging demon valley. And these 20 plots were all located on the edges of the map. Could it be that these plots are the starting points for the Chosen Ones? Cheng Yao couldn't figure out the details for a moment, but that didn't matter. What matters is that Cheng Yao finally has a destination for his future upgrades. After all, in these past days of leveling up, Cheng Yao had keenly discovered that there were no beasts above level 4 in his area, other than the submerging demon leader in the valley. If he wanted to continue leveling up, he could only go to other plots. Go search for higher level beasts. Turning off the map, Cheng Yao opened his chat window. He still remembered that when he was battling the sandstone spider, Ziling had sent him a message. I found that there are no high-level beasts in our area, and there should be moving house items or abilities appearing soon. If you are moving, remember to tell me the location of your new house. Cheng Yao looked at the message Ziling sent and couldn't help but be amazed. This girl is really clever. However, having someone like her as a teammate made Cheng Yao feel particularly reassured. You guessed it right, after reaching level 5, you'll get map skills and a one-time moving ticket. Cheng Yao composed a message and gave Ziling a positive reply. In Ziling's room, she looked at Cheng Yao's reply and momentarily lost her focus. Looking at her newly upgraded wooden house, Ziling fell into deep self-doubt. Are we playing the same game? I'm working so hard to level up, yet the gap between us is only getting bigger? You see, since being saved by Cheng Yao, Ziling began leveling up crazily to catch up to him. To level up, she even compressed her eating time to the extreme. But now, Ziling's level is only just reached level 4. And then look at Cheng Yao, who is already level 5. What the heck? Can I even play now? After a while, Ziling finally calmed her emotions and sent a message to Cheng Yao. Can you tell me your leveling methods? Cheng Yao didn't hide anything and described his leveling method from tonight to Ziling. What? You went leveling up in the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Don't you know that at night, beasts roam in packs? And at night, the beasts are much stronger than during the day. Most importantly, can't you just run back to your house in a big circle? Why do you have to turn back and fight? No way, I also have to level up quickly. With your brain, I'm really worried you'll get yourself killed one day. After sending the message, Ziling stopped replying to Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao stared blankly at the message from Ziling, unable to understand why her reaction had suddenly become so intense. Is she angry? I didn't upset her, did I? Cheng Yao looked completely baffled. A night without words. The next day, as the dawn broke, Ziling immediately crawled out of bed. She knew well that the night beasts were not something she could handle. Cheng Yao is a monster, she is not. So, Ziling had to choose to sleep less to try hard to catch up to Cheng Yao's level. That took too much energy. Ziling swiftly killed a level 4 beast, then unceremoniously sat down beside it, breathing heavily. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up in front of Ziling's eyes. 11 chosen ones from Foot Basin Country are attacking our straw house, requesting assistance. This message was sent by a chosen one from the eastern side of the fallen Demon Valley. After taking over as the temporary leader of the western side of the valley, Ziling added the contacts of all the Dragon Country chosen ones. Ziling had some impression of this chosen one, as he seemed to be close to the other 3 Dragon Country chosen ones, forming a hidden defensive area of 4. Whoever among the 4 is attacked, the other 3 chosen ones can provide support immediately. Originally, Ziling thought they 4 should be considered the safest team in the Dragon Country. Unexpectedly, the chosen ones from Foot Basin Country could quickly gather a team of more than 10 people to launch an attack on the Dragon Country chosen ones. The message from this Dragon Country chosen one was sent to multiple recipients. That's why I didn't block the purple water lily in the west. The purple water lily looked at the urgent message in front of her, hesitating for a moment. So far away, should I go? Seeing the 4 ferocious beasts creeping in around her, the purple water lily forced a wry smile. Maybe I should handle the beasts here first before thinking about going to rescue them. As the rest period ended, the purple water lily once again took out her folding fan. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao had just gotten out of bed when he saw this explosive rescue message. 11 little bastards? Yoshi. Just looking at this message, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel excited. For Cheng Yao, leveling up was just for survival, while killing the chosen ones of the Foot Basin Country was a hobby. That was faith. About a dozen people. Enough for him to enjoy a good kill. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao didn't hesitate for a second and headed straight towards the east of the valley. On the way, Cheng Yao remembered to send a message to Zhou Yan. Team Zhou, what are the coordinates of those little bastards? I'll go directly. At this moment, Zhou Yan was also rushing on the road and was puzzled at the message from Cheng Yao. What coordinates? You're on the west side of the valley, no need to come over. Just leave it to us. Cheng Yao looked at Zhou Yan's reply and suddenly remembered that Zhou Yan was only level 3 now and hadn't opened the map feature, so naturally, he didn't know his exact coordinates. But the east side of the valley is so vast, how was he going to find their location? Those were 11 little bastards. If he could kill them all, how exciting would that be? With this thought, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to send another message to Zhou Yan. Team Zhou, don't worry about it, I've already arrived at the valley, can you find someone to pick me up? For an event like killing little bastards, I have to help. Don't say they are attacking us, even if they are just celebrating, I can't let them succeed. Zhou Yan looked at the message from Cheng Yao and immediately felt a black line across his forehead. This Cheng Yao seems even more fanatical than me, the captain. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan started to contact another chosen one from the Dragon Country. Little Zhang, can you please go to the entrance of the valley to pick up the reinforcements from the west? His name is Cheng Yao, remember to confirm his identity with detection when picking him up. After receiving Little Zhang's affirmative reply, Zhou Yan contacted Cheng Yao again. There will be our people waiting for you at the east side of the valley. The person picking you up is called Zhang Fingyan, remember to confirm identity. Chapter 30. Yamamoto, what's wrong with you, immortal? At the eastern exit of the valley. Zhang Fingyan was frowning, feeling quite dissatisfied with Zhou Yan's arrangement. What's with Team Zhou? He had me waiting for some useless Cheng Yao. A coward who doesn't even dare to report, even if he comes, what use is that? Why should I wait for him here? If it weren't for my respect for Team Zhou, I wouldn't wait a second for him. Zhang Fingyan kept pacing in circles, his anxiety growing stronger with the passing time. Not seeing Cheng Yao arrive for a long time, Zhang Fingyan looked at the messages in the group chat, and his anxiety continued to gnaw at his brain. Damn! It seems like things are getting dangerous over there. Messages started popping up in the group chat for the eastern area, and from the chat records, it was clear that the chosen ones of the Dragon Country were already starting to suffer injuries. Xu Chang, a chosen one from the Dragon Country, was heavily injured due to being focused on by the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country. And in the Eastern group chat, more and more people were crying out for help. Brothers, please come help us quickly. We can't hold on any longer. Seeing this message, Zhang Fingyan finally couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it. I'm not waiting anymore. What Cheng Yao? Bah. Waiting for him to come, the brothers of the dragon country will all become corpses. Even if Cheng Yao is strong, how many chosen ones can he take on? Thinking of this, Zhang Fingyan no longer waited, but turned and ran wildly towards the battlefield. Fortunately, Cheng Yao finally poked his head out from the towering valley just as Zhang Fingyan decided to leave. He underestimated the harsh environment of the valley, which is why he arrived a bit late. It wasn't because the road was difficult to walk, but because at that time, those level 1 forgotten demons had already begun their attack. Cheng Yao fought through several waves of the forgotten demons' army, and only then did he barely climb over the last valley, seeing Zhang Fingyan in the distance preparing to leave. Brother! Wait for me! Cheng Yao shouted, but unfortunately, Zhang Fingyan did not hear his roar, continuing to run vigorously towards the battlefield. Seeing that there was no response, Cheng Yao said no more and immediately followed behind Zhang Fingyan with his engineer shovel in hand. 20 minutes later, Zhang Fingyan finally barely made it to the battlefield. Here was a vast plain, but at this moment, there were no ear-shattering roars nor brave battles. The chosen ones of the dragon country had barely withstood the first wave of attacks from the Foot Basin country, while the Foot Basin country's chosen ones were resting a short distance away, preparing for the next wave of assault. Injured people, retreat immediately. Prioritize the treatment of the wounded. Zhou Yan still had 2 sharp arrows stuck in his body, but he was still diligently directing everyone to treat the injured. He seemed to have forgotten that his own injuries were not light at all. There was no way around it. The chosen ones of the dragon country, in both quantity and quality, were clearly outmatched by the invaders from the Foot Basin country. Even with the newly arrived Zhang Fingyan, the number of chosen ones from the dragon country only barely reached 8. Among these 8, only 3 chosen ones had reached level 3, while the rest were only level 2. In contrast, among the 11 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country, 6 had already reached level 4, and the remaining 5 were all at level 3. If it weren't for the defense of the straw hut, the chosen ones from the dragon country might have already turned into corpses. Seeing Zhang Fingyan finally arrive, a hint of excitement finally appeared on Zhou Yan's serious face. Little Zhang. Where is Cheng Yao? Zhang Fingyan looked at Zhou Yan's face full of expectation, and involuntarily felt a touch of shame in his heart. I waited a long time, he didn't come, so I planned to come and support you guys first. Zhou Yan was taken aback by Zhang Fingyan's words, then slowly shook his head. After all, Zhang Fingyan was not a soldier and did not understand the command structure, he could not be too harsh. After understanding the situation, Zhou Yan immediately contacted Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao, don't worry, I'll send someone else to pick you up soon. After the message was sent, Zhou Yan felt like he was sitting on needles. Who should he send? The person who went to pick him up not only had to know the battlefield's location but also had to be willing to take the risk to lead. Such a person was hard to find. But just when Zhou Yan was about to tear his hair out, Cheng Yao slowly sent a reply. It's okay, I'll be there soon. Zhou Yan looked at Cheng Yao's reply, feeling a bit puzzled. The straw hut was already on the verge of collapse, and after a brief rest, the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country launched another attack. The leading chosen one from the Foot Basin country was standing at the front of the formation, laughing loudly at the dragon country's chosen ones hiding inside the straw hut. Put away your useless resistance. Outside is all our elite from the Foot Basin country. My name is Yamamoto, and I represent our Foot Basin Empire to assure you. As long as you surrender and submit to us, we will spare your lives. You dragon country have an ancient saying, those who know when to bow are the true talents. Come out and surrender right now. Otherwise, I will make sure you all lie dead on the spot. Yamamoto's words were deafening. At that moment, even in the thatched hut where Zhou Yan was, a chosen one from dragon country was so scared that he was trembling, preparing to head outside the tent. Just then, Zhou Yan's sword was pressed against the neck of this chosen one from dragon country. If you insist on going out, I won't mind letting you lie dead on the spot right now. Zhou Yan's voice was chilling, filled with a strong killing intent that filled the small thatched hut. Inside the thatched hut, the chosen ones from dragon country finally witnessed Zhou Yan's ruthless side. Usually, Zhou Yan was gentle and responsible, a true war man. But once he discovered a deserter, Zhou Yan finally retracted his kindness. After all, if these people became deserters, it meant one more chosen one for the Foot Basin country on the other side. From the perspective of national interest, Zhou Yan absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. The chosen one who intended to defect stared blankly at the wooden sword resting on his neck, feeling extremely complicated inside. If he stayed here, once the Foot Basin people flattened the thatched hut, he would surely die. But if he escaped, as long as there were chosen ones from Foot Basin to assist him, he might survive. Furthermore, Captain Zhou was usually so kind, he couldn't really kill me. With this thought, the Chosen One's spear immediately appeared and blocked against his neck. At the same time, he moved his feet quickly, blocking Zhou Yan's sword before hurriedly sprinting toward the tent's exit. Zhou Yan's brow furrowed tightly. In an instant, several strands of sword energy swirled around his sword, decisively slashing toward the runaway. Such a person cannot be spared. In just a moment, the Chosen One from Dragon Country who intended to defect became a pile of corpses on the ground, and the scene was incredibly bloody. And he became the first Chosen One to die in this battle. Inside the thatched hut, the group of Chosen Ones looked at the corpse of the deserter, their hearts filled with shock. It turned out that their gentle Captain Zhou was indeed capable of killing. Only at this moment did the Chosen Ones from Dragon Country finally strengthen their resolve. If they were to fight, they could only fight to the death. This is war. Meanwhile, a thunderous gunshot echoed in everyone's ears. A Chosen One from the Foot Basin Country suddenly had a large dark hole appear in his forehead, lying dead on the spot. After the gunshot, a deafening curse immediately followed. Yamamoto, F****KU. You guys can't even afford bullets for your fight? Just right. Grandpa has brought you bullets. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Yao. Chapter 31, 98K, ringing the deadly death knell. The gunshot echoed throughout the vast forest, startling flocks of flying birds. The Chosen Ones from Foot Basin, hearing this familiar yet strange loud sound and watching their companions fall before them, were momentarily stunned. These invading Chosen Ones from Foot Basin never could have imagined why there would be such things as firearms in this world. And among them, the leading Chosen One, Yamamoto, let out a heart-wrenching roar. Baka! Why does he have a gun? This isn't fair. Alert! Pay attention to defense. Sekikawa. Put the shield in front. Seeing the Chosen Ones from Foot Basin looking as if they were facing a great enemy, Zhang Fengnian inside the thatched hut couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a slight sense of survival after facing despair. At this moment, his voice trembled as he quietly asked Zhou Yan beside him. Captain Zhou, is that outside one also a Chosen One from our Dragon Country? Zhou Yan slightly furrowed his brow. Although Cheng Yao also wielded a gun, the gunshot just now was not the Desert Eagle that Cheng Yao typically used. That's the sound of the 98K rifle. At this moment, even Zhou Yan was not very sure if the person outside was Cheng Yao. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan ignored Zhang Fengnian's question and directly sent Cheng Yao a message. Someone outside is attacking the bucket-footed devils with a 98K, is it you? Not long after the message was sent, Zhou Yan received a reply from Cheng Yao. That's right, you guys wait a moment. Don't worry, there are 10 of them, and I've surrounded them. They can't escape. Zhou Yan looked at Cheng Yao's reply, and couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement in his heart. He still vaguely remembered that yesterday afternoon, when he saw this young man, he could only sneak attack with a Desert Eagle. But how long has it been? This Cheng Yao actually pulled out a sniper rifle? As the chosen leader, he now needed a regular Chosen One to come to his rescue, which made Zhou Yan feel somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that he also needed to improve his own strength more in the future. Moreover, it was necessary to remind the other Chosen Ones here, especially those Chosen Ones who have only reached level 2 until now, to let them see how hard the other Chosen Ones are working. Zhou Yan secretly made a decision. So the next moment, Zhou Yan looked around at all the Chosen Ones from Dragon Country and said loudly, "Comrades, the person outside is one of our Dragon Country Chosen Ones. His name, you should have heard of it, is Cheng Yao, who hasn't reported in. I know, you have the impression that he is a coward and a waste. But look at who is coming to rescue us when we are in crisis. That's right, you all reported in and thought you could gain more resources for the country. But look at your levels. So many of you still haven't even reached level 3. You should know, the Cheng Yao you despise is now at level 5. I say no more, think about yourselves. Why do you still cling to shifty ways in this battlefield-like place?" Zhou Yan's voice echoed in the thatched house, and all the Chosen Ones listened to Zhou Yan's call, their eyes widening. They could hardly believe that the Cheng Yao they looked down upon had actually reached level 5. Among them, Zhang Fengnian felt even more ashamed after hearing Zhou Yan's words. Is this really the Cheng Yao who he despised and gave up on rescuing? Recalling the words he had said at the canyon entrance, Zhang Fengnian felt as if he had thorns in his back, and his face burned with embarrassment. At this moment, Zhang Fengnian just wanted to dig a big hole and bury himself in it. That way, he wouldn't have to suffer the contempt of his companions around him. Bang! Outside the house, another crisp gunshot echoed. With this gunshot, another Chosen One from the bucket-footed nation was shot in the chest, instantly becoming a corpse. Kawashima. Quickly use your shield to block. 3 people. Huddle behind Kawashima's shield. Charge towards the Dragon Country person with all your might. The rest, find cover and conceal yourselves. Yamamoto's command was hoarse, but at this moment, all the bucket-footed people were scared out of their wits by the gunfire. For a moment, besides Kawashima holding the wooden shield, no one dared to hide behind it. Baka! Koizumi! Yamada! You two have the highest levels. Hide behind Kawashima's wooden shield and charge with me. Seeing that everyone was shrinking back, Yamamoto was somewhat exasperated and immediately named two people, shouting loudly. However, Koizumi and Yamada, the two named, did not intend to follow Yamamoto's orders. Yamamoto, do you really think you're the captain? I warn you, you have no right to command us. If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't accompany you to death. Koizumi, hiding behind a huge rock, disdainfully rejected Yamamoto's request. And the other chosen one, Yamada, who was called out by Yamamoto. At this moment, it had quietly begun to move toward a farther place. It seemed that it was planning to escape. But Yao-chan, looking down from a height, found Yamamoto's actions so ridiculous. If he let this foot basin ghost run away from a distance of dozens of meters, it would really be embarrassing. Although the 98K did not have a scope at this moment, Yao-chan was quite confident in hitting a target at this distance. Bang! The muzzle of the 98K spat out a ghostly blue flame again, a magical bullet, like a dazzling meteor, whistled through the air and nailed into Yamamoto's back of the head. Poor Yamamoto, he had just run a few steps when he inexplicably died here. Until his death, Yamamoto's face was filled with fear. It was as if he had seen the Grim Reaper with his own eyes. Yamamoto, looking at Yamamoto who lay on the ground, cursed in his heart. Dead? Good riddance. Damn it. They all come when they hear there are benefits, and when they see danger, they want to escape. Is there such a good thing in the world? Mikawa. Don't mind them. I will hide behind you. Let's rush together and deal with that Dragon Kingdom bastard. Mikawa raised his wooden shield high, and after receiving Mikawa's order, he began to sprint toward Yao-chan's direction. Mikawa was full of confidence in his vital weapon, for the property of this wooden shield could block 75% of damage. This means that even if Yao-chen could shoot away 400 hit points with one shot, thanks to the protection of this shield, that shot would only inflict a maximum of 100 points of damage on him. This wooden shield was the source of Mikawa's confidence. Then, Mikawa began to charge towards Yao-chen in an almost barbaric manner. Yamamoto closely followed Mikawa, ready with his long knife. He wanted to seize the opportunity and incapacitate Yao-chen as soon as he got close. Only then could the chosen ones from the Foot Basin complete this invasion. Chapter 32, The Chosen Ones from the Foot Basin Country? Terrified, Mikawa roared as he lifted the shield, while Yamamoto behind him had a cold, glimmering knife. Yao-chen looked at the two rushing towards him, his face remained completely calm, not paying much attention. Some of the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country planned to take advantage of Yamamoto's charge to try to escape. These escaping chosen ones were Yao-chan's primary targets. After all, he had boasted earlier that he wouldn't let any Foot Basin person escape. If even a few managed to run away, it would be a real loss of face. The muzzle of Yao-chan's gun continuously spat out tongues of flame, and with the sound of gunfire, another three chosen ones from the Foot Basin country were hit directly by Yao-chen and died on the spot. At this moment, only 3 Foot Basin people remained on the battlefield below. Seeing such a scene, the spectators from the Foot Basin country felt as if they were already in this terrifying battlefield. Facing the sniper rifle that could take their lives at any moment, these Foot Basin spectators felt dry and unable to utter a single comment. However, at this moment, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom could no longer sit still, and they began to shout in the comments. Brother Yao! Be careful! That bastard Yamamoto is about to arrive. I don't know what kind of ability Mikawa's shield has. Can Brother Yao's bullets penetrate his defense? Team Zhou! Hurry and support Yao-chen. Brother Yao might be in danger. The ADC has been cut down. Where's the support? Someone come and save us. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom was in a state of panic, as if they were the ones facing Mikawa and Yamamoto. The urgency washed over the nerves of the Dragon Kingdom viewers, and Zhou Yan seemed to sense their anxiety, immediately starting to arrange support. Those brothers who can still fight. Follow me to support Yao-chen. We need those over level 3. Don't bring in those who are level 2. Hearing Zhou Yan shout, those chosen ones who were only level 2 all felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Captain Zhou. Let me go. I made a mistake. I want to kill more Foot Basin devils to clear my name. Zhang Fengyan was the first to jump out, speaking urgently and loudly. At this moment, Zhang Fengyan was filled with regret in his heart. If because of him, Cheng Yao was unable to arrive in time, then Zhang Fengyan would be a sinner of Dragon Country. At this moment, he desperately craved an opportunity to achieve something great. Zhou Yan looked at Zhang Fengyan and slowly nodded his head. Then, 2 more Dragon Country chosen ones stepped forward. Captain Zhou, you are seriously injured, let us go. Don't worry, if anyone plans to defect, I will strike first. Zhou Yan shook his head, said nothing more, and rushed straight out of the thatched cottage. As the captain of the Dragon Country Chosen Ones, even if injured, he cannot back down. Inside the thatched cottage, watching Zhou Yan, who was still fighting despite serious injuries, the remaining level 2 Chosen Ones felt as if they were being slapped hard, their faces stinging painfully. I've decided, starting tomorrow, I will upgrade with all my strength. I can't be a coward protected by others anymore. Bah! I'll go back to the small house to recover my health, then immediately go upgrade. Otherwise, I won't be able to lift my head up in the future. How about we make a pact? Whoever slacks off and has the slowest upgrade speed will be punished to chop wood. Agreed. Agreed. Through this lesson, these level 2 Chosen Ones from Dragon Country finally reached a consensus, deciding to bid farewell to their past lazy lives and face the country's survival more actively. At this moment, someone in the crowd said, Cheng Yao is already level 5. If anyone can surpass Cheng Yao in level 1st, he will be our big brother. How about that? Sounds good. Agreed. Must agree. In the live broadcast room of Dragon Country, watching these people communicate, the audience felt a bit uncomfortable. Well, I dare say, none of those little brats can become the big brother. Having ambition is good, but if that ambition is too unrealistic, it just seems ridiculous. But in terms of results, it can be a lesson for these few, which is a good thing. Why are you all talking about this? Brother Yao is surrounded and attacked by 2 people. After this reminder in the comments, the audience quickly reacted. So a large group of viewers rapidly switched back to Cheng Yao's live broadcast room. At this moment, Sagawa and Yamamoto had sneaked up behind Cheng Yao. They were only a few meters away from Cheng Yao. Die! Dragon Country scum! Yamamoto suddenly charged out from Sagawa's sturdy shield, his long knife gleaming with a thick metallic luster. With a swing, the long knife mixed with countless wind blades came slashing violently towards Cheng Yao's whole body. Faced with this mighty blow, Cheng Yao showed no panic on his face. The 98K flashed and was replaced by a genuine iron engineer shovel. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as Cheng Yao swiftly blocked the attack in midair with the iron shovel. The flying wind blades also dissipated in the air with the block. How is this possible? Wasn't his legendary weapon a gun? Why does he also have a melee weapon? Feeling the immense force from the long knife, Yamamoto's grip on the knife handle began to crack. In an instant, he could no longer hold the long knife, and it flew high into the air. Cheng Yao's strike had directly disarmed Yamamoto. Yamamoto stood frozen in place, his eyes seemed to lose focus. How is this possible? Why could a ranged attacker completely overpower him in strength? But Cheng Yao did not intend to give Yamamoto much time to think. The engineer shovel in his hand flashed, and the revolver instantly appeared in Cheng Yao's hand, aiming at Yamamoto's head before pulling the trigger. Bang! This shot directly pierced Yamamoto's head. As the commander of this invasion, Yamamoto fell. Meanwhile, Saikawa, who had rushed up, could only raise his shield, standing helplessly for a moment. Even though Cheng Yao was right in front of him, he had no way to deal with him. Because his shield had no real offensive power. Especially after witnessing Cheng Yao's terrifying strength, Saikawa no longer had any thought of resistance. Whether it was Yamamoto or the other Chosen Ones, when facing Cheng Yao, there was only one outcome. That was, to be instantly killed by Cheng Yao. Saikawa's legs started shaking violently, and as his legs trembled, a hot stream of water also dripped down from Saikawa's legs. Saikawa had actually been scared so much by Cheng Yao that he wet himself. Chapter 33, Outside the Forbidden Zone. Looking at the terrified Saikawa, the audience from the Footbasin country fell into silence. At first, these Footbasin viewers were extremely fanatical, with comments like "Let the Dragon Country be wiped out" constantly popping up in the bullet comments. At that time, these viewers were filled with excitement, even starting to have a delusion. They believed that with their chosen team, they could crush all the Chosen Ones in the Forbidden Zone. But now, Cheng Yao's appearance delivered a fatal blow to these Footbasin country viewers. Their proud 11 Chosen Ones were now down to only 4. In an instant, losing 7 Chosen Ones was a heavy blow to any country. Moreover, seeing Cheng Yao's eager expression, the remaining 4 Chosen Ones from their country were probably also doomed to be slain. Thinking about this, the Footbasin country viewers were starting to break down. Can you leave us a way out? Do you have to wipe us out completely? Saikawa already gave up resisting. You Dragon Country could totally capture him. Didn't you say you don't mistreat prisoners? And yet you dare to claim you're a peaceful country? Bah! This is genocide. This is fascism. What you're doing will bring divine punishment. The Dragon Country viewers watching the livestream found the Footbasin viewers shouting laughable. It was you who started the invasion. Now that you can't win and have been counter-killed, you want to stand on a moral high ground and criticize us? Anyone with a sense of shame wouldn't say such things. But it's normal, since people from the Foot Basin country aren't human, how can we hold them to the standards of humans? However, what surprised the Dragon Country viewers was that this time, in response to the Foot Basin country's framing, it wasn't the viewers who fired back first, but the Dragon Country's official statement. A public announcement began appearing in front of the viewers from all countries. The Dragon Country officially declared again that Cheng Yao, the Dragon Country chosen one, took self-defense actions in response to the invasion of his compatriots, and his actions were legitimate and lawful. Additionally, the Dragon Country insisted on its policy of not mistreating prisoners, which is the discipline of the Dragon Country military, and all Dragon Country soldiers must strictly abide by this principle. Cheng Yao was not a member of the Dragon Country military, so his actions were not bound by military discipline. We warn all countries again, do not have any ill intentions toward the Dragon Country. If the Dragon Country is attacked on its home turf, we will use all resources to retaliate. Do not say we didn't warn you. Seeing this announcement, the Dragon Country viewers erupted in excitement. They couldn't believe how strong the Dragon Country's official response was this time. Did you see that? It's the military that gives favorable treatment to prisoners. Brother Yao doesn't need to follow those rules. Yao brother. Kill every one of these Foot Basin bastards. Avenge our compatriots. Whether we face divine punishment or not isn't for you beasts to decide. Wasn't it very rampant when they invaded us before? Now that they see they can't win, they want to play the morality card? Put. I say, we should never have agreed to their unconditional surrender back then. A country like this should be wiped out, every last one of them. The audience in Dragon Country were red-eyed with anger at this moment. The Foot Basin country had always been an enemy to Dragon Country, and now seeing their fellow countrymen invaded once again, the viewers were filled with righteous indignation. This is the backbone of Dragon Country. The Foot Basin country audience, facing the overwhelming insults from Dragon Country's viewers, collapsed instantly. At this moment, the audience from other countries, seeing how powerful the Dragon Country viewers were, couldn't help but secretly discuss in the bullet comments. Are the Dragon Country viewers really that strong? You don't understand, these are the radicals from Dragon Country. When the country is invaded or faces injustice, they are the first to stand up, to risk their lives and shed blood for their country. What about the conservatives from Dragon Country? Why aren't they coming out to advise? You should be thankful. The conservatives of Dragon Country think their radicals are too conservative. If they take action, it will be a sure kill. Ha! Besides, when it comes to insulting others, the people of Dragon Country are invincible in the world. This time, with Foot Basin as the opponent, Dragon Country's viewers have awakened their blood feud, and their combat power has doubled. They just haven't found the right opportunity. Otherwise, do you think Foot Basin country could still hold on now? They would have been wiped out by Dragon Country a long time ago. The verbal war between Dragon Country and Foot Basin country quickly caught the attention of other countries. Countries led by Beautiful Country, after seeing the official statement released by Dragon Country, immediately issued statements condemning Dragon Country. The chosen ones of Dragon Country are acting recklessly in the Forbidden Zone, severely affecting the interests of other countries. Furthermore, the Dragon Country's chosen one, Cheng Yao, is monopolizing all the national fortune rewards, preventing other countries from receiving resources. Such actions are undoubtedly undermining world unity. We must unite and protest against Dragon Country's actions. The viewers from countries all over the world, seeing Beautiful Country and several other nations issue statements, couldn't help but feel their horizons had been expanded. This is really shameless talk. According to their logic, should Dragon Country just endure after being beaten? And wasn't it Cheng Yao who monopolized the rewards? Clearly, it's your chosen ones who are incompetent. As a result, the viewers from other countries could no longer sit still. Have some face. You still have the nerve to issue such a statement? If this were the past, our country might have been wary of your national power. But now, we're going to stand on the side of justice. You still think you're the world's number one? Wake up! Times have changed. With scarce resources, what right do you have to act all high and mighty? We are all 200 chosen ones, and I don't believe that when we start on the same line, you can still make waves. The help Dragon Country once provided to these smaller countries finally bore fruit. This time, the people from these smaller countries, who had been helped, all chose to stand by Dragon Country. Those who are righteous gain more allies, those who are unjust gain few. This time, countries led by Beautiful Country finally experienced what it feels like to be suppressed in a war of public opinion. Outside the Forbidden Zone, in this war without gunpowder, Dragon Country gained an overwhelming advantage. And inside the Forbidden Zone, Cheng Yao's 98K continued to spit out violent flames. Every shot from the gun was followed by the death of a Foot Basin country chosen one. As for the guy standing behind, who had already wet his pants, Sagawa, Cheng Yao didn't care anymore. He had already sent a message to Zhou Yan, letting him handle this Foot Basin country's chosen one. This way, maybe he could even extract some information from him. Unexpected gains. With the last gunshot, the remaining chosen ones from the foot basin country below have all been killed. Next, let's see what information this Sagawa knows. Cheng Yao stood up, looking down from a height at the trembling Sagawa. Chapter 34, Riding on Clouds, Holding a Gatling Gun, Cheng Yao? Looking outside the thatched house, seeing the fallen chosen ones from the foot basin country, the level 2 chosen ones inside the thatched house stood dazed and motionless. Up until now, these low-level chosen ones finally had a deeper understanding of Cheng Yao's strength. At first, they only thought that Cheng Yao was simply at a higher level. But after witnessing Cheng Yao's scene of killing with one shot, these level 2 chosen ones felt like their worldviews were shattered. The chosen ones from the foot basin country, who seemed incredibly strong to them, appeared like little chicks in Cheng Yao's eyes. With just one shot, he could kill them instantly. What kind of strength is this? Why is this coward, who doesn't even dare to report, so powerful? In the face of such a great victory, the level 2 chosen ones even forgot to cheer. The thatched house was eerily quiet. However, these level 2 chosen ones were unaware that their captain, Zhou Yan, was the most shocked person. Earlier, Zhou Yan had led 2 level 3 chosen ones out of the thatched house and received a message from Cheng Yao. But before they reached Cheng Yao's location, all the chosen ones from the foot basin country had already been killed. Zhou Yan was very certain that in such a scene, even his predecessors in the special forces could not achieve this. Looking at the bodies of the foot basin country scattered on the ground, then at Cheng Yao, who was relaxed and at ease, and at Sagawa, who was sitting on the side without any binding, obediently. At this moment, Zhou Yan had developed a deep admiration for Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao managed to single-handedly scare these arrogant foot basin people into submission with just one gun. It seemed he had underestimated Cheng Yao's strength. Zhou Yan sighed inwardly, struggling to imagine why Cheng Yao's strength was terrifying to this extent. At this moment, Cheng Yao saw Zhou Yan arriving late and did not waste any words, instead pointing at the trembling Sagawa before him and said, "Captain Zhou, this person is up to you. I have no experience in interrogation, so see if you can pry some information from him." After Cheng Yao finished speaking, he dusted off his clothes and prepared to leave. His movements were swift and direct, without any hesitation. Zhou Yan nodded decisively, glancing at Sagawa beside him, and without saying much, sent a message to Cheng Yao. "Don't worry. By the way, what are your plans going forward?" Even though Cheng Yao was right in front of Zhou Yan, he still chose to communicate through messaging. This was simply to prevent Sagawa from overhearing their conversation. After all, chosen ones do not need a phone to send messages. Cheng Yao looked at the message Zhou Yan sent and instantly understood his intent. "I'm already level 5. After level 5, I need to go to other places to upgrade. My goal today is to find a suitable leveling zone and move my little hut there. I need to hurry up and level up, perhaps other countries already have level 6 or even higher chosen ones." Zhou Yan looked at the message from Cheng Yao and secretly sighed. As a captain, he felt somewhat inadequate. The level 5 ones are competing to increase their strength, while he, as a captain, is only at level 3. Zhou Yan had no doubt that against current Cheng Yao, even if 10 of him joined forces, they wouldn't be a match. It seems I should also hurry to increase my strength. Zhou Yan quietly made this decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan gave Cheng Yao a heavy pat on the shoulder. "Okay, be careful." Cheng Yao nodded, then turned around and left decisively. As he walked past Zhang Fengyan suddenly bowed deeply to Cheng Yao. "Cheng Yao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left early. At the same time, thank you very much for everything you have done for us. I will work hard to level up. If you need my help, I, Zhang Fengyan, will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Seeing Zhang Fengyan like this, Cheng Yao was both amused and moved. However, deep in Cheng Yao's heart, he felt a sense of comfort. At least from their performance, these compatriots from Longwo were worth saving. You worry about the safety of the camp, that's not your fault. Moreover, I came here simply because I enjoy killing those foot basin beasts. Cheng Yao's back grew more distant, leaving behind these two faint responses. Zhang Fengyan stared blankly at Cheng Yao's upright figure gradually fading away, his eyes filled with longing. "Let's go, take this foot basin person away. Next, we need to work hard to level up." Zhou Yan walked to Zhang Fengyan's side and spoke faintly. At this moment, Zhou Yan was watching Cheng Yao walk further away, and couldn't help but murmur. "But you're right, it's time for us to work hard to level up." After resolving the invasion of the foot basin country, Cheng Yao did not return to his small wooden house, but continued to head south. Through the map, Cheng Yao learned that their current location was in the northern area of the map. So, to continue leveling up, heading south was a good choice. At that moment, a message from Xiling suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Yao. "Cheng Yao, have you resolved the chosen ones of the foot basin? Where are you planning to go now?" This girl, how did she know about this so quickly? Cheng Yao was slightly surprised. However, when he opened the group chat of Longwa, he instantly understood the reason. At this moment, in the Longwood group chat, those chosen ones were almost singing Cheng Yao's praises. I saw Cheng Yao stepping on clouds of 7 colors, holding a wish-fulfilling golden rod. With one swing, those chosen ones from the foot basin fell in place. No one survived. You made a mistake. That Cheng Yao was clearly holding a Gatling gun spewing blue fire, wearing super alloy armor, fighting against thousands, instantly turning those foot basin chosen ones to ashes. Their chat had become increasingly ridiculous, but Cheng Yao knew that such descriptions must be due to Xiling or Zhou Yan's contributions. In a situation where no one could be sure if there were spies, if Cheng Yao's information was exposed in the group chat, it might put him in danger. Cheng Yao's guess was correct. Upon discovering that someone was discussing Cheng Yao's information in the chat, Xiling secretly sent private messages to all the chosen ones. At the same time, she reminded Zhou Yan to take precautions to avoid the possibility of information leaks. So, with the cooperation of Xiling and Zhou Yan, the scene in the Longwood chat group appeared like this. We are located south of the National Fortune Forbidden Area. I plan to head north to find the next leveling area. Cheng Yao answered honestly. As for Xiling, Cheng Yao did not intend to hide anything. After all, having interacted so many times, Cheng Yao had developed a basic level of trust in Xiling. After you get there, send me the coordinates. I will come find you. No refusal allowed. With your brain, if you pick the wrong little house location, you won't even have a place to cry. I won't make you wait too long, I will soon reach level 5. Cheng Yao looked at the message Xiling sent, his expression suddenly froze. This girl, is she coming to find me? Chapter 35, Xiling's Analysis. I travel north, leaving the season with you. Cheng Yao hummed a little tune, continually moving northward. Though going east or west was also an option. Most likely can find hunting areas. But inside Cheng Yao's heart, he always felt that there might be some secret in the very center of the entire map. After all the areas with the Abyssal Devil Valley are located at the edges of the map. So, constantly heading toward the center of the map might be the correct direction. A few hours later, the scene before Cheng Yao finally was no longer dense forests. The ground began to show some withered yellow grass, and the trees beside him gradually became sparse. Looking at the map, the place where Cheng Yao was located was no longer the silent forest, but rather, the forgotten wilderness. Looking at the name on the map, Cheng Yao finally let out a slow sigh of relief. After walking for so long, Cheng Yao could barely be said to have arrived at his destination. It's just that this place seems not very suitable for survival. Cheng Yao looked at the scene before him and suddenly doubted whether his decision to head north was too reckless. The wilderness before him stretched endlessly, with no cover except for some low hills. There were no trees to be seen, nor any sources of water. The only things present were the withered yellow grass and hills visible everywhere. The smell of decaying plants entered Cheng Yao's nostrils, making him furrow his brow. Why not try other areas instead? Cheng Yao felt somewhat shaken inside. It didn't seem like a good idea to set up his small house in such an empty place. Just as Cheng Yao was preparing to change direction and explore other maps, a message from Xiling finally came through. Where are you? I'm already level 5 and ready to come find you. Cheng Yao glanced at the desolate scenery around him and immediately stopped her, saying, Don't rush over yet. From the map, I can't find a water source here, and there's no plant cover. This place isn't suitable for survival. I plan to explore other areas to see if there are more suitable regions. However, after Xiling looked at the map, she came to a conclusion completely opposite to Cheng Yao's. I think your current position is actually the most suitable place. Because our purpose of going to other areas is to find more fierce beasts to level up. Lack of plant cover means our base is easier to be found, but that also means it will be easier for us to find fierce beasts. And as long as there are fierce beasts, there will surely be a water source. It's just that this water source might be small in area, which is why it's not marked on the map. So what we need to do now is to first confirm if there are fierce beasts lurking here and what their levels are. And there's one more point worth our attention. These areas with the Abyssal Devil Valley must be where the chosen ones of various countries were born. If we calculate based on 200 chosen ones from each country, if all the chosen ones are born in the same area, that area simply wouldn't fit. Since these birth points are spread around the edges of the map, it proves that the closer the chosen ones get to the center of the map, the more territorial battles will occur. After all, the closer to the center of the map, the smaller the area. So, I believe we should continue moving straight north. That's the correct path. Xiling sent over a series of analyses, and Cheng Yao couldn't help but marvel at how much information Xiling had processed just after looking at the map. This woman truly has a sharp mind. What he was still uncertain about was quickly confirmed by Xiling. Moreover, every conclusion Xiling drew was logical and hard to refute. At least, for now, Cheng Yao. After seeing Xiling's clear analysis, the plan to find a new base had already been put away. The urgent task now was to first check if there were any ferocious beasts moving in the wilderness, and what level these beasts were. After sending his coordinates to Xiling, Cheng Yao eagerly began to search for traces of ferocious beasts in the vast wasteland. The wilderness was terrifyingly desolate. Cheng Yao walked for a long time but found no signs of ferocious beast activity. There were indeed many animals like field mice, rabbits, wild boars, and goats. There were so many, he couldn't understand how they lived here. And in the sky above the wasteland, there were flocks of vultures, devouring the corpses of animals by the roadside. Could it be that Xiling analyzed it wrong? Cheng Yao was filled with confusion. Just when Cheng Yao was about to describe the situation here to Xiling, what happened next made his eyes widen in shock. He saw a group of vultures suddenly swoop down from the sky like arrows shot from above, fiercely attacking a wild boar. The wild boar immediately sensed the impending danger, its bristles grew wildly, and in an instant, it looked like a hedgehog, protecting itself from the incoming attacks. Wow! Could these be the ferocious beasts of the wilderness? Cheng Yao was struck with surprise. It should be known that in the silent forest at the beginning, all ferocious beasts had markings that distinguished them from ordinary animals. For example, the ferocious fish with sharp teeth and the tiger whose tail burned with flames, etc. But the ferocious beasts here seemed to have returned to a primitive state, only revealing their true strength when they attacked. Their previous movements, just like ordinary animals, had completely deceived Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao was filled with excitement and immediately used the scanning ability on the wild boar and vultures. Spiked porcupine, level 8 beast, health, 1400. When in danger, it will generate barbs around itself for defense. Very high defensive power. Scavenging vulture, level 6 beast, health, 1000. Scavenging beasts will attack proactively when in a state of hunger, usually appearing in groups. Looking at the scanned information of the beasts, Cheng Yao's mood could not help but become excited. His primary task now was to level up himself. But to level up, he needed to constantly hunt those ferocious beasts that were close to his level. Back in the silent forest, the density of ferocious beasts was the biggest reason for restricting Cheng Yao's speed of leveling up. And in this forgotten wilderness, looking at the flocks of vultures above, they were all experience points. As Xiling had imagined, this place was simply a holy land for leveling up. As for the water source issue, who cares? Anyway, there's the all-powerful Xiling. Even if the water isn't clean, his purification device can perfectly solve this problem. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to take out his 98k. After all, there was still some time before Xiling's arrival. This was a perfect opportunity to practice leveling up. Chapter 36, The Natural Sniper Trainee. In the vast wilderness, the claws of the scavenging vulture had already landed on the back of the spiked porcupine. These vultures' claws were like steel knives. With one strike, even though the spiked porcupine had sharp spines for protection, it was still opened up by a deep wound. But this spiked porcupine was no easy prey. Although the vultures caused damage to the porcupine, its spines also pierced deeply into the claws of the vultures. As the vultures circled back up, their claws were dripping with blood. For a moment, it was hard to tell whose blood it was, whether it belonged to the porcupine or the vultures. However, Cheng Yao clearly wasn't planning to pay attention to that now. The 98k had already aimed at one of the vultures' bodies, just waiting for Cheng Yao to pull the deadly trigger. Bang! The huge gunshot echoed across the wilderness, but the target previously chosen by Cheng Yao was unharmed. Missed. Cheng Yao slowly shook his head. At this moment, Cheng Yao finally started to pay attention to his marksmanship. Marksmanship could be said to be Cheng Yao's biggest shortcoming right now. Previously, the enemies Cheng Yao faced were mostly large beasts or low-level foot soldiers. Additionally, the shooting distances were generally quite close, so Cheng Yao's weakness had never been exposed. But it was no surprise, as a native Chinese, if Cheng Yao's marksmanship were precise, that would be a rarity. Cheng Yao missed the shot, and the bullet flew who knows where. But the vulture targeted by Cheng Yao, due to not being injured, was still struggling fiercely against the wild boar below. Looking at this outcome, Cheng Yao felt not a trace of disappointment from being ignored by the vulture. Instead, he was filled with excitement. This meant that these vultures could become the best targets on his journey to practice shooting. If he couldn't hit them, the vultures wouldn't bother him. If he hit them, it would be a one-shot kill, and he wouldn't have to worry about the vultures being a problem. What the heck is called a surprise? This is what you call a surprise. Anyway, since it would take some time for Xiling to arrive, Cheng Yao continued to raise his gun and aim. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. After a while, the sharp-toothed porcupine was finally killed by the vultures, who stood on its corpse, enjoying the hard-earned meal. And counting the number of vultures, not a single one was missing. This wasn't due to Cheng Yao's poor marksmanship. He had deliberately chosen a position far from the vultures to better train his shooting skills. Friends who often play sniper games know that while sniper rifles have a long range, as the distance increases, the bullets fired from the gun no longer travel in a straight line, but follow a parabolic arc. Bullets will drop, and factors like wind direction, airflow, and even one's breath and heartbeat can become the biggest obstacles to shooting. Moreover, when the distance is far enough, even the smallest deviation in shooting angle can result in an enormous error in the bullet's landing point. Before entering the forbidden area of the national fortune, Cheng Yao had never even touched a gun. At most, he only played some shooting games like PUBG or Escape from Tarkov. In those games, one doesn't need to consider wind speed and similar issues, but when he actually got hold of a sniper rifle, these seemingly minor problems became insurmountable obstacles. People say snipers are nurtured by bullets. This is true, but not entirely. The most important part of becoming a sniper lies in talent. After the same practice, a talented sniper can perfectly take down an enemy from a kilometer away. But someone without talent can at most hit a target just 400 or 500 meters away. And what about Cheng Yao? At this moment, Cheng Yao was still shooting tirelessly. After each shot, Cheng Yao would carefully observe where the bullet landed, unconsciously improving his sniping skills. In just 2 short hours, Cheng Yao's entire aura seemed to undergo a tremendous change. Previously, Cheng Yao was relentless, exuding a strong air of dominance. But now, apart from the powerful dominance, there seemed to be more focus and determination in Cheng Yao. And during these 2 hours while Cheng Yao practiced shooting, his livestream was filled with the audience's cries. "Brother Yao, stop showing off your shooting skills, even my grandma is better than you. 2 hours and not a single hit, is this still Brother Yao? Has Brother Yao been possessed? Possessed my foot. Do you remember when we fought against the swift attack wolves and he didn't hit a single shot? Brother Yao only practices on fixed targets or large ones. Once the distance is far or the target moves fast, Brother Yao's shooting skills drop dramatically. I hope Brother Yao can master it soon. I'm off to see Sister Xiling." The audience in the livestream rapidly dwindled, and soon, Cheng Yao's livestream was utterly silent. Meanwhile, in the office of National Fortune in Long Country, Zhou Yan's father, Zhou Yang, was quietly watching Cheng Yao practice shooting. Although Cheng Yao had yet to hit a single shot, Zhou Yang's eyes still showed deep appreciation. "Old Zhou, this kid really can't shoot, it's been 2 hours, and he hasn't hit anything," a colleague beside Zhou Yang casually remarked, while sipping hot tea. With the national fortune of Long Country constantly rising, not only was there hot water for tea, but crops that had been hard to grow for years were starting to be planted again. Because of this, while many countries still couldn't drink a sip of clean water, Long Country could already enjoy fragrant tea. Zhou Yang turned to look at this colleague, named Su Zhou, who was responsible for personnel changes in Long Country but knew little about firearms. "Su Zhou, you don't understand, Cheng Yao's target isn't to hit those vultures. I can see that he's aiming for the eyes of the vultures." "Put." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Su Zhou spurted out the tea he just sipped, his face showing a look of shock as if he heard a terrifying story. "What? This kid is aiming for the vulture's eyes? Are you kidding? A young man who just touched a gun a few days ago, is it necessary to aim this high?" Zhou Yang wiped the tea from his face with his sleeve but showed no signs of displeasure. "You've never practiced this, so it's normal not to understand. I can clearly see that Cheng Yao is gradually learning to control his body. To achieve this level without anyone teaching him is already terrifying. Do you know what we call such people in our army? We call them natural sniper material." Listening to Zhou Yang's words, Su Zhou felt only one thing, an unexplainable awe. "If you don't believe me, how about a bet? I bet Cheng Yao will raise his hit rate to over 30% in an hour." Chapter 37, Everyone is Scorched? Bang! 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 Gunfire echoed endlessly over the vast wilderness. The process of shooting practice was exceptionally tedious. Most people could only practice for an hour before needing time to rest and adjust their state. But what about Cheng Yao? At this moment, 3 hours had passed since he began practicing shooting. In the office of National Fortune in Long Country, Su Zhou stared at Cheng Yao's results, his mouth agape. The hot tea in Su Zhou's hand had burned his palm red, but he seemed to forget the pain. This. Su Zhou's voice trembled, only able to dumbly point at the live stream screen, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while. On the live stream screen, every shot Cheng Yao fired precisely took the life of a vulture. Moreover, each bullet shot into the eyes of the vultures. Most importantly, Cheng Yao ignored the vultures pecking at corpses, his focus was always on those flying in the sky. This distance was well over hundreds of meters. Even Zhou Yang, who had full confidence in Cheng Yao, couldn't help but gasp in awe at his progress. Cheng Yao's improvement was far better than Zhou Yang had expected. This was the first time Zhou Yang witnessed someone transform from a shooting novice to a sniper genius in just 3 short hours. Now, Cheng Yao's hit rate had reached 80%, far exceeding Zhou Yang's expectations. However, looking at Su Zhou's hand almost burning to ashes, Zhou Yang still reminded him. "Don't be so surprised. Your hand. Your hand." Hearing Zhou Yang's reminder, Su Zhou seemed to suddenly wake up. Ah! The teacup was thrown far away by Su Zhou. In the forbidden area of the National Fortune, Cheng Yao once again showcased his skills. Bang! 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 3 shots fired in quick succession, the vultures in the sky didn't even have time to cry out before they turned into game meat in Cheng Yao's backpack. Under normal circumstances, the 98K rifle requires reloading after each shot and cannot do such a thing. But Cheng Yao was different, his 98K didn't need to be reloaded. Aside from being a bit slow, this 98K had no other disadvantages. At this moment, the newly arrived Ziling watched Cheng Yao's extraordinary shooting skills, standing there in amazement. Her heart was stirred with waves of shock. Wow! Is Cheng Yao's shooting really that accurate? Could it be he practiced shooting before? It shouldn't be. The Dragon Country has very strict gun control, and since resources became scarce, soldiers hardly practiced shooting anymore. Soldiers, my foot! Cheng Yao is just an ordinary unemployed drifter, how could he practice shooting? Moreover, isn't this a bolt-action gun? Why can it fire continuously? Ziling began to doubt her own life, she even started to wonder if she had been walking so long that she was hallucinating. Ziling, you are here. Seeing Ziling's charming figure, Cheng Yao immediately put away his 98K and stepped forward to greet her. His blue energy was almost exhausted, and if it weren't for not finding a water source, he would have wanted to build a cabin right where he was. The wilderness was overgrown, and it was hard to see animal tracks, so the method he used to find a water source had now become useless. In Cheng Yao's eyes, Ziling was his savior. Hearing Cheng Yao's call, Ziling looked at the little stars flickering in his eyes, slowly coming out of her shock. Let me guess, you really didn't find any water sources, right? Cheng Yao nodded vigorously. And then, you want me to help you find a place to settle down? Cheng Yao nodded again. Looking at Cheng Yao's hopeful face, Ziling helplessly rubbed her forehead with one hand. What the heck, are you really not planning to let me rest my legs? Wow, totally not considerate. Forget it, once we get this settlement area done, feel free to rest as you like. Ziling gave up struggling. After walking for 3 hours, and encountering some fierce beasts along the way, Ziling's legs felt as if they had lead poured into them. Yet, she still endured the fatigue and continued to move through the wilderness. The two walked side by side in the wilderness, and Ziling's pace grew slower and slower, her delicate face seemingly losing color. Seeing Ziling's delicate appearance, Cheng Yao suggested. Ziling, how about I carry you? This way, we can move faster. Upon hearing Cheng Yao's suggestion, Ziling's pretty face suddenly flushed. This blockhead, planning to carry me? Ziling suddenly recalled the scene when Cheng Yao saved her, running while carrying her. That feeling was truly reassuring. No! Ziling lay on Cheng Yao's back, watching him walk swiftly, her heart full of steadiness and satisfaction. We need to go down and look for a low spot. Then, at this hour, let's follow those birds. Ha! I can hear the frogs. Let's run to the left. That's definitely right. Cheng Yao carried Ziling on his back, and before long, they really found a puddle. By now, it was late, and countless birds had gathered near the puddle, with fierce beasts occasionally walking by, startling flocks of birds into the air. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yao felt utterly impressed by Ziling, who was on his back. Amazing! Thank goodness for Ziling, or else he really wouldn't have found this place. However, Ziling looked at the puddle in front of her and seemed clearly dissatisfied. Forget it, let's keep searching, the water here isn't clean, even if we boil it, it would probably still be hard to drink. But Cheng Yao didn't care about that. With a flash of light in his hand, a rough wooden bucket appeared. After scooping a bucket of water, another flash of light revealed a water purification device in front of Cheng Yao. Pouring all the water into the purification device, Cheng Yao took out a cup and placed it beneath the device. Immediately, a glass of crystal clear water, even carrying a hint of sweetness and fragrance, appeared in the cup. After taking a sip, the taste lingered. This purification device is simply amazing. Alright, the water source problem is solved. Ziling, analyze the location for the Yin family. By the way, Ziling, aren't you getting off yet? At this point, although Cheng Yao had finally let go, Ziling's arms were still firmly resting on Cheng Yao's shoulder, like a giant koala hanging on his back. Hearing Cheng Yao's question, Ziling suddenly came to her senses, her face instantly turning bright red. Ziling jumped off Cheng Yao's back as if she had been burned, saying, Huh? I'll go look around. She quickly fled. Chapter 38, Basin Country, Leveling Up. By the time Ziling chose a location, it was completely dark. This was a broad flat area, not far behind was a cliff. If they came under attack, this cliff would serve as a natural barrier, preventing the little house from being surrounded from all sides. Cheng Yao looked at the spot in front of him, filled with admiration for Ziling. In such a short time, she found such a feng shui treasure. Having Ziling's company on this trip was simply fantastic. Cheng Yao couldn't help but give a big thumbs up, revealing his big white teeth, and exclaimed, "This place is really great. Amazing." Hearing Cheng Yao's praise, Ziling's earlier embarrassment quickly melted away. At the same time, a faint sense of satisfaction rose within Ziling. Taking out their respective moving vouchers, they confirmed their use. Then, their little wooden house suddenly appeared on the vacant land in front of them. Looking at the little wooden house, the embarrassment that had just faded came back to wrap Xiling even more fiercely. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao beside Xiling couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he looked at the little wooden house. Unknowingly, perhaps because they were too close while using the moving vouchers, their little wooden houses actually merged together. 1 + 1 = 1. Looking at the little wooden house, it was noticeably larger than before. The previous little wooden house with 1 door and 1 window had now become a house with 1 door and 2 windows after merging with Xiling's house. The 2 small windows stood on either side of the door. Looking inside through the small windows, the furnishings and arrangements were not much different from before. Looking inside through the open wooden door, there was just an extra little living room in the middle of the 2 small rooms. Cheng Yao stared blankly at the changes in the little wooden house. His shabby 1-bedroom wooden hut. Now, has it turned into a room with 2 halls? Doesn't that mean, in the future, I will have to share the same roof with Xiling? Although Cheng Yao is carefree, he is still a pure-hearted little virgin. Faced with this result, Cheng Yao was at a loss for words. In this moment, Cheng Yao no longer had that domineering look, instead, he became shy like a little wife. On the contrary, Xiling regained her composure before Cheng Yao did. We'll be neighbors from now on, it will be nice to help each other out in the future. Xiling's pretty face turned crimson, but she still pretended to speak calmly. At the same time, Xiling felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, the bedroom hasn't been merged, otherwise, she might have to share a bed with Cheng Yao. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's live stream room, the audience watched the two about to live together and instantly filled the screen with wails. My Xiling goddess. Brother Yao. No. It's over, my dream lover is going to live with someone else. What else can I say? I can only sincerely wish them. Don't be discouraged, after all, they aren't living in the same room, there's still a chance. Right. It's just like in an apartment building, we can think of that little guest room as a hallway, thinking about it this way makes me feel much better. Thanks to my brother for the enlightenment. Now my mood has calmed down. Outside the wooden house, seeing Cheng Yao's shy demeanor, Xiling was quite amazed. Before, Cheng Yao had always been like a strong and upright man in her eyes. Looking at the bashful Cheng Yao now, Xiling couldn't help but giggle. This Cheng Yao is quite adorable. After a long while, Cheng Yao finally managed to complete his self-hypnosis. Though Xiling is big and beautiful, as long as I treat her as a roommate, as a brother, there would be no problem. It's just living with a brother, it's pretty good. Thus, they temporarily settled down in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After all, they had already used their one-time moving voucher and had no other way to move. So until they find another moving voucher, they could only live together. Cheng Yao had already placed his water purification device in the small living room for their drinking needs. Xiling also set her previously made pottery jars and bowls in the communal area. Looking at these exquisite pottery pieces, Cheng Yao suddenly saw Xiling in a new light. With these jars and pots, their little wooden house finally looked like a home. Lighting up the fire pit, the two sat across from each other as the smell of grilled meat began to spread, filling the little wooden house with warmth. In the live stream room, Dragon Country's audience started pounding their chests in frustration while watching the two. Neighbor my foot. I've approved of Brother Yao and the goddess's marriage. Damn, watching this makes me want to marry a wife. Wishing Brother Yao and the goddess a lifetime of happiness. Whoa, my youth has come to an end. The live stream's comments were filled with desolation. However, just then, a system announcement appeared before all the viewers. Congratulations to the chosen one of Foot Basin Country, Yuan Surong, for being the first to reach level 6, rewarding Foot Basin Country with 100 fortune points. What? Brother Yao's level has been surpassed? The audience in Dragon Country were suddenly stunned by this announcement. At this moment, the audience from Foot Basin Country had also rushed into Cheng Yao's live stream room. Ha ha ha. You foolish Dragon Country pigs, did you see that? Before, you occupied all the level up rewards, now, it's our turn in Foot Basin Country. One step slow, step by slow. In the future, your Dragon Country will eat dust behind our chosen one. Ha ha ha. From now on, we Foot Basin Country will take all the level up rewards. After that, it was time to practice shooting, find a little house location. Indeed, it had been a whole day without leveling up. But this isn't right. Isn't the Foot Basin Country also supposed to find house locations? I just went to the live stream of the Foot Basin Country. That Yashiharu not only hasn't upgraded his house, he hasn't even changed his location. So, this guy has used all his time on leveling up. For Yashiharu, being level 5, even if he continued hunting level 4 monsters in the Silent Forest, he could still level up. The experience he gained wouldn't be discounted. But now, Yashiharu was already level 6, and if he wanted to level up by hunting level 4 monsters again, it would be a loss. A 50% experience penalty would make Yoshiharu's path to leveling up incredibly difficult. However, the audience in the live stream didn't know this, so they all cried out in despair. And what about Cheng Yao? At this moment, Cheng Yao was comfortably lying on his little wooden bed, having no intention of leveling up in the middle of the night. Now he had a roommate. Shooting outside in the dead of night would disturb his roommate's rest. Moreover, after occupying this feng shui treasure land, Cheng Yao was full of confidence. His future leveling speed would definitely not be slow. Chapter 39, Not Giving Face? Just right, I know a bit of fist and foot. In the early morning, Cheng Yao woke up from the bed, and a faint aroma drifted into his nostrils. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he opened the door and saw that Xiling was already all packed and ready to go. Awake? I made you some porridge over the fire. Don't expect any pancakes, remember to eat before you head out. Listening to Xiling's arrangement, a different feeling suddenly rose in Cheng Yao's heart. He always felt that Xiling was like his wife, preparing meals for him and not forgetting to remind him a few words. Though this feeling was strange, it also made Cheng Yao feel very warm. Where are you going? As Cheng Yao asked, he slowly walked toward the campfire. I'm going to level up. I'm planning to go to the southern border. If anyone from our dragon country comes out, I can keep an eye on them since I'm the person in charge of the west. Remember to drink the porridge, I'm leaving first. After Xiling's instructions, she straightaway left the little house. In the little house, Cheng Yao looked at the steaming clay pot in front of him, which was the breakfast Xiling had left for him. Rather than porridge, it was more like vegetable soup. In the clay pot were several unknown plants that released a tempting aroma when simmered in water. He had no idea how Xiling found these things. Just right, after eating barbecue for days, he was almost tired of it. Cheng Yao couldn't wait to start tasting. The taste was really quite good, very refreshing. Cheng Yao wore a satisfied expression. After eating and drinking enough, Cheng Yao walked out of the little house and slowly headed in the direction Xiling mentioned. At the same time, inside the silent forest, Yoshiharu was rushing through the forest without stopping. He had successfully leveled up to 6, and he needed to get out of this forest to find a new leveling area. Following Yoshiharu were 2 level 5 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country, Hekamo and Kazukawa. These 2 chosen ones were compatriots that Yoshiharu had accidentally discovered while leveling up. At this moment, they gathered together, all racing toward the next leveling area. Baka! Why is this forest so big? It's simply wasting my leveling speed. Yoshiharu complained while running. He had been running for nearly 3 hours and still hadn't left this vast forest. The fatigue in his body and the visual strain made Yoshiharu extremely impatient. Hekamo and Kazukawa empathized with Yoshiharu's complaints. If they continued to run at this speed, they would at least lose half a day of leveling time. Such a result made them very unhappy. They needed to know, their running speed had long exceeded that of ordinary people. It is easy to imagine how vast this forest is. But soon after, a light suddenly shone before Heimu's eyes. We're about to get out. I see it, ahead is a wasteland. Heimu exclaimed with excitement first. Sure enough, shortly after, the 3 chosen ones from the Foot Basin finally stepped onto this wasteland. Ha ha ha. This is simply heaven helping me. Here is the upgrading sacred place I have longed for. Looking at the groups of vultures in the sky, Yuan Shiro shouted in excitement. If I can level up here, my speed will be several times faster than in this broken forest. We'll firmly occupy this place, and if we encounter Dragon Kingdom people entering this wasteland, we will kill them immediately. Ha ha ha. I want to make it so that those low-class Dragon Kingdom people can never find a place to level up again. Yuan Shiro's voice was extremely arrogant, and the 2 beside him, Heimu and Fengchuan, also shouted excitedly. But at that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance, interrupting the 3's cheers. Listen up. This leveling area is already ours, show some respect. Go level up somewhere else. Hearing the shout, Yuan Shiro and the others suddenly froze in excitement. They looked toward the direction of the voice and saw a tall man warning them from hundreds of meters away. This domineering appearance made Yuan Shiro suspicious. Could this person also be a fellow citizen of our Foot Basin country? Yuan Shiro immediately sent out a probe, but the result he got was, out of range, unable to use. Seeing this situation, Yuan Shiro could only shout loudly. Why do you dare to occupy this area? I am the captain of the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country, a level 6 chosen one, Yuan Shiro. I hope you recognize your good fortune. Yuan Shiro immediately brought out his identity. If the other party was also a chosen one from the Foot Basin country, they could save a lot of words after hearing his shout. If the other party was a chosen one from another country, perhaps upon knowing his captain identity, they would not dare to continue to cause trouble. Yuan Shiro felt quite satisfied with his response. Upon hearing Yuan Shiro's response, Heimu and Fengchuan straightened their backs and lifted their chins. This was their captain, and following him made them feel proud. But unexpectedly, after hearing Yuan Siro's reply, the other party suddenly bent down, completely lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, Heimu and Feng Chuan both burst into laughter. Ha ha! The captain is indeed impressive. As soon as he revealed his identity, the other side submitted. That's right, our captain is a level 6 chosen one. I've never seen anyone at his level. The other side must be scared silly. Heimu and Feng Chuan flattered Yuan Siro, but their captain, Yuan Siro, felt no happiness at their flattery. Instead, Yuan Siro's face became somewhat serious. Because Yuan Siro vaguely saw that the other party lying on the ground was not bowing, but rather, aiming? Due to the distance being too far, Yuan Siro could not see clearly what the other party was doing. But even so, Yuan Siro remained cautious and instantly took out his own divine weapon. Yuan Siro's divine weapon was a talisman inscribed with obscure and indistinguishable runes. The talisman flew out instantly, transforming in midair into a nearly 4-meter-tall frost giant fox, blocking in front of Yuan Siro. Heimu and Feng Chuan looked at Yuan Siro's tense expression, momentarily puzzled. What happened to their captain? At that moment, however, Heimu and Feng Chuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in their foreheads, and then lost all their strength. It was not until Heimu and Feng Chuan felt that the sound of a gunshot reached their ears. Unfortunately, they heard it too late. However, Genshiro barely saved his life thanks to the block from the ice fox. Yet even so, this attack shattered his ice fox into countless ice fragments. Watching his ice fox being killed in an instant and seeing his two subordinates dead in a flash, Genshiro felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Who on earth are they? Why are they so strong? At this moment, Cheng Yao was lying on the ground, re-establishing his aim at Genshiro. The chosen captain of Foot Basin Country? I'm targeting your Foot Basin's spawn. Chapter 40, Your Iron Piece. No, it's your iron piece. Watching Genshiro fleeing in panic, Cheng Yao took aim again and shot. Unfortunately, at this moment, Genshiro had already burrowed back into the dense forest, and Cheng Yao, lacking the perspective cheat, failed to take Genshiro's dog head with a few more shots. Cheng Yao slowly got up and let out a heavy sigh. This was the first time he encountered a chosen one of a higher level than himself, and Genshiro's appearance rang alarm bells for Cheng Yao. Sure enough, my speed of leveling up is still too slow. I need to speed up my leveling up. Luckily, this time, the enemy was only 1 level higher than me. If the next enemy is 5 or 6 levels higher, then I will fall into danger. Cheng Yao's brows tightened, and then he put away his 98k and walked directly towards a place where vultures were gathering. This time out, Cheng Yao had been heading south, but perhaps due to a slight deviation from Xiling's direction, he did not find Xiling's graceful figure. However, to Cheng Yao at this moment, none of this mattered. What Cheng Yao needed to do now was to desperately level up. Staying further away from Xiling could also reduce the issue of stealing monsters and increase his leveling speed. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao gave up his previous hunting method. Before, Cheng Yao said he was leveling up, but more so he was practicing shooting. He still aimed only at the vultures that circled in the air, solely to improve his shooting skills. But upon discovering the level 6 chosen one, Cheng Yao resolutely gave up on those airborne prey and instead targeted the vultures that were feeding. After all, vultures usually fed in groups. Facing such prey, Cheng Yao's accuracy could reach 100%. Bang! Bang! Gunshots echoed continuously in the wilderness, and with every shot Cheng Yao fired, his backpack would gain more poultry meat. Moments later, Cheng Yao successfully leveled up to level 6. Opening his attribute panel, the experience points needed to level up to the next level had doubled again. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 6. Experience points, 30/3200. Health points, 300/300. Mana points, 300/300. Strength, 55. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 30. Endurance, 30. Skills, Exploration, Map. Now, killing one vulture gives 50 experience points, which means I need to kill 64 vultures to complete the next upgrade. Very well, this wilderness is dense with vultures. I aim to level up to level 7 before tonight. Cheng Yao made up his mind. And just then, a prompt popped up in front of Cheng Yao again. Detected that the cabin is under attack, please return immediately. Cabin health 18620/20,000. What's going on? My cabin is being attacked? But I clearly checked the map before, and there was no fallen demon valley in this area. Cheng Yao was filled with confusion, and immediately ran back towards the cabin. Along the way, Cheng Yao was extremely anxious. He was sure that the ones attacking the cabin were not the previous fallen demons. After all, the damage those fallen demons caused to the cabin was even less than the recovery speed of the small cabin. But this time, the cabin's health was dropping too fast. That was why Cheng Yao was so worried. On the way, Cheng Yao did not forget to send a message to Xiling. The cabin is under attack, I'm rushing back, but I'm not sure what is attacking the cabin. Ziling's reply was exceptionally brief. I'll be there soon. It was obvious that Ziling also realized that the small cabin was losing health too quickly this time. The speed had almost reached twice that of when the lower-level abyssal demon attacked the thatched cabin before. In her anxiety, Ziling didn't have time to think much and urgently started to sprint toward her small wooden cabin. After a while, Cheng Yao gasped for breath and finally saw the monsters attacking the small cabin. To his surprise, the culprit behind this attack on the cabin was, in fact, an old acquaintance of his. Intermediate Abyssal Demon, Level 6 Fierce Beast, Health, 2000/2000. Usually appears in groups, sometimes led by a leader. If a leader is spotted, prioritize killing it. Looking at the Abyssal Demons in front of him, Cheng Yao's forehead was filled with black lines. Compared to the lower-level Abyssal Demons before, these Abyssal Demons had only changed skin color to a bluish hue, and Cheng Yao couldn't see any other difference. As for why the cabin was losing health so quickly this time, Cheng Yao looked at the 16 Abyssal Demons surrounding the small cabin and had a general idea in his mind. Simply put, the number of monsters had increased. At this moment, these Abyssal Demons were desperately raising their big sticks, pounding fiercely against Cheng Yao and Ziling's small cabin. A few Abyssal Demons were using all their might, crazily hitting the windows of the small cabin. Damn it, they dare to smash my windows? Seeking death. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately took out his revolver, aimed, but then suddenly remembered something and put the revolver away, switching to the 98K. The monster's health was a solid 2,000 points, and if he used the revolver, it wouldn't achieve a one-shot kill. Cheng Yao's gun mouth continuously spewed fire, and with each shot he took, these intermediate Abyssal Demons began to disappear one after another. After these intermediate Abyssal Demons died, the loot they left behind was no longer copper particles, but iron particles. Iron particle, collect 10 iron particles to synthesize 1 iron organ. Looking at the description, Cheng Yao gained some insight. It seemed that these monsters were the key to continuing to upgrade his destined divine weapon. However, looking at the total of 16 iron particles, Cheng Yao's mind became a little conflicted. Logically, these iron particles should be shared with Ziling, right? But if so, his collection speed of iron particles would drop significantly. Just then, Ziling's graceful figure finally appeared beside Cheng Yao. What's going on? What's attacking our place? Ziling's phrase "our place" made Cheng Yao pause for a moment, but he quickly recovered and explained the situation with the Abyssal Demons. Upon hearing his description, Ziling slapped her forehead in frustration. Oh. How could I forget this? Since our cabin's health doubled, it's normal for more monsters to appear. I was too anxious, I completely overlooked this. After saying that, Ziling turned around again, preparing to leave. The crisis had been lifted, and Ziling did not intend to linger at the cabin door any longer. Hey! The intermediate Abyssal Demons dropped iron particles. Wait for me to give you your iron particles. Ziling heard Cheng Yao shout but had no intention of turning back. No, they are your iron particles. Come on, my destined divine weapon is only F-level intermediate, what good are iron particles to me? Ziling continued walking into the distance. Cheng Yao looked at the iron particles in his backpack, and didn't hesitate any longer, chasing after Ziling. After all, he still had plenty of copper ores left in his backpack, so he might as well give them to Ziling. This way, he could collect the iron particles later with more peace of mind. After all, there was no valley for Cheng Yao to farm materials here. Chapter 41, Demons Attack, Great Calamity Approaches. Congratulations to the chosen ones of Dragon Country, Cheng Yao and Ziling, for leaving the novice village. Reward, 100 points of national luck for Dragon Country. Just as Cheng Yao finished off the last intermediate Abyssal Demon, the announcement popped up in the live stream again. But unlike before, after this announcement, there is more to come. The novice protection period has ended, the National Fortune Survival Competition officially begins. Current Forbidden Area Level, Level 1. Monsters and ferocious beasts will be strengthened, and their appearance frequency will slightly increase. In 5 days, a massive demon siege will occur. Please prepare your defenses. Seeing this kind of prompt, all the audience members from various countries were shocked beyond measure. In the previous difficult survival process, the chosen ones from each country had already suffered varying degrees of casualties. Now you tell us that was just the novice protection period? How can there be a demon siege? Who knows what is really going on? Our chosen ones have already suffered heavy losses during the novice protection period. Now that the survival difficulty has increased, what are we going to do? Is this National Fortune Forbidden Area planning to kill all the chosen ones? At this moment, all the audience members were in chaos. And within the National Fortune Forbidden Area, the chosen ones from various countries also learned about the increased survival difficulty and the news of the demon siege in 5 days. Cheng Yao looked at the message popping up in front of him, and his expression turned somewhat serious. Before, he had also suspected that the survival in this national fortune forbidden area might be a bit too simple. Monsters that could be killed instantly, along with the weak and pitiful submerged demons. If it weren't for the fear of other chosen ones causing trouble, Cheng Yao wouldn't have to worry about his own survival. Now, seeing this kind of prompt, Cheng Yao finally realized. It turns out that it wasn't that survival was too easy, but that he was still in the novice protection period. However, regarding the situation of the demon siege in 5 days, Cheng Yao still had no clue. Zhiling, what do you think? Cheng Yao asked the Zhiling beside him. He admired Zhiling's analytical ability very much. Although the information was scarce, perhaps through Zhiling's analysis, they could discover more valuable insights. Zhiling rubbed her chin with one hand, and after a moment, she slowly said, "This place giving a notice is unprecedented. I think this time the demon siege will definitely not be easy. You shouldn't worry about other things, focusing on leveling up is the most important. By the way, keep the inner iron particles for yourself, I won't need them for now. When the siege comes, I will rely on you to be the main force." After saying that, Zhiling immediately opened her friend list and started communicating with Zhou Yan. This was the first time Cheng Yao saw such a serious expression on Zhiling's face. This expression hadn't even appeared when he was attacked by 3 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country. Cheng Yao secretly nodded and said no more. After tossing the extra copper ore and F-grade evolution stones to Zhiling, he walked straight into the distance. If he wanted to continue surviving, he must hurry to improve his strength. On the other side, the captain of the chosen ones from Dragon Country, Zhou Yan, was discussing future strategies with Zhiling. Looking at the analysis sent by Zhiling in the message box, Zhou Yan quickly made a response. "Attention all chosen ones, to respond to the demon siege in 10 days, everyone enters an emergency combat readiness state. Everyone should prioritize leveling up, you must reach at least level 5 in 10 days. In addition, after reaching level 5, Sunya, Lu Gaoming, Zhang Feng, each of you need to find 2 chosen ones to carry out tasks of logging, quarrying, and hunting submerged demons. Collect resources. Note, this is an order. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as violating military orders. For the others, if you need to upgrade your huts or weapons, come to me for any lacking materials. Once the hut is upgraded and reaches level 5, immediately go to the Forgotten Wilderness at 138-162 to report to Zhiling. Also, if you encounter other chosen ones from Dragon Country, inform them to contact me immediately." One message after another was sent out by Zhou Yan, and soon, all the chosen ones from Dragon Country who received the information. The actions quickly began. Including the few people assigned to collect materials, they did not offer any objections and immediately started implementing Zhou Yan's arrangements. It could be said that until this moment, these chosen ones from Dragon Country had truly received effective organization and were united as one. Outside the live broadcast room, the viewers from Dragon Country watched Zhou Yan methodically assign tasks, and they couldn't help but feel emotional. It's still our Captain Zhou. Once organized, it's so efficient. However, some foreign viewers scoffed at the bullet comments from Dragon Country. This is considered efficient? Your standards in Dragon Country are really low. Exactly, anyone could issue such an order, right? Dragon Country really has no bragging rights, spending so long praising just a few simple commands. In the eyes of these foreign viewers, what Zhou Yan was doing was merely passing on necessary tasks to his subordinates. Such a thing could be done by anyone. However, what these foreign viewers did not expect was that the viewers from Dragon Country made such a response. You mock our Captain Zhou? Then you should go back and check your own situation. Seeing this bullet comment, the foreign viewers felt completely puzzled. Just look, what's the big deal? Can't our captain handle this? Oh my gosh. It wasn't until these viewers returned to their own country's live broadcast room that they realized how absurd their previous misunderstanding was. In the live broadcast room of Beautiful Country, the chosen Captain MacArthur was currently surrounded by several chosen ones from Beautiful Country. On what grounds do you command me to collect resources? You are taking away my freedom of choice. You want me to collect resources? That's discrimination against colored people. Once we get out of this forbidden area, I will definitely sue you, making you unable to recover forever. Your level is not higher than mine. I think we should conduct a democratic election to decide who leads our team. The viewers from Beautiful Country watched their chosen one's performance and almost wished to jump into the screen to give them a few slaps. What time is it? Still talking about so-called democracy? Can't you all unite a bit? What Dragon Country can accomplish easily, why does it become such a huge problem in my beautiful country? And this situation was almost happening in all Western countries. In Foot Basin Country, the situation was even more miserable. As the captain, Yuan Surong had a level 6 rank but could not contact a few of his compatriots. A complete commander without troops. This was also because Yuan Surong had only focused on leveling up these days, leaving the chance of finding compatriots entirely to fate. And the two compatriots he finally found had already been decisively dealt with by Cheng Yao. Watching Yuan Suram all alone, struggling and fleeing, all the viewers from Foot Basin Country felt a deep sense of sorrow from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 42, Level Reversal, Discovering the Spider Cave. The pressure of the demon siege lingered in the hearts of every chosen one. For Cheng Yao, however, the task he received was unusually simple. Cheng Yao, your goal is very simple: enhance your strength as much as possible. We will do our best to provide you with all the materials you need. Remember, you are the backbone of our dragon country. The stronger you are, the greater our chances of survival. Cheng Yao looked at the message sent by Zhou Yan and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After obtaining iron ore, he didn't upgrade his divine weapon mainly because he didn't have enough wood. But now, Cheng Yao needed to obtain wood, which meant he had to return to the forest to chop it down, undoubtedly wasting a lot of time. However, now, it seemed that he no longer needed to worry about the problem of wood. During the time when the Pot Country invaded, the chosen ones saved by Cheng Yao also sent messages to him. Brother Yao, keep going. We can't help you much, but rest assured, we will gather materials like wood and stone for you. Brother Yao. Practice leveling up with peace of mind. You are the hope of our dragon country. I will also practice leveling up with all my strength. I hope that in the future, I can protect others in our dragon country like you, Brother Yao. Looking at these messages, Cheng Yao's mouth slightly curled up. The blood that filled his heart seemed to become warm, making Cheng Yao feel extremely relaxed. Although he could only be considered a half-citizen, this feeling of being needed by others seemed quite nice. Alright then, I'll treat you all as my true fellow countrymen for now. After all, these fellow countrymen are no different from the ones I had before. With this thought, Cheng Yao pulled out his 98k again. I have to work hard too. Bang! Bang! Gunshots echoed once again in this wilderness. After the Forbidden Land level increased to level 1, Cheng Yao could no longer kill monsters with one shot. Monsters' health and defense had been enhanced to a certain extent. The once easy-to-kill vultures now required Cheng Yao 2 shots to take down. Moreover, without the ability to kill vultures instantly, each time Cheng Yao attacked them, he would attract a swarm of vultures to gang up on him. As a result, Cheng Yao's efficiency in killing monsters took a hit. After killing a group of vultures, Cheng Yao needed to return to his small house to recover. This is the life of a sharpshooter whose life is as fragile as paper. But fortunately, with the beast's abilities enhanced, the experience gained from each kill also increased for Cheng Yao. With back and forth, Cheng Yao's leveling speed even slightly increased compared to before. While Cheng Yao was training hard, the other chosen ones in Dragon Country were not idle either. Under Zhou Yan's organization, the chosen ones of Dragon Country began organized hunting. In the chat group, more and more chosen ones from Dragon Country joined in. In just one day, the number of people in the chat group reached 50. The spectators of Dragon Country cheered as they watched more and more fellow countrymen getting found in the livestream. Great! They have all been found. The more fellow countrymen we locate, the faster we can find new compatriots. Moreover, now our fellow countrymen in Dragon Country have come together as one. If other countries' chosen ones want to mess with us, they better think twice. Let those scoundrels from the Pot Country try invading our territory again. We'll make them regret it. Other countries' viewers looked at Dragon Country's excitement, feeling helpless and frustrated. Comparing with the chosen ones of Dragon Country, their own chosen ones were simply an eyesore. In the beautiful country's live stream, today the chosen ones did nothing all day but raised hands to vote. Almost every chosen one wanted to fight for the leader's position, and as a result, they spent the entire day in arguments without reaching any conclusion. Some chosen ones began to form their own small groups, hoping to gain more votes in the future elections. Some even started giving long speeches, saying, "If you choose me as your leader, I will bring you." They painted bigger and bigger dreams, but even these speakers themselves had no confidence in how much they could actually achieve. What on earth are you doing? Are you still going to vote on how to defend when the demons start attacking the city? Damn it! Mike can't even do this little thing well. What use is he? Is what we insist on, democracy, right or wrong? On the other side, in the Pot Country's livestream, their captain, Zhen Shiro, did not face the same predicament as the beautiful country. Because their captain couldn't contact a few fellow citizens from the Basin Nation. At this moment, Zhen Shiro was wandering through the forest like a lonely ghost, filled with impotent fury. Baka. A few low-level fools. They don't even know what a coordinate means. Where are the other Basin people? Have they all died? Why is it so hard to find them? The audience from the Basin Nation silently watched Zhen Shiro, their hearts filled with bitterness. When Zhen Shiro said that the Basin people had all died, it wasn't too much of a problem. Because, just Cheng Yao alone had killed nearly 10% of the chosen ones from the Basin Nation. Adding in those chosen ones who were killed by savage beasts, the number of remaining chosen ones in the Basin Nation was now almost the lowest among all nations. Now, the audience from the Basin Nation could only hype up their captain's level. It's okay, our captain Gen Shiro's level has already surpassed Cheng Yao, the highest among all chosen ones. That's right. If our captain's strength can't survive the siege, then no other nation would possibly escape. It's just that Cheng Yao is despicably sneak attacking, otherwise, this morning he would have definitely died at the hands of our Basin captain. Level 5 against level 6, even if 10 Cheng Yaos came at once, they wouldn't be a match for our captain. In the live broadcast room of the Basin Nation, the audience was passionately discussing. Only this way could they slightly hypnotize themselves and give themselves a bit of confidence. But at that moment, a familiar notification appeared in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to Dragon Nation's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to reach level 7, rewarding Dragon Nation with 100 luck points. Nani? Cheng Yao's level surpassed the captain? How is that possible? This can't be true. Our captain's level must be about the same. Our captain's leveling speed must be the fastest. Countless viewers from the Basin Nation began to panic. This notification instantly collapsed the last support in their hearts. Time still ticked away, while their captain seemed to be trapped in a deadlock. Not only could he not find new places to level up, but he also hadn't been able to find his compatriots for a long time. If things continued like this, their chosen ones from the Basin Nation might suffer heavy losses in this demon siege. Meanwhile, in the National Luck Forbidden Zone, Cheng Yao decisively allocated the 5 newly earned attribute points to strength. Before him was an extremely dark cave, and the entrance of the cave seemed to glow faintly like a dimensional portal. Cheng Yao didn't think too much and sent out a probe towards the cave's portal. Dungeon entrance, dungeon name, Spider Cave. Recommended clearing level, level 7 to 9. Note, this dungeon supports a maximum of 5 players to explore simultaneously. Dungeon? Cheng Yao looked at the returned results from the probe, momentarily taken aback. So, should he try going in? Chapter 43, Solo Clearing the Dungeon. Looking at the results from the probe, Cheng Yao had a rough understanding of what kind of place this was. In previous online games, dungeons were the holy places for leveling up and grinding equipment. Though the intensity of the monsters would greatly increase if he could successfully clear it, the rewards would be incredibly high. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao was already determined in his heart. No matter what, let's go in and take a look first. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could always run out, right? With this thought, Cheng Yao immediately walked slowly toward the portal. As soon as he stepped into the portal, Cheng Yao found himself in a pure white space. Before him, a prompt also appeared. Waiting for other team members, click to start exploration once all members are ready. Along with this prompt, there was also a roster of team members. However, in this roster, there was only Cheng Yao alone. This should be the dungeon's team system, right? But anyway, since there are no teammates, let's just start directly. Cheng Yao thought this and decisively clicked the Start Exploration button in front of him. In the next moment, Cheng Yao found himself in a huge, pitch-black cave. Although there were no lighting facilities in the cave, Cheng Yao could still see everything clearly. The cave was covered with dense spider webs, both on the ground and the walls, and the air was filled with a strong stench of decay that could make one want to vomit with just one breath. In the depths of the cave, there were occasional faint hissing sounds that made the scalp tingle. This place was simply not meant for humans to stay. I should get out of here first. Cheng Yao cursed inwardly and turned to leave this haunted place. But just when Cheng Yao turned around, the scene before him made the hair on his body stand on end. All that was left behind him was a bare rock wall, with no way out. This shouldn't be. It was clearly a dungeon, why can't I escape? Cheng Yao felt anxious in his heart. If I can't get out, does that mean I can only fight through the entire dungeon alone? Recalling the entire process of entering the dungeon, after a long moment, Cheng Yao helplessly realized that throughout the process, he had not received any prompts indicating he could leave the dungeon at any time. The ability to leave the dungeon at any time was merely Cheng Yao's inferred result based on his gaming experience. Well, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. It seems that if I want to get out now, I can only gamble. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao no longer hesitated and quietly began to walk deeper into the spider's cave. After walking only a few steps, 2 giant black spiders appeared before Cheng Yao. These 2 spiders were as tall as a person, much larger than the ones he had encountered while leveling up at night. They looked like trouble. Cave Spider, level 8, life 4500/4500. Elite Beast, high damage, please pay attention to team cooperation. Looking at the result returned from the scan, Cheng Yao couldn't help but gasp. These spiders, one could take down 3 outside the dungeon. Now that these 2 spiders are together, it's obvious that once I hit one, I will immediately face the combined attacks of both. Facing such a strong enemy, there was not a trace of fear on Cheng Yao's determined face. Oomph, high damage? Let's see whose damage is higher, yours or mine. He raised his gun, aimed, and fired. Cheng Yao's movements were seamless, the trigger in his hand kept pulling, and even the recoil from shooting was suppressed by his powerful strength. Bang! 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 Cheng Yao fired continuously, bullets like a straight line, accurately hitting one cave spider's eyes. In an instant, this elite-level cave spider was knocked down, its 8 sharp legs thrashing wildly, clearly heavily wounded. The other cave spider, seeing this, immediately reacted and charged directly at Cheng Yao, who was shooting. At this distance, Cheng Yao could even see his own reflection in the shiny legs of the spider. Facing this situation, Cheng Yao was remarkably calm. With this spider's size and speed, there was no way to avoid this attack. In that case, why not just go all in? Thinking of this, a hint of red began to rise in Cheng Yao's eyes. As for the spider's damage, Cheng Yao no longer cared. Let's see if your health is thick or if my damage is higher. Bang! 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 Cheng Yao fired 5 shots in quick succession. Just as the spider's sharp claws were a mere 0.01 centimeters away from Cheng Yao's head, the cave spider finally lost its last bit of life and vanished before Cheng Yao. Perhaps due to the close distance. Cheng Yao shot 5 times this time, and surprisingly, each shot was a critical hit, directly taking down this cave spider. The cave spider that Cheng Yao attacked earlier also vanished from sight after a brief moment of bleeding damage. After this cave spider disappeared, a completely dark green, vest-like piece of clothing was left on the ground. Congratulations to the chosen one of Long Nation, Cheng Yao, for his first kill of a dungeon monster, earning 100 experience points for Long Nation. The audience of Long Nation watched the livestream notification, feeling as if their hearts were being squeezed, even finding it difficult to breathe. After a long while, the audience of Long Nation slowly began to calm down. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? With Brother Yao's damage, he shot 5 times. Is this really a 5-person difficulty dungeon? Brother Yao, quickly find the way back. This place is simply too dangerous. It's over, even if Brother Yao is strong, he can't clear a 5-person dungeon alone, right? As the audience watched this thrilling battle, they felt their hearts couldn't handle the intense stress anymore. At this moment, seeing Cheng Yao struggle just to barely defeat 2 spiders, the entire livestream of Long Nation began to wail. On the other side, the audience in the Maoxiong Nation's livestream was also crying out. The reason was simple, their chosen one had also gathered 5 people and entered a local dungeon. The dungeon they were exploring was called the Ant Queen's Nest, a level 6 to 8 recommended dungeon. Now, the 5 level 6 chosen ones from Maoxiong Nation were fighting desperately against 2 huge ants. The audience from Maoxiong Nation was both nervous for their chosen ones and hoped these valiant warriors could secure national fortune rewards for them. Unbeknownst to them, the national fortune rewards they were dreaming of were once again snatched away by Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao. It's Cheng Yao again. Our national fortune rewards. Why? Didn't they say high-level chosen ones are rare in Long Nation? Why is this happening? That's right. Long Nation definitely couldn't have gathered 5 chosen ones so quickly. What is going on? I just checked, Cheng Yao entered the dungeon alone. The audience from Maoxiong Nation saw this comment fly by and instantly fell into silence. Chapter 44, Cheng Yao currently has a huge advantage? In the dark, deep spider cave, Cheng Yao quietly put on the armor dropped by the cave spider. Spider silk armor. Quality, E grade. Endurance plus 10. Intelligence plus 5. Reduces damage taken by 10%. When dealing damage, can recover 10% of damage dealt as health. Cheng Yao looked at the attributes of this armor and instantly fell into ecstatic joy. It's just wonderful. It's like having a pillow when I'm sleepy. His biggest difficulty right now was being too fragile. But now, with this equipment, even if his health was running low, he could recover by attacking. And the 10 points of endurance and 5 points of intelligence perfectly made up for his lack of health and mana issues. This vest, apart from being a bit ugly, perfectly matched Cheng Yao's needs. Moreover, there was more good news for Cheng Yao. After killing 2 cave spiders, he also earned 600 experience points. You should know that right now, Cheng Yao could only gain a maximum of 80 experience points from killing external enhanced beasts. Cheng Yao now needed a total of 6,400 experience points to reach level 8. That means, he just needed to kill more than 20 cave spiders to steadily reach level 8. Wow! This is amazing! Cheng Yao looked at the rapidly rising experience bar, unable to contain his excitement anymore. Cheng Yao also felt much more confident about the demon siege in 5 days. This is simply an experience gift pack. With this thought, Cheng Yao kept moving forward, slowly stepping deeper into the cave. At this moment, in Cheng Yao and Ziling's small house. Ziling sat alone by the campfire, the delicious aroma of meat soup boiling in the clay pot wafting around her. Looking at the dimming sky outside the door, a strand of worry suddenly rose in Ziling's heart. It's so late, where is Cheng Yao? Is he still leveling up? Or is Cheng Yao planning to level up all night? That's right, Cheng Yao had pulled all-nighters to level up before. But now it's different. Since the forbidden areas level has increased, who knows how wild the beasts will be at night. No. I need to confirm with Cheng Yao quickly. With this thought, Ziling immediately sent a message to Cheng Yao. Where are you? The forbidden areas level increased today. Come back early. Unfortunately, after Ziling sent the message, she waited for a long time but did not receive a response from Cheng Yao. Time ticked away, and as the minutes passed, Ziling's worry grew stronger. He hasn't replied to my message for so long, it seems Cheng Yao must be in a tough battle. Could it be that he is under siege? No. I need to go find him right away. With this thought, Ziling couldn't bother with anything else, she dashed out into the thick night. Inside the small house, the meat soup in the clay pot still emitted a fragrant aroma, but at this moment, no one cared. Meanwhile, inside the spider cave, Cheng Yao was currently facing a giant spider over 2 meters tall, covered in thick fur. Giant web weaver spider, level 8, health 24,000/24,000. Elite level Lord Beast, please pay attention to team coordination when hunting. If you can kill it, you will receive decent rewards. It was clear that this spider was a boss in the dungeon. Not only did it have thick health, but it could also unleash skills. Cheng Yao was currently in a relatively open cave, sweating profusely as he maneuvered around the giant spider. The muzzle of his 98K rifle continuously erupted with fierce flames, but the damage done to the giant spider by these bullets was pitifully small. -720, critical hit. -600. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers watched this unequal battle, anxiously sending bullet comments. This spider is too strong, right? Yao Ge has already shot it 10 times. But the spider looks unfazed. Could it be that this spider is higher level than Yao Ge? No, Yao Ge is fighting the boss in this dungeon. I just came back from the live broadcast of the Bear Country, and their 5 chosen ones are just beginning to deal with the boss. Huh? Don't they have 5 people? Why does it seem like their progress is not as fast as Yao Ge's single-handedly? Let's not talk about that, Yao Ge is in a tough battle right now. My god. Yao Ge has been hit again. What should we do? Yao Ge's health must be low. The viewers in the live room cried out in surprise. At this moment, after taking that hit, Cheng Yao's face turned pale instantly. That spider's single attack took away a full 2/3 of Cheng Yao's health. Fortunately, Cheng Yao could rely on the blood-sucking effect of his spider silk armor to continuously recover his life. Damn, this is way too hard to fight. Cheng Yao continued shooting his 98K. When his mana was exhausted, he quickly took out a clay pot to drink deeply, gradually familiarizing himself with the boss's attack patterns. After a moment, it seemed Cheng Yao had figured out all of the spider's attack trajectories, and the number of times he was hit when facing the boss decreased more and more. In the office of the National Fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Yang watched Cheng Yao's battle, and his eyes began to shine with dazzling light. My god! Cheng Yao is simply a combat genius. Look! This is a spider. Who among you has fought a spider? In fighting training, it's easy to read a person's movement trajectory because human attack methods are limited. But Cheng Yao is now facing a species he's never encountered before. Even so, Cheng Yao can still manage it in such a short time. Figure out how the opponent makes their moves. Honestly, I haven't encountered anyone as gifted as him in all my years in the military. Seeing Zhou Yang so happy, the other colleagues in the office felt a bit uncomfortable. Zhou Yang, Cheng Yao is still in danger. Isn't it a bit early for you to be this happy? Exactly. This spider has taken so many hits and still shows no signs of weakness, its vitality must be very strong. Hearing the doubts from his colleagues, Zhou Yang stopped teasing and prepared to explain to them. But before Zhou Yang could speak, his aide, Huang Sudong, took over the conversation. You guys don't need to worry. Look, Cheng Yao's movement track can now almost avoid all attacks. Moreover, even if Cheng Yao is injured, as long as he can shoot and hit this boss, his wounds will heal at a visibly fast speed. So, Cheng Yao has a huge advantage now, he faces this spider without any danger. After confidently explaining, the aide looked proudly at Zhou Yang, as if waiting for compliments. However, when Zhou Yang heard his aide's explanation, his face suddenly changed. His eyes began to fixate intensely on the screen ahead. Seeing Zhou Yang's sudden change in attitude, the surrounding colleagues couldn't help but turn their gaze to the live stream screen. At that moment, Cheng Yao had just perfectly dodged the attack of the giant web spider and was crazily pouring bullets at it. Just as the bullets hit the giant web spider, it burst like a blown-up balloon, suddenly enveloped in a thick cloud of black mist. Gradually, as the black mist dissipated, Cheng Yao, after being hit by this cloud of black mist, fell heavily to the ground and did not get up. If listened closely, there seemed to be a faint snoring sound coming from Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao had actually fallen asleep in such an intense battle. Chapter 45, Killing the Boss, Slapping All Nations in the Face. The giant web spider's move left the audience from Long Country in complete silence. At the same time, everyone from Long Country felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In such an intense battle, one side suddenly falls asleep. The outcome of this fight is no longer worth thinking about. At this moment, the giant web spider was slowly walking toward Cheng Yao. Its razor-sharp front claws were lifted high. A glint of cold light flashed, and the giant web spider's strike directly pierced through Cheng Yao's body. Ah! The audience in the live stream all gasped, and many viewers were already shedding tears. Did the Cheng Yao they had high hopes for just die like this? The audience from Long Country fell silent. This outcome was a fatal blow to them. However, the audience from Foot Basin Country erupted in excitement, shouting loudly. Ha ha! He died well. Our Foot Basin Country couldn't get national luck rewards because of this Cheng Yao. Now, Foot Basin Country will become the overlord of this forbidden land. Cheng Yao, weren't you very arrogant? Let's see how you act now. In an instant, Cheng Yao's livestream was filled with comments from spectators in Foot Basin Country. In the National Luck Office of Long Country, a pin drop could be heard. Zhou Yang's colleagues had already begun to weep inconsolably. Zhou Yang's eyes were red as he held back his tears, the bitterness in his nose continually stabbing at his nerves. But he still kept his gaze locked on Cheng Yao's figure on the screen, hoping for a miracle to happen. A moment later, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed that the Cheng Yao lying on the ground seemed to move his finger. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in shock. Cheng Yao, he's not dead. Indeed, after taking such a solid hit from the boss, Cheng Yao. Although his health had fallen to 30, he had not died yet. This is careless. Cheng Yao thought helplessly. The sharp drop in health left him a bit weak. Now, Cheng Yao didn't even have the strength to stand up. But Cheng Yao still had his own way to regain health. At this moment, Cheng Yao forced himself to put away his 98K and switched to the Magnum revolver. Bang! 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 This time, Cheng Yao no longer cared about his mana consumption, frantically pulling the trigger. Minus 200. Minus 225. Bright red damage numbers continuously floated from the boss, and with Cheng Yao's constant attacks, his own health started to recover. Although the 98K had higher single-shot damage, it could only shoot 1 bullet per second. In terms of explosive output, the 98K's burst damage couldn't compare to his Magnum revolver at all. Choosing the 98K before was merely because it consumed less mana. Without the need to care about mana consumption, choosing the Magnum revolver would allow him to recover his health faster. As his health gradually recovered, Cheng Yao got up again and continued to shoot madly at the boss in front of him. Damn it, you want to play tricks with me? I won't back down. I'll give you bullets like gifts. Cheng Yao began to rage inside, and his eyes gradually glowed with a layer of crimson. The Magnum revolver in his hand seemed to turn into a submachine gun, wildly spitting fire at the giant web-weaving spider. I'm gonna take you down. Aha! Cheng Yao let out a thunderous roar, and in his furious state, countless Magnum bullets began to become increasingly accurate, drilling into the same wound. The giant web-weaving spider was taken aback by Cheng Yao's sudden explosion. It crazily tried to approach him, but was continuously pushed back by the relentless bullets, severe pain making it unable to aim at Cheng Yao's position. At this moment, in Cheng Yao's live stream, those wildly shouting viewers from the Foot Basin Country were shocked to see Cheng Yao's furious state. Impossible. How is he still alive? He clearly suffered such a heavy blow. Impossible. He must be about to die. Damn Dragon Country beast. Why won't he just die? This is not scientific. The viewers from the Foot Basin Country seemed to treat Cheng Yao's live stream as their own home, continuously flooding the screen with glaring bullet comments. But this time, the viewers from Dragon Country finally regained their composure. Looking at the Foot Basin Country's comments, they were instantly furious. Damn it! Foot Basin Country's devils! Get lost! If only we could contact Brother Yao, otherwise, my Brother Yao would definitely make your chosen ones extinct. Brothers and sisters, let's storm the Foot Basin Country's livestream. At this moment, the viewers from Dragon Country united against a common enemy, rushing back into the Foot Basin Country's livestream. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's National Fortune Office, everyone saw that Cheng Yao had finally temporarily escaped danger and finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew. This kid is just too strong. It's good that he didn't die, but why do I feel like he's in a state that seems even stronger than before? Zhou Yang nodded as he listened to his colleague's feelings. If Cheng Yao's previous performance surprised him, then Cheng Yao's current performance astonished Zhou Yang. He truly couldn't understand why Cheng Yao, an ordinary person who hadn't undergone any training, had such formidable combat instincts. Only Zhou Yang's aide, Huang Sudong, was still a bit uneasy after seeing the boss had this ability. Don't relax so soon. Cheng Yao is still too close to the boss. If this boss makes another move, Cheng Yao could be in danger. Cheng Yao's shooting is too reckless. If he continues like this, he definitely won't win. Huang Sudong felt extremely anxious and kept murmuring. But just after he spoke, in the livestream, Cheng Yao's final shot rang out and pierced straight through the giant spider's head. This enormous boss, which brought such a sense of oppression, instantly vanished under Cheng Yao's shot. Congratulations to the chosen one of Longwa, Cheng Yao, for being the first to conquer the giant web spider, earning Longwa a fortune of 100 points. A notification suddenly popped up in the Longwa livestream. Upon seeing this notification, the entire Longwa suddenly fell into silence. After a brief silence, Longwa was surrounded by a deafening roar of cheers. We won! Brother Yao won! Brother Yao did it! He really did it! Soloing the boss. Brother Yao is incredible. Longwei is incredible. In an instant, the bullet screen in Cheng Yao's live room overwhelmed the entire live broadcast screen, as all the people of Longwei roared with all their might to release their excitement. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Bear Country. Looking at the sudden pop-up notification in the live room, the audience of Bear Country felt numb. They clearly had 5 chosen ones, and the dungeons they were tackling were one level lower than Cheng Yao's. Yet, despite this, their 5 people couldn't even match Cheng Yao's speed. Cheng Yao, are you here to sabotage us? Sigh. We lost. This loss is too complete. 5 people can't beat 1, what's the point of this competition? Does anyone have alcohol? I can't live anymore. I want to drink myself to death. I used to think Cheng Yao was mainly targeting the Foot Basin country, but unexpectedly, he came for us. Let it go, our chosen ones didn't waste their effort either. After it's over, we can still earn national fortune. Sure enough, soon after, notifications began to pop up again in the live rooms of various countries. Congratulations to the chosen ones of Bear Country, Sangjifu, Lifta, Kanteski, Kiristofu, and Madanglafu, for being the first to conquer the giant ant, earning Bear Country a fortune of 100 points. The appearance of this notification also gave the audience of Bear Country some psychological comfort. In the ant nest, the 5 chosen ones from Bear Country huddled together, laughing heartily. Ha, we are victorious. We must be the heroes of Bear Country. I can imagine the audience cheering for us right now. This time, we definitely led the world. The chosen ones shouted, their faces filled with excitement and emotion. What they did not know was that the great hero of Longwa, Cheng Yao, was now looking at the equipment dropped by the giant web spider, slowly furrowing his brows. Chapter 46, Xilin's Tears. Dreamweaver Spider Dress. Quality, D grade. Intelligence plus 15. Stamina plus 15. Reduces damage taken by 20%. After leaving combat, recovers 1% health and 2% mana every second. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to put the target to sleep for 2 seconds. Cheng Yao looked at this equipment with an expression of great surprise. This piece of equipment was much better than the spider silk armor Cheng Yao was currently wearing. Moreover, the automatic recovery effect after leaving combat was very useful for Cheng Yao. But why did this boss drop a dress? Does it mean a strong man like me has to wear women's clothing? Can't they see the gender of the player clearly when dropping equipment in this dungeon? Cheng Yao's heart began to scream in anger. However, I must say, this dress not only has powerful attributes but also looks very beautiful. The long dress seemed to be made of spider silk, with a base color like flowing dark purple, shimmering with a bluish glow. The hem was light as a feather, and the surface was covered with indistinguishable dark spiderweb patterns. Cheng Yao carefully examined the dress, feeling conflicted in his heart. After looking at the little pure water left in his backpack, he felt somewhat helpless. Should I try it? Not knowing how many more bosses he had to fight ahead, it seemed difficult to survive solely on this little mana he had left. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao could only momentarily put aside his resentment. Wearing the newly obtained Dreamweaver skirt. The long skirt fits perfectly, and after Cheng Yao puts it on, every movement causes the hem to trail behind, leaving a faint silver glow, mysterious and dreamy. The audience from Long Country looks at Cheng Yao in the long skirt and begins to express their feelings. Oh my god. This boss is so ugly, but the equipment it dropped is so beautiful. For the first time, I feel like Yao Ji's sharp face looks so out of place. Ah. I'm blinded. The real man Yao Gu actually dressed as a woman. My youth is over. No way, I have to save the scene quickly. This is one of Yao Ji's rare black histories. The viewers in the livestream room start to take action one after another. At this moment, Cheng Yao's face is as dark as a pot bottom, quietly sitting cross-legged in the empty cave, silently waiting for his health and mana to recover. Damn it, once my health and mana are full, I'll hurry up and take off this outfit. After all, once in battle, the 5% sleep chance of the skirt isn't as useful as the 10% lifesteal. Cheng Yao silently complains in his heart. After all, in long battles, the 98k has a much higher mana utilization. But with the attack frequency of the 98k, triggering that mere 5% chance seems like a fantasy. By the way, when fighting the boss just now, Xiling seemed to have messaged me. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately opened his chat interface and replied to Xilinx's message. Don't worry, I'm in a dungeon and need to clear it to get out. You should get some rest. Once in this dungeon, no one can help me. Cheng Yao quietly waits for Xilinx's reply, but after a long time, there is still no message from her. She must be asleep, right? After all, it's so late. Cheng Yao doesn't think much more. Looking at his recovery status now full, he stands up and changes back into his spider silk armor. Time to continue exploring. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, Xiling looks at the message from Cheng Yao, and tears well up in her eyes. She does not reply to Cheng Yao's message, but continues to walk through the dark wilderness. The night is a forbidden place, filled with all kinds of dangers. But Xiling doesn't care about these at all. She doesn't even know why she is doing this, but she understands that even if she returns to her little room, she definitely cannot sleep. Since that's the case, she might as well keep searching. Roar! A low growl comes from behind Xiling, and the folding fan in her hand bursts forth with raging flames. You little BK, dare to provoke me. Auntie is very unhappy right now. Xiling roars loudly, the folding fan in her hand like a shooting star, with surging flames, violently strikes the beast's forehead. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupts in the wilderness. The immense power sends the wild boar ready to attack flying. Good job, Cheng Yao, you're having fun by yourself, huh? The folding fan reappears in Xiling's hand, and she curses as she again throws the fan towards the wild boar's direction. Boom! Just die already. Boom! Don't you know how worried others are about you? Boom! As Xiling throws the folding fan again and again, the wild boar begins to doubt its own life amidst the continuous explosions. After a series of attacks, Xiling seems to lose all her strength and suddenly squats down on the ground. Tears start to pour from her eyes. In Xiling's livestream room, seeing her squatting on the ground crying helplessly, the hearts of the Long Country audience are also in turmoil. Cheng Yao. We handed the goddess Xiling over to you, is this how you treat her? Cheng Yao. You're simply a jerk. Can't you care about Xiling's feelings at all? What kind of man are you? In an instant, the audience from Long Country becomes furious. At this moment, in Dragon Country, the viewers, regardless of gender, long to rush into the screen and hold Xiling in their arms. This way, at least they could give Xiling some support. But unfortunately, as viewers, they could only silently watch Xiling bury her head in tears, unable to do anything. Congratulations to the chosen one from Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to level up to level 8, earning 100 points of national luck for Dragon Country. Cheng Yao leveled up again, but the viewers from Dragon Country looked at this notification without any joy. Forget your level. Forget it, Brother Yao is also helpless, after all, he can't come out from there right now. Then why did he go in? Couldn't he discuss it with Xiling? The viewers from Dragon Country began to argue. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao was still in the instance, desperately killing the ferocious beasts inside. With each level up and the anxiety over mana fading, Cheng Yao's progress in the instance was gradually becoming smoother. But for some reason, Cheng Yao felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Was he homesick? But I no longer have a home. After the flood in my childhood, I haven't had a home anymore. But why does my heart feel so heavy? Cheng Yao skillfully eliminated 2 cave spiders and frowned slightly. Forget it, let me sing a song, this might lift my spirits. If I were young and accomplished, without self-doubt, knowing what is precious. Money and status, I yearn to take a step back. Cheng Yao hummed softly as he continued to walk deeper into the cave. He didn't know why he was singing this, it just came out like that. As Cheng Yao hummed, the view before him opened up again. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yao understood that ahead, another boss was waiting for him. Chapter 47, A Duel Between Two Snipers. Spitter, level, 8, health, 22,000/22,000. Elite Lord Beast, excels at long-range attacks, and moves extremely fast. If it can be killed, there will be decent rewards. Cheng Yao stared intently at the spitter hanging from the cave ceiling. Unlike the giant spiders he had faced before, this spitter was only the size of a basketball. At this moment, the spitter was also staring hard at Cheng Yao, with its 8 spider eyes glowing with a dark yellow light like lanterns. This seemed to be the deepest part of the cave, and Cheng Yao looked around without seeing any other paths. In other words, once he dealt with this spider, he could leave this place. So, let me properly meet you. Cheng Yao took off his long skirt. At this moment, his health and mana were back to their peak. Bang! Still starting with the 98K sniper rifle, the mana bullet, carrying a powerful pressure of wind, rushed straight towards the spitter's forehead. -1,000. Bright red damage numbers flew out from the spitter's forehead, and seeing this number, Cheng Yao was somewhat surprised. This boss, so fragile? Its health was less than that of the giant webweaver, but it seemed its defense was not good either. Just as Cheng Yao was about to continue his attack, the spitter, lurking at the top of the cave, finally launched a counterattack. A blob of web silk was instantly spat out by the spitter, hitting Cheng Yao's right leg with a speed not weaker than Cheng Yao's bullet. Crack! A painful sound echoed, and Cheng Yao felt a sharp pain suddenly shoot through his leg. He saw his right leg twist into an unnatural curve from that strike. This blow directly broke Cheng Yao's right leg. At this moment, Cheng Yao's health also hit rock bottom. Hiss! Cheng Yao gasped sharply from the pain. This boss's attack power is too high. Sweat beads continuously formed on Cheng Yao's forehead, and he could barely stand on his intact left leg. He didn't look at what his left leg had become, after all, at this critical moment. If you don't keep your eyes glued to the boss at the top of the cave, the next hit could very well be the end for you. Under Cheng Yao's gaze, the spitter finally launched another attack. Once again, a clump of spider silk was spat out, but this time, Cheng Yao did not get caught again. In the split second before the boss was about to spit, he poured all his strength into his left leg and leaped backwards with all his might. At the same time, taking advantage of his brief moment of being airborne, Cheng Yao fired another shot at the boss at the top of the cave. With this leap, Cheng Yao flew straight into the entrance behind him, where the boss had its only attack blind spot. However, due to the severe injury to his right leg, Cheng Yao landed heavily on the ground with a thud. Damn it, will this leg still be usable? Looking at his toes twisted behind him, Cheng Yao wasn't sure if he could recover his leg through the vampiric effect. In pain, Cheng Yao's facial muscles tensed and twitched, but he still struggled to force his right leg back into position, the agony making his vision blur. At this moment, the voices cursing Cheng Yao in the livestream had significantly diminished. At this critical moment, many viewers were no longer caught up in emotional matters, but focused on how Cheng Yao planned to survive this crisis. Hiss! Just looking at it hurts so much. Hiss! This is really brutal, he didn't even let out a sound. Hiss! Even seasoned veterans couldn't do what he just did. The sounds of gasping filled the livestream, while in the National Fortune Office of the Dragon Country, Zhou Yang watched Cheng Yao's crazy move and started to break out in a cold sweat. Hiss! This kid is too tough. Huang Sudong, if you got hurt like that, would you dare to twist your leg back by yourself? Huang Sudong stared wide-eyed, sinking into deep shock. After a while, Huang Sudong gradually came back to his senses and shook his head slowly. If someone else did it for me, I could bear it, but if it's me doing it, I can't handle it. It's like stabbing yourself with a needle, the hardest part is having the courage, not whether you can endure the pain. Does this kid not fear pain at all? How could he not fear? Didn't you see? He looked like he was going to faint from the pain just now. Holy crap! Another shot. Is this kid made of iron? He counterattacked so quickly? People in the office were clamoring, as at this moment, Cheng Yao poked his head out again and instantly pulled the trigger in his hand. After shooting, Cheng Yao did not look at where his bullet landed but quickly pulled his head back. Bang! The spitter's clump of spider silk nearly grazed Cheng Yao's face, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. It's easy to imagine, if Cheng Yao had acted just a moment slower, this hit would have hit his head directly. Cheng Yao is being suppressed, Huang Sudong said with a serious expression. Now, Cheng Yao has lost the ability to move, his range is too small, the other side only needs to aim at one point to create a perfect defense against Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao can poke his head out to shoot, but if he makes just one mistake, he will die. In this situation, the probability of Cheng Yao surviving is almost negligible. Huang Sudong's statement received agreement from everyone in the office. A sniper who has lost the ability to move, can he really defeat this powerful boss? In the office, everyone looked terrifyingly serious. Only Zhou Yang watched Huang Sudong's face with relief, his face full of joy. For Huang Sudong's words, Zhou Yang simply could not trust anyone more. Sure enough, just as Huang Sudong finished speaking, everyone was shocked to see Cheng Yao actually supporting himself against the wall and slowly getting up from the ground. Although his movements were still not very smooth, at least Cheng Yao could manage to walk. Everyone in the office turned their eyes toward Huang Sudong. The doubt in their eyes was hard to conceal. Looking at the skeptical gazes of everyone, Huang Sudong was momentarily at a loss for words. But fortunately, these doubtful looks did not last long. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn again by Cheng Yao's actions. Look, Cheng Yao is starting to fight back. Damn! Is that a quick shot? He can even do this now? So accurate. Cheng Yao's movements seem to be getting more and more agile. Indeed, thanks to constantly dealing damage to the boss, Cheng Yao's right leg had now fully recovered. Moreover, his health was back to full, Cheng Yao had once again regained his peak state. Great, next up is the direct confrontation between the two snipers. Cheng Yao began to get aggressive in his heart, using the cover of the cave entrance to start a new round of head-to-head battle with the spitter above. I was originally planning to give Cheng Yao professional shooting guidance when he came over. Looking at Cheng Yao's speed of progress, by the time he comes out, no one on Blue Star will be able to guide him. Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. After all, Cheng Yao's performance now could already be regarded as a model for snipers. Chapter 48, Dungeon Clearance, Information on the Fallen Demon. In the cave, Cheng Yao moved swiftly, holding the 98K as if he were performing a magic trick. Every shot he took was a success. Compared to Cheng Yao's agility, the spitter at the top of the cave seemed a bit clumsy, just fixating on where Cheng Yao might appear, but every shot was a beat too slow. At first, Cheng Yao was heavily injured because he didn't understand the boss's attack pattern. But as he gradually became familiar with the boss's attack rhythm, Cheng Yao's attacks grew more nimble. In the National Luck Office of the Dragon Kingdom, Huang Sudong looked at Cheng Yao, who was getting better and better, and couldn't help but feel happy. As a soldier, seeing Cheng Yao's acrobatic-like skills made Huang Sudong feel a thrill of excitement. After this kid safely comes back, I will definitely... Shut up. Before Huang Sudong could finish his sentence, Zhou Yang quickly cut him off. Just talk about business, why raise a flag? Zhou Yang felt quite helpless about Huang Sudong's mouth. He still remembered that once, when they had surrounded a small group of criminals and were about to capture them. As a result, this guy said something like, now they won't escape even if they grow wings. Unexpectedly, right after he said this, a large area of the mountain wall collapsed, breaking their encirclement. Also, when the National Luck Forbidden Zone had just opened, this guy confidently said to himself, don't worry, your son will definitely lead the Dragon Kingdom to victory, your son is the main character in this Forbidden Zone. As a result, Cheng Yao suddenly appeared, stealing the spotlight from all the chosen ones. As for his son, he seemed to have been exiled, born in a desolate place. Even at night, he couldn't find a single piece of firewood to start a fire. This guy's mouth was something that science couldn't explain. Sometimes, Zhou Yang wondered if this guy had chosen to be a soldier instead of going out to set up a stall reading fortunes. Just relying on this toxic mouth, he could have made a great living. The other colleagues in the office, although they didn't understand Huang Sudong's past, had a rough idea of his situation from this short time. Brother Huang, could you please keep quiet for a while longer? For our common glory. Old immortal Sudong, your magical powers are boundless. Huang Sudong looked at the teasing around him and felt quite wronged. But fortunately, he was very aware of his attributes, so he didn't feel much dissatisfaction. Thus, after Huang Sudong switched to silent mode, Cheng Yao's boss battle went very smoothly. When the boss was left with low health, it sprayed web silk all over the ground, causing a slowdown, just like the giant weaving spider before. But because Cheng Yao was positioned right at the boss's attack blind spot, this big move of the boss didn't work at all. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, Cheng Yao, for being the first to clear the spider cave dungeon and the first to defeat the dungeon boss, the spitter. He is awarded 200 points of national luck. A message appeared in the live stream of the Dragon Kingdom, instantly igniting excitement among the audience. Wow, 200 points of national luck in one go. Brother Yao is amazing. Quick, go back and comfort our goddess Xiling. She's still waiting at the entrance. Brother Yao didn't die, that's already the biggest luck. What's right or wrong about the matter between Xiling and Brother Yao? It's all just a result of environmental pressure. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream side, while after defeating the spitter, a portal leading to the outside world suddenly appeared on the previously solid mountain wall. After collecting the reward, it was time to go back. Cheng Yao made a decision in his heart. Having stayed in the dungeon for such a long time, even someone like Cheng Yao felt deep fatigue. After the spitter's death, a silver treasure chest suddenly appeared on the ground. When the chest opened, it contained an exquisite bracelet and a small note. Sniper's Comb. Quality, D grade. Strength plus 30. When attacking from range, there is a 50% chance not to consume mana. When attacking from range, with increasing distance, up to 100% bonus to ranged damage can be obtained. The attributes of the bracelet were few, but in Cheng Yao's eyes, it was definitely a divine artifact. With Cheng Yao's full strength allocation, plus the bonus from this bracelet. If he added the 20 points of strength boost from firearms, Cheng Yao's strength would reach a terrifying 125 points. This bracelet was completely made for someone like Cheng Yao, a chosen shooter. A divine artifact, a divine artifact. Cheng Yao couldn't wait to put the bracelet on his wrist, feeling extremely satisfied. This dungeon trip was truly rewarding. At this moment, Cheng Yao's heart was filled with contentment. Oh right, there's still a note, I wonder what good thing it is. Cheng Yao hurriedly took out the note from his backpack, carefully looking at the content written on it. I was once the guardian of this wilderness, always guarding against the devil invasions from the central territory. But that day, a thick darkness suddenly engulfed the whole sky. The world became indistinguishable between day and night, and with the long dark night descending, I saw terrifying sights. Groups of mid-level abyssal demons kept pouring out from the portal, our forces were too few and completely no match for them. Those demons occupied the entire wilderness, and the bodies of my comrades were gradually piled up into mountains by them. The commander rushed alone into the portal and has not returned since. Friend, if you see this content, please help me find our commander. The spell to open the portal is as follows. Cheng Yao quietly looked at all the content recorded on this note, and his heart began to stir. At first, Cheng Yao thought that this forbidden land of national fortune was just a deserted game scene. But now it seemed that there might be indigenous people in this forbidden land? This discovery left Cheng Yao very confused. And what puzzled Cheng Yao even more was this note. After reading the text on the note, it instantly turned into light spots and vanished. At the same time, an eye-catching system prompt appeared before Cheng Yao's eyes. Mission acquired, Soldier's Last Wish. Recommended level, 10. After this prompt appeared, Cheng Yao's panel also had an additional mission button. Clicking the button. Is the intermediate sinking demon the group that attacks the cabin every morning? Could it be too coincidental? This is a dungeon after all. Forget it, I'll ask Xiling when I get home. Thinking this, Cheng Yao packed his belongings and slowly walked towards the teleportation portal. At the same time, outside the entrance of the spider cave dungeon, Xiling's graceful figure stood proudly in the vast wilderness, while 6 ferocious nocturnal beasts had already gathered beside her. Her long dress was already tattered. From the torn parts, there was no glimpse of spring, only gaping wounds. Cheng Yao must be in terrible condition after the battle. Even if I die, I must ensure Cheng Yao returns safely to the cabin. Xiling gritted her teeth, her folding fan once again igniting with intense flames. Chapter 49, Life Hanging by a Thread. It's over, Xiling is exhausted. Yao Gu hasn't come out yet. Xiling cannot hold on any longer. In Xiling's live stream room, the audience was filled with anxious shouts. If I really die here, will Cheng Yao be sad when he sees it? Xiling gasped for breath, her whole body twitching uncontrollably. This was a sign of pain. The nocturnal beasts at night were already tough to deal with, and even though Xiling had upgraded her life weapon to E grade, it was still hard to resist these beasts with heightened levels. Looking at the injured Xiling, the beasts had no trace of pity in their eyes. Instead, they glimmered with greedy red light. Roar! A massive wasteland wolf had leaped towards Xiling, its sharp teeth glinting coldly. Is it over? Xiling's heart understood very well. In her current state, she could not withstand this attack. Feeling the sharp teeth piercing her body with immense pain, Xiling could no longer hold on and was knocked down to the ground by the wasteland wolf. Her life points had hit rock bottom, a wave of weakness spread throughout her body, and Xiling had given up resisting. And at that moment, bang! 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 Several gunshots suddenly exploded in the wilderness, and right after the gunfire, it was Cheng Yao who returned from the dungeon. His revolver continuously spewed out angry flames. The dense gunfire sounded like firecrackers during a festival, instantly defeating 3 beasts. Quick, put this on. Cheng Yao swiftly threw the spiderweave dream dress to Xiling before immediately turning around to face the remaining 2 beasts. Damn it! Why did she run out here? Her injuries were far too severe to bring her back to the cabin in time. I can only hope that this equipment's recovery effect can save her life. Cheng Yao cursed inwardly, while in his hand, he switched to his 98K. At this distance, perhaps he could unleash the bracelet's maximum power. 2 beasts remaining, I hope it's not too late. Cheng Yao raised his gun, aimed, and began pulling the trigger. He had to ensure that Xiling could quickly disengage from the fight. After all, the recovery effect of the spiderweave dream dress only worked when not in combat. Boom! Boom! The gunfire grew intense again in the wilderness. And lying on the ground, Xiling looked at the beautiful dress Cheng Yao threw, and couldn't help but bitterly smile. This reckless guy, did he actually think of preparing a gift for me? It's a pity, I'm already going to die. Forget it, if I can die beautifully, I won't have come here in vain. Thinking this, Xiling used her last ounce of strength to equip the spiderweave dream dress. Fortunately, the equipment obtained in the Forbidden Ground didn't require wearing like usual. Just clicking the equipment in the equipment bar would instantly complete the change. After all, given Xiling's current state, it was already hard to perform actions like changing clothes. The spiderweave dream dress appeared in an instant. Lying wrapped in her dress, Xiling suddenly felt as if she had sunk into a hot spring, her whole body incredibly relaxed. Is this what it feels like right before death? So warm, so comfortable. Seeing Cheng Yao safe and sound, I have no regrets. Xiling's mind began to spiral into chaotic thoughts. However, she did not notice that her previously depleted health was now slowly starting to recover. Bang! The last bullet from the 98K fired from the gun, carrying a lethal force, pierced straight through the head of the final beast. Only then was Xiling's life and death crisis truly resolved. Xiling! Xiling! Cheng Yao shouted anxiously, his brows knitted tightly, feeling as if his heart was being squeezed hard by a large hand. In front of him, Xiling lay with her eyes tightly closed and pale complexion, as if trapped in a permanent sleep. Cheng Yao carefully picked up Xiling, no longer hesitating, and began to sprint straight towards the little house. Xiling in his arms showed no reaction, and Cheng Yao's heart gradually sank deeper with the passing time. Silly girl, what did you come out for? You're so silly, how have you survived until now? Do you not know how dangerous it is at night in the forbidden area? Do you not know that even if you find a copy, it's useless? Cheng Yao's voice began to choke. He kept calling out to Xiling, hoping she would wake up again. And in her embrace, Xiling, hearing Cheng Yao's familiar voice, felt enveloped by a sense of security. Forget it, to let Cheng Yao see my beautiful self before death, to understand that I occupy a place in his heart, is enough. But why am I not dead yet? Maybe I have already died, and my soul is just briefly lingering in this body? Xiling began to feel confused. Logically, her health, which was already at the bottom, should not last this long under bleeding effects. But why do I not feel dead now, and even my strength is slowly recovering? No, wait. Am I dead or not? Xiling kept her eyes tightly closed, her hand dangling in the air, barely stretching out 2 fingers to move downward in the void. Name, Xiling. Level, 7. Health, 60/400. Looking at her attribute panel, Xiling was momentarily stunned. She clearly remembered that her health before had dropped to just a little over 10. But now, her health had actually recovered? Xiling's heart shook with disbelief. What is going on? Could it be related to the clothes Cheng Yao gave me? Xiling quietly opened her equipment panel, glancing at the attributes of the Dreamweaver dress, almost screaming in surprise. This is actually D-grade equipment? These attributes are simply too powerful. Not only did the attributes increase significantly, but it also has recovery and sleeping effects? This dress feels like it was tailor-made just for me. The sleep probability may only be 5%, but Xiling's fan attack, it can deal multi-stage damage. When she throws the fan, whether it's the flames burning outside the fan or the damage from the spinning cut, it can deal multiple hits instantaneously. Doesn't this mean that as long as I wear this dress, almost every attack I make will put the opponent into a sleeping state? With this thought, Xiling's breathing involuntarily quickened. And Cheng Yao noticed Xiling's reaction immediately. Xiling, can you hear me? Are you awake? Cheng Yao shouted loudly, hoping that Xiling would open her eyes. This way, Cheng Yao would feel a bit more at ease. But Xiling, cradled in Cheng Yao's arms, felt conflicted after hearing his loud shout. She was now lying in Cheng Yao's embrace, and if she opened her eyes directly, the atmosphere will be very awkward. What if I really open my eyes? What should I say? Should I say I'm fine now? What nonsense! He took such a big risk alone, making me worry for so long, almost costing me my life. Why should I talk to him? Right. I shouldn't say anything. He needs to realize his mistake. Chapter 50, he escapes, she chases, he can't fly away. After that, no matter how much Cheng Yao called out, Xiling still could not open her eyes. At this moment, Cheng Yao had no time to think too much and rushed back to their little house as fast as he could. The meat soup in the clay pot had evaporated completely, and black smoke was billowing out of the pot. Cheng Yao carefully laid Xiling flat on her bed and quietly stayed by her side. He stayed there all night long. The next day, Cheng Yao could no longer hold back his fatigue. Seeing Xiling's breathing becoming steadier, his head sank, and he collapsed directly next to Xiling's bed. It wasn't until he heard a slight snoring sound that Xiling quietly climbed out of bed, tiptoeing out of her room. That night, Xiling also did not sleep well. Faking fainting is really exhausting. But to make Cheng Yao stop taking risks alone, this was the only idea she could come up with. Forget it, no more thinking. I should quickly level up. Looking at her friend list, seeing Cheng Yao's level 8, Xiling felt a sense of urgency rising in her heart. If she didn't work hard to level up, how could she share his worries in the future? Xiling started her almost frenzied hunting. Meanwhile, in the little wooden house, Cheng Yao did not sleep soundly. After all, he was lying next to Xiling's bed, and it was not a comfortable position. Before long, he was awakened by a loud rumbling noise. What is that noise? Cheng Yao slowly lifted his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Where is Xiling? Where did Xiling go? Seeing that Xiling was not by his side, Cheng Yao's drowsiness suddenly vanished, and he immediately got up to leave her room. At this time, the fire was replaced with fresh vegetable soup, which was Cheng Yao's breakfast. Looks like she has already recovered. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao opened his friend panel, ready to send a message to Xiling. Just then, Xiling happened to push open the door and threw 16 iron pellets at Cheng Yao. Afterward, Xiling said nothing and turned to leave, slamming the door shut. Cheng Yao stared blankly at Xiling's unusual behavior, his expression frozen in shock. Why is this girl suddenly so angry? Recalling what happened last night, Cheng Yao soon understood the reason for Xiling's anger. It was probably because he came home late, making her worry. Once he figured this out, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Cheng Yao's heart. Is this the feeling of home? Cheng Yao's thoughts suddenly drifted into the past. When he still had a home, his mother also often did this. As a child, he liked to play. After school, he would often play outside with his friends until late. Back then, his mother would wait at the entrance of their village every night for him to come home. There were times when he came home late, and his mother would be so mad that she would give him a good beating. Last night's Ziling's actions were exactly like what his mother used to do. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the little wooden house, and with a few rays of sunlight shining down, the whole room seemed a bit dreamy. Since the flood, how long had it been since he felt this way? But did he really do anything wrong? Ziling worried about him because she truly thought of him as family. Cheng Yao understood this in his heart. But if he didn't take risks, how could he survive in this dangerous forbidden place? The chosen ones who come here, who doesn't live with their heads on the line? Ferocious beasts everywhere, and the demon siege in 4 days, without sufficient strength, how can there be any so-called safety? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao finished the breakfast in the clay pot in one gulp. Not wanting to think too much, the time for the demon siege is near, he doesn't have that much time to ponder. With this thought, Cheng Yao stood up and walked out of the wooden house. At this moment, Ziling was not far from the small house, hunting ferocious beasts, and as soon as Cheng Yao stepped out, he saw her graceful figure. After equipping the Dreamweaver skirt, Ziling, while hunting ferocious beasts, was constantly trailing sparkles around her, making her look like a fairy descending from the heavens. Indeed, such a skirt was not something he should wear. Cheng Yao secretly clicked his tongue. Ziling, I'm going to level up in the instance. Cheng Yao shouted loudly to Ziling from afar. Ziling was still angry, and most likely would not join him in leveling up in the instance. So Cheng Yao didn't extend an invitation but simply informed her. This way, at least Ziling would know his whereabouts and wouldn't worry too much about him. After all, she was his family. But to Cheng Yao's surprise, upon hearing his call, Ziling swiftly dispatched the ferocious beast before her and dashed straight towards Cheng Yao. What's going on? Did she calm down? Cheng Yao was momentarily confused. Do you want to go together? Cheng Yao asked uncertainly. Ziling said nothing, just stared at him silently. Cheng Yao felt a bit flustered, he had no experience dealing with angry girls. Say something? Cheng Yao continued to ask. Ziling still didn't reply, her eyes seemingly trying to see through him. Cheng Yao couldn't help but shiver. Alright, then keep up. Cheng Yao no longer said anything, and like a fugitive, he dashed towards the spider cave. Ziling closely followed behind him, silent the whole time. What's going on every day? Cheng Yao thought helplessly in his heart. As a man who's been single since birth, Cheng Yao's skill level in relationships barely reached black iron. But now, facing Ziling's reaction, Cheng Yao suddenly felt a sense of pressure, like a newbie before a big boss. Forget it, just focus on leveling up. This boss Ziling can be dealt with later. Cheng Yao had a dark cloud over his head, even his running posture felt a bit awkward. Watching Cheng Yao run around helplessly, Ziling couldn't help but gradually lift the corner of her mouth into a smile full of charm. Daring to make me worry. Let you see my skills. Ziling felt a bit smug, gradually quickening her pace. She wanted to pursue the victory. Before long, Ziling was closely glued to Cheng Yao's back. Feeling her breath behind him, Cheng Yao couldn't help but his hair stood on end. This was the first time Cheng Yao encountered such a situation. Being so closely followed by a beautiful girl made Cheng Yao's heart boil. In a panic, he unconsciously quickened his running speed again. Thus, in the wilderness, he fled, she chased, he couldn't fly away. Not long after, Cheng Yao supported his hands on his knees, panting heavily. He had arrived at the entrance of the spider cave. If he ran any further, it would be rude. Why are you chasing me so closely? Cheng Yao asked breathlessly. But Ziling remained tightly beside Cheng Yao, her chest seeming to overwhelm his arm. After such intense exercise, Ziling's breath was also a bit unsteady, but she still leaned her cherry lips close to Cheng Yao's ear. What do you say? Chapter 51, The Invincible Ziling? Or the Invincible Cheng Yao? It must be said that Ziling's move was incredibly effective. Ziling's words carried a faint fragrance. The wind blew into Cheng Yao's ear. This wonderful feeling made Cheng Yao suddenly shiver intensely. Let's go in together, team up, and start the kill, ha! Cheng Yao hurriedly dropped the sentence and quickly dove into the portal before him. Ziling saw Cheng Yao disappear and couldn't help but show a smug expression on her pretty face. Isn't this impossible now? This time, I won. Ziling thought proudly, stepping into the portal as well. Inside the spider cave. The same scene, the same monsters. The difference is, this time, behind Cheng Yao, there was one more Ziling. Cheng Yao tightly gripped his 98k and spoke quietly. The first few waves are small monsters, there's a lot of experience, but be careful, don't attract too many at once. What the hell? As soon as Cheng Yao finished speaking, Ziling threw her folding fan at the two cave spiders in front of them. The two folding fans flew swiftly towards the two cave spiders, and combined with the sleep effect of the Dreamweaver's skirt, those two spiders, after being attacked, surprisingly did not retaliate but fell into a deep sleep. Cheng Yao's eyes widened. He never expected that the seemingly useless sleep skill in his eyes could produce such a dominating effect in Ziling's hands. Damn! This must be cheating. This is definitely cheating. What's worse is, this cheat was given to her by me. Cheng Yao started to question his life. Recalling how he struggled to kill two cave spiders during his first dungeon run, a strong sense of defeat surged in Cheng Yao's heart. He originally planned to show off in front of the beautiful girl in the dungeon, but now it seemed he was just a clown. Cheng Yao let out a bitter smile, then shook off his thoughts and took out his 98K, starting to shoot from the back. Cheng Yao's attacks would wake up the cave spiders, and when they awoke, they would be put back to sleep by Ziling's attacks again. Their teamwork was simply seamless. But at that moment, Cheng Yao wasn't the only one feeling shocked. Ziling looked at the numbers floating above the cave spiders' heads, her beautiful eyes wide open like copper bells. What the hell? What damage is this? Any shot from him equals 1 minute of my work. Ziling's folding fan had multiple attacks, but the overall damage was not high. After all, a normal chosen one wouldn't pump pure attack like this. Because pure attack means thin skin and low health, in a perilous forbidden land, such a setup is almost a death wish. But Cheng Yao not only focused on pure strength but also wore all equipment for pure strength, which led to an explosive output. Ziling calculated that the cave spider she would need 10 hits to take down, but with one shot from Cheng Yao, it was already down to just a layer of health. What she needed to do was land another hit to finish it off. In other words, Cheng Yao's one attack equaled 8 of her attacks. This is way too violent. I was worried about this guy earlier, but now it seems my worries were completely unnecessary. Thus, the two began to push through the dungeon at a terrifying speed. At this moment, the viewers watching the livestream were also stunned by their terrifying advance speed. What the hell? Is Goddess Ziling this fierce? Earlier, it took Brother Yao 5 shots to deal with one, but now with Goddess Ziling's help, he only needs 1 shot for her to handle this spider? Doesn't that mean Ziling's damage is double that of Brother Yao? Brother Yao needed 5 shots himself, but now Goddess Ziling shoots twice while he only shoots once. That's definitely double the damage. When did Goddess Ziling's strength become this terrifying? I feel that Brother Yao's throne as the #1 in Longwei is about to change hands. The viewers in the bullet screen were discussing fiercely, astonished by the speed of the two's progress. Meanwhile, in the State Fortune Office of Longwa, Zhou Yang's colleagues were also shocked by Ziling's injuries. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yang simply shook his head lightly. You are all wrong, Ziling's injuries are just that, it is Cheng Yao who has become stronger. Others may not notice, but Zhou Yang saw it very clearly. Now every shot Cheng Yao fired would have magic bullets piercing right through the body of the ferocious beast, a situation that had never been encountered before. He still clearly remembered that when Cheng Yao first faced this kind of ferocious beast, his bullets could only barely penetrate the monster's surface. In response to Zhou Yang's rebuttal, his colleagues were clearly skeptical. No way, when Cheng Yao first attacked the spider here, it took him 5 shots to defeat it. Zhou Yang looked at everyone's rebuttals and just smiled faintly. Do you still remember what kind of damage Ziling dealt when she was killing those ordinary ferocious beasts before entering the instance? The office crowd began to recall. It seemed that when Ziling was just leveling up, she needed to attack twice to kill an ordinary ferocious beast in the forbidden area. At this time, finally some people began to react. Right, Cheng Yao could almost one-shot these ordinary ferocious beasts before. Cheng Yao's strength can't possibly have declined. So this means, Cheng Yao's damage must be higher than Ziling's? Then in that case, wow. At this moment, the people next to Zhou Yang began to realize something. In an instant, the meeting room fell silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Zhou Yang looked at everyone's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. That's right, Cheng Yao's damage has increased more than twice compared to before. Although we don't know how he did it, this is definitely a fortunate thing for our Longwa. Zhou Yang continued cheerfully, his tone carrying a sense of schadenfreude. To be honest, when he first came to this conclusion, he was indeed shocked himself. But he still chose to share this matter with everyone. Such an exciting truth is meant for everyone to gasp in astonishment together. Sure enough, it took a few minutes for those in the meeting room to slowly come back to their senses. What the heck? Is Cheng Yao cheating? Why is the improvement so fast? Didn't his level only increase by 2? Could it be the new equipment he obtained? That's possible, but what kind of top-tier equipment did he get? To double his attack power? It's definitely cheating without a doubt. I must spread our discovery, such an exciting thing can't just shock us. Yeah, post it in the livestream, so those viewers can see too. People started discussing fervently, and in Cheng Yao's livestream, their bullet screen began to appear continuously. At this time, Cheng Yao and Xiling, under their tacit cooperation, once again defeated the first boss of the instance. Looking at the dropped equipment, Cheng Yao's mouth twitched repeatedly. He always felt that this boss was deliberately going against him. Chapter 52, African Cheng Yao. In Cheng Yao's livestream, as the explanation from the state fortune office people came forth, the viewers in the livestream fell silent. They instinctively wanted to refute, but unfortunately, the arguments in the bullet screen were reasonable, making it hard for them to doubt. Moreover, when Cheng Yao and Xiling had just attacked the instance boss together, people had already vaguely sensed that the one getting stronger was not Xiling. No other reason, but because during the boss challenge, Xiling's number of attacks was far less than Cheng Yao's. Calculating this way, if Xiling's strength was really higher, her attack power would have to be 6 times that of Cheng Yao. This unrealistic guess began to rise clearly in their minds. Also proved the explanation in the bullet screen. In other words, did Cheng Yao's damage actually double and more? Wow! Yao Ji is just too abnormal, right? How did he do it? To double the attack power in just one day? Even the most absurd novel wouldn't dare to write this. I can only say, your Yao Ji is still your Yao Ji. Yao Ji is awesome. Look, look! Yao Ji and the others have dropped equipment again. In the live broadcast, Cheng Yao was seen holding a corner of the equipment with 2 fingers, lifting it up with a disgusted expression. Here, it's yours. Cheng Yao helplessly threw the equipment to Xiling. It's not that he didn't want it, but this equipment was just too outrageous. Spider silk stockings. Quality, A class. Intelligence plus 10. Agility plus 5. Reduces damage taken by 5%. When attacking, 5% chance to poison the target, dealing double intelligence damage per second for 5 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers. Cheng Yao didn't give the equipment to Xiling because of its attributes, but because this equipment. It was stockings. Black stockings. How could a big man like him wear this? This equipment counts as my debt to you. From now on, no matter what equipment drops, you can keep it. Xiling said this and then smoothly put the stockings on herself. Then, with even more determination, she teamed up with Cheng Yao to grind monsters. Not being able to wear the equipment that dropped made Cheng Yao feel a little gloomy. But after all, it was a common occurrence, and boosting Xiling's strength was also a good thing for Cheng Yao. However, what happened next made Cheng Yao's gloom slowly escalate. We cleared it. We cleared it. This time, Yao Ji and Xiling were so fast. Look! Equipment dropped again. I wonder what it will be this time. In the live room, as Cheng Yao and Xiling finally cleared the dungeon, the audience began to shout. Sniper's secret. Quality, A class. Agility plus 5. Stamina plus 5. Intelligence plus 5. When standing still, will enter an invisible state. First attack in invisible state will deal 50% extra damage. As for the equipment, it was still good equipment. And the attributes were very compatible with Cheng Yao. But unfortunately, this is a pair of high heels. Not even the classical European long tube high heels, but a standard pair of women's high heels. Are they really making a big man wear high heels? Cheng Yao held the high heels and threw them back into Xiling's arms. Xiling held the high heels with both hands, looking at Cheng Yao's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, unsure of what to say. Although she was the one being carried this time in the dungeon journey. Wasn't the benefit from being carried a bit too good? All the dropped equipment could only be used by her? You didn't gain anything from running this trip, how about I accompany you to do it again? Xiling shyly proposed. Her proposal was approved by Cheng Yao, and thus, the two re-entered the dungeon. Half an hour later. Cheng Yao looked at the equipment before him and began to doubt his life. Spider silk headband. Quality, A class. Agility plus 5. Strength plus 10. Reduces damage taken by 5%. Movement speed increased by 20%, skill casting speed increased by 20%. Cheng Yao touched his buzz-cut head, helplessly handing the headband to Xiling, who had dark lines all over her head. I think, this headband doesn't have to be only for tying hair, right? How about you try tying it on your head? It should work too. Cheng Yao looked at the white and flowing headband in Xiling's hand, and thought of the image of himself tying this white headband on his forehead. Damn! Are you dissing me? Who ties white cloth on their head like some good Samaritan? I'm not some beast from the foot basin country. No worries, let's continue grinding. I absolutely don't believe it. That there won't be one piece of equipment I can use. Cheng Yao roared loudly, and as the failures continued, his face grew darker and darker. Xiling wanted to remind Cheng Yao. But he also felt that this might irritate Cheng Yao, so he had to temporarily suppress his inner complaints. So, half an hour later. Cheng Yao looked at the gear on the ground, already starting to stomp his feet. Sniper's lace gloves. Grade E. Strength plus 15. When making a ranged attack, there is a 5% chance to cause additional damage of twice the strength value. Cheng Yao looked at this pair of light pink lace gloves. At the base of the middle finger, there was a cute little bow. The gloves were long enough to cover the forearm. At first glance, this was definitely not something he could wear. What? Can't a sniper be a man? Do you understand that this is gender discrimination? Where's the designer? Come out. I want to discuss life with you, bastard. Cheng Yao's heart began to roar crazily. At the same time, he nervously glanced at his bracelet. This thing, wouldn't it be a women's item too? Xiling looked at her gear and suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Even if her brain was sharp, she couldn't figure out why, after bringing Cheng Yao along to clear dungeons, everything that dropped was for her use. This had already gone beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Continue, I really don't believe I can't get even one piece of equipment. Cheng Yao said fiercely, not waiting for Xiling to say anything more, and once again led Xiling into a new round of dungeon adventure. Half an hour later. Cheng Yao was flat on the ground, coughing violently as if he were about to cough up blood. And the gear dropped by the giant web-spinning spider was a ribbon. Dreamy silk waistband. Grade E. Agility plus 5. Strength plus 10. As the mana value decreased, the damage dealt could be increased by up to 50%. Like the previous gear, this waistband was dark purple, weightless, and the lace pattern on its surface was exquisitely intricate, obviously not something a man could use. This way, Xiling's gear was basically complete. Cheng Yao lay on the ground, unable to understand why he had only brought Xiling to level up and gain gear, yet only he ended up getting hurt. The huge blow made Cheng Yao start to doubt life, but the remaining indomitable spirit in his heart still supported him to roar out. Damn it! I still don't believe it. In such a big dungeon, isn't there anything I can use? Cheng Yao roared, like a mad beast, charging straight toward the final boss. Chapter 53, Ambushed. The Alliance of the Stick Country and the Foot Basin Country. In the dungeon, Cheng Yao and Xiling were still rapidly advancing. After getting her gear, Xiling's combat power finally caught up with Cheng Yao. Every attack she made would add effects like sleep, poison, and extra damage. At this moment, Xiling was incredibly powerful. But just as they advanced through the dungeon, having gained a lot, Xiling suddenly received a message. Xiling, I'm leading 30 chosen ones to the wilderness. We discovered a group of Foot Basin chosen ones clustered at the edge of the map. They might be planning to head into the wilderness. The message was not from Zhou Yan, but from a compatriot named Zhang Lin. Xiling looked at this message, her brows suddenly furrowing tightly. Earlier, Zhou Yan had told her that someone would lead a team of chosen ones to the wilderness to meet up with them. It seemed that the person leading the chosen ones now should be this Zhang Lin. So, those beasts from the Foot Basin country plan to attack them? How many of them are there? Are they in action? Roughly estimated, about 20 or 30 people. We're quietly gathering further observations. Currently, they are still resting in place. Immediately retreat and be vigilant of the rear. They might be waiting for someone. We'll be there shortly. Xiling's face changed drastically as she made immediate arrangements. Immediately, Xiling turned to Cheng Yao, who was resting beside her, and said, Hurry up. Our people have run into the Foot Basin devils at the border. Looks like there are quite a few of them. I estimate something bad is going to happen. Cheng Yao, upon hearing this news, suddenly felt as if a heavy cloud had been lifted from his heart. Damn it, I can't even see a piece of usable gear after running several dungeons, and now I have no place to vent my anger. You bunch of Foot Basin bastards dare to come provoke me, huh? With this thought, Cheng Yao felt neither sore in his waist nor pain in his legs anymore, and he immediately pulled out his 98K and charged toward the final boss. Meanwhile, at the northern border of the Silent Forest. After Zhang Lin received Xiling's alert, his face changed dramatically. At first, Zhang Lin thought the Foot Basin people gathered there were just making plans. But after seeing Xiling's message, Zhang Lin awoke from his stupor. That's right, these Foot Basin people haven't even seen the enemy yet, so why deploy so early? The reason they stayed there is likely they are waiting for reinforcements. With this in mind, Zhang Lin immediately turned his head to look behind him. In the dense forest, it seemed as if heads were surging. Moments later, several chosen ones began to emerge from the woods. Oh no! It's the enemy's reinforcements. Zhang Lin was taken aback and quickly began issuing commands. We're being ambushed. Retreat to the east immediately. Brothers with shields, hold the rear and block the enemy's ranged attacks. Once the orders were given, the chosen ones of Long Kingdom immediately began to retreat. At this moment, the chosen ones of Long Kingdom were less than 50 meters away from the reinforcements behind them. At such a close distance, every second was incredibly precious. Meanwhile, the reinforcements behind the chosen ones of Long Kingdom were completely baffled. WTF? Why are they running? Didn't we say to meet them here? Why are they in such a rush? Should we chase them? The reinforcements chatted amongst themselves, and it was clear from their words that this group was actually from Bang Bang Country. No way. They are the chosen ones from Long Kingdom. Not from Foot Basin. Li Mingtai, the leader of Bang Bang Country, exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the reconnaissance reports. Ranged brothers, attack. Melee brothers, get ready, just make some noise. The enemy's numbers are about the same as ours. Rushing in recklessly will only increase our casualties. Let the Foot Basin people take the lead, we will pick up the spoils. Li Mingtai shouted loudly, while also not forgetting to open his friend list to send a message to Yuan Sila. You've discovered the Long Kingdom chosen ones behind you, about 30 of them. We have already begun to attack. Meanwhile, the melee chosen ones from Bang Bang Country began to roar, their battle cries filled with energy and spirit. Hearing the battle cries of Bang Bang Country's chosen ones, the Foot Basin chosen ones immediately turned to look back. They saw a group of Long Kingdom chosen ones, now running sideways under a rain of arrows. Ha ha! Didn't expect to attack two Long Kingdom chosen ones with an unexpected gain. We have a total of over 60 people on both sides, while they only have 30. The advantage is ours. Brothers, kill them! Seeing this situation, Yuan Sela, the captain of Foot Basin Country, was extremely excited and immediately shouted loudly. With Yuan Sela's shout, the chosen ones from Foot Basin Country, who had finally gathered together, excitedly picked up their weapons and started chasing after the chosen ones from Long Kingdom. For a moment, the battle cries in the forest became more and more intense. The chosen ones from Foot Basin Country, each one seemed to be like they had been injected with adrenaline, frantically attacking the chosen ones from Long Kingdom. After all, killing the chosen ones from Long Kingdom would come with national rewards. Now, our forces have twice the numbers of the enemy, and we are closing in from all sides. The chosen ones from Foot Basin Country cannot imagine how they could possibly lose under such an advantage. And the fact is, just as the chosen ones from Foot Basin expected, the chosen ones from Dragon Country showed no intention of fighting, they were simply running wildly. As a result, Foot Basin's offensive became even more vigorous. At this moment, the leader of Bang Bang Country, Li Mingtai, looked at the momentum of the chosen ones from Foot Basin and excitedly waved his arms, shouting. Brothers, the allies of Foot Basin have caught up. We follow. Kill a few more of the dragon people, and maybe we can profit from it later. It was only at this point that the chosen ones from Bang Bang Country finally cast aside their doubts and joined the massive pursuit of the Dragon Country's chosen ones. The chosen ones from Foot Basin were momentarily taken aback, watching as the chosen ones from Bang Bang Country surged behind them. Didn't they attack first? How did they end up behind us? What does that matter? Hurry up and chase. If we can kill the chosen ones from Dragon Country, that's a handsome reward. Upon hearing this response, the chosen ones from Foot Basin thought no more and continued their chase after the fleeing Dragon Country team. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Spider Cave. Are the Foot Basin people and the Bang Bang Country people teaming up? More than 60 in total, this seems more troublesome than I expected. Xiling frowned slightly as she looked at the message sent by Zhang Lin. Gazing at the map before her, Xiling thought for a moment before sending a message to Zhang Lin. You take the team to coordinates, 691, 880, we will meet there. After sending the message, Xiling turned to Cheng Yao beside her. Alright, wasn't it just the gear you needed? When we win later, all the stuff you can wear is yours. We better hurry, this time, besides your beloved Foot Basin chicken, there are also a bunch of big bones. Cheng Yao listened to Xiling's words and looked at the dress he had made for her today, almost spitting blood. Damn it! If we don't scare this group of beasts, I won't forgive myself for this outfit. Chapter 54, Witty Xiling. In the forest, the chosen ones from Dragon Country were still moving quickly. Since Bang Bang Country did not initiate a chase immediately, a bit of distance was opened up between the Dragon Country chosen ones and the pursuers from Foot Basin. Although the remote attacks occasionally caused them some damage, fortunately, the damage was not high, and as of now, there had been no deaths among the chosen ones from Dragon Country. At this moment, Zhang Lin was calmly organizing the retreat of everyone while continuously reporting his situation to Xiling and Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan was currently stationed in the forest, organizing the remaining chosen ones, and could not arrive in time. Thus, the hope of countering the encirclement by the two groups of chosen ones had to be placed on Xiling. After all, everyone in Dragon Country knew of Xiling's abilities. She was recognized as a genius throughout Dragon Country. And Xiling did not disappoint. Upon receiving Zhang Lin's latest message, she called out to Cheng Yao, who was running beside her. You go to 775, 126, that place looks good and is perfect for you. Cheng Yao stared blankly at Xiling beside him. This girl was so skilled with maps too? It should be noted that this map was just a simple overhead view, without any contour lines or such. To know the specific terrain of a place just by looking at the map is quite difficult. However, Cheng Yao still nodded and immediately parted ways with Xiling, rushing toward the coordinates she indicated. After spending so many days together, Xiling's analytical abilities had never let Cheng Yao down. Indeed, after running for more than 10 minutes, a tall hill appeared in front of Cheng Yao. At the end of the hill was a towering cliff, and looking down from the cliff, the compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom were orderly passing from below the cliff. Behind the compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, groups of enemies were vigorously chasing, and were about to pass the cliff below Cheng Yao. Below the cliff, the vegetation was sparse, lacking tall trees, making it an excellent ambush spot. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yao was incredibly shocked. What kind of brain does this girl have? Not only did she find me an excellent shooting position, but she also calculated the speed of everyone's advance? She even noticed the terrain below the cliff? Although Cheng Yao had immense trust in Xiling's intelligence, he couldn't help but be greatly surprised when he actually saw this location. I'm in position and ready to attack at any time. Cheng Yao sent a message to Xiling, and at this time, Xiling had finally arrived among the troops of the Dragon Kingdom, temporarily taking command from Zhang Lin. Okay, wait for my signal, and we will strike together. Let's see how many we can kill. Xiling's message quickly returned, and Cheng Yao silently took out his 98K, quietly waiting for Xiling's signal. At this moment, the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Kingdom had just passed through the ambush area below him, while the chosen ones from the Stick Kingdom soon followed, entering Cheng Yao's view. Damn it, a little aid has not been enough, and now comes a little stick, right? By coincidence, those from the Stick Kingdom also jumped fiercely in my past life. Let's take this opportunity to kill them all. Since they are seeking death, then don't blame me for being rude. Cheng Yao thought to himself. Meanwhile, on Xiling's side, ranged shooters get behind the shields. Shield bearers, stay in place and defend. Melee attack group, team 2 on the left advance 5 steps, right side stand by. Xiling issued a series of commands, and under her command, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom quickly formed a standard wedge formation. This formation is suitable for encirclement and ranged attacks, allowing it to achieve the best results in this environment. Just as the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom were lining up the formation, the chosen ones of the Foot Basin Kingdom were just arriving. It was already afternoon, and the scorching sun was baking the earth, causing a faint mist to rise from the ground in the heat, creating an almost surreal scene. The two large groups were now only a few dozen meters apart, confronting each other on this sparsely vegetated plain. The difference was that the Dragon Kingdom had just set up a precise formation, while the chosen ones of the Foot Basin Kingdom were in utter chaos. In the process of chasing, the melee and ranged chosen ones had already mixed together, while the shield bearers had been left far behind at the end of the line, struggling to catch up. Seeing the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom on high alert, Yuan Shiro slowly stepped forward, sneering at them. Dragon Kingdom's turtles, don't you like to run away? Why aren't you running now? Could it be that you know you can't escape, so you want to make one last stand? Well, even turtles have moments when they stick their heads out. It seems that your Dragon Kingdom is ready to bite. Yuan Shiro's voice was booming, and the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Kingdom behind him laughed in response to his mockery. Indeed, if a turtle wants to bite, it must stick its head out. Now that we have a significant numerical advantage, it's time for this group of Dragon Kingdom beasts to die. The chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom listened to the insults but gave no response. They remained steadfast in their positions, not daring to be distracted. All the chosen ones understood that this was a battlefield, and in a battlefield, losing focus. But it could cost you your life. Yet even so, all the chosen ones of Dragon Country, hearing the insults from the other side, still felt an overwhelming sense of frustration in their hearts. At this moment, a loud and energetic curse came from the Dragon Country camp. Sanitary pad-faced grandson, look at those big teeth of yours, they're as sharp as fire tongs. Say it again and I'll believe you if I don't hit you. Look at your outfit, you look like a complete fool. If anyone beats you to death later, it wouldn't be too much. I'll slap you on the first day of the month. By the 15th, your face will still be trembling. How dare you come out and make a fool of yourself? Look at those little BKs behind you, each of them looks like a tiger that's turned into a spirit. I'm wondering, did you drink the nuclear waste you're dumping? Why do you look like something that's not even human? Your fighting style is like a flash of light. Look at the guts you have. Zhao Zilong was full of guts. Are you Zhao Zilong? Did you drink turtle blood or what? Brothers with long-range attacks, beat the hell out of these BKs. Meanwhile, Xiling's message was also sent to Cheng Yao. It's starting. Hit them hard. Kill them all, what the hell? As soon as Xiling's message was sent, a thunderous gunshot rang out from the nearby cliff. With that gunshot, a dark blood hole instantly appeared on the forehead of an enemy from Foot Basin Country. This enemy, until his death, still had the arrogant expression from when he was yelling. The gunshots kept coming, and every time a shot rang out, it was guaranteed that an enemy would fall. Just 10 seconds later, Cheng Yao single-handedly killed a large portion of the joint forces of Foot Basin Country and Stick Country. The chosen ones of Dragon Country stared dumbfounded at the large group of enemies who had been chasing them earlier, now severely wounded and dead in such a short amount of time. They couldn't help but start questioning their own lives. What the hell? Is this our Dragon Country's reinforcements? This is reinforcements? This is clearly the living king of hell. Not only is the damage high, but the firing rate isn't slow either. Whoever he aims at, that person dies. It's completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, the long-range shooters of Dragon Country's chosen ones were on the verge of tears. They had originally thought that they were the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. But now? They had fought for half a day, and the enemies they killed didn't even match the number killed by just one person. Are we just here to make up the numbers? All the long-range attackers looked up at the sky, a faint sense of sadness welling up in their hearts. Chapter 55, Crushing Attack. Cheng Yao's attack completely caught the joint forces of the two countries off guard. They never imagined the Dragon Country would have such a powerful chosen one. What the hell? Who's up there? Why is there a gun? That's not the point. The point is, we're being ambushed. Why is his damage so high? He's able to kill our chosen ones in one shot. How high is his level? For a moment, the joint forces of the two countries were thrown into chaos. Cheng Yao, relying entirely on himself and a single shot, struck fear into the joint forces of the two countries. The position Xiling had chosen wasn't particularly high, but it wasn't easy to climb up there either. Among the joint forces, a few bolder chosen ones, in order to figure out Cheng Yao's details, cast a reconnaissance spell on him. But the results of the reconnaissance shocked these chosen ones. Cheng Yao, Dragon Country Chosen 1. Level, HP, dot. At this point, Cheng Yao was already at level 9, not far from level 10. The reconnaissance spell could only detect information for levels within 3 of the casters, and the highest level among these joint forces was only level 6. So, they completely couldn't detect Cheng Yao's specific information. How is this possible? I can't detect the level of this chosen one. Why does he have such a high level? Did he cheat? Everyone, don't panic. Even if his level is high, what does it matter? Can we, dozens of remote chosen ones, not defeat him alone? Hearing such voices, the remote chosen ones in the alliance finally began to aim and shoot towards Cheng Yao's position. Arrows flew across the sky densely, attacking Cheng Yao's direction like carpet bombing. But Cheng Yao looked at these arrows and sneered indifferently. Although I have no gear, do you guys, a bunch of level 5 or 6 Kalami, think you can kill me? If I really let you kill me, it's even worse for my lack of violent output. Facing these dense arrows, Cheng Yao didn't even bother to dodge. Some arrows stuck into Cheng Yao's body, but the damage from these attacks was pitifully low. No matter how much health he lost, once Cheng Yao fired a shot, those lost health points would instantly be replenished by the vampiric effect of the spider silk armor. With the highest 100% damage bonus from the bracelet, combined with Cheng Yao's full strength and stats, his damage was terrifying. Needless to say, even if these chosen ones were only level 5 or 6, Cheng Yao was fully confident in taking out anyone of the same level with a single shot. The sound of Cheng Yao's gunfire continued to resonate, and at this moment, the chosen ones from the Stick Country at the back of the alliance were almost all killed by Cheng Yao alone. Looking at such a disastrous scene behind, hearing the fatal gunfire like the Reaper calling for death, Zhen Shilong's mind seemed to return to the day he was ambushed by Cheng Yao. Baka! It's the sniper from the Dragon Country. How did he level up so fast? Break through from the front. The enemies ahead are weaker. A little girl dares to taunt me? You'll know what cruelty is soon. Brothers, rush out, and we can survive. Kill. If we catch that girl who scolded us alive, everyone can have their way with her. Hearing Zhen Shilong's frenzied shouts, the Alliance soldiers felt emboldened and drew their weapons, charging towards the Dragon Country's array with war cries. Since Cheng Yao's damage was so high, they needed to stay away from him. Now Cheng Yao had intercepted most of the backline, and the only option left for the Alliance was to break through forward. In front were only some level 5 or 6 Dragon Country chosen ones. They had the advantage in numbers, easily breaking through should be simple. Moreover, if they could capture that cursing beauty alive. Imagining the scene of pressing Xiling beneath him, the male chosen ones in the Alliance burst forth with an even stronger fighting spirit. Hearing such arrogant words, the Dragon Country chosen ones couldn't help but want to break away from their positions and fight those enemy trash to the death. After all, Xiling, whether in looks or figure, was the moonlight in everyone's heart among the Dragon Country chosen ones. Now that their goddess was so insulted by the enemy, the Dragon Country chosen ones, regardless of gender, were itching to act. Impulsive? You just need to guard your own territory, and leave the rest to me. Xiling's timely reminder rang out, stopping everyone's impulsiveness. In the battlefield, impulsiveness is a taboo. It disrupts the original deployment and increases troop casualties. You son of a broken tampon. Did you eat shit or drink sewage? You can't speak properly, can you? If I don't kill you today, I won't forgive myself for my outfit. Xiling stood at the front of the array, and after saying this guy, her folding fan shot out towards Zhen Shilang. The folding fan erupted with blazing flames in midair, spinning wildly like a chainsaw. For a moment, the sound of blades slicing through the air mingled with the roar of flames. This folding fan, with incredible speed, headed straight for Zhen Shirou's face. Watching the surging attack come at him, Zhen Shirou's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he pulled out his talisman and threw it at Xiling's folding fan. In midair, this talisman instantly transformed into a gigantic icebox, opening its cold and hard mouth, ready to swallow Xiling's folding fan whole. At this moment, everyone was fixated on the clash between the two, nearly forgetting to breathe. The folding fan was already at the icebox's mouth, and what happened next left Zhen Shirou stunned. His once proud icebox actually began to melt rapidly under the flames of Xiling's folding fan. Water continuously dripped from the icebox's mouth, and as the folding fan drew closer, the icebox's form no longer looked lifelike. When the folding fan finally entered the icebox's mouth, it suddenly transformed into a sky filled with water mist. The power of this strike was terrifying beyond belief. Seeing this scene, Zhen Shirou was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. Impossible. Impossible. How could the flames on this folding fan have such great power? My icebox had previously been experimented with in the Abyssal Demon's Valley. Even the fireballs from the Abyssal Demon Leader couldn't make my icebox melt. You have to understand, those Abyssal Demon Leaders are level 7 demons. Could it be that this little girl is an even higher level than the Abyssal Demon Leader? At this moment, Zhen Shirou felt somewhat at a loss. He had no time to investigate Xiling's level because Xiling's folding fan, after melting his icebox, still came charging at him without losing momentum. Protect me! Zhen Shirou shouted loudly, no longer the arrogance he had at the beginning. Without the protection of the icebox, Zhen Shirou seemed like a lost dog. Chapter 56, Crazy Harvest. The defeat of the Allied forces. Faced with Xiling's fierce attack, Zhen Shirou, in a panic, directly turned and dove into the Footbasin Nation's ranks. To survive, Zhen Shirou actually chose to push his fellow countrymen out as shields for himself. Boom! The folding fan, carrying raging flames, finally killed one of the Footbasin's chosen who was standing at the forefront before slowly landing. At this moment, Zhen Shirou was still in shock and immediately threw out a probe towards Xiling. The result of this probe nearly suffocated Zhen Shirou. Xiling, chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, level? Health? This Xiling was actually an unknown level chosen one. Indeed, during the time spent with Cheng Yao in the instance dungeon, Xiling's level had been rapidly rising. Now, Xiling's level had already reached level 9, the same as Cheng Yao. As for Cheng Yao, he was about to hit level 10. Looking at the results of the probe, Zhen Shirou felt as if his intestines were turning green with regret. If he hadn't insisted on leveling in the wilderness area and had gone to other areas to level up, his level wouldn't have stagnated. In recent days, Zhen Shirou had wasted too much time looking for teammates, never considering the price he would pay for such wasted time. Now, not just Cheng Yao and Xiling, but those chosen who had gone to other areas to level up, like the chosen from the Bear Kingdom, had also rapidly improved their levels. But if we look at Zhen Shirou's side, the teammates from the Footbasin Nation he had found with such difficulty were mostly only level 5 or 6. In this case, even if they could really head to the wilderness, they would not be able to defeat leveling maniacs like Xiling and Cheng Yao. In an instant, Zhen Shirou felt his legs weaken, no longer having the thought of resistance. No matter the gunfire echoing from the cliff or the folding fan Xiling continuously threw, they both repeatedly declared to Zhen Shirou. You lost. Totally lost. Retreat. Move toward the forest. Whoever can run, run. Hurry up. Yuan Shirou shouted at the top of his lungs, while desperately driving his legs to escape. Now, Cheng Yao had single-handedly sealed off the northern and western sides of the Allied forces, while Xiling dealt a heavy blow to the eastern allies. To get through this difficulty, they could only shamefully retreat back into the Forgotten Forest. Hearing Yuan Shirou's shouts, the demoralized Allied forces immediately began to sprint toward the forest. Their panicked state resembled a chaotic herd of pigs in an old slaughterhouse, utterly disorganized. Watching such an outcome, outside the national fortune Forbidden Land, both the Jiao Pan country and the Bang Bang country spectators were left bewildered. These spectators simply couldn't understand why their side, having such a huge numerical advantage, ended up losing so utterly. In an instant, spectators from both countries flooded into each other's live streams to vent their frustrations. In the Jiao Pan country's live stream, Bang Bang country's spectators had already begun to bombard with comments. What the hell? Is this your Jiao Pan country's chosen leader? It's simply laughable. With double the troops, yet you still lost. If I were you, I would have committed seppuku long ago, you know. If you're going to die, die alone, no need to drag our chosen ones down with you. What's your intention? In Bang Bang country's livestream, Jiao Pan country's spectators were also accusing Bang Bang country of cowardice. Baka. You chosen ones from Bang Bang country are all cowards. If you had gone on the offensive with your forces from the start, how could you let Long country's team escape? Exactly. If they couldn't escape, under a joint attack, it would definitely have been an unprecedented great victory. If I were you, I would have committed seppuku long ago. Originally united and harmonious, the spectators from both countries turned their frustrations towards their allies in an instant after witnessing this absurd defeat. Meanwhile, spectators from other countries were quietly discussing the matter in their own live streams. The alliance between Jiaopan country and Bang Bang country has served as a wake-up call for us. Now every country only has 200 chosen ones. If other countries unite to strike, it can indeed become very tricky. I think the key lies in individual strength. If someone is obviously much stronger like Cheng Yao, even if the enemy joins forces, they won't stir up much trouble. You can't say that. Do you even have a clue how many national fortune rewards Cheng Yao has received by now? Almost all the level rewards are taken by him alone. So he's not someone we can reference. Moreover, leaving aside levels, just a few days ago, Cheng Yao soloed a dungeon, and his speed was faster than 5 people from Bear Country working together. You think you can compare with him? So what should we do? If the enemy really unites, doesn't that mean our chosen ones would be in grave danger? After discussing for a long time, the foreign spectators ultimately could not reach a conclusion. At this moment, in Long Country's live stream, the atmosphere among the spectators was extraordinarily harmonious. Wow. Why do I feel like Yao Ji's damage seems way higher than before? OMG. That guy is still holding his shield. A single shot takes both the person and the shield? Is Yao Gu going against heaven? In the live broadcast, Cheng Yao's shot actually went straight through a shield man's shield and fiercely pierced into his hand. Even though the shield had a 75% damage reduction effect, and the shield man was hit on his palm area, he was still directly killed by Cheng Yao's shot. Until his death, the shield man's face was still filled with disbelief and terror. He couldn't imagine why a chosen one could inflict such high damage. Cheng Yao calmly aimed at the next target, his eyes filled with disdain. At this distance, I can perfectly trigger the bracelet's 100% damage bonus, plus with my full strength points. If I can't take you down with one shot, where will I put my old face? Cheng Yao unconsciously glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, feeling a dull ache in his heart. Damn it! After this day of grinding, all I did was equip Ziling. Just thinking about it feels frustrating. Isn't there an old saying, from the depths of despair comes the dawn? I have fallen to this bird-like state. Where is my dawn? Where did my dawn go? Although this bracelet is a D-grade equipment, Ziling's dress is also D-grade. Why can't I drop a single piece of equipment? The more Cheng Yao thought, the angrier he became, and those enemies from the Stick Country and Basin Country before him became Cheng Yao's perfect punching bags. Bang! Bang! Cheng Yao fired shot after shot, each gunshot seemed to scream out his dissatisfaction. Quickly kill all these beasts, then I'll go grind a few times in the dungeon. I won't believe it. Cheng Yao, cannot just drop women's clothing. Chapter 57. The battle ends. Hedgehog Cheng Yao. As Cheng Yao and Ziling unleashed their terrifying power, victory for the Dragon Country was already a foregone conclusion. The allied forces had been scared out of their wits. At this moment, they showed no sign of resistance other than fleeing. The remaining time was merely for Cheng Yao to kill more, to vent his anger. The only thing that made Cheng Yao happy was that the chosen captain from the Basin Country, Yuan Shiro, had fallen to Ziling's relentless attacks. In this battle, none of the 33 chosen ones from Dragon Country perished. And with the 65-man advantage, the allied forces were nearly wiped out by just Cheng Yao and Ziling. Apart from a few lucky ones who managed to escape, most of the allied forces would forever remain here. As the enemies in sight kept falling down, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Dragon Country's chosen ones. We won! We won! Long live Ziling! Long live Brother Yao! So strong! Truly so strong! 2 people against more than 60, and they almost annihilated the enemy. Amazing! I actually thought before that Brother Yao was a coward. I was really silly, really. The chosen ones of Dragon Country hugged each other, everyone's face filled with the excitement of having survived a desperate situation. Some female chosen ones of Dragon Country also teared up, sobbing softly. Ziling quietly watched her compatriots cheer, but her beautiful face showed no joy, instead filled with deep disappointment. She thought that with her current godly gear, her combat power should have caught up to Cheng Yao. But after this battle, Ziling truly realized the gap between herself and Cheng Yao. In this fight, Cheng Yao killed 40 enemies, while she only killed 18. In Ziling's heart, Cheng Yao's strength seemed like a bottomless black hole. Though she wasn't as sharp-minded, he always outpaced her tremendously in combat power. Ziling put away her folding fan and looked up at the sky. When would she truly become a powerful ally to Cheng Yao? Ziling's thoughts began to drift away. And when the chosen ones of Dragon Country saw Ziling standing there in a daze, they began to cheer enthusiastically. Right. This battle would not have been so easy without Ziling's command. Let's cheer for Ziling. This suggestion received the support of all the chosen ones from Dragon Country. In an instant, the chosen ones, regardless of gender, surrounded Ziling. They planned to lift Ziling up to celebrate this victory. But just then, a dry cough interrupted everyone's actions. Cough. Cough. The crowd's enthusiasm was interrupted, and they looked unhappily in the direction of the coughing sound. Then, the chosen ones widened their eyes. Their dissatisfaction vanished in an instant, replaced instead by intense trembling. Sounds of sharp inhalation filled the air, and the scene turned eerily quiet. Following the gaze of the chosen ones, they saw Cheng Yao slowly emerge from the nearby woods, his back covered in arrows, resembling a porcupine. Cheng Yao's gaze was icy and piercing, and just a glance made one feel deep-seated fear. As if proclaiming his dominance, Cheng Yao walked straight to Ziling's side and waved his hand in front of her eyes. What's wrong? Are you stunned? Hearing Cheng Yao's familiar voice, Ziling snapped back to reality with a sudden jolt. I'm fine, you, damn it. Ziling's words were somewhat flustered, but upon seeing Cheng Yao looking like a porcupine, she couldn't help but curse. It was not surprising that Ziling was shocked, knowing how painful it must be to have so many arrows stuck in him was enough to make anyone uneasy. Yet, at this moment, Cheng Yao seemed entirely unfazed, even with his health still at full capacity. Looking at Cheng Yao like this, even the usually composed Ziling felt a bit at a loss. This must be what happens when you care too much. When it comes to Cheng Yao's life, Ziling always seems to lose her basic composure. Fortunately, the other chosen ones from Long Country reacted quickly. What the hell? Brother Yao is injured. Is Zhou Yunxue here? Come help Brother Yao heal. Damn, how is he acting like nothing happened after taking so many arrows? You guys were too conservative when praising him before. Why talk so much? Zhou Yunxue. Hurry up and heal Brother Yao. The chosen ones from Long Country immediately became chaotic. At this moment, Zhou Yunxue swiftly ran up to Cheng Yao. Wearing a white shirt and tight jeans, her face looked a little pale. With everyone's assistance, Cheng Yao obediently lay down on the ground as the arrows were pulled out one by one. As the arrows were removed, Cheng Yao's health gradually began to drop due to the bleeding effect. Next, Zhou Yunxue took out her legendary weapon, a gnarled wooden stick, and pointed it at Cheng Yao. A golden light instantly enveloped Cheng Yao, and as the light slowly dissipated, his wounds visibly started healing at a rapid pace. This girl's legendary weapon could actually heal. After treating Cheng Yao's injuries, Zhou Yunxue did not linger and quickly ran towards the other injured. She was very busy. Although the chosen ones from Long Country were not dead, many had still been injured by enemy arrows during the chase. As for Cheng Yao, he lay on the ground with a face full of despair. Even the pain of the arrows being pulled out didn't cause any change in his expression. As if the one injured wasn't him at all. Moments later, cries of pain began echoing from the direction Zhou Yunxue had gone. The pain of having arrows pulled out was not something everyone could endure. The chosen ones from Long Country looked at Cheng Yao's expressionless face, then turned to see the other wounded brothers and felt their worldview was shattered. If I hadn't just seen the blood coming from Brother Yao, I would have thought he was a robot. Although I know it's normal to scream when arrows are pulled out, seeing Brother Yao makes me doubt my judgment. Could Brother Yao be suffering from that illness where he can't feel pain? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Indeed. Back when Guangong scraped his bones to cure poison. Isn't Brother Yao painful like this? People began to discuss, feeling doubtful about Cheng Yao's performance. Beside them, Ziling looked at Cheng Yao, realizing he was finally okay, slowly coming back to her senses. Are you silly? Those big rocks above are just for you to admire. You don't know how to dodge when hit, do you? Do you really think you are invincible? Before Cheng Yao could speak, Ziling's scolding sounded like rapid gunfire. After she finished, before Cheng Yao could refute, she angrily pinched Cheng Yao's thigh hard. With that pinch, even Cheng Yao, who could remain unfazed as if shot by 1,000 arrows, couldn't help but cry out in pain. Oh. The chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom looked at Cheng Yao's reaction, a chill gradually rising in their hearts. Don't say it, it seems Brother Yao isn't numb to the pain, he can really endure it. Moreover, this pinch from Goddess Ziling made Brother Yao unable to bear it, it's simply terrifying. Remember, neither Brother Yao nor Ziling can be messed with. Hearing such advice, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom all nodded in agreement. Chapter 58, Level Up. The task in the demon subcamp begins. After cleaning up the battlefield, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom finally settled in this wilderness under the leadership of Cheng Yao and Ziling. Looking at the small house of Cheng Yao and Ziling, the chosen ones felt a bit bitter in their hearts. It's over, my goddess Ziling has actually moved in with Brother Yao. I didn't expect Brother Yao to be this kind of person. You big guys are just being jealous. We're the ones who are jealous. A man as manly as Brother Yao is actually taken. I'm not satisfied. The chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom began to complain. But Cheng Yao and Ziling paid no attention to their thoughts. At this moment, Ziling was once again pulled by Cheng Yao into the spider cave. Killing monsters and leveling up may be boring, but that's life. Boredom is the norm, with occasional hobbies as a decoration. Only then can life go on better. Now, leveling up is Cheng Yao's norm. He needs to quickly raise his level to face the upcoming demon siege. Occasionally discovering a few chosen ones from the Foot Basin Kingdom to relieve Cheng Yao's boredom would make him feel very satisfied. It is unknown whether it was because Cheng Yao's mood improved after slaughtering a large batch of enemies, but during the next dungeon run, he finally saw equipment he could use. Dark Spider Silk Greaves. Grade, E level. Strength plus 10. Stamina plus 5. Reduces damage received by 10%. When attacked, has a 5% chance to evade the damage. The properties of this equipment are quite ordinary, but when Cheng Yao saw it, he couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. I, Cheng Yao, have finally seen equipment that I can use. It's been a whole day. Finally, my efforts today have not been in vain. Cheng Yao cried out in the cave, while Ziling stared at her own equipment, falling into deep thought. Compared to Ziling's equipment, Cheng Yao's gear could be called pitiful at this moment. As for the shoes, the F-level equipment he got in the forest was still being treated as a treasure on his feet. The spider silk armor is a bit higher level, but that glaring green color is simply ugly to the extreme. The only decent item on him was the bracelet. Should I secretly run a few dungeon runs to get him some gear? Otherwise, it's too sad for him. Ziling secretly made up her mind. The process of advancing in the next dungeon went smoothly. The two pushed through the spider cave, soon arriving once again in front of the spitter. With Ziling's pile of debuffs, Cheng Yao no longer needed to hide at the cave's entrance and shoot from the shadows, but pushed straight in and quickly defeated the boss. With the boss falling, Cheng Yao's level finally reached level 10. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 10. Experience, 220/51200. Health, 400/400. Mana, 400/400. Strength, 95. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 50. Endurance, 50. Skills, Exploration, Map, Trade. Looking at his panel, after reaching level 10, the experience required for Cheng Yao to level up had become frighteningly high. Relying on grinding dungeons to continue leveling up was obviously not very realistic anymore. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom viewers watching Cheng Yao's livestream had already erupted in cheers. Wow! Brother Yao is already level 10. The chosen ones from other countries must be crying. That's right, let's not even mention the Pot Country and Stick Country. Their high-level chosen ones have almost all been killed by Brother Yao. Currently, the highest level among the chosen ones from other countries is level 8, and they are cursing in the livestream. They should be grateful that if they were born in our Dragon Kingdom, Brother Yao would have surely taught them a lesson. Do you believe it? Brother Yao definitely still thinks his level is behind other countries and plans to work harder to level up. But the demon siege is starting in 4 days, right? Will Brother Yao move to the next leveling area? That's a good question. In the live stream, viewers began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, most viewers from other countries, looking at their chosen ones just leaving the novice village and then seeing Cheng Yao who had reached level 10, ready to head to the next map. They all felt as if the sky had fallen. Why? We all started at the same starting line. Why are the people from Dragon Kingdom leveling up so quickly? What's worse is that the demon siege is about to start. With our chosen ones like this, will they survive this catastrophe? We can only leave it to fate. If we must blame someone, we can only blame our own chosen ones for not being strong. This all seemed very pessimistic. In the spider cave, Cheng Yao looked at the veil that Ziling handed over, and finally gave up on complaining. The women's outfits he had encountered today were almost more than he had seen in his entire life. Don't hesitate, just take it. It's for saving your life. Ziling had a look that was both smiling and serious as she shoved the veil into Cheng Yao's hands. Sniper's Escape Veil. Quality, D level. Endurance plus 10. Agility plus 10. Reduces 5% of damage taken. When health first drops to 5%, this equipment will break and fully restore the owner's health and mana. Looking at the properties of the veil, Cheng Yao finally gave up struggling. As Ziling said, this equipment is a life-saving artifact. Even if he doesn't wear it, having it on hand is still a strong trump card. Cheng Yao secretly gritted his teeth. Forget it, since Ziling had already worn a dress, wearing a veil is nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing Cheng Yao finally accept the veil, Ziling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her biggest worry was that Cheng Yao would refuse to accept this life-saving gear out of pride. With this equipment, Cheng Yao would feel a bit more at ease when going out alone in the future. What are your plans next? Do you want to go directly to the next place to level up? Ziling slowly asked. She naturally understood that for Cheng Yao, who had just reached level 10, staying in the wilderness to level up would be much less efficient. But with the demon siege approaching, Ziling wasn't certain if Cheng Yao would head directly to the next leveling area. Faced with Ziling's question, Cheng Yao helplessly shrugged. Let's not run around for now. I previously found a small note here that has a level 10 quest. The quest is to activate a portal and go to the gathering place of the fallen demons to find their commander. Though I don't know what rewards this quest holds, my intuition tells me that it might be crucial. Ziling listened to Cheng Yao's story, and a glint of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Alright, it seems you've had a breakthrough. How many dungeons have we cleared today without seeing this thing? There are probably two possibilities. Either only the first team to clear it gets this, or you stepped in dog poop and got lucky to find it. No matter what, we have to take on this mission. I just don't know if we can bring people along. Let's do this. Tomorrow morning, you open a portal and we'll give it a try. If we can go, I'll go with you. As Cheng Yao listened to Ziling's analysis, he felt a bit more confident about this mission. What kind of scene lies inside the portal? If the captain of the mission target is still alive, is he considered an NPC here, or is he a living person like them? Chapter 59, Trapped in Despair. A wilderness that is both the same and different. The next morning. In their small cabin, Ziling patiently helped Cheng Yao sort out the clothes on his body. Although washing clothes in this forbidden land is a luxury, Ziling still managed to clean and tidy up Cheng Yao's clothes. You should keep this wood safe. Since it's the domain of the sinking demon, maybe you can quickly upgrade your divine weapon. Also, I packed a few jars of purified water for you. It should be enough to last you for a while. By the way, take this water purification device with you. The newcomers brought purification devices too, so don't worry about drinking water here. I've also prepared some dried meat for you, just next to the purified water. Don't forget to eat on time when you go out. Ziling kept chattering, as if she were reminding a husband about to set off. Cheng Yao stuffed all the things Ziling had prepared into his system backpack, feeling as if his heart were melting, radiating warmth from within. After packing up, Cheng Yao and Ziling stepped out of the cabin. Outside, the chosen ones from Long Kingdom had come to see Cheng Yao off. Yao Ge, you must pay attention to safety. We are waiting for your return. The day you come back is the day of your great success. Hearing the farewells from his compatriots, Cheng Yao no longer hesitated and immediately began to chant the incantation. Once the incantation ended, a phantom portal appeared before Cheng Yao. Don't worry. I will definitely come back safely. Cheng Yao waved to the crowd and then stepped into the portal without looking back. As Cheng Yao entered, the phantom portal immediately vanished from everyone's sight. This made Ziling reluctantly give up the idea of following Cheng Yao into the portal. Just then, as Cheng Yao stepped into the portal, a message appeared in the live streams of various countries. Congratulations to Long Kingdom's chosen one Cheng Yao for entering a different space for the first time, rewarding Long Kingdom with 100 points of national fortune. Note, if the chosen one dies in the different space, all national fortune rewards obtained by that chosen one will be completely reclaimed. If the chosen one successfully completes the mission in the different space, all national fortune rewards obtained by that chosen one will be doubled. Seeing such a notification, audiences from various countries erupted into chaos. In the live stream of the Foot Basin Kingdom, the audience burst out with loud roars. This is the best. If Cheng Yao dies, let's see how Long Kingdom will compete with us. Long Kingdom's national fortune is 90% thanks to Cheng Yao. If he dies, Long Kingdom is definitely doomed. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see the wails from those Long Kingdom pigs after Cheng Yao dies. Everyone, curse him with me. Let him die. Let him die. Because of Cheng Yao, the Foot Basin Kingdom had already lost nearly 30% of its chosen ones. Thus, Cheng Yao had become the Foot Basin Kingdom's irreconcilable enemy. If it weren't for their low national fortune and resource constraints, the Foot Basin Kingdom would have long ago declared war on Long Kingdom. On Long Kingdom's side, the audience in the live stream had mixed feelings. They did not understand what dangers awaited in this strange space, and at this moment, their hearts were filled with a sense of panic. After all, nearly all of Dragon Nation's resources came from Cheng Yao alone. If Cheng Yao truly died here, then the fortune of Dragon Nation would fall from the heavens in an instant. Go, Yao Ge. You must survive. We have to believe in Yao Ge. He is currently the strongest chosen one in this forbidden land. Cheng Yao could not see the discussions in the livestream or the hints about the fate of the nation. At this moment, after crossing through that illusory portal, Cheng Yao was stunned by the scene before him. What lay in front of him was still that familiar wilderness. The stones and cliffs here were completely the same as the world outside the portal. The difference was that this wilderness still had many broken watchtowers and crumbling brick walls. It was as if this place had long been developed by someone. From a distance, he could see some intermediate fallen demons moving in and out of the ruins of the watchtowers, constantly plundering various resources. What is going on here? Could it be that this was what the wilderness used to look like? But why was there not even a single repaired stone brick visible in today's wilderness? Could it be that these fallen demons had cleaned up all the stone bricks? Cheng Yao's heart trembled. He just couldn't understand why such a scene appeared here. At that moment, Cheng Yao's system menu suddenly popped up a window. Detected that you have entered the task location, now providing detailed task explanation. Task objective, find the commander of the Wilderness Guardians. Task reward, lottery roulette *1. Looking at the message that appeared before him, Cheng Yao felt like cursing. Since a few instances with Ling, Cheng Yao already had an AC count on his luck value. Can't you just give me the reward directly? Why must you give some damn lottery? What if I draw something ridiculous like women's clothing again? Am I supposed to open a clothing store for Ling? Cheng Yao wanted to directly give up on this task, but looking at the already vanished portal behind him, he felt extremely frustrated. Forget it, it seems the situation here is similar to the instances. If he did not resolve matters here, it would definitely be impossible to leave. Right, I should tell Ling about the situation here to avoid worrying her. Cheng Yao opened his chat interface, but at that moment, a line of small text appeared next to the names of the friends he had added. Not in service area. Damn it. Do you think you are a mobile operator? Not in service area, what does that even mean? Cheng Yao couldn't help but vent his frustrations. His complaints quickly attracted the attention of the intermediate fallen demons around him. Thus, these fallen demons put down the resources they had plundered and took out their clubs instead. Eek. In an instant, dozens of intermediate fallen demons gathered together and launched an attack toward Cheng Yao's direction. What was worse was that among these intermediate fallen demons, there were also a few intermediate fallen demon leaders mixed in. Hearing the eerie sounds from behind, Cheng Yao suddenly realized his current situation was not safe. Surrounded by fallen demons meant that Cheng Yao was essentially an enemy to the world. Cheng Yao did not panic. He took out his 98K and began to shoot while scanning for information on these fallen demons. Intermediate fallen demon, level 10, health 3000/3000. Usually appears in groups, sometimes led by a leader. If a leader is found, prioritize killing it. Intermediate fallen demon leader, level 13, health 4500/4500. The leader of intermediate fallen demons must be prioritized for elimination, otherwise, one will face endless attacks. Looking at the information returned from the scan, Cheng Yao couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this seriously a level 10 task? Which good-natured level 10 person ever faced monsters at level 13? There were many of these fallen demons, and if there was a boss here, how high would its level be? Cheng Yao began to feel a bit flustered. Chapter 60, The God of Killing Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao was surrounded. Dozens of intermediate fallen demons rushed towards Cheng Yao, making it difficult for him to escape. Faced with such a dire situation, Cheng Yao did not panic. He surveyed his surroundings, and not far to his left was a half-destroyed watchtower. The reason it was called half was that nearly half of the watchtower's walls had been demolished, leaving just enough structure to barely stand. Though the watchtower was in ruins, it was the only place Cheng Yao could rely on at the moment. Without hesitation, Cheng Yao immediately began to climb along the crumbling wall of the watchtower. Due to Cheng Yao's immense strength at this moment, he effortlessly reached the top of the nearly 10-meter-tall watchtower. At the same time, those dozens of fallen demons finally arrived at the base of the watchtower and began to climb to the top. Bang! Bang! Cheng Yao's 98K rifle continued to fire at the leader of the fallen demons mixed among them, drawing even more attention. Because of the gunfire, countless intermediate fallen demons in the outer area of the watchtower detected the commotion and started to surround Cheng Yao. At this moment, viewers from the Foot Basin and the Stick Country in Cheng Yao's livestream began to cheer as they saw him in peril. Well done. Die. If Cheng Yao doesn't die, we in the Foot Basin will never have a peaceful day. Dare to kill so many chosen ones, Cheng Yao, this is your retribution. Ha ha. So many fallen demons, even if a god descends, you won't survive, Cheng Yao. The viewers from the two countries began to crazily send barrage comments, while the viewers from Dragon Country focused all their attention on the screen, not daring to be distracted. Staring at the dense mass of fallen demons on the screen, viewers from Dragon Country felt a chill rising from their feet, as if their thoughts were frozen in ice. In the Dragon Nation State Fortune Office, everyone turned their eyes to Zhou Yang, hoping to see the insights of this seasoned veteran who had seen many storms. But unfortunately, even Zhou Yang frowned, unable to imagine how to escape such a predicament. The only thing that reassured him was that Cheng Yao still remained calm until now. Seeing Zhou Yang's furrowed brow, his colleagues seemed to have lost all hope. Could it be that there was really no way out? At this moment, Cheng Yao was still tirelessly taking down the leaders of the fallen demons, occasionally switching to his shovel to send the climbing fallen demons flying. After all, as long as the leaders remained alive, the ordinary fallen demons would keep respawning. Fortunately, while these fallen demon leaders had high levels, they were not elite, so Cheng Yao could shoot down 2 with each magazine, making good progress. Finally, through Cheng Yao's relentless effort, the leaders of the fallen demons began to disappear one by one. As a result, the ordinary fallen demons were no longer a major threat. As for the fallen demons rushing from afar, they were not within Cheng Yao's considerations. Let's take it one step at a time. The nearby leaders have been cleared out. Next, it's my turn. Hunting time. Cheng Yao shouted and leaped off the watchtower without hesitation. Watching Cheng Yao's seemingly suicidal action, the viewers from Dragon Country and the livestream all widened their eyes. After all, they truly could not understand why Cheng Yao would do such a thing. Below, the fallen demons looked like an ocean, and jumping down was no different from seeking death. In the livestream, many Dragon Country viewers began to shout. Yao brother! Don't be impulsive. There are so many enemies, you can't kill them all. It's over, Yao brother has lost his mind. If he jumps down like this, he'll be finished. Is the fortune of our Dragon Country really going to disappear like this? The audience from Dragon Country wailed non-stop, while the spectators from Foot Basin Country and Bang Bang Country were already laughing with joy. Ha ha! Die! If you, Cheng Yao, don't die like this, I'll twist my head off and give it to you as a ball to kick. When Cheng Yao is dead, I want to see what you bunch of useless Dragon Country folks will do. Ha, Cheng Yao is being besieged. I want to see how you'll die. Wow. Unfortunately, these enemy spectators didn't boast for long before being shocked by Cheng Yao's fierce actions. In the live broadcast, Cheng Yao shouted Damasha as he swung his engineer's shovel and smashed it directly into the crowd of sinking demons. With this full force strike, the ground within 10 meters of Cheng Yao shook violently. Immediately after, the engineer's shovel in Cheng Yao's hands began to fly up and down, constantly slamming into the sinking demons in front of him. Even though these intermediate sinking demons were on the same level as Cheng Yao, none of them could withstand a single strike from him with his full power and equipment. At this moment, Cheng Yao was like a war god amidst the sinking demons. Every swing of the shovel sent countless sinking demons dissipating away. The viewers in the live room stared blankly at Cheng Yao's fierce and dominant appearance. Damn! What kind of damage is this from Yao brother? This damage is way too high. These sinking demons are on the same level as Yao brother. How can he slaughter them like this? It's ridiculous. Wow. 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 Unfortunately, I'm uneducated, a single wow can rule the world. But looking at Yao brother like this, why do I feel like it's a bit familiar? It's familiar because back in the forest, Yao brother was also slaughtering sinking demons like this. He's a repeat offender. Seeing Cheng Yao clear the area with such dominance, the audience from Dragon Country finally got excited. In the Dragon Country fortune office, Zhu Yang's aide Huang Sudong couldn't help but praise Cheng Yao's brave performance. Wow! This Cheng Yao! I'm impressed. If he keeps this up. However, before Huang Sudong could finish his sentence, his colleagues in the office shouted sharply. Shut up! What Huang Sudong wanted to say remained unspoken, and he felt extremely stifled inside. Looking back at Cheng Yao's live room, his courage was already being celebrated by the audience from Dragon Country. However, the comments from Foot Basin Country and Bang Bang Country poured cold water on Dragon Country spectators. Oomph, so what if he can kill? How long has it been already? Look at the sinking demons around him, are there any fewer? Just a dying struggle. I don't believe this Cheng Yao is unbreakable, he can't avoid injury or fatigue. Oomph, when he gets tired, that will be the moment of his death. You Dragon Country scraps, how happy are you now? When Cheng Yao dies, you'll be in much pain. Ha ha. I can't wait to see your wailing comments. The comments from Foot Basin Country and Bang Bang Country immediately made all the Dragon Country spectators tense up. Chapter 61, Upgrading the Lifebound Divine Weapon. Cheng Yao was trapped in a bitter battle. As the comments said, no matter how high his damage was, when facing an ocean of enemies, he would eventually tire out. And if he succumbed to exhaustion in such a siege, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Cheng Yao's speed of swinging the shovel had visibly slowed down. With each swing, he felt as if ants were tearing at his whole body in pain. Almost there. Cheng Yao looked at the iron grains continuously accumulating in his backpack and made up his mind. After smashing down a group of sinking demons with one swing, Cheng Yao no longer cared about anything else, directly turning around and climbing back to the top of the watchtower. Ha, ha, this is too much. Cheng Yao gasped for breath, looking at the sinking demons climbing up from below the watchtower, feeling a bit of a headache. Seeing Cheng Yao in such a pathetic state, the audience from the enemy nation began to feel excited. They saw that Cheng Yao was gradually becoming exhausted, just as they had anticipated. Once he became exhausted, Cheng Yao would die in this forbidden place of national fortune, just as they hoped. Ha ha. Die, Cheng Yao. Kill him hard. Sinking demons, attack. When surrounded and exhausted, I don't believe you, Cheng Yao, can create any more waves. The barrage from the enemy audience floated through the live broadcast, while the viewers from Long Nation began to worry as they read the shouting comments. Once Cheng Yao died, all the national fortune of Long Nation would be wasted. Now, Long Nation had lakes, rivers, and crops being grown in the fields. They even discovered some small-scale coal mines. All of this was due to Cheng Yao seizing the national fortune for Long Nation. If Cheng Yao really died here, everything Long Nation had gained would be forcibly taken back. This result was unacceptable to the people of Long Nation. Yao Gu. Come on. You must live. It's over, Yao Gu is already exhausted, but there are so many sinking demons below. Why is the difficulty here so high? This isn't fair. In the live stream, Cheng Yao continued to swing his engineer shovel, knocking away one sinking demon after another. But anyone could see that Cheng Yao's movements were much slower than before. Even in the National Fortune Office of Long Nation, seasoned veterans like Zhou Yang wore serious expressions, unable to think of a solution. Looking at the hopeful gazes of his colleagues, Zhou Yang could only shake his head helplessly. Stop looking at me like that, I can't think of a better way in this situation either. Our hero Cheng Yao might die. Hearing Zhou Yang's conclusion, the other colleagues in the office began to panic. In the live broadcast, Cheng Yao's movements became slower and slower, but fortunately, due to his reduced noise, the farther sinking demons showed no intention of coming closer. Damn it, finally stabilized for now. Cheng Yao continued to knock away the sinking demons while gritting his teeth and opening his own legendary weapon panel. Fortunately, Ziling had prepared enough wood for Cheng Yao earlier, and after acquiring a large amount of iron ore, Cheng Yao could finally upgrade his legendary weapon. Upgrade for me. The iron ore and wood in his backpack began to be consumed rapidly, and as the materials were consumed, the engineer's shovel in Cheng Yao's hand began to emit dazzling golden light. In the live room, a series of system notifications started popping up. Congratulations to Long Nation's chosen one Cheng Yao, first to upgrade the legendary weapon to E-level lower tier, rewarding Long Nation with 100 national fortune points. Congratulations to Long Nation's chosen one Cheng Yao, first to upgrade the legendary weapon to E-level middle tier, rewarding Long Nation with 100 national fortune points. Congratulations to Long Nation's chosen one Cheng Yao, first to upgrade the legendary weapon to E-level upper tier, rewarding Long Nation with 100 national fortune points. Congratulations to Long Nation's chosen one Cheng Yao, first to upgrade the legendary weapon to E-level top tier, rewarding Long Nation with 100 national fortune points. As a series of notifications appeared, Cheng Yao's legendary weapon underwent tremendous changes in attributes. Old Weapons Depot. Grade, E. Quality, top tier. Equipping this will open the Weapons Depot backpack, equipping various weapons produced by the depot. Materials needed to upgrade, wood *160, E-level evolution stone *1. M1895 Nagant. Grade, E. Quality, top tier. Power plus 35. An upgraded weapon of the Desert Eagle, capable of dealing damage up to 18 times the power value. When attacking, there is a 50% chance not to consume mana. With a silencer attached, hitting the head will deal double damage. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 mana points. Iron Engineer's Shovel. Grade, E. Quality, top-notch. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 15. The weapon is an upgraded wooden engineer's shovel, capable of dealing up to 24 times the strength value in damage. Attached skill, Charge. Charge, quickly rush forward in a direction while holding the weapon, dealing 50 times the strength value in damage to hit enemies. The higher the strength, the further the charge distance. Can be used 3 times a day. 98K Sniper Rifle. Grade, E. Quality, top-notch. Strength plus 35. High accuracy, long attack range, can deal up to 60 times strength value damage. Shooting has a piercing effect, dealing damage to targets behind enemies. Attached silencer. Looking at the series of introductions for his destined weapon, Cheng Yao felt his previously anxious heart finally settle down a bit. The gains from this upgrade can perfectly resolve his current dilemma. Just the charge skill provided by the engineer's shovel can help him escape from the encirclement of these abyssal demons. Since he has the ability to break through the siege at any time, there's no need to rush to leave. After all, the monsters here are so dense, they are all experience points. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao continued to kill these densely packed abyssal demons. The engineer's shovel in his hand shimmered with a chilling light. Just a glance was enough to clearly perceive the shovel's extraordinary nature. Even though the viewers in the livestream could not see the specific attributes of the shovel, just looking at the appearance of the upgraded engineer's shovel was enough to tell that it had been significantly enhanced. Humph. What good is this broken shovel now that it's upgraded? Once he's exhausted, won't he still have no way to escape? Cheng Yao is merely struggling in desperation. Even if your shovel is a divine weapon, you can't kill so many abyssal demons at once. The abyssal demons coming from behind have a leader. By then, he'll be exhausted. What does it matter to get 4 national fortune rewards in a row? When he dies, won't those rewards be forfeit? The audience from the enemy country began to shout crazily, while the viewers from Dragon country did not respond too much to the insults. After all, what the chosen ones from these enemy countries said was not wrong. Faced with such a situation, if the endurance problem isn't solved, Cheng Yao would still die. Brother Yao! You must hang in there! Countless viewers from Dragon country shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 62, a faint cold light comes first, then the shovel strikes like a dragon. In the forbidden ground, how would Cheng Yao know the viewers' thoughts? He just continued to swing the engineer's shovel in his hand, constantly sending the abyssal demons climbing the watchtower into nothingness. After the engineer's shovel upgraded, Cheng Yao felt that this weapon seemed much lighter, and when he held the shovel, he could clearly know the usage of the charge skill in his mind. Goodness, is this a direct transfer of skills? Cheng Yao became even more curious about this national fortune forbidden ground. Everything happening here was rather absurd. Damage absorption, water spring recovery, skill acquisition. These things, common in games, only become clear in their impact when they happen right before your eyes. Looking at the still densely packed abyssal demons below, Cheng Yao secretly sighed. Now the leaders of those abyssal demons had already taken their positions, and if he wanted to kill these abyssal demons now, he would have to defeat those leaders first. This was not a difficult task for him, but given the current situation, continuing the hunt held little significance. To do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Now that he was exhausted, continuing would be far too inefficient. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao began to entertain the idea of leaving. Heavenly justice has arrived. Cheng Yao shouted loudly, then once again gripped the engineer's shovel and jumped straight down from the watchtower, fiercely smashing down at the group of abyssal demons below. Boom! In an instant, dust flew everywhere, and countless fallen demons were sent flying out by the impact of this strike. The monster's health had already hit 0, but because of the presence of the fallen demon leader, these fallen demons did not vanish into thin air, but left behind a corpse, waiting for the leader's revival. At this moment, the viewers in the livestream looked on as Cheng Yao smashed back into the crowd of monsters and couldn't help but cry out in shock. As for the viewers from the enemy country, they also began to cheer at Cheng Yao's actions. Great! Cheng Yao can't hold on any longer. Die! Cheng Yao! This time, even the gods can't save you. I can't wait to hear the wailing of the Dragon country people. No matter how brave you are. With so many monsters attacking you, I just don't believe you. Damn it! The enemy country's spectators abruptly stopped their cheers. Because they saw something unbelievable on the livestream. They saw Cheng Yao grip his shovel tightly, and a stream of energy seemed to begin swirling around him. Then, Cheng Yao surged forward with the power of a god, charging fiercely towards the distance. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Yao covered nearly 100 meters in distance. Along the way, those fallen demons trying to block him were struck as if hit by a speeding train, flying high into the air. As Cheng Yao charged, the energy swirling around him seemed to transform into a massive dragon's head, roaring thunderously with his charge. Watching this scene, the viewers in the livestream, whether from the enemy country or Dragon country, were left dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that Cheng Yao, already absurdly strong, would still have such a trump card. In Cheng Yao's livestream, it felt as if someone had pressed mute, and for a long time, no one could type any comments. People were still immersed in the momentum of that strike, unable to snap back to reality. Only after a few minutes passed did the livestream become lively again. Wow! Is this really Brother Yao? Did you see that just now? It's a dragon. Brother Yao's strike was terrifying. If it weren't for the leader around, Brother Yao could have moved in and out of this crowd of monsters with no problem at all. I don't know what to call this move of Brother Yao's, but I think Vicious Dragon Slash sounds pretty good. Where are those little idiots and little sticks who were just shouting? Why aren't they barking anymore? Brother Yao is majestic. Just one move and he broke through the siege, and slapped those footballs and sticks in the face. In the livestream, as the audience watched Cheng Yao safely escape, viewers from Dragon country were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, those enemy country viewers, seeing Cheng Yao escape in such a domineering manner, found it hard to accept for a moment. They couldn't understand why Cheng Yao was so strong. Damn it, if you have such skills, why not use them earlier? Could it be that he saw what was happening in the livestream and saved such a trump card to slap us in the face? The audience from the enemy country felt frustrated, watching the insults in the livestream, yet unable to retort. At this moment, in the Dragon Country's National Fortune Office, Zhou Yan looked at Cheng Yao escaping safely and let out a long sigh of relief. A little cold light arrives first, then the gun comes out like a dragon. This was originally a line from a novel, but seeing Cheng Yao truly achieving this, I still can't help but feel shocked. This kid always brings me surprises. Zhou Yang's colleagues nodded in agreement. The power of this move was truly overwhelming. It had already far exceeded people's understanding. And at this moment, in the live stream, Cheng Yao, with this domineering charge, directly broke free from the encirclement of the fallen demons. He was leaning against a huge rock, catching his breath, trying to calm the continuous weakness in his body. Damn it, is this a level 10 task? Your level 10 task is to be ambushed by a large group of monsters of the same level as soon as you start? And this map is so big, where the hell can I find that captain? Cheng Yao was constantly complaining in his heart. He really couldn't understand why the level 10 task he didn't take seriously would be so difficult. But thinking about the dungeon where he couldn't get out and the sinking demons that surrounded the Chosen One's cabin every day like clockwork, Cheng Yao lost the desire to keep complaining. This lousy place has too many unreasonable parts, and since he was already inside, he could only follow the rules of this forbidden land. After resting for a while, Cheng Yao finally felt a little bit of his fatigue recover. Not good, I have to quickly find a place to spend the night. Cheng Yao looked at the sky, feeling somewhat helpless. After the fierce battle with the sinking demons, the sky was gradually darkening. There was no Chosen One's cabin here. What Cheng Yao had to do was to find a suitable place to settle down as quietly as possible. This place needed to be well hidden, otherwise, if the sinking demons found him while he was sleeping at midnight, that would be no joke. Although Cheng Yao didn't know what the sinking demons would do at night, in this perilous wilderness, caution was the best life-saving card. Hope I can finish this task quickly. The day of the demon siege is getting closer. I hope I can make it in time. Cheng Yao thought as he glanced around and continued to stagger towards some point in the wilderness. Chapter 63, Choice. As the sky grew darker, Cheng Yao finally found a decent place to rest after his long journey. It was a dilapidated little wooden house, far from the ruins of the watchtowers. It seemed that not long ago, this was an ordinary farmhouse. But now, the small house had been swept through by the sinking demons. The worn-out walls and half-torn roof told the tale of its past encounters. However, Cheng Yao didn't pay attention to these. For him, having a relatively safe spot was enough. After all, he wouldn't be staying here for too long. He needed to think of a way. If he didn't finish this task quickly, this broken environment would drive him crazy. Cheng Yao chewed fiercely on the jerky in his mouth, suddenly missing the little wooden house he shared with Ziling. The wooden house, although also in poor condition, did provide a reassuring shelter. That's how people are. As long as there is still a home that belongs to them, and family waiting for them to come back, they will be filled with hope. Cheng Yao opened his task panel and read the task description over and over, but could not find any new clues. Forget it, I'll sleep first. Tomorrow when I wake up, I'll search for the task objective with all my strength. Cheng Yao secretly made up his mind. In the corner of the little wooden house, there was a pile of hay. That would be where Cheng Yao planned to sleep. Unexpectedly, after sleeping in a bed for so long, he was now back to sleeping on a straw mat. This feeling was really not comfortable. Damn it, what is this thing? Cheng Yao lay on the straw mat and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. When he got up to look, it turned out that a doorknob poked into his waist, hurting like hell. What the hell? Who installs a doorknob on the ground? Wait. What's this? Cheng Yao suddenly reacted, quickly pulling aside the hay near the doorknob. As the hay was pushed aside, a wooden trapdoor came into view. After opening the trapdoor, there was a bottomless ladder leading down into the depths of the earth. The wooden door wasn't very big. For Cheng Yao's size, it was just enough for him to crawl down. Cheng Yao looked at the secret door, his brow furrowed slightly. Because this wooden door seemed somewhat out of place with the structure of this small house. He believed that any normal person would not dig such a deep cellar in their broken wooden house. There must be something fishy down there. With this discovery, Cheng Yao instantly felt a surge of excitement. After being here for so long, he finally found some clues. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to crawl into the cellar. There was no light in the cellar, nor was there any moonlight. Cheng Yao could only rely on his feelings as he slowly crawled downwards. Fortunately, the cellar was not too deep, and after a few minutes of climbing, Cheng Yao reached the bottom of the cellar. He took out a piece of wood and struck it with a flint, and finally, the scene in the cellar was revealed before his eyes. This scene made Cheng Yao's hair stand on end. In the cellar, there was not much space, only a statue stood there. The statue covered about 4 square meters and was over 2 meters tall, resembling a demon. The demon statue had one hand outstretched, and a thick, dark red liquid flowed continuously from its hand, dripping into a tray beneath it. The tray below was already full of this viscous liquid, giving off a strong bloody smell that sent chills down his spine. Damn! What is this thing? A sinister god? Cheng Yao cursed inwardly, and at that moment, his task panel suddenly popped up. Detected dark demon statue, can choose to break the statue. After breaking, all chosen ones of Cheng Yao's country will gain the buff of Demon's Anger, lasting for 1 month. Demon's Anger, when carrying this state, chosen one's collection efficiency plus 50%, equipment drop rate plus 20%, experience gain plus 20%, and there is a 20% chance to drop rarer items. But at the next Demon Siege, an extra wave of Demon Avengers will appear. Cheng Yao stared at the system prompt in front of him in shock. This buff had an incredible effect. If the chosen ones of Dragon Country all received this buff, then their leveling efficiency and equipment output would be greatly enhanced. As for the Demon Avengers? At worst, they could be treated as a boss battle, who knows, they might drop good equipment. Cheng Yao's heart began to race with excitement. If Ziling were here, he would ask her opinion. But since Ziling was not within the service area, Cheng Yao couldn't be bothered to think too much. With a flash of light in his hand, the engineer's shovel instantly appeared in Cheng Yao's hand, and he struck down hard at the demon statue in front of him. Boom! The statue shattered with a loud crash, and as the statue broke, a prompt box popped up in front of all chosen ones of Dragon Country. Congratulations! You have received the buff, Demon's Anger. Seeing this prompt, the chosen ones of Dragon Country were all somewhat surprised. They all walked out of their small houses, discussing the sudden prompt they had just received. Did you just receive that? It says we got a buff. It looks like we all received it, but I wonder if all the chosen ones from other countries got this buff too. Do you think it's because the Demon Siege is about to arrive, so we all received this buff? This explanation received agreement from many people. After all, the Demon Siege and the Demon's Anger seemed to be quite compatible. But at that moment, Ziling, who had just walked out of her house, expressed a completely different opinion. I bet this thing was created by Cheng Yao again. If it was related to the siege, we should have received the prompt about it much earlier, it shouldn't have to wait until now. You don't know Cheng Yao, he has never been peaceful, always making big news every day. He entered the portal this time, and it has taken him this long to create such a stir. This is already beyond my expectations. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom listened to Ziling's analysis, and they were somewhat half-convinced. Although they had witnessed Cheng Yao's extraordinary abilities during the day, that only proved his exceptional strength, no one could determine if this buff was really brought back by Cheng Yao. Moreover, Cheng Yao was not in the service area now, even if they wanted to verify, they had no way to do so. So, a robust man with a straightforward face bluntly said, I don't believe that so many people's collective buff could be obtained by Cheng Yao alone. If it really was him, when he comes back, I will write him 100 letters of admiration. Besides, we still don't know what purpose this buff serves. It better not be something unlucky. Chapter 64, Large Lord? Unstoppable Demon. Early the next morning. Cheng Yao rubbed his sleepy eyes and lazily crawled up from the straw mat. He didn't sleep well last night. Though there were no fallen demons around, sleeping in such a desolate place made it hard to rest fully. But sleep was not a big deal for Cheng Yao. Now, the only way to escape this cursed place was to quickly find the team leader, the task objective. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao no longer lingered and directly sprinted toward the place where he was attacked yesterday. There are many watchtowers in this direction, shouldn't the defense captain guard them? With that thought, Cheng Yao began his search. As for the fallen demons encountered along the way, they all fell under Cheng Yao's gun, turning into his experience points. Now that the 98k had piercing shots, facing these groups of fallen demons, Cheng Yao was already skilled. As long as he killed the fallen demon leader, with one shot from the 98k, the fallen demons would fall in rows. With such efficiency, Cheng Yao's experience points also started to soar uncontrollably. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, Cheng Yao, for being the first to reach level 11 and receive a reward of 100 national luck points for the Dragon Kingdom. A prompt suddenly popped up, and the audience from various countries looked at this prompt, all pounding their chests in frustration. Damn it! Our chosen one is still only level 9, why is he already level 11? Is he still human? Leveling up so fast, is there still a game for us? Don't be afraid, what if Cheng Yao dies in that special space? We'll still have something to play. Die? Did you not see how fierce Cheng Yao was yesterday? Is there anything in the forbidden area that can kill him? The foreign audience began to shout, while the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom, under Ziling's arrangement, also started leveling up. Those who met the level requirements had already formed teams organized by Ziling and began to enter the Spider Cave dungeon for equipment and experience. At this moment, these chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom finally discovered the power of this buff. Wow! Is this the effect of the buff? I'm leveling up so fast now. Looking at the experience, it's about 20% faster than our previous leveling. What kind of divine buff is this? Did this buff really come from Cheng Yao? How did he do it? You can't help but admit it, such a powerful buff deserves admiration. Hurry up and level up. Who knows when this buff will disappear? The logistics brothers still need our protection. In this atmosphere, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom had already started leveling up with a nearly insane attitude. As for Xiling, she was currently leading 4 chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom, tackling the Spider Cave dungeon. Xiling felt the effects of this buff the most deeply. Along the way, they hadn't encountered the first boss yet, but these chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom had already obtained 2 pieces of equipment. You have to remember, when she was with Cheng Yao clearing dungeons, the little monster here has never dropped any equipment. What the heck is this buff? Even the drop rate has changed? If this were in a game, it would definitely be cheating, right? This Cheng Yao, now he's not satisfied with cheating for himself, he plans to cheat for all the chosen ones of Dragon Nation. Thinking of this, Xiling's heart suddenly tightened without reason. She didn't know how Cheng Yao was doing over there. Would he encounter any danger? The demon siege is only 2 days away. She didn't know if Cheng Yao could return safely before the siege. As she thought about Cheng Yao, Xiling suddenly started to worry. In fact, Xiling's worry was not without reason. Now, after Cheng Yao had killed a large number of the fallen demons, he suddenly received a system prompt. Due to the excessive number of fallen demons you have killed, a large fallen demon lord is heading this way. Please prepare yourself. Cheng Yao looked at this system prompt, scratching his head in confusion. Large fallen demon lord? What is that? His current situation was already very dangerous. This difficulty clearly exceeded the range of a level 10 quest. Now, there's going to be a large fallen demon lord on top of this? Cheng Yao began to doubt life. He still had some confidence in his own strength. Tasks that were quite difficult for him, other level 10 chosen ones would become a meal for the fallen demons. Even level 15 chosen ones would have a headache facing such tasks. Then, what kind of strength would the now arriving large fallen demon lord have? As Cheng Yao was thinking this, suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him start to shake violently. Boom! 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 A huge rumbling sound began to echo. Cheng Yao awkwardly turned his head to look, and his pupils jolted wide. This rumbling sound was not the monster's attack, but the footsteps of a giant monster. Following Cheng Yao's line of sight, he saw a dark green portal suddenly appear in the wilderness. A 10-meter-tall 4-legged demon was slowly stepping out of this portal. This demon's appearance was similar to a centaur, except its hooves burned with raging flames, and its face was twisted, with 2 massive demon horns on its forehead. Even without doing anything, just based on its enormous size, this giant demon would give a suffocating sense of oppression. Could this really be the large fallen demon lord mentioned in the system prompt? Are you kidding me? I have to fight this thing? Cheng Yao's whole body began to shake violently. He had no doubt that if such a large monster just brushed against him, he would die instantly. Is this really a level 10 quest? Cheng Yao felt a strong urge to flip the table. However, since this demon had already appeared, Cheng Yao could only muster the courage to use a probe skill on the demon. Large fallen demon lord, level, health, dot. A demon protected by hellish power can only be killed by hitting its vital points. Looking at the result of the probe, which returned a bunch of question marks, Cheng Yao couldn't help but swallow hard. This demon was definitely his greatest enemy. Before knowing this demon's background, it was better not to provoke it. First, he needed to find that captain. Cheng Yao secretly made up his mind, withdrawing his gaze. But just then, in Cheng Yao's peripheral vision, inside the tower under the large fallen demon lord's feet, he seemed to faintly see a soldier in armor. This soldier was leaning against the base of the tower, unaware of life or death. Then, could that be his mission target? Cheng Yao's heart began to race. After all, if this large fallen demon lord didn't leave, Cheng Yao would never be able to complete this mission. What to do now? Cheng Yao's breath began to become more and more rapid, and in his ears, he seemed to hear his own fierce heartbeat. Chapter 65, A Mouthful of Poison Milk, Hope and Despair. Cheng Yao quietly waited for the next move of the large abyss demon lord. His mission target was just within reach, but if the large abyss demon lord did not leave, Cheng Yao could not safely approach the mission target. Now the monster's level and health were unclear. If he didn't know how to avoid such a monster, it wouldn't be reckless, it would be foolish. Cheng Yao surveyed the surrounding environment and suddenly felt a slight familiarity. This place didn't seem far from where he had teleported in. That broken watchtower, he had fought monsters at the top of that tower just yesterday. Damn it! If I had carefully looked around after teleporting yesterday, wouldn't this mission have been completed? Cheng Yao felt a bit bitter inside. Now he realized how the recommended level for this mission had come about. But now that the large abyss demon lord had arrived, he didn't even know what the recommended level for this mission would reach. Run away, run away. Cheng Yao secretly hoped, but that large abyss demon lord stood there like an NPC without intelligence, doing nothing after walking out of the teleportation portal. It just stood there dumbly like a huge statue. If it weren't for the obvious breathing movements, Cheng Yao might have thought it had disconnected. But now this situation made Cheng Yao incredibly uncomfortable. The mission target was right under the large demon's feet. To silently complete this mission was nearly impossible. Forget it, let's try to lure the large abyss demon lord away. Cheng Yao made up his mind and quietly began to walk away. After a while, Cheng Yao finally found a suitable sniping point. He removed the silencer from his 98K and aimed straight at the large demon. Bang! A shot rang out from the 98K, a magical bullet shining with a blue light, flying straight into the demon's eye. -0. Cheng Yao looked at the numbers floating above the demon's head and couldn't help but curse. Is this even fair? I poured all my points into strength, and I didn't even take away a drop of its health? And with such a loud gunshot, are you deaf? Why aren't you coming after me? Cheng Yao looked at everything in front of him, quite incredulous. After taking Cheng Yao's hit, the large demon not only sustained no damage and showed no intention of chasing after him. Instead, the surrounding wandering abyss demons had all been attracted by the gunfire and were slowly gathering toward Cheng Yao's direction. Cheng Yao's shot was mainly to lure the large demon here, to make it easier for him to approach the mission target. But the result of this shot was far from what Cheng Yao had in mind. Yeah! At this moment, several mid-level abyss demons had spotted Cheng Yao, raising their large sticks and charging wildly towards him. Damn it, even you guys are getting bold, huh? I can't fight the big one, but am I unable to deal with you little ones? Cheng Yao looked at the abyss demons in front of him, feeling furious. He decisively reattached the silencer, aimed at those mid-level demon leaders, and started pulling the trigger continuously. The mid-level abyss demons began to collapse in groups, turning into experience points for Cheng Yao. At this time, the large abyss demon lord that had teleported in finally snapped out of its daze after noticing its minions disappearing one by one. This large abyss demon lord suddenly burst forth with incredible speed, charging straight toward Cheng Yao. Its four hooves burned with raging green flames, and each step caused the ground to shake. Seeing the large demon pounce towards him, Cheng Yao's heart jolted. This speed is just too fast. Fortunately, I chose a position far enough away, otherwise, I wouldn't even have time to react before being killed by this demon. But now, even with reaction time, what can I do? This demon's speed is simply astonishing. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched as the demon locked onto Cheng Yao, and they couldn't help but hold their breath. The oppressive presence of this large fallen demon leader could be deeply felt by these viewers, even through the screen. Even the cocky spectators from the Foot Basin country didn't mock him immediately, they were instead deeply shaken by this demon. Now, Cheng Yao surely can't escape, right? Cheng Yao must be doomed. Against such a terrifying demon, if he manages to turn things around, that would be just unbelievable. Everybody, let's wait until Cheng Yao dies, then we can cheer. Even the usually arrogant spectators from the Foot Basin country have become much more subdued after seeing Cheng Yao slap them in the face so many times. Meanwhile, the viewers from Dragon Country were already wailing in despair. They couldn't fathom how Cheng Yao would manage to survive against such a swift large demon. In the National Fortune Office of Dragon Country, Zhou Yang looked at Cheng Yao's predicament on the screen, sighing helplessly. In his eyes, Cheng Yao was almost a dead man. However, Zhou Yang still had one last resort. He patted Huang Sudong's shoulder, his tone filled with deep resignation. Huang Sudong, what do you think? Huang Sudong's brows were also furrowed in worry. Hearing Zhou Yang's question, he answered honestly. The speed and destructive power of this demon are simply astonishing. Cheng Yao's current strength will definitely not be able to survive against it. Listening to Huang Sudong's reply, Zhou Yang slowly nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to hear, you can be quiet now. Cheng Yao, I can only help you this far. Zhou Yang thought to himself. Even he, a battle-hardened veteran, could only rely on Huang Sudong's infamous bad luck to possibly help Cheng Yao as much as he could. On the live broadcast screen, the distance between Cheng Yao and the large fallen demon was now almost within reach. At this moment, the large demon had stopped right in front of Cheng Yao, and as it waved its hands in the air, countless giant fireballs rained down towards Cheng Yao like meteors. Seeing this, Cheng Yao was not frightened but rather delighted. He had originally thought that this large demon was a melee attacker. If that were the case, given this demon's speed, Cheng Yao's chances of escaping would be almost non-existent. But the demon was summoning fireballs to attack Cheng Yao instead. The speed of the demon's fireball summons was not too fast, and the summoned fireballs also needed some time to hit Cheng Yao. This period allowed Cheng Yao a lot of operational possibilities. Thus, Cheng Yao decisively put away his 98K. In its place was the sharp engineer shovel. At this point, the fireballs summoned by the large demon were already falling like raindrops. The nearest fireball was now less than 1 meter away from Cheng Yao. Now is the time. Cheng Yao clenched the engineer shovel in his hand. Chapter 66, I will counterattack. Charge. In the last moment, Cheng Yao decisively unleashed his charge skill. This time, Cheng Yao didn't retreat but instead charged straight towards the demon. Watching the direction in which Cheng Yao charged, the viewers from Dragon Country cried out in despair. Are you foolish? Why are you charging towards it? How can you escape by running towards the enemy? Could it be that Brother Yao plans to counterattack? Counterattack my foot. Didn't you just see? When Brother Yao fired a shot, that demon didn't even flinch. There's no way to break its defense. How to counterattack? Then Cheng Yao must have been terrified. He panicked and chose the wrong path. Cheng Yao is doomed now. Cheng Yao charging toward the demon in the eyes of the audience looked no different from seeking death. But in the Dragon Kingdom's National Luck Office, Zhou Yang watched Cheng Yao charge toward the demon and couldn't help but nod. What he is doing is right. If he ran in the opposite direction, with Cheng Yao's speed, he would still be caught by the demon. But look, the timing Cheng Yao chose happens to be when the demon is summoning a fireball. This way, the demon has to cancel its current attack, buying Cheng Yao some time. On the other hand, look at how Cheng Yao is escaping from under the demon's feet. If the demon wants to chase Cheng Yao, it has to turn around. You must know that four-legged animals turn very slowly. They prefer to move in circles rather than turn in place. This also gives Cheng Yao more time. So, only like this can Cheng Yao hope for a chance to survive from this demon. Zhou Yang spoke passionately to everyone in the office, his eyes filled with admiration for Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao's ability to make the best judgment in a short time was not based on his intellect but on his combat instincts. Zhou Yang felt inferior compared to Cheng Yao's inherent combat instincts. He had seen countless warriors, but he had never seen anyone as outstanding as Cheng Yao. The other colleagues in the office listened to Zhou Yang's analysis and couldn't help but slowly let out a breath. With this, the probability of Cheng Yao escaping finally increased a bit. Huang Sudong also couldn't help but pat his chest, easing the pressure in his heart. Cheng Yao's combat instincts are terrifying. With instincts like this, he should be safe. Before Huang Sudong could finish his words, he suddenly realized something and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Everyone in the office felt the tension as they turned their eyes to the screen after hearing Huang Sudong's jinxing words. On the screen, Cheng Yao's charge brought him directly beneath the belly of a large fallen demon lord. Just as Cheng Yao planned to charge again and escape through the gap behind the demon, a gigantic dark mouth suddenly opened underneath the demon's belly. A bright red eyeball quickly emerged from the huge mouth, shooting a beam of red light. This beam of light locked onto Cheng Yao, and in an instant, he felt like he had fallen into boiling lava. Cheng Yao's health rapidly decreased, and what terrified him the most was that at the moment the red beam shone upon him, he could no longer use his charge skill. It's over. Cheng Yao's heart tightened. At his speed, there was no way he could escape this red light before his life ran out. It's trying to take my life. Damn it, even if I die, I will tear a layer of skin off you. Cheng Yao's fierce thoughts filled his mind. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and the engineering shovel in his hands had been replaced with a 98K. Raising the gun, aiming. Boom. The gunshot felt like the roar of the bullet, fiercely attacking the bright red eyeball. Crack. As the red eyeball was hit by the bullet, the red light emitted instantly vanished. If one observed the red eyeball closely, they would see several obvious cracks appearing on its surface. -1. Cheng Yao looked at the floating damage number, feeling as if his brain had realized something. That's right. The information he had previously gathered seemed to say. This demon was wrapped in hellish ghost energy, and only by hitting its weak point could it be damaged. This means that the demon's weakness was not what he had thought before, like its eyes or head, but rather, the red eyeball that emerged from its abdomen. As Cheng Yao looked at the 1 point of damage he had caused, a bold thought arose in his mind. He wanted to try, to see if he could turn the tables and kill this large demon. Since you have shown your health bar, don't blame me for being rude. Although he only dealt 1 point of damage, he clearly saw the cracks on that red eyeball. He was certain that if he hit it a few more times, this monster would surely die. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao aimed his gun again. Roar! After being hit, the large fallen demon lord let out a thunderous roar, and the red eyeball that protruded from its abdomen was instantly retracted. Immediately afterward, the demon leaped forward with incredible force, its gigantic body agilely making a quick turn in mid-air. Boom! With a violent tremor of the earth, the demon landed and began to swing its arms again. As the demon waved its arms, the ground beneath it cracked open constantly. Ghostly green fireballs seemed to have life, endlessly emerging from the cracked ground, tightly surrounding the demon as they slowly circled. After circling several times, Cheng Yao was astonished to find that these green fireballs began to dive into the demon's open mouth. Good grief! Are you planning to repair yourself? Before crossing over, Cheng Yao had played quite a few games. Seeing the demon's actions, he made his judgment immediately. No way! I must interrupt it now. Otherwise, my previous output will all be wasted. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao quickly switched to his revolver. The 98K had high damage, but its shooting speed was far inferior to his revolver. In such an urgent moment, what Cheng Yao needed was not to deal as much damage as possible, but rather, to quickly disperse all these fireballs. Each of these fireballs was only the size of a fist, and luckily, Cheng Yao had specially practiced his shooting skills, otherwise, targeting such small moving objects would have been difficult. As Cheng Yao expected, these small fireballs were obliterated with a single shot, and aside from their larger numbers, they posed no real burden to him. Under Cheng Yao's continuous gunfire, most of these small fireballs were intercepted before they could be successfully reclaimed by the demon. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all wide-eyed with astonishment, watching Cheng Yao's pistol performance. Wow! Is Brother Yao going to defy the heavens? Every shot hits, wow! This is ridiculous. A target the size of a fist, at a distance of over 10 meters, and it's a moving target. The key point is, I don't think I've seen Brother Yao practice shooting with a pistol, right? Hacked, it's definitely hacked. The viewers were buzzing with chatter. While the viewers in the live room were discussing animatedly, Cheng Yao furrowed his brow unconsciously after breaking the fireballs one after another. Because he noticed that after being attacked, the large fallen demon lord's eyeball had once again retracted. And after failing to reclaim the fireballs, the large fallen demon lord became unusually agitated. With a wave of its hand, countless stars began to flicker in the sky. After a brief spell, the large demon suddenly pressed its palms down. Then, the flickering stars in the sky plummeted with the demon's palms. Like a vast meteor shower, countless fireballs began to violently crash down towards Cheng Yao's position. In Cheng Yao's live broadcast room, the viewers were all astonished, unable to close their mouths. They simply couldn't understand why Cheng Yao would encounter such a ridiculous monster. Some viewers from enemy countries couldn't help but swallow hard, watching this grand meteor shower. Well now, Cheng Yao should be unable to escape this, right? Did you not see? The area within 100 meters around him is completely covered. What are you running for? Indeed, even if he charges again, he can't escape this area. Just die, Cheng Yao. If you don't die, how will our chosen ones from the Foot Basin country rise? In your dragon country, there's an old saying that good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Your Cheng Yao has killed so many of my Bang Bang country people, it's time to pay the price. The dragon country audience, watching the enemy country's comments, just wanted to pull those keyboard warriors out of the screen and challenge them to a real fight offline. Foot Basin country and Bang Bang country scum, aren't you afraid of getting killed yet? Brother Yao is still killing too few. Otherwise, how would these useless people from both countries have the chance to brag here? Wow! Brother Yao is moving. Hiss! Brother Yao is ruthless. Amidst the audience's astonished shouts, Cheng Yao did not activate his charge skill again. After all, the charge can only be used a maximum of 3 times a day, and Cheng Yao intended to save the remaining 2 chances for more urgent situations. Moreover, as those spectators said, the coverage of this meteor fire rain is simply too vast, escaping its range before the fire falls is almost impossible. But who said that to dodge an attack means you can only escape the spell's range? Cheng Yao was currently thinking just like that. The spell's range is large, but the location of this massive fallen demon lord isn't too far. Alright, you want to smash me, don't you? Then smash yourself along with me. As long as this fiery rain doesn't break through you, you can't inflict any harm on me. So, under this terrifying fiery rain, Cheng Yao boldly charged under the massive fallen demon lord. He wanted to use this demon as his shield. This idea was undoubtedly a very risky decision. After all, this monster was enormous, and once Cheng Yao ran beneath it, it could easily crush him into a meat pie by pressing down its belly. Or it could kill him with its 4 burning iron hooves. But just as Cheng Yao expected, this massive fallen demon lord did not act. Its hands remained in a downward pressing position, as if it had disconnected, quietly standing still without moving. The reaction of the large demon left the spectators from the Foot Basin and Bang Bang countries in a state of anxiousness. Go ahead and kick him. Those hooves look so powerful, are they just for show? If not, just crush him. He can't run away from under you. Damn, this thing is just a decorative pillow, looks intimidating but is actually useless. Do these demons have no brains? It's really making people anxious. Meanwhile, many Dragon Country audience members sighed in relief as they saw the demon's reaction. It seemed that this large demon was just like certain bosses in some games, only mechanically releasing skills. Even if the skills were wasted, it wouldn't respond immediately but would stubbornly endure the damage and finish releasing the skill. Cheng Yao's choice this time was a gamble. Earlier, when he charged beneath the demon, it hadn't used its hooves to attack. Instead, it exposed its weakness to strike Cheng Yao. At that moment, a vague guess already emerged in Cheng Yao's mind. This monster probably wasn't familiar with close combat. So when faced with the meteor fire rain, Cheng Yao's first reaction was to hide directly under the monster. With the protection of hellish power, when the fiery rain fell on the fallen demon lord, it didn't cause any waves. Thus, Cheng Yao, hiding below, was able to catch his breath for a moment. At this time, Cheng Yao was staring closely at the monster's belly. There was where the previous weakness was exposed. Cheng Yao waited quietly for this world-ending fire rain to finish. He wanted to see this demon's weakness. When will it finally be exposed? Time passed second by second, and after a long while, the large fallen demon lord slowly withdrew its hand. At this moment, within a radius of 100 meters in front of this demon, the ground had been pounded into craters by the rain of fire, leaving no flat surface. A chaotic heatwave began to rise from the ground, like the end of the world. Roar! The large fallen demon lord let out an angry roar, as if it had discovered Cheng Yao was exploiting a bug, and began to roar with rage. But unfortunately, this large fallen demon lord had no attack methods beyond its settings, so it could not make any other countermeasures against Cheng Yao underneath it. It could only open its massive mouth again, exposing the fiery red eyeball. Now is the moment. Cheng Yao's 98k had been waiting for a long time, and at the exact moment the red eyeball reappeared, he decisively pulled the trigger. Click. This time, the red eyeball hadn't even had the chance to shoot out a beam before being heavily injured by Cheng Yao. Now, the surface of the red eyeball was already filled with cracks. From this appearance, Cheng Yao was quite sure that if he fired another shot, this red eyeball would shatter and vanish. And when this red eyeball shattered, the large fallen demon lord would certainly disappear along with it. It seemed that this demon was just as intimidating as it looked. Once its weakness was found, defeating it would be just a matter of time. However, Cheng Yao did not expect that his strategy only half worked. After all, besides him, no other chosen one could so easily destroy this red eyeball. The red beam was not just about causing damage or preventing the release of skills. The red beam's effect was to directly sap the chosen one's strength. In this way, even those ranged chosen ones holding bows and arrows would have no strength to draw their bowstrings in the face of the red beam. It was just that his 98k did not require much force to pull the trigger to achieve this. Chapter 68, God. I want to complain to you. After suffering the second attack, the large fallen demon lord did not immediately leave to heal as it had before. Instead, it had an oddly calm demeanor. Seeing the unusually calm large fallen demon lord, Cheng Yao suddenly felt a bit anxious. Many times, when the enemy was furious, you could find it much easier to handle. Their rage indicated that you had broken through their defenses. This proved that your approach was indeed effective. This applied to both monsters and people alike. But now, this large fallen demon lord had bizarrely calmed down, which was not good news for Cheng Yao. The reason for its reaction could only be a few possibilities. Either it had regained some basic intelligence and learned to control its emotions. In this case, its subsequent attack methods would be more varied, and Cheng Yao's bug exploiting strategy would lose all effectiveness. Or it had other hidden cards, and this calmness was just a ruse to unleash an even more powerful ultimate move. Either way, for Cheng Yao, it was not good news. The air began to feel unusually tense. Both Cheng Yao and the audience outside the screen were anxiously waiting for the large fallen demon lord's next move. Cheng Yao had tightened every nerve in his body, ready for the moment this massive demon launched its next attack. Dodge, run, or attack. Because this time, the time left for him to react would surely not be much. Thus, under this immense sense of pressure, time continued to tick away second by second. After a while, this large abyssal demon lord finally began to take action. However, its actions were completely unexpected by everyone. Come out from under my belly, little brat. Let's talk it out, shall we? The large abyssal demon lord slowly spoke. Its voice was hoarse, but the volume was not low at all. It planned to negotiate with Cheng Yao. This situation had completely overturned everyone's understanding. In the National Fortune Office of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Yang sprayed his tea all over the screen in front of him. What the hell? This thing actually has intelligence? It can even talk. And, if I'm not mistaken, does this mean the demon intends to soften up to Cheng Yao? Zhou Yang was in a state of shock, but he couldn't be blamed, as all his colleagues in the office were not doing much better. This was a demon. A demon towering several stories high. It just softened up to Cheng Yao like that? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Such an absurd thing could happen in this National Fortune Forbidden Zone. Cheng Yao quietly listened to the large abyssal demon lord's words. Though surprise crossed his face, he stubbornly refused, saying, "You, such a big guy, why don't you do something good instead of blocking me and looking for tasks? Anyway, I can't get out, it's hot here, can't I just cool down under you? Just say what you want to say directly, there's no way I'll be fooled into coming out for you to beat me up." Hearing Cheng Yao's defiant response, the large abyssal demon lord's face twitched violently. To say that its fierce and distorted face showed a twitching action was quite difficult, but it indeed twitched. "Hey, kid, don't be so arrogant, okay? Do you know who I am? I'm the infamous Night Demon King. Even if you hide under my belly, if I sit down or stomp you with my hooves, can you still be fine? Can't we talk?" The large abyssal demon lord's tone was somewhat irritable. It couldn't understand why a small human could be this arrogant. Was its face not big enough, or its reputation not loud enough? At the same time, the large abyssal demon lord felt extremely aggrieved. What appeared here was just a fraction of its being. Furthermore, due to the restrictions of the laws here, it could only act according to the prescribed actions, thus rendering it helpless against Cheng Yao. But Cheng Yao, hearing its threats, wore a look of disdain. No. If you could do that, you'd have done it long ago, right? If I'm not mistaken, if you keep pushing that egg of yours, it'll be broken soon, right? Now, it's you who's begging me. Is this how you ask for help? After Cheng Yao's words fell, the entire wilderness began to fall into an eerie silence. What Cheng Yao thought was, damn, spending too much time with Ziling has rubbed off on me. What the large abyssal demon lord thought was, what the actual hell? Are humans this arrogant now? Don't they know how strong my true form is? Although it had just projected its consciousness to this avatar and didn't know how Cheng Yao had lost 2 bars of health. But it knew very clearly that the Cheng Yao beneath it was just a useless being without even level 30. A little ant like this still dared to say I was begging him? I'm begging your grandma. Thinking of this, the Night Demon King could no longer contain the rage within. Under its control, the large abyssal demon lord suddenly leaped into the air. From the ground that had been broken apart by the meteor fire rain, countless fireballs began to burst forth with even greater speed than before, flying towards the large demon. At this moment, the large fallen demon lord was floating quietly in midair, waiting for the fireball to approach. As long as 1/3 of the fireballs are absorbed, its vital points will fully recover. By then, even this fragile clone, under its control, will surely crush this detestable human into pieces. The Dark Knight Demon King's expression gradually became more savage, staring at Cheng Yao below with a half-smile, half-mockery. Kid, I wonder if you're scared this time. However, when the Dark Knight Demon King looked at Cheng Yao's position, he did not see any sign of panic on his face. Instead, he saw the dark barrel of a gun. What is this thing? The Dark Knight Demon King felt some panic in his heart. He had never seen such a weapon before. But looking at Cheng Yao's confident smile, the Dark Knight Demon King was certain that this weapon must have extraordinary power. Bang! 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 In the next moment, fire flashed from the black gun barrel, magic bullets flying under Cheng Yao's aim, quickly soaring into the sky and shattering the fireballs. This revolver, which didn't require reloading, could reach an incredibly terrifying rate of fire. The countless fireballs flying from the ground were all destroyed, and in the end, not a single fireball reached the demon. Damn it! What kind of weapon is this? Master God! You never told me that I'd encounter something like this when you sent me to work. I'm going to file a complaint. By now, this once untouchable Dark Knight Demon King was completely panicked. Chapter 69, Information on the Dark Knight Demon King. Watching as the fireballs meant for his recovery were easily dealt with by Cheng Yao, the large demon, who had lost its means of recovery, could no longer remain suspended in the air and helplessly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Cheng Yao immediately darted back under the demon's belly again. This was the key spot for his bug exploit. Since he had already decided to exploit the bug, he would go all the way. Seeing Cheng Yao once again heading toward the underside, the Dark Knight Demon King jumped in frustration. Can't you pick another place to dive into? Always diving into my crotch, are you even a man? Why not just face me in a real fight? Why use such despicable tricks? The Dark Knight Demon King mocked furiously, hoping Cheng Yao would come out from beneath him. After all, below him, the only means of attack was his red eyeball. But once that red eyeball appeared, he knew what would happen next. But Cheng Yao would never be swayed by such a low-level provocation. He was still waiting to take down this demon and see if anything good could drop from it. Damn it, you really don't listen, do you? I'm done talking to you, alright? The Dark Knight Demon King, a little exasperated, shouted and was about to run. After all, his speed was much faster than Cheng Yao's, and if he ran at full speed, he was sure that Cheng Yao wouldn't have any good way to stop him. Holy crap! Just as the Dark Knight Demon King was about to escape, Cheng Yao suddenly refused to let him go. I've been fighting hard for so long, about to finish him off, and you want to run away? Not on my watch. Cheng Yao used both hands and feet to climb onto one of the fallen demon lord's legs, enduring the flames from the hooves. Now, no matter how the demon tried to escape, Cheng Yao remained firmly clung to its body. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Demon King had no choice but to stop. Damn it, if it weren't for my KPIs, would I be wasting my time fighting with you? Also, why is this chosen one so stubborn? The Dungeon Demon King and Abyss Demon King's clones had already killed many chosen ones. But I've never heard of any chosen one being like him. His weapon is tough enough, but his skin is even thicker. If my clone is the first to be defeated, I'll be mocked by all the other Demon Kings. You will be cut off from the hellish energy for a month. A month of cut off. You have to understand, hellish energy is like the electricity of a city. A month without it is enough to drive anyone crazy. No, this cannot happen. With this thought, the demon finally spoke again. Kid, come out, I'll admit defeat, okay? Even if you defeat me, it's useless, there's no reward. How about we negotiate? I provide you with some information, and you let me go? This time, the demon's tone was much calmer. Listening to the demon, Cheng Yao's eyes turned, and he suddenly shouted exaggeratedly. I lost a divine armory in your place, and a lot of upgrade materials, can you help me find them? Hearing Cheng Yao's words, the Night Demon King was stunned. Can't we talk nicely? Why are you starting a shakedown? I also need to be able to provide those things. This is just a fragment of me. But looking at Cheng Yao clinging to its leg and unwilling to get down, the Night Demon King had no choice. Bro, I don't have the things you want. After all, this is just a fragment of me. Have you seen anyone's fragment going out with so much stuff? I'll give you some information, you let me go, how about it? I tell you, my information is very valuable. It can make you level up faster in this forbidden area. After the Night Demon King finished speaking, it anxiously waited for Cheng Yao's response. Listening to the Night Demon King's words, Cheng Yao fell into deep thought. If what this thing says is true, then letting it go isn't a big deal. After all, it's the first intelligent creature he encountered in this forbidden area, and if it's just a fragment, its level in this area shouldn't be low. But there are risks in doing this. If I let it go and it recovers, what if it comes back to cause me trouble? Cheng Yao felt conflicted for a moment. After a period of mental struggle, Cheng Yao finally responded. Alright, then tell me the information. If it's indeed useful, I'll let you go. Hearing Cheng Yao's response, the Night Demon King became upset instead. Damn! Can you have a little quality? At least get off me so I can tell you the information. Otherwise, if you go back on your word, who do I talk to? In response to the Night Demon King's rebuttal, Cheng Yao shrugged nonchalantly. I'm afraid you'll go back on your word. If you do, my life is gone. At worst, we can just wait like this, right? I have plenty of time, I don't believe I can keep watching forever. Cheng Yao acted like he didn't care, and this reaction only made the Night Demon King feel tremendous headache. Cheng Yao was right, due to the restrictions of the law, this fragment indeed couldn't keep its weakness hidden forever. As long as it attacked again, that I would be exposed once more. Although it could just avoid attacking and keep waiting with Cheng Yao, its time to project consciousness into the fragment was limited. After a day, its consciousness would be forcibly recalled. When that time comes, who knows what this brainless fragment would do? With this thought, the Night Demon King could only put aside its pride and persistence. Okay, I'll tell you the information. You open the map and head to the position 691, 855, there, you will find a broken wooden house. Dig through the straw, and you will see a wooden movable door that leads to a cellar. Once inside the cellar, break the statue, and all your chosen ones will. As the Night Demon King spoke, Cheng Yao's expression began to sparkle. Before it finished its sentence, Cheng Yao rudely interrupted. Wait a minute. This information is useless. About that statue you mentioned. I have broken it. I gained the effect of the demon's rage. You should change it. Sigh. I thought you had some important information. The Dark Night Demon King listened to Cheng Yao's response, feeling a bit dazed. What is going on? Did you not just come in not long ago? I hid this thing so deep, how did you find it so easily? Are you even human? Aren't you supposed to go straight for the mission target after entering? What are you running around for? With you running around like this, it's hard for me to do anything. The demon's face began to twitch. It seemed that this was all the information it could provide. As for other information, such as details about the main god or the rules within the forbidden areas, those were strictly forbidden to disclose. Once revealed, the punishment it would face would be far worse than just being killed. The scene fell into silence once more. Chapter 70, Negative Lifespan? The shock of the Dark Night Demon King. Time passed second by second. Cheng Yao clung to the demon's leg, unwilling to get down. Meanwhile, the Dark Night Demon King, distressed, wondered if there was any other information it could provide. Watching the countdown to its return tick away, the demon's heart grew more and more anxious. It had cursed the main god who designed this world a million times in its heart, but that didn't change its current situation. The information here was limited, and the Dark Night Demon King thought and thought, unable to think of any other information it could provide. Could it be that it could only endure a month of deprivation? After a long while, the demon finally thought of a way. Kid, I truly have no more information, but I can offer you a demon deal, how about that? You sacrifice your lifespan, and I provide you with a boost effect. But don't worry, since it's me asking you to help, I will do my best to provide you with the best effect within my power, how about it? Cheng Yao listened to the Dark Knight Demon King's proposal and disdainfully curled his lip. Damn, I'm pointing a gun at you, is this for a fair trade? Then, did I get this gun for nothing? Cheng Yao decisively rejected the demon's proposal. His idea was simple: since it's a threat, then threaten it to the end. Isn't it just about dragging this out? For the final reward, I will just drag it out with you. Anyway, after going out, I can't level up in another map before the demon attacks the city. It's better to take this time to make a big score. Hearing Cheng Yao's firm rejection, the Dark Knight Demon King couldn't think of any other way for a moment. Thus, time began to continue slipping away. Meanwhile, within the Forgotten Wilderness, the Dragon Kingdom's camp had taken shape, with makeshift walls completed. Zhou Yan was leading a large group of people, crazily attacking the spider cave. Gear after gear kept dropping, and Zhou Yan registered them all, stating that to obtain this gear, they must contribute enough. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom had no complaints about this, as everyone did not want to see their hard-earned equipment taken by those who just lazed around. Under Zhou Yan's organization, every chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom worked hard to make their own contributions for better gear. Compared to the well-organized side of the Dragon Kingdom, the situation in other countries was not so optimistic. In the live stream room of the beautiful country, Smith, after a long election, had finally regained his power as the leader of the beautiful country. His first task upon regaining power wasn't to prepare for the coming demon attack. Instead, it was to control all those chosen ones who had previously opposed him, suppressing their level-ups. Only by doing this could he ensure his leadership in the future. Guarantee absolute superiority. Under Smith's attitude, the chosen ones of the beautiful country intentionally slowed their leveling pace. Otherwise, if their levels catch up to Smith's and he targets them, where would they go to cry? Little did they know, the audience of the beautiful country looked at Smith's actions and started cursing angrily. F***CK. What time is it now? Still pulling this dictatorship stuff? The demon is about to attack. Can our chosen ones really get through this crisis safely? Look at the dragon country and then look at us. Mother **Cur. I'm thinking of immigrating to Dragon Country. Honestly, I have never been so disappointed in our chosen ones. I have no hope left for our country's fortunes. Each audience member from the beautiful country started to wail. In the live broadcast room of the Foot Basin country, however, it was a different story. At this time, the remaining chosen ones of the Foot Basin country had banded together with the Bang Bang country. They no longer had the strength to fight for the ownership of the Forgotten Wilderness. After all, the previous catastrophic defeat to Dragon Country had deeply shaken the confidence of the chosen ones from both countries. Now, they chose a swamp in the northeast part of the Silent Forest as their next leveling area. But at this moment, the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country and the Bang Bang country erupted into fierce conflict. Why should we? This water source was discovered by our Bang Bang country first. It should belong to us. Baka. You cowardly weaklings don't deserve to occupy this water source? Our chosen ones have a higher average level than you. This water source should go to the strong. Your chosen ones are almost dead. Our chosen ones far outnumber yours. Want to fight about it? The chosen ones from both countries were arguing fiercely over a water source. Although the swamp was not lacking in water sources, they had very few clean water devices, so both sides were eager to fight for such quality freshwater resources. Li Mingtai, the leader of Bang Bang Country, and Yujiri Masakawa, the newly elected leader of Foot Basin Country, were both headaching over this dispute. Though they were nominal leaders of their countries, their control over their subordinates was quite limited. They didn't have the same prestige as Zhou Yan. After their defeat by Dragon Country, their orders were not taken seriously by their chosen ones. At this moment, the audiences in both countries' live broadcasting rooms were a chaotic mess. In the National Fortune Office of Dragon Country, Zhou Yang and his colleagues watched the quarrel between the Foot Basin Country and Bang Bang Country and burst out laughing. See that? At this rate, the chosen ones from Bang Bang Country and Foot Basin Country are nothing but dirt chickens and tile dogs. Indeed, this way, we won't have to worry about anything. But what about Cheng Yao? Isn't he planning to come down? This isn't a good thing. I can't do anything. It's been almost a day, right? Is Cheng Yao this strong in endurance? When the topic turned to Cheng Yao, everyone in the office had a dark look on their faces. At this moment, Cheng Yao was still clinging tightly to the demon's leg, confronting the demon. The night demon had no way to deal with this. After all, it had already thought of all possible solutions, but Cheng Yao was like a rock in the toilet, both stinky and hard, showing no intention to compromise. Demon deals had to be made after the other party learned the specifics and agreed to them. It couldn't fool Cheng Yao, which led to it completely losing its bargaining chips to negotiate with him. The night demon felt extremely bitter in its heart, and its last hope could only be placed on making a demon deal with Cheng Yao. Let's first check this kid's remaining lifespan and then have a good talk with him. The Dark Knight demon began to summon its power, looking into Cheng Yao's remaining lifespan. Name, Cheng Yao. Remaining lifespan, -1 year. What is this? Negative number? The Dark Knight demon froze in place, staring at the result that was fed back to it. Chapter 71, Demonic Trade, Title Acquired. Seeing the remaining lifespan show a negative number, the Dark Knight demon initially thought that something was wrong with its power. But soon, the Dark Knight demon dismissed this assumption. After all, their powers were all given by the main god. With how often the demonic trade was used, there could be no errors. If its power was not the problem. A shock ran through the Dark Knight demon's heart. Could this kid actually be dead? This speculation startled the Dark Knight demon. But immediately after, a strong sense of joy filled its chest. What does a negative lifespan mean? It means this guy's demonic trade doesn't need any cost at all. As a managing demon, the Dark Knight demon knew very well that once the remaining lifespan became negative, it would never change. This -1 does not represent a specific number, but a state. Under this state, even if Cheng Yao continues to deduct his remaining lifespan, this -1 value will not change at all. This makes it almost a certainty for Cheng Yao to accept the demonic trade. Thinking of this, the Dark Knight demon immediately began to communicate with Cheng Yao again. Hey kid. Let's do a demonic trade. It's free. Hearing the Dark Knight demon's grand words, Cheng Yao was immediately stunned. What is this? When did demonic trade become free? Am I out of touch with the updates? Oh. I understand, this guy must be planning to trick me out and then kill me. With this thought, Cheng Yao looked utterly disdainful. Don't joke, when did you demons join the Jiangnan leather factory? The original price was over 100, 200, 300 for transactions, and now you're giving it all for free? Stop hiding your intentions. If there are no substantial rewards, I won't go. Seeing Cheng Yao playing hard to get, the Dark Knight demon almost spat out blood. You brat! Why don't you trust me? You've reached negative remaining lifespan, now all demonic trades are free. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to my demon shop to have a look. I'm at least a demon of some renown, why would I trick you, someone not even level 30? Is there no basic trust between humans and demons? Listening to the demon's words, Cheng Yao couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was very clear about the reason his remaining lifespan turned negative. But having this found out by the demon here might not be a good thing. However, since this demon had discovered it, Cheng Yao also needed to take some precautions. So, Cheng Yao agreed to the demon's request, and the next moment, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The panel showed 3 items, and in the upper right corner, it displayed his remaining lifespan. -1. Cheng Yao looked at the 3 items on the panel, each corresponding to different lifespan costs. Consuming 10 years of remaining lifespan could obtain an A-grade helmet, adding 10 points to each attribute, without any special bonus, quite standard. Consuming 20 years of remaining lifespan could obtain S-grade armor, adding 10 points to each attribute, and having a special effect of recovering health and mana after battle, looking decent. Consuming 50 years of remaining lifespan could obtain 1 S-grade title. This title had very simple attributes, increasing luck by 10 points. Cheng Yao looked at the trade options in front of him and pretended to worry as he said. The items are nice, but since my remaining lifespan has already turned negative. Would you directly kill me right after the trade? Hearing Cheng Yao's worries, the Dark Knight Demon King finally felt relieved. Ha, you don't have to worry about that. Once your remaining lifespan becomes -1, we have no right to interfere unless you accidentally die again. Also, you don't need to be concerned that I will expose your remaining lifespan. After all, if my superior finds out that I traded with someone with -1 remaining lifespan, I would be in big trouble. Just be happy if you like the items. Choose according to your preference. Once you're done, quickly leave from beneath me. The Dark Knight Demon King responded unusually cheerfully. As long as it continues to have its hellish aura, they are good friends. At this moment, the Dark Knight Demon King had already made a decision. After this damn human completes the devilish trade and leaves, it would immediately manipulate its clone to escape this trouble-filled place. If I can't provoke you, can't I also avoid you? As long as the hellish aura doesn't run out, giving him a backdoor is no big deal. But the Dark Knight Demon King did not expect that at this moment, Cheng Yao would shout out again in dissatisfaction. Are you kidding me? A demon who was afraid that the trade content isn't enough? Choosing is for children, I want them all. Hearing Cheng Yao's noisy shout, the Dark Knight Demon King felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Enough already. I can't control this demonic trade. Once you pick one, the remaining 2 will disappear. Do you think you can be picky while getting a reward for free? This is ridiculous. Take it or leave it. If you don't take it, I'll report your remaining lifespan of -1 to my superior. At that time, neither of us will be fine. The Dark Knight Demon King finally lost its temper. Hearing the Dark Knight Demon King's furious roar, Cheng Yao couldn't help but shrink his head. Since the Dark Knight Demon King said it this way, it seems that he can only choose one reward. Moreover, the Dark Knight Demon King was indeed right, this was a free reward that he was choosing, and not taking it would be a huge loss. Thinking about this, Cheng Yao decisively chose the S-rank title. His attribute panel did not have an option for luck value. Among all the equipment he had seen, there was no item that could increase this so-called luck value. From Cheng Yao's previous gaming experience, hidden attributes like these were actually the most important. In addition, needing to consume 50 years of lifespan to increase luck value by 10 points made it clear that this attribute must be exceptional. Seeing that Cheng Yao finally made a choice, the Dark Knight Demon King also breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, you should be getting down now, right? You've got what you came for. Remember, I kept my promise and provided you with the best options within my power. Hearing the Demon King's urging, Cheng Yao didn't hesitate and immediately jumped down from the Demon King's leg. Alright. It was a pleasure working together. Let's keep in touch. Cheng Yao said with a cheeky smile, but he still didn't leave from beneath the Demon King's belly. The Dark Knight Demon King, listening to Cheng Yao's playful words, didn't say much and directly opened a portal, escaping from this wilderness. Damn it, keep in touch? Forget that. I just lost big time. The Chosen One wasn't killed, and I unknowingly fell into a demonic trade. Now, my KPI is in jeopardy. Fortunately, when I initiated the demonic trade, I played a little trick. Although it wouldn't affect Cheng Yao, annoying this human a bit was still worth the trip. Thinking of this, the Dark Knight Demon King's mood couldn't help but become cheerful again. Chapter 72, A Fool's Fortune. The title was successfully obtained, and in the live rooms of various countries, a notification popped up. Congratulations to the Chosen One of the Dragon Kingdom, Cheng Yao, for obtaining an exclusive title, rewarding 100 points of national luck value. What? Cheng Yao? He got the title? Damn it, what a broken forbidden area of national fortune. Cheng Yao's name can be mentioned 800 times a day. It's so annoying. No way, who told the Dragon Nation to have such a fierce person? Let's go see the excitement. Thus, audiences from various countries rushed into Cheng Yao's live broadcast room. Then, there was a moment of silence. After a while, the viewers in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a broken title. Only Cheng Yao could get this, right? This is killing me. Look at the special effect of this title, his head is all green, it looks so healthy. I know he's strong, but seeing this title, I can't help but laugh. Foreign viewers began to laugh uproariously, while the Dragon Nation viewers looked at Cheng Yao's current appearance as if they were constipated. On the live broadcast screen, a big character shone above Cheng Yao's head, "Fool has foolish blessings." The font was extremely exaggerated and had a green glowing effect, making Cheng Yao's head look completely green. That's right, this was the demon's little trick. The details of the demon's deal did not mention the specifics of this title. And as the bearer, Cheng Yao couldn't see what was written above his head. This way, Cheng Yao could confidently wear this line of text while constantly being mocked by the Dark Knight King in the forbidden area of national fortune. At that moment, Cheng Yao was unaware of any of this, only feeling that the attributes provided by this title were quite decent. 10 points of luck value. Even though he didn't know what this luck value did, just thinking of his experience in the spider cave made Cheng Yao instinctively feel that these 10 points of luck value were the most suitable choice for him. 10 points of all attributes were certainly attractive, but as long as Cheng Yao worked hard to level up, these 10 points of all attributes could be compensated. But luck value was something very difficult to augment. Thus, Cheng Yao cheerfully walked with a glowing green head towards the captain's direction. After completing this task, he should be able to return to his small room, right? Cheng Yao looked at the sky, it was already deep night, and the cold moonlight was casually poured over this desolate wilderness, adding to the desolation of the area. Looking at the scenery before him, Cheng Yao's heart began to long for the life in his small room. There, it was a place with human warmth. Moreover, there were people waiting for him to come home. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao unconsciously quickened his footsteps. At this moment, in the National Fortune Office of the Dragon Nation, Zhou Yang and the others were looking at each other. What do you think about the demon saying that Cheng Yao's remaining lifespan is negative? Hearing Zhou Yang's inquiry, the office colleagues were all puzzled. Huang Sudong had a broader perspective. After a brief analysis, he shared his guess. Could it be that when Cheng Yao was selected, he was already seriously ill, on the brink of death? In that case, it would explain why Cheng Yao didn't report for duty. As you all saw, Cheng Yao is not a timid person, there's definitely a reason he didn't come. The office colleagues nodded, feeling that Huang Sudong's speculation was not unfounded. After all, they couldn't think of any other reason. But Zhou Yang, as Huang Sudong's leader, couldn't help but furrow his brows deeper after hearing Huang's analysis. Though he didn't know Cheng Yao, he understood Huang Sudong. This guy's bad luck had already become a fact that science couldn't explain. No matter how plausible his speculation seemed, the moment the result was revealed, it would be completely different from his guess. Moreover, the more reasonable Huang Sudong's speculation, the more outrageous the truth would be. This time, Huang Sudong's guess had gotten uncomfortably close to being terrifyingly reasonable. Could it be that Cheng Yao had his body taken over by someone? Zhou Yan thought of this. Immediately, in a frenzy, he shook his head wildly. Damn! What am I thinking? I must have watched too many online novels to come up with such ridiculous thoughts. Thankfully, Cheng Yao successfully got the reward. Besides that eye-catching title, there were no other issues. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan no longer delved into the details. At that moment, Cheng Yao finally arrived beside the captain of the guard. This captain wore heavy armor, and at this moment, he leaned weakly against the wall of the watchtower, barely alive. The bloodstains splattered on the armor and the captain's somewhat broken body seemed to tell the tale of a desperate battle that had once occurred here. Brother, are you okay? Someone asked me to come find you. Cheng Yao spoke first. As his first task upon arriving here, he had no idea how this task should be completed. As his voice fell, countless tiny specks of light suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Yao. They slowly condensed and gradually transformed into the paper he had obtained during the dungeon, flying into the captain's body. With the paper's entry, the captain seemed to come back to his senses, his eyes blankly staring at Cheng Yao. Young warrior, thank you for coming here to find me. But as you can see, I have failed. Our homeland has ultimately been ruthlessly trampled by the iron hooves of demons. I am about to die, but I hope you can kill some fallen demons for our compatriots to take revenge. This is my last wish. Listening to the captain's mechanical voice, Cheng Yao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had originally thought this captain was a wise local resident. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the captain was like a mechanical puppet, only capable of mechanical conversation. Opening the task panel, Cheng Yao could see that the task requirements had changed. Task objective, kill intermediate fallen demon leaders, 0/20. Kill intermediate fallen demons, 0 out of 100. Task reward, lottery wheel *1. Looking at the altered task objectives, Cheng Yao suppressed the urge to curse. What the hell? I found the person, and now you change the objective? When am I going to get my lottery wheel? Cheng Yao felt an unbearable headache. It felt like being asked to chop a tree on a shopping platform. After finally chopping enough, it reminded you that you need to invite more friends to succeed. This endless back and forth felt like it would never end. Trust between people disappears just like this, damn it. Cheng Yao expressed his dissatisfaction through complaints. But he had no choice. If he didn't continue hunting these fallen demons, he could not reopen the portal back. However, before preparing to hunt the fallen demons, Cheng Yao had a sudden idea. He took the veil that Ling had given him from his backpack and forced it onto the captain's face. What if it's useful before this captain dies? After doing this, Cheng Yao took up his 98k again and slowly left the watchtower. Chapter 73, The Demon Siege begins. In the vast wilderness, as the morning sun just began to rise, Cheng Yao was already active, continuing to hunt fallen demons. Due to having killed too many before, the fallen demons were now sparse in the wilderness. Thus, Cheng Yao's progress in hunting fallen demons was a bit slow this time. At this rate, he wasn't sure how much longer it would take to complete this task. I hope to return before the demon siege starts. Also, after completing this task, who knows if that old captain will issue new tasks? Cheng Yao thought anxiously. At this moment, outside the portal, in the Dragon Nation's gathering point, Zhou Yan had gathered all the chosen ones of the Dragon Nation here. All the chosen ones stood in formation, like soldiers waiting for inspection. Listening quietly to Zhou Yan's arrangement. Everyone, the demon siege is about to begin soon. Although we still cannot determine the specific time of the demon siege, we must prepare for the worst. Tonight, the chosen ones from Team 1 and Team 2 will take turns keeping watch. Once signs of the demon siege are discovered, sound the alarm immediately. The other chosen ones in the defense team must start to confront the enemy as soon as they receive the alarm. Remember, this crisis concerns all our lives. Anyone found neglecting their duty will face military punishment. Additionally, all chosen ones who perform excellently in this operation will receive extra contribution points, allowing you to choose better equipment. This is not only for the fate of our country but also for ourselves. Give your all. Fight fiercely without retreat. As Zhou Yan's words ended, a passionate roar erupted from the chosen ones of Long Country. Give your all. Fight fiercely without retreat. Give your all. Fight fiercely without retreat. The roar of over 100 chosen ones from Long Country seemed to shatter the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the spirit of the chosen ones from Long Country was fully displayed before all the spectators. When they first arrived at the forbidden ground of national fortune, there were many cowards and many who tried to cheat. But through everyone's combined efforts, the chosen ones from Long Country now were almost all capable of standing alone. In terms of levels, the chosen ones in the defense team had nearly all reached level 10. With the help of Cheng Yao's buff, these chosen ones had almost farmed all the equipment available from the Spider Cave dungeon. As for Zhou Yan and Ziling, who led the Long Country team, there was no need to mention them. Ziling had early on reached level 11, while Zhou Yan had been diving into dungeons every day, hardly eating or sleeping, crazily increasing his level. At this time, Zhou Yan was already in level 11 chosen one. If it were not for reaching level 11 and being unable to gain more experience, Zhou Yan had planned to further enhance his strength. The other chosen ones from Long Country also saw Zhou Yan upgrading like crazy, which inspired them to reach level 10 in such a short time. Seeing the current spirit of the chosen ones from Long Country, the spectators couldn't help but start to praise. Great! This is our Long Country's chosen ones. Foreign spectators, do you see this? If you want to provoke our Long Country again, think carefully about your own strength first. Who would have thought that before entering the Forbidden Ground, they were just a bunch of ordinary kids? Yes, especially those young girls. Who would have thought that after entering the Forbidden Ground, they have grown so much? Indeed, look at Ziling. Before entering the Forbidden Ground, she was just a rather weak young girl. But now? She is completely the number one chosen one in Long Country. Absolutely. Not only is she smart, but her strength is also amazing. Ziling is undoubtedly the number one. The heated discussion continued in the bullet screen, and just then, a notification popped up in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to Long Country's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to level up to level 12, earning Long Country 100 national fortune points. This notification cut off everyone's praise for Ziling. Right. Brother Yao is still killing the submerged demon in the other dimension. Damn, how did we forget him? It's normal to forget. That guy has been battling a large demon for a whole day, now soloing the submerged demon, making the entire live broadcast a bit monotonous. Besides, you can't compare Brother Yao to ordinary chosen ones. Don't forget, he has single-handedly taken almost 70% of all national fortune rewards globally. In the live broadcast room, foreign spectators felt a sense of blockage as they watched the bullet screen from Long Country. What the spectators from Long Country said was true. After the Forbidden Ground of national fortune opened, under the magnificent performance of Cheng Yao, who seemed like a deity descending from the heavens, the fate of their country was pitifully low. 70%? 70% belongs to Cheng Yao. The remaining 30% depended on the faces of other chosen ones from Longhua. The chosen ones from their country seemed only able to follow in the footsteps of Longhua, picking up some scraps to barely uplift their nation's fortunes. Such a result was something that all the countries had not anticipated in advance. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Land of National Fortune, the country of Jiaping, which was crazily hunting the chosen ones of Longhua, and the country of Bang Bang that joined in later, were now panicking. Their chosen ones not only failed to gain much in the way of national fortune rewards, but also offended the giant that was Longhua. Once Longhua's national fortune rose to a certain level and restored its ability to wage war, it was easy to imagine what fate would await them. After all, who in the world did not know that although Longhua was less than 100 years old, its virtual age was over 5,000? Over these long thousands of years, the countries surrounding Longhua had disappeared one after another, or been annexed, while Longhua remained, surviving in this region. Such a result proved the toughness and bravery of the people of Longhua. Though Longhua had temporarily retracted its claws and fangs due to a shortage of resources, it would remember clearly who provoked it during its weak moment. Faced with such a situation, many citizens in Jiaping had started to connect privately. You guys think, if we quietly surrender to Longhua now, when they come, can we survive? What are you dreaming about? Given the current situation, how can you surrender to Longhua? Longhua knows who you are. But according to what Longhua says, even if they attack, they probably won't target us ordinary civilians, right? That's hard to say. During the time of Qin, Longhua had a war god named Bai Qi, who, after capturing cities, directly slaughtered tens of thousands of innocent civilians. Moreover, when our ancestors invaded Longhua, they didn't spare those civilians either. If I were Longhua, I would want to wipe out our entire clan. Then what should we do? How about we also try to overthrow the current Jiaping government? Under such pressure, a nascent form of resistance had begun to gradually take shape in Jiaping. Chapter 74 The First Wave of Attack. Late at night. The bright moonlight casually spilled across the wilderness, making the whole land appear silvery gray and very cold. A few chosen ones from Longhua stood solemnly outside their camp, motionless, watching for any disturbances around the camp. In the wilderness, the nocturnal beasts seemed to be somewhat apprehensive of Longhua's arrangements, avoiding this circle of defenses from afar. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed chosen one from Longhua noticed some flickering red light at the edge of the wilderness. These red lights approached rapidly, and before long, they completely fell within the sight of the sentinels. These red lights were the devil's crimson eyes. The small demons were now waving their big sticks high and rushing towards the camp of Longhua's chosen ones. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare to counterattack. The sentinels' voices were loud and powerful, instantly waking all the chosen ones from Longwa. The demons had come close, and only then could people see clearly that these demons were actually goblins. They were small in stature, but numerous, densely packed together, making it a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Ranged attack team 1. Ranged attack team 2. Get into position immediately and prepare to attack. Melee team 1. Block the entrance to the enclosure. Prevent them from approaching the camp. At this moment, Zhou Yan's eyes were darkened, but his voice was quite loud. After receiving the alert, he immediately began to assign tasks. In just a moment, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom had already arranged their formation according to the prior setup. Zhou Yan's wooden sword had been upgraded to an iron sword. With a thought, this iron sword flew straight into the monster horde as if it had a spirit of its own, starting a crazed slaughter under Zhou Yan's control. Ziling's folding fan flew out continuously, transforming into enormous fireballs in mid-air, the explosive sounds echoing endlessly. With each hit, groups of goblins began to fall. Some ranged chosen ones holding bows and arrows had also mastered their skills. Each arrow let out a howl like a raging wind, and with a single shot, it could pierce through several goblins, killing them with incredible efficiency. In such close cooperation, the Dragon Kingdom's camp seemed like an unbreakable iron barrel. No matter how many goblins there were, they couldn't shake it even a little. The spectators from the Dragon Kingdom, watching the Chosen One's amazing performance, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow! Is this really our Dragon Kingdom's Chosen Ones? This strength! It's simply outrageous. Look at these goblins, they can't even get close to our melee Chosen One's attack range. Chosen Ones from other countries are already in melee combat. Our Chosen Ones are truly impressive. However, the ones feeling the most during this battle were not the spectators but the Chosen Ones from the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, these Chosen Ones had repeatedly practiced the current formation under Ziling's guidance. At that time, they didn't understand why Ziling was so strict. Even if one person stood half a meter off, they would be scolded for half a day. But now, when the battle truly began, these Chosen Ones realized just how comfortable their current formation was. That's right, comfortable. This was the shared thought of all Dragon Kingdom's Chosen Ones. This formation allowed them to attack without worry, not fearing friendly fire, and they didn't need to worry about their own safety. Only those melee Chosen Ones felt a bit gloomy at this moment. Killing monsters allowed them to earn contribution points. But now, these goblins couldn't even get close to them, and their coveted contribution points seemed far out of reach. Melee team. Do not leave your posts without permission, or contribution points will be deducted. By guarding the ranged team, you can also earn contribution points. Zhou Yan was well aware of these melee Chosen Ones' thoughts and occasionally shouted reminders to everyone. Hearing Zhou Yan's shouts, the initially restless melee Chosen Ones steadied their defenses and sullenly prepared their own protection. Ziling stood on a high platform in the camp, like a military advisor, taking in all the changes on the battlefield. In the distance, no new goblins had appeared. It seemed that this wave of monsters could be swiftly dealt with. Yet even so, Ziling's expression showed no signs of relaxation. Through her investigation, Ziling had learned that after this wave of goblins, other demons would likely appear. According to normal leveling speed, the Chosen One's average level should reach level 8 or 9, but these goblins were only level 5. She wondered how strong the demons that appeared afterward would be. Ziling frowned, feeling a vague worry arise in her heart. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom's Chosen Ones were at the peak of their combat power, easily dealing with these low-level demons. But as the battle dragged on, the Chosen Ones would inevitably feel fatigue, and those ranged Chosen Ones who had exhausted their mana would need time to recover. Thus, the most challenging moments of this defensive battle had yet to begin. At the same time, Ziling had another concern. That was Cheng Yao. It had already been 3 days since Cheng Yao entered the teleportation portal. But until now, Cheng Yao had not returned. Ziling was very clear in her heart that Cheng Yao must be in incredible danger, which was why he had not come back for so long, right? At this moment, however, Cheng Yao, whom Ziling was constantly thinking about, was not in any danger, but was instead strolling in the vast wilderness. Hey! Are there any fallen demons left? You guys, say something. Damn! Are they all dead? Come out, at least a few of you. Cheng Yao shouted loudly, occasionally firing a few shots at the sky, hoping to attract the attention of nearby fallen demons. The revolver and 98K had already been removed of their silencers, but at this moment, even the sound of the guns couldn't draw on the fallen demons. Cheng Yao was not far from completing his task, but perhaps because he had previously killed too many fallen demons, he couldn't find any trace of them across the entire wilderness. This result left Cheng Yao quite frustrated. Damn, I'm not trapped to death in this godforsaken place, am I? What a crappy task. You make me kill so many monsters, but don't give me enough to kill. I don't even know if the demon siege has started. If I had known this stupid task required killing monsters, I wouldn't have killed so many earlier. Now, it felt as if the entire world had only Cheng Yao left. Cheng Yao continued to rush through the desolate wilderness, searching for those fallen demons that had not yet been killed. The moonlight fell on Cheng Yao's shoulders, making him appear very small, pitiful, and helpless. No one knew whether Cheng Yao could successfully complete this task and return to his original world. Chapter 75, The Revenge of the Demon Avenger Attacks. In the live broadcast room, seeing the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones in a neat formation, resisting in an orderly manner, countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this demon siege can end smoothly. I originally thought this demon siege would be very difficult, but it turns out to be nothing much. Don't let your guard down. Since the demon siege started just after midnight, there might still be more demons coming. I think what the person above said makes a lot of sense. So far, no chosen ones from any country have died at the hands of these goblins. Since there are such trials in the Forbidden Land, it's impossible for anyone to come out unscathed. The audience's analysis was reasonable and well-founded. Seeing such analysis, other viewers from the Dragon Kingdom became tense again. God knows what dangers this demon siege will bring. Meanwhile, in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room, viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were full of anxiety. There was no helping it, Cheng Yao only had 3 mid-level fallen demon leaders left to kill to complete his task. But because he had killed 2 fiercely before, Cheng Yao had wandered in the wilderness for half the night and still hadn't found any. Brother Yao won't be trapped to death in this wilderness, will he? The demon siege has already begun, but Brother Yao can't rush back. What the hell is going on? Sigh. I hope Brother Yao can make it out smoothly. As the torture continued, time passed by second by second. Outside the Dragon Kingdom's camp, as expected, shortly after repelling the first wave of goblins, the second wave of demons surged in. The second wave of demons had already reached level 6, but such a level still could not stir up any waves in front of the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones. Amid the Dragon Kingdom's orderly resistance, unknowingly, it had already turned to evening. For an entire day, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom had continuously held off wave after wave of attacks, and now, every chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom was somewhat exhausted. Everyone, keep it up. By midnight tonight, the demon siege should end. Absolutely do not let your guard down. If we do, we will suffer serious losses. Zhou Yan was stationed at the center of the Dragon Kingdom's camp, continuously giving encouragement to the surrounding chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom.